The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Father, what is it? I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window. What is it? That face! The sign of the four.
I can still hear those words echoing in my memory, for in a sense they changed my life. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. I will tell you how we first came across the sign of the four. I can see it still. Our rooms in Baker Street and Sherlock Holmes, and in such detail you will be there yourself. If I may collect my thoughts for just a moment.
My mind rebels at stagnation, Watson. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I'm in my own proper atmosphere. But I abhor the dull routine of existence. That's why I've chosen my own particular profession. Or rather, created it, for I'm the only one in the world.
You're the only unofficial detective?
The only unofficial consulting detective. The work itself is my highest reward. But, Watson, you've had some experience of my methods of work.
I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied the experience in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of Study in Scarlet.
I read it. Honestly, I cannot congratulate you on it.
Oh?
Detection is or ought to be an exact science and should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. You have attempted to tinge it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story into the fifth proposition of Euclid.
But the romance was there.
My practice has extended recently to the continent. I was consulted last week by Francois Lavilla, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He's now translating my small works into French.
Your work?
Yes. I've been guilty of several monographs. Here, for example, is one upon the distinction between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it I enumerate 140 forms of cigar, cigarette, and pipe tobacco.
140?
Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impressions. But I weary with my hobby.
No, not at all. But you were speaking just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one, to some extent, implies the other.
By no means. Observation shows me that you've been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning. But deduction lets me know that when there you dispatched a telegram. Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep. Now, just opposite the Wigmore Street post office, they've taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth which lies in such a way that it's difficult to avoid treading in it on entering. The earth is of this peculiar reddish tint, which is found, as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood.
Bravo. But how did you deduce the telegram?
Well, of course, I knew that you'd not written a letter since I sat opposite you all the morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. Well, what could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth.
Dear me.
See, Watson, how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dun-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What's the use of having powers, Doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace, existence is commonplace, and no qualities save those which are commonplace had any function upon earth.
What is it, Mrs. Hudson?
A young lady for Mr. Holmes, sir.
I have no appointments.
Here's her card, sir.
Oh, Miss Mary Morstan. I have no recollection of the name. Oh, very well. Ask her to step in, Mrs. Hudson.
Very good, sir. Will you go in, please, Miss Morstan? Thank you.
Pray come in, madam.
It's good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes.
This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
How do you do, Miss Morstan? Will you take the basket chair?
Thank you. I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, because you once enabled my employer, Mrs. Cecil Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill.
Mrs. Cecil Forrester. Oh, yes, I believe that I was of some slight service to her.
Mr. Holmes, I can hardly imagine anything more strange than the situation in which I find myself.
Then pray state your case.
Briefly, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. So I was placed in a comfortable establishment in Edinburgh. When I was 17 years of age, my father arrived in London on leave and directed me to come down at once. On reaching the Langham Hotel, I was informed that Captain Morstan had gone out the night before and had not returned. From that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father.
The date?
He disappeared on the 3rd of December, 1878.
1878.
Nearly 10 years ago.
His luggage?
There was nothing in it to suggest a clue.
Had he any friends in London?
Well, only one that we know of. Major Sholto of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry.
Sholto.
Major Sholto had retired some little time before my father came home. He lived at Upper Norwood.
Upper Norwood?
We communicated with him, of course, but he didn't even know that his brother officer was now in England.
I see.
I haven't yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, in 1882 to be exact, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstan.
1882.
I had just entered the family of Mrs. Cecil Forrester as governess, and by her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column. The same day, there arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me. It contained a very large and lustrous pearl.
Remarkable.
No word of writing was enclosed. Every year since then, on the same date, there has come a box containing a similar pearl, without any clue as to the sender. You can see for yourselves that they are very handsome.
This is most interesting. Has anything else happened?
Yes. This morning I received this letter.
Oh, thank you. The envelope too, please.
Of course.
Thank you. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on the corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6p a package. Particular man in his stationery. No address.
What's it say, though, Holmes?
Be at the third pillar from the left outside the Lyceum Theatre tonight at 7 o'clock. If you are distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Signed, your unknown friend.
What do you intend to do, Miss Morstan?
That is exactly what I want to know, Mr. Holmes.
We shall most certainly go. You and I and... Yes, Dr. Watson's the very man. We've worked together before.
You're both very kind. If I'm here at 6, will it do?
You must not be later.
No.
Oh, there is one point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the pearl box addresses?
I have them all here.
You're certainly a model client. Let's see now. These are disguised hands. But they're undoubtedly by the same person. Well, we shall look out for you at 6. Au revoir, then.
Au revoir.
Good afternoon. I say, what a very attractive woman.
My dear Watson, it's of the first importance not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money.
Yes, but in this case...
I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Well, I'm going out now. I have a few references to look up. I shall be back in an hour. No, my dear Watson, there's no great mystery in this matter. The facts appear to admit of only one explanation.
But you haven't solved it already.
I've just found on consulting the back files of the Times that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late 34th Bombay Infantry, died on the 28th of April, 1882.
I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests.
No? You surprise me. Captain Morstan disappears. His only acquaintance in London is Major Sholto. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstan's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year, and now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. Why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation?
Yes, but the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? It's too much to suppose that her father is still alive.
There are certainly difficulties. But our expedition of tonight will solve them all. I think that's a four-wheeler. Yes. And there's Miss Morstan inside. Are you all ready?
I'm ready, Holmes.
Yes, Major Sholto was a very particular friend of Papa's. They were in command of the convict guard on the Andaman Islands.
The Andamans, eh?
By the way, Mr. Holmes, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk. I don't suppose it's of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it.
Oh, thank you. Seems to be a plan for part of a large building. At one point, here, you see, there's a small cross done in red ink. In the left-hand corner, there's a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. And beside that, there's written in very rough and coarse characters, the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Mohammed Singh, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. Preserve it carefully, Miss Morstan.
I shall.
I suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I at first supposed.
That's right. This one.
And I fancy this is our man.
Are you the party who have come with Miss Morstan?
I am Miss Morstan, and these 2 gentlemen are my friends.
I was to ask you to give me your word, miss, that neither of your companions is a policeman.
I give you my word.
Thank you, miss. If you'll follow me, the cab's over here.
Oh, I lost my bearings ages ago.
Wandsworth Road.
I don't know how you'll do it, Holmes.
Stockport Place. Cold Harbour Lane. Dear me. Our quest doesn't appear to be taking us to very fashionable regions.
The staff awaits you.
Show them his bit, Kippuga. Show them straight into me.
You are coming this way, please.
Your servant, Miss Morstan. Your servant, gentlemen. Pray step into my little sanctum. My name is Kadir Sholto. These gentlemen?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Oh, a doctor, eh? I'm a great sufferer, and I've long had suspicions as to my mitral valve. Had your father, Miss Morstan, refrained from throwing strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now.
Really, sir, pray have some consideration for the lady.
I knew in my heart that he was dead.
Miss Worston, I can give you every information, and what is more, I can do you justice, and I will, whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials.
Whatever you may choose to say will go no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Sholto, it's getting late, and I should like the interview to be as short as possible.
Well, at the best, it must take some time, for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. He's very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me.
Norwood, then wouldn't it be as well to start at once?
Well, I must prepare you by laying the facts before you.
Then pray do so, sir.
My father, Major John Sholto, retired from the Indian Army some 11 years ago and came to Pondicherry Lodge, Upper Norwood, with a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a staff of native servants. My twin brother Bartholomew and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstan. We read the details in the papers, but never for an instant did we suspect that my father had the whole secret hidden in his breast. We did know, however, that some mystery overhung our father. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India, which was a great shock to him. From that day, he sickened to his death. Towards the end of April, we were informed that he wished to make a last communication to us. Sons, the only one thing which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment is my treatment of poor Morstan's orphan, Mary. At least half of the treasure should have been hers. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the Argula treasure.
Father.
When we were in India, Morstan and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstan's arrival, he came straight here to claim his share. We had a difference of opinion. Morstan sprang out of his chair, and then he suddenly pressed his hand to his side and fell backwards. I found, to my horror, that he was dead.
Good God.
I was still stooping over him when I saw my servant, Melchilder, in the doorway. "Do not fear, Saab," he said. "No one need know that you have killed him." "I did not kill him," said I. Melchilder shook his head and smiled. "I heard you quarreling, Saab," said he. And I heard enough to decide me. If my own servant couldn't believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it good before 12 foolish tradesmen in a jury box? And then, well, Melchilder and I disposed of the body that night. And within a few days, the London newspapers were full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstan.
Father, what is it?
I must tell you where the treasure is. It is hidden in... No! Keep him out! There at the window.
What is it?
That face! The sign of the four.
Can you describe the face of the window, Mr. Sholto?
Bearded, hairy, with cruel eyes, and an expression of concentrated evil. When we returned from the window, we found that my father's pulse had ceased to beat. In the morning, we found his window open, his cupboards and boxes rifled, and on his chest there was fixed a torn piece of paper with the words, "The sign of the four."
Ah.
Sign of the four.
And the treasure?
For weeks and months, my brother and I dug in every part of the garden. Oh, it was maddening to think that the hiding place was on my father's lips at the very moment he died. To this day, I have seen only one piece of it. That little chaplet over there.
Yes?
Yes, Doctor.
Some of the pearls are missing from it.
Well, after my father's death, I persuaded Bartholomew to let me find out Miss Morstan's address and send her a detached pearl at intervals, so that at least we might make part of the restitution my father had wished.
That was a kindly thought, Mr. Sholto.
Oh, not at all. We were your trustees. Well, that was the view I took of it, though Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. So I left Pondicherry Lodge.
And may I ask now, Mr. Sholto, exactly why you brought us here this evening?
Because yesterday I learned that the treasure had been discovered.
Discovered?
It only remains for us to drive to Norwood and demand that Brother Bartholomew give us our share. I explained my views to him last night, so we shall be expected, if not very welcome.
Mr. Sholto, you have done well. We had best put the matter through without delay.
Very well, Mr. Holmes. A cab will be waiting outside.
How did your brother find the treasure?
Oh, Bartholomew was a clever fellow. He worked out the cubic space of the house. He found that the height of the building was 74 feet. But on adding together the heights of all the separate rooms and the spaces between, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. The 4 feet unaccounted for could only be at the top of the building. He knocked a hole in the ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, the treasure chest stood in the center. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than £500,000 sterling.
£1,000,000?
Oh, no.
Then Miss Morstan must be about the richest heiress in the country.
I believe you're right, Watson.
Well, let us be going. Perhaps we shall see for ourselves.
Who's there?
It's I, McMurdo. Sure you know my knock by this time.
Oh, aye. That you, Mr. Thaddeus? But who are these others with you?
Well, I told my brother last night that I should bring some friends.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus. I don't know any of your friends.
Oh, yes, you do, McMurdo.
Eh? Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes. In you come, sir, in you come. You and your friends. Very sorry, Mr. Thaddeus, but Master's orders are very strict.
Oh, well, come along then. We've wasted enough time.
If you'll just follow me, ma'am and gents, I'll light the way up to the house with my lantern.
I can't understand it. I distinctly told Bartholomew that we should be here, and yet there's no light in his window.
I see the glint of a light in that little window beside the door.
Ah, that's the housekeeper's room. That is where old Mrs. Burnstone sits.
What's that?
What?
I was sure I could... Yes, listen.
Huh?
It's a woman crying.
You're right, by Jove. Oh, Mr. Holmes, something seems to be amiss. Oh, will you come into the house with me, please?
Certainly.
I think I'm a little afraid.
Nothing to fear, Miss Morstan, I assure you. Would you care to take my hand?
I do... Oh, yes. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
There. Better now?
Much better.
Miss Morstan, I feel I feel we should follow them.
Oh, now, Mrs. Burnstone, what is the matter?
Oh, Mr. Thaddeus, sir, there is something amiss with Mr. Bartholomew.
My brother?
He's locked himself in and won't answer me. All day I've wanted to hear from him, and so an hour ago I went up and peeked through the keyhole. You must go up quickly. You must go up and look for yourself.
Oh, dear.
Give me your lantern, McMurdo, and you stay here with Miss Morstan.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sholto, Watson, come with me quickly.
And there's his room, the first door on the left.
How can we see into it if there's no light in there?
Well, there's plenty of moonlight.
Let's see.
Good
something damnable. You take a look, Watson.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
Oh, dear me.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time. Now we shall see.
Oh, dear. Oh, dead. Oh, it's terrible.
The Sign of the Four is one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts. You've just heard part 1. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. Of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for part 2 of The Sign of the Four.
He's just sitting there with a horrible smile on his face. He looks inhuman.
The door must come down.
Right. Together, then.
Again.
Now, this time.
So, was the Sign of the Four again to be the sign of death? A further mystery for my friend Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and I was privileged to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, I will refresh your memory on the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened next in our investigation of the Sign of the Four.
Sherlock Holmes, the first time most suitably obtained young lady, Miss Mary Morstan.
Concerning the disappearance of her father, Captain Morstan, 10 years earlier. Each year since then, she had been receiving through the post a single large pearl. And now the anonymous sender had expressed a wish to meet her. We accompanied her to the rendezvous and heard from an eccentric fellow, Sir Dearest Sholto, how his father and Captain Morstan had gained a fabulous treasure which had disappeared after both their deaths. Now it had been rediscovered by his brother, Bartholomew Sholto, whom we were to visit to claim Miss Morstan's rightful share. Arriving at Bartholomew's house, we found him sitting in a chair, a horrible smile on his face, and quite dead.
Oh, what on earth does it all mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means murder.
Murder?
Ah, just as I expected. Look here, Watson. Stuck in the skin just above his ear.
A long, dark thorn.
Be careful. He's poisoned.
Poisoned? Oh!
What a fantastic mystery, Holmes.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, I only require a few missing links and I shall have an entirely connected case.
Oh!
Mr. Sholto, what is it?
The treasure! It's gone!
Are you sure?
Oh, there is the hole in the ceiling. We lowered it through. I helped him to do it. I left him here last night, and I heard him lock the door. The treasure was locked in this room with him.
What time did you leave?
It was 10 o'clock. Oh, dear me. Now the police will suspect me of having a hand in it.
Take my advice, Mr. Sholto. Drive down to the police station and report the matter.
The police station?
Offer to assist them in every way. We shall wait here until you return.
But
Please do as I say. It will be for the best.
Oh, very well. I suppose you know best. Oh, dear.
Now, Watson, we have a little while to ourselves. Let us make good use of it.
Very well, Holmes.
In the first place, let us consider how these folk came and how they went.
Now, Sholto reckoned the door hasn't been opened since last night.
Then how about the window? No, it's fastened on the inside. Solid framework. I'll just open it. No water pipe near. Roof quite out of reach. Yet a man mounted by the window.
How do you know?
Here is the print of a foot in the mold upon the sill. And here is a circular muddy mark. See here again on the floor. And here again by the table.
But that's not a footmark.
It's something much more valuable to us. These are the impressions of a wooden stump.
A wooden-legged man.
But there's been someone else here.
Oh?
Could you scale that wall yourself?
Let's see. Whoa, certainly not. A good 60 feet from the ground and not a foothold all the way.
But supposing you had a friend up here who lowered you that good stout rope which I see in the corner. Then, if you were an active man, you might swarm up wooden leg and all. Of course, you'd depart in the same fashion, and your ally would draw up the rope, shut the window, secure it from the inside, and depart in the way that he originally came.
Yes, but look here, this accomplice, how did he get in? The door's locked, the window is inaccessible. Did he come down the chimney?
The grate's much too small.
Well, then, how?
My dear Watson, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He didn't come through the door, the window, or the chimney. He couldn't have been concealed in the room, as there is no concealment possible. Then where did he come from?
Through the hole in the roof.
Of course he did. Now, if you will have the kindness to hold the lamp for me, we shall now extend our researches to the secret room above where the treasure was found.
Can you manage to get up?
I fancy I can just get up.
Help me on this rafter. Good. Now I'm coming up too. 10 minutes? Yeah.
Here you are, you see. Oh, there's a trap door leading out onto the roof. I fancy I can press it back. Yes. And the roof slopes at a gentle angle.
This is how he got in, then.
Now, let's see if we can find some other traces of this queer individual.
It doesn't look as though this place had been entered for years. Found dust.
But even dust has its uses. Look at these footprints. As clear as we could wish.
But these are the prints of a child's naked foot. Holmes, a child has done this horrid thing.
Come along, Watson. There's nothing more to be learned here. If my memory hadn't failed me, I should have been able to forestall this. Now, where did I put my lens?
Here it is.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're certainly in luck.
What is it now?
Our naked-footed friend has had the misfortune to tread in this creosote that has leaked out of the carboy there in the corner. You can see the outline of the edge of his small foot here.
What then?
Why, we've got him, that's all. I know a dog that would follow that scent to the world's end. Hello, here come the accredited representatives of the law. Now, before they come, Watson, just put your hand here on this poor dead fellow's arm.
Yes.
And here on his leg.
Yes.
What do you feel?
The muscles are as hard as a board.
Quite so. They're in a state of extreme contraction, far exceeding the usual rigor mortis. Coupled with this distortion of the face, what conclusion would it suggest to your mind?
Oh, death from some powerful vegetable alkaloid, some strychnine-like substances which produce tetanus.
As you saw, I discovered a thorn which had been driven or shot with no great force into the scalp. You observed that the part struck was that which would be turned towards the hole in the ceiling if the man were erect in his chair. Now then, examine this thorn.
You go first, Mr. Sholto. It looks as though some gummy substance has dried on it.
Quite so. But is that an English thorn?
Oh, no. No, it certainly is not.
Then with all these data, you should be able to draw some inference.
But here, the regular, so the auxiliary forces may beat a retreat.
Here's a pretty business. The house seems to be as full as a rabbit warren.
Ah, Mr. Jones. You must recollect me.
Indeed I do. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the theorist. Remember you? I'll never forget the Bishopsgate jewel case.
Ah.
But what's all this? Bad business. Stern facts here. No room for theories. Lucky I happened to be out at Norwood on another case. What do you think the man died of?
Oh, this is hardly a case for me to theorize.
No. Still, we can't deny that you hit the nail on the head sometimes. Door locked, I understand. Jewels worth $500,000 missing. How was the window?
Fastened. But there are footmarks on the sill.
Well, if it was fastened, they could have had nothing to do with the matter.
Oh, I see.
Ah, I've got it. These flashes come upon me at times. Just step outside, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
And you, please, Mr. Sholto?
Oh, very well. I shall go mad. I'm sure I shall go mad.
Inspector, this is my friend Dr. Watson.
How do you know?
He's assisting me. May he remain?
Yes, I suppose so. Now, Mr. Holmes, Sholto was with his brother last night. The brother died in a fit, and Sholto walked off with the treasure. How's that?
Upon which the dead man very considerately got up and locked the door on the inside.
Yes, there's a flaw there.
You're not in possession of all the facts here. This splinter of wood, which I have every reason to believe to be poisoned, was in the man's scalp, where you still see the mark. There, you see?
Ah, yes.
This card, inscribed the sign of the four, was on the table. How does all that fit into your theory?
If this splinter's poisonous, the Diaz may well have made murderous use of it. The card is some hocus-pocus, blind as like as not.
I see.
The only question is...
Oh, there is a question, then.
The question is, how did he get out? Ah, of course. Here's a hole in the roof. You see, facts are better than theories after all. There's a trap door communicating with the roof, and it's partly open.
I opened it.
You? Oh, well, no matter. It shows how our gentleman got away. Sergeant!
Yes, sir?
Ask Mr. Sholto to step this way.
Yes, sir. This way, sir, if you please.
Mr. Thaddeus Sholto?
Yes?
It's my duty to inform you that anything which you say may be used against you. I arrest you in the Queen's name as being concerned in the death of your brother.
Oh, there now. Didn't I tell you what they would say?
Don't trouble yourself, Mr. Sholto. I think I can engage to clear you of this charge.
Oh, you can, Mr. Holmes.
Don't promise too much, Mr. Theorist. You may find it a harder matter than you think.
Not only will I clear him, Mr. Jones, but I'll make you a free present of the name and description of one of the two people who were in this room last night. His name, I have every reason to believe, is Jonathan Small. He's small and active, with his right leg off, and wearing a wooden stump which is worn away on the inner side. He's been a convict. As for the other man...
Ah, the other man.
He is a rather curious person. I hope before very long to be able to introduce you to the pair of them. Oh, a word with you, Watson, please.
Yes, coming, Holmes.
Watson, you must escort Miss Morstan home.
Oh, delighted.
Then I want you to go to number 3 Pinchin Lane.
Yes.
Down near the water's edge at Lambeth. The third house on the right-hand side is a bird stuffer's. Sherman is the name.
Sherman, yes.
Knock old Sherman up and tell him with my compliments that I want Toby at once. You'll bring Toby back in the cab with you.
Toby?
A queer mongrel with the most amazing power of scent. I'd rather have Toby's help than that of the whole detective force of London.
But I want a dog.
I won't be arguing with you. Stand clear. When I said
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, what? A friend of Mr. Sherlock is always welcome.
Thank you.
Step in, sir. Just keep clear of the badger, sir. He bites. Now, sir, what was it Mr. Sherlock Holmes wanted? He wanted a dog of yours. Ah, that would be Toby. Yes, Toby Watson, then. Toby lives at number 7 on the left here. Thank you. Well, Mr. Sherman, I'm much obliged. Come on, Toby. There's a good fella.
Ah, you have him then, Watson. Leave the dog here and come up.
Yes, I'd better tie him to this banister, I suppose. Oh, boy. Unprepossessing brute, isn't he?
Ah, Toby and I understand one another. Oh, Sergeant, lend me your bullseye, please.
Certainly, sir.
Thank you. Now then, I must kick off my boots and socks. Watson.
Yeah?
Just carry them for me, will you, please?
Where to, Holmes?
I'm going to do a little climbing. Oh, yes, and I must dip my handkerchief into this creosote. There. That'll do. Now, come up through the hole in the ceiling with me for a moment. Do you observe anything noteworthy about these footmarks?
Well, they belong to a child or a small woman.
Apart from the size, what's the chief difference?
Well, your toes are all cramped together. The other print has each toe distinctly separated.
That is the point. Now, would you kindly step over to that roof window and smell the edge of the woodwork? I shall stay over here, as I have this handkerchief in my hand.
Yes. By Jove, yes, there's a strong, tarry smell.
That's where he put his foot in getting out. If you can trace him, I should think Toby will have no difficulty.
Thank you.
Now, while I get out onto the roof, you run downstairs and wait for Toby in the garden below.
Very well, Holmes.
That you, Watson?
Yes, Holmes.
Have you got the dog?
Well, I let him loose.
This water pipe feels pretty firm, so here goes.
No, careful, Holmes. Oh, do be careful. Oh, well done.
My boots and stockings, if you please.
There you are.
Thank you. It was easy to follow his course across the roof.
No?
Oh, yes. Tiles were loosened the whole way, and... Oh, yes. In his hurry, he dropped this.
Some sort of a pouch made out of beads. Anything inside? Ah, some more of those thorns.
They're hellish things. Now, Watson, will your legs stand a 6-mile trudge?
Certainly.
Then here you are, doggy. Good old Toby. Smell it, Toby, smell it.
What's that you're showing you, Holmes?
A handkerchief with a creosote on it. And watch him go. What? Come on, Watson. He's going to set us a stiff pace. Well, I think we can allow ourselves a breather. We've had no very heavy rain since yesterday. They had 28 hours fast, but their scent will still lie upon the road.
Holmes, how would you describe the wooden-legged man with such confidence?
The simplicity itself. 2 officers who were in command of the convict guard learned an important secret as to buried treasure. A map drawn for them by an Englishman named Jonathan Small.
Jonathan Small?
You remember we saw the name on the chart Miss Moulston showed us.
Oh, that's right, yes.
Small had signed it on behalf of himself and his associates. The sign of the four, as he somewhat dramatically called it.
Ah, yes.
Well, aided by this chart, the officers, or one of them, gets the treasure and brings it to England. Now then, why didn't Jonathan Small get the treasure himself? The answer is obvious.
Oh? Is it?
You haven't a pistol with you, have you?
No, I have my stick.
I shall leave Jonathan to you, but if the other turns nasty, I shall shoot him dead. Come along now. Toby's anxious to be getting off.
Well, he's baffled again. There's nothing but the river from here.
Yes, but out of luck. They've taken to a boat.
Stolen it?
No. These fellows are sharper than I expected.
Daddy! Daddy!
Oh, what, Ma?
You come back to me, what? Come back, you youngin. If your father comes home and finds you like that, he let us hear about it.
Oh, dear little chap. A fine child, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, bless you, sir, he is that. Here, how do you know my name?
The signboard over your door. Mordecai Smith.
Oh, that.
Away, is he? I wanted to speak to Mr. Smith.
He's been away since yesterday morning, sir. But if it was about a boat, sir, maybe I could serve as well.
I see from the board that he has a steam launch. That's what I'd like to have.
Right, bless you, sir. It's in the steam launch that is gone. That's what puzzles me. I know there ain't more coal in there than would take it to about Woolwich and back.
He might have bought some at a wharf downriver.
He might, sir, but it weren't his way. Many a time I've heard him go on about the prices they charge for a few odd bags. Besides, I don't like that wooden-legged man with his ugly face and outlandish talk.
A wooden-legged man?
I roused him up yesterday night, I did.
Oh, then I'm unlucky, Mrs. Smith. Oh. I wanted a steam launch, and I've heard good reports of the, let me see, what is her name?
The Aurora, sir.
Ah, yes, of course, yes. She's not an old green launch with a yellow line, very broad on the beam.
No, indeed. She's as trim a little thing as any on the river, black with 2 red streaks.
Ah, yes. Well, I hope you'll soon hear from Mr. Smith. I'm going down the river. If I should see anything of the Aurora, I shall let him know that you're uneasy. A black funnel, you say?
No, sir. Black with a white band.
Huh? Oh, of course, yes. It was the sides which were black. Well, good morning, Mrs. Smith.
Good morning, sir.
Clever Holmes.
The main thing with people of that sort is never to let them think their information can be of the slightest importance to you. If you do, they'll instantly shut up like an oyster.
Well, our course seems pretty clear now.
What would you do, then?
Well, I would engage a launch and go down the river on the track of the Aurora.
My dear fellow, it would be a colossal task. She may have touched at any wharf on either side of the stream between here and Greenwich.
Try the police, then.
Worse and worse.
What are we to do, then?
I want you to take a hansom and return Toby to his owner with my compliments. Then drive home, have some breakfast, and get an hour's sleep. It's quite on the cards that we may be afoot tonight again.
Very well.
I must send a wire.
To whom?
You remember the Baker Street irregulars whom I employed in our study in Scarlet Gate?
Oh, those little ragamuffins.
This is just where they might be invaluable. The wire will be to my dirty little Lieutenant Wiggins. I expect he and his gang will be with us before I have time to finish my breakfast. In future, they can report to you, Wiggins, and you to me. I cannot have the house invaded in this way.
Horrible rabble, sir.
Stay in, Ron, I'm warning you.
However, it's just as well that you should all hear the instructions. Now then, I want to find the whereabouts of a steam launch called the Aurora. Black with 2 red streaks. Funnel, black with a white band. Owner, Mordecai Smith. She's downriver somewhere. Is that clear?
Yes, Governor.
The old scale of pay and a guinea to the boy who finds the boat. Oh, here's a day in advance. Now, off you go.
Oh, thank you, Governor. Come on, you lot, all out. And quiet down that stairs there. Come on, all of you. Get one.
Horrible rabble, all right.
If the launch is above water, they'll find her. In the meanwhile, we can do nothing.
You going to bed, Holmes?
No, I'm not tired. I never remember feeling tired by work, though idleness exhausts me completely. No, I'm going to think over this queer business to which our fair client has introduced us.
Wooden-legged men are not so common, but I should think the other man must be absolutely unique.
Oh, that other man again.
Diminutive footmarks, toes never fettered by boots, naked feet, great agility, small poisoned darts. Now, what do you make of all this?
Perhaps he's one of those Indians who associated with Jonathan Small.
Hardly that. Some Indians are small men, but none could have left such marks as that. Now, let's consult the gazetteer. Now, then, what have we here? Antananarivo's too far. Andes, no. Andaman Islands, situated 340 miles to the north of Sumatra and the Bay of Bengal. A moist climate, coral reef, sharks, convict barracks. The Aborigines of the Andaman Islands may perhaps claim the distinction of being the smallest race upon this earth. The average height is rather below 4 feet. They're a fierce, morose, and intractable people, though capable of forming most devoted friendships. Now then, listen to this. Their feet and hands are remarkably small. They have always been a terror to shipwrecked crews, braining the survivors with their stone-headed clubs or shooting them with their poisoned darts.
Amiable fellow.
Watson, you look done. Why not lie down there on the sofa and see if I can put you to sleep?
Oh, well, Holmes, I don't mind admitting I could do with a few winks.
Oh, my dear Watson. You've slept soundly. I was afraid our talk would wake you.
Talk? I heard nothing.
Oh, Wiggins has just been up to report. He says no trace can be found of the launch.
Can I do anything? I'm perfectly fresh now.
We can only wait. If we go ourselves, the message might come in our absence, and that would cause delay.
Yes, but...
Oh, you can do what you will, Watson, but I must remain on guard.
Well, then I shall run over to Camberwell and call on Mrs. Cecil Forrester. She asked me to yesterday.
On Mrs. Cecil Forrester? I see.
Well, of course, on Miss Morstan, too. They were anxious to hear what's happened.
I understand. I wouldn't tell them too much, though. Women are never able to be entirely trusted. Not the best of them.
What's an atrocious sentiment, Holmes?
Don't be too late back, my dear Watson. I expect to hear something definite before the night's out.
The Four was one of the Sherlock Holmes stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. We're presenting it in 3 parts, and you have just been listening to part 2. My name is Norman Shelley. My friend Carlton Hobbs played the part of Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And, of course, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again very soon for the 3rd and last part of The Sign of the Four.
The BBC, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
He ready to part. He raises his hand.
I'm ready, Holmes. Action and danger were a frequent climax to the investigations of Sherlock Holmes. My name is Watson, Dr. Watson, and it was my privilege to share the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. First, let me refresh your memory concerning the case so far, and then I will tell you what happened in the end of The Sign of the Four. Sherlock Holmes and I were upon the track of Jonathan Small, the one-legged ex-convict responsible for the theft of the Agra treasure, which we were endeavoring to recover on behalf of our charming young client, Miss Mary Morstan. The scent had led us to the River Thames, upon which it seemed the thief and his mysterious accomplice were preparing to escape in the steam launch Aurora. After instructing his young Baker Street irregulars to find where this vessel at present lay, Holmes restlessly awaited the news that would lead to the resumption of the chase. Oh, here I am, Holmes. Anything happened?
Nothing yet, Watson. You're just in time to take over watch, though.
I say, what's the idea of the sailor outfit?
I'm off down the river, Watson. I've been turning it over in my mind, and I can see only one way out of it.
Well, surely I can come with you, then.
No. You can be much more useful if you remain here as my representative. Some message may come early in the morning. I want you to open all notes and telegrams and act on your own judgment. Can I rely on you?
Yes, certainly.
Well, get some sleep while you can. If we're in luck, you may have news of some sort before I get back.
Oh, very well, Holmes. I should be going with you, but best luck to you.
Here's your breakfast, Dr. Watson.
Ah, thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, and Mr. Anthony Jones is here to see you, sir.
Ah, come in, Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Watson. Mr. Sherlock Holmes is out, I understand.
Yes, he's been out all night, and I can't be sure when he'll be back. Take that chair and join me in a cup of coffee.
I don't mind if I do.
How's that? There you are. Now, may I know what brings you here so early?
Well, I got a wire from Mr. Holmes this morning.
Yes. What does he say?
Go to Baker Street at once. If I have not returned, wait for me.
Uh-huh.
I am close on the track of the Sholto gang. You can come with us if you want to be in at the finish.
Ah.
Sent from Poplar.
He's evidently picked up the scent again.
Ah, then he's been on a false chase too, has he? Well, even the best of us are thrown off course sometimes. This may prove to be a false alarm, you understand. But it's my duty as an officer of the law to allow no chance to slip. Isn't that someone come to the door? Ah, perhaps it's Mr. Holmes.
I say, who are you, my man? What do you mean coming in like...
Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes here?
No, but I'm acting for him. If you've a message for him, you can tell it to me.
It was to himself I was to tell it.
I tell you, I am acting for him. Was it about Mordecai Smith's boat?
Yes. I knows well where it is, and I knows where the men he's after are. And I knows where the treasure is.
Look here, my man.
It was to Mr. Sherlock Holmes I was to tell it.
Well, then you must wait for him.
No. I ain't going to lose a whole day to please no one.
Wait a bit, my friend. You have important information, and you're staying here whether you like it or not.
All right.
I think you might offer me some coffee, though.
Really?
I thought my disguise was pretty good, but I hardly expected it would stand that test.
Ah, you rogue. You would have made a rare actor. Those weak legs of yours would be worth, well, £10 a week on the stage. But I thought I knew the glint of your eye, though.
Oh, did you, Jones? Well, it's nice to get these whiskers and things off for a while. I've been working in that get-up all day. You see, a good many of the criminal classes begin to know me, especially since our friend Watson here took to publishing some of my cases. So I can only go on the warpath under some simple disguise like this. You got my wire, Jones?
That was what brought me here.
Here's a coffee, Holmes.
Ah, thank you. And how's your case prospered, Inspector?
I've had to release 2 of my prisoners, and there's no evidence against the other 2.
Never mind. We shall give you 2 hours in the place of them. But you must put yourself under my orders.
Oh, now, look here.
You are welcome to all the official credit, but you must act on the lines that I point out. I shall want a fast police boat to be at the Westminster Stairs at 7 o'clock this evening.
Well, that's easily managed.
Good. Then I shall want 2 good men in case of resistance.
There'll be 2 or 3 in the boat. What else?
When we secure the men, we shall get the treasure. I think it'll be a pleasure to my friend here to take the box round to the young lady to whom half of it rightfully belongs. Let her be the first to open it. Eh, Watson?
It will be a great pleasure to me, Holmes.
Rather an irregular proceeding. However, the whole thing is irregular. I suppose we must wink at it.
Exactly.
The treasure must be handed over to the authorities afterwards, until after the official investigation.
Certainly.
Is there anything else?
Only that I insist upon your dining with us before we set out.
Oh, well...
I have oysters and a brace of grouse with something a little choice in white wines. Watson, you never yet recognized my merits as a housekeeper. Oh, by the way, Watson.
Yes, Holmes.
You'd best clean that old service revolver of yours. It's as well to be prepared.
Tidy-looking craft.
Is there anything to mark her as a police boat?
Well, yes, that green lamp on the side.
Then take it off.
Oh, all right.
You can tell them to cast off now.
Right. Cast off? Yes, sir. Where to?
To the tower. Tell them to stop opposite Jacobson's yard.
Opposite Jacobson's yard. All right, sir.
Splendid craft. We ought to be able to catch anything.
Left that river steamer well behind us.
There aren't many launches to beat this, I can tell you.
Still, she'll need to be smart to catch the Aurora. She has a name for being a clipper. Now, I'll tell you how the land lies.
Yes?
Howard Small concealed the launch until he knew how the police inquiries were shaping. If I were in his shoes, I might hand her over to some boat repairer with directions to make a trifling change in her. She would then be removed to his shed or yard, and so be effectually concealed, while at the same time she'd be available again at a few hours' notice.
Yeah, that seems logical enough.
At Jacobson's yard, I learned that the Aurora had been handed over to them by a wooden-legged man with some trivial directions as to her rudder. At that moment, who should come down but Mordecai Smith, the missing owner?
But how did you recognize him?
Oh, he bellowed out his name and the name of his launch. I want her tonight, said he, at 8 o'clock sharp, for I've two gentlemen who won't be kept waiting. I was lucky enough to pick up one of my boys on the way, so I stationed him as a sentry over the launch. He used to stand at the water's edge and wave his handkerchief to us when they start.
I should have had a body of police in Jacobson Yard and arrest them when they came down.
Which would have been never. Eh? This man Small is a pretty shrewd fellow. If anything made him suspicious, he'd lie snug for another week.
If you might have stuck to Mordecai Smith, Holmes, he would have led you to their hiding place.
I think it's 100 to 1 against Smith knowing where they live. Why should he ask questions?
Well, there's Jacobson's Yard anyway. Where those masts are standing up.
Ah, yes, I see.
Ah, yes. Yes, I can see my sentry through these night glasses. There's no sign of a handkerchief yet.
Suppose we go downstream a short way and lie in wait for them.
It's 10 to 1 that they'll go downstream, but we can't be certain. It'll be a clear night and plenty of moon. Now, we must stay where we are. Will you give instructions, please?
Very well, as you say.
Look, Watson. See how the folks swarm over yonder in the gaslight?
Yes, they're coming from work in the yard.
Dusty-looking rascal. But do I see a handkerchief? There, surely there is a white flutter over yonder.
Yes, I can see it plainly.
Yeah, and there's the Aurora, and going like the devil. Full speed ahead, engineers. Make out to that launch for the yellow light. My heaven, I shall never forgive myself if she proves to have the heels of us.
She's very fast, Miss Holmes. I doubt we shall catch her.
We must catch her. Keep it on, Stoker. Make her do all she can. If we find the boom, we must have them. Hold it on, men. Hold it on. Get every pound of speed we can.
We're gaining a little.
I'm sure of it. We shall be up there in a very few minutes.
Confound it. That duck train on here. It's blundering straight in between. The Aurora will gain good 200 yards while we're dodging round.
We must have more speed. Hold it on, men. Keep it up.
Catching up on them again, Holmes. I can see them plainly now, can't you?
Yes, that old Smith's something close for his dear life.
Who's that in the stern?
No, he's busy. He seems to be waving his arms about. I've had some sport in my time, but nothing is up with.
What's that next little chap in the stern? Looks like a Newfoundland dog.
If I can tell.
We're getting close to the pumpkin marshes. Now we're really gaining on them. Look, see!
What?
That chap standing up on the stern. A wooden leg.
Oh, you're right, Holmes. That being next to him, he eats a little black man. I've never seen anything like him. Consider them a child. I'll give them a hand. He's too there. He's too in the name of the Lord.
Yes, Miss Holmes.
Mr. Jonathan Small, I fancy.
Ah, damn this mud.
I'll come quietly. Give me that. Well, Jonathan Small, I'm sorry that it's come to this. And so am I, Mr. Holmes. But I don't believe I can swing for the job. I give you my word, I never raised a finger against Mr. Sholto. It was that little hellhound Tonga who shot one of his darts into him. You're under the charge of Inspector Ethelned Jones of Scotland Yard. He's going to bring you up to my rooms, and I shall ask you for a true account of the matter. If you make a clean breast of it, I may be of use to you.
No, I shall never fear.
I think I can prove that the poison acted so quickly that the man was dead before ever you reached the room.
That he was, sir. You seem to know as much as if he'd been there.
Pity we didn't take that alive, but there was no choice.
All's well that ends well.
We'll be at Vauxhall Bridge presently. Dr. Watson.
Yes, Inspector?
I shall land you with the treasure box. It's most irregular, but an agreement's an agreement. And you shall take it round to the young lady yourself. Where's the key?
At the bottom of the river.
We've had work enough already from you. Well, Doctor, Miss Mawson might at least see her box. Bring it into the Baker Street as soon as you can.
Greatest of pleasure,
I heard a cab drive up. Huh? What news have you brought me?
I brought something better than news.
Oh?
I've brought you a fortune.
Is that the Agra treasure?
The great Agra treasure. Half of it is yours and half is Thaddeus Sholto's. You'll have a couple of 100,000 each. There'll be few young ladies in England richer than you.
If I have it, I owe it to you.
No, it's my friend Mr. Sherlock Holmes whom you mistake.
When do you sit down? No, here, beside me, and tell me all about it.
No, I have to get round to Baker Street with it as quickly as I can. I just got leave to bring it so that you should be the first to see it.
Where's the key, then?
It's been mislaid. The police will soon have it open.
You don't like to see into it now, Dr. Watson.
Well, I don't really think that would be...
Oh, but you can't treat a woman's curiosity in this way. Oh, come on, I insist.
The police might...
Oh, as part owner of the contents.
Would you really?
Of course. Now, what should we use?
Well, I say I think that's okay.
Well, you have my permission, Doctor.
Now then, get the end of it under the heart. Good. Now, use it as a lever.
Bravo! Well done.
And now, you must lift the lid.
Very well. No, I feel quite nervous. It's empty.
Thank God.
Why'd you say that?
Because it puts you within my reach. Because I love you. Mary, as truly as ever a man loved a woman. Because this treasure, these riches, sealed my lips. Now that they're gone, I can tell you how I love you. That's why I said, thank God.
Then I say, thank God too, John.
Whoever has lost the treasure this night, I know that I have gained one.
And did you say, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Inspector.
This is your doing, Small.
Yes. The only man is any right to it, says 3 men who are in the Andaman convict barracks and myself. And I know they'd have me do just what I done, rather than let it go to Kip or Kim or Sholto or Morskin.
Cut out that bragging. Where is it?
You'll find the treasure where the key is, and where little Tonga is.
In the river. You're deceiving us, Small. Why didn't you throw the box in as well?
The man that was clever enough to hunt me down is clever enough to pick an iron box from the bottom of the river. But trying to pick up what's scattered over 5 miles or so may be a harder job.
This is a very serious matter, Small. If you'd help justice instead of hindering us like this...
Justice? Talk about justice. Look how I earned that treasure. 20 long years in that fever-ridden swamp, chained up all night, bullied by every native guard who left to take it out of a white man.
You forget that we know nothing of all this. Until we've heard your story, we cannot tell how far justice may originally have been on your side.
Well, that's true, Mr. Holmes. Now, you've been very fair-spoken to me. If you want to hear my story, I'd no wish to hold it back. If you please.
Keep it short. I shall want it in full when we get to the station.
Very well. Well, it begins when I was 18 and soldiering in India with the 3rd Bat. A crocodile in the Ganges nipped off my right leg. With this piece of timber strapped to my stump, I was useless for anything active. But lucky for me, I got a good job as overseer on an indigo plantation. And that was all right till the mutiny. I got into Agra just before the siege closed it off. Well, to cut a long story short.
That's right. Get on with it.
I joined up with 3 Indians. And these were Abdullah Khan, Muhammad Singh, and Dos Akbar, in a bit of a plot to get some treasure off a refugee merchant. Mind, it wasn't none of my idea.
No, of course not.
They couldn't work it without me, and they put it to me at the point of a knife. Join them, or get them in. Well, I killed the merchant. I never touched him, mind. I hid the body in the fort. Well, there was no use dividing the treasure while we were under siege, so he had that too. I drew 4 plans of where it was, and we put the sign of the 4 of us at the bottom and swore that we should each always act for all.
Leave out the fine sentiments.
Well, the mutiny was broken, and we thought we were safe. But the merchant's body was found, and so now we were suspected. We were brought to trial. We all got penal servitude for life.
Wasn't the treasure found then?
Not a word of it came out at the trial. But there we were, shipped off to the Andamans to serve our time and worth a fortune we couldn't touch. Well, after a few years, I was put to dispensing for the surgeon. They gave me a little hut next to his quarters. Now, some of the officers used to come and play cards with him in the evenings. There was Major Sholto and Captain Morstan and some others. Well, I used to overhear them talking, and it pretty soon struck me that Major Sholto was falling in for some pretty big losses.
That was it.
And one evening I heard him say, "It's all up, Morstan. I'm a ruined man." So when the captain had walked off to his quarters, I nipped out and asked the Major if I could have his advice. "What about?" says he. "Oh, well, sir," I said, "I happen to know where $500,000 in hidden treasure lies. And I thought if I told the proper authorities, it might get my sentence shortened for me."
Get on with it.
I could see him think it over like. Well, the upshot of it is that he comes back next day with Captain Morstan and a little, what you might call, unofficial proposition.
You don't mean to say it.
Mind, I didn't betray my friends. We held a little meeting, the 3 Indians and the 2 officers and me, and it was decided Major Sholto would go to Agra and recover the treasure. Then he'd send a small yacht provisioned for a voyage. The Indians and I would get away in it. Captain Morstan would apply for leave to go to Agra, and we'd all meet there for a final share out of the treasure.
Say this way, Small, if this is a yarn you're spinning, I've never heard the like of it before. What do you say, Mr. Holmes?
I fancy we're hearing the truth. And you can guess what happened next. That villain Sholto went off to Agra, but he never came back. No yacht to fetch us, nothing.
Well, what else did you expect?
An officer's word, sir. If 4 convicts could keep faith with each other, then you might have thought that...
let's hear the rest of it.
From that day I lived only to escape and track down Sholto. But it was weary years before my time came. One day, a little Andaman Islander was picked up in the woods, sick nearly to death with fever. He was venomous as a young snake. But as I nursed him round, he took quite a fancy to me.
Was this Tonga?
That's right, sir. He was a plain boatman, and he owned a big, roomy canoe. He didn't need much talking into getting me away from that place. Well, we got to Singapore. From there, we wandered about the world until we reached England 3 or 4 years ago. I earned our living showing Tonga off at fairs as a cannibal. He used to eat raw meat and do a war dance. He was staunch and true, was little Tonga.
That's enough about him. Get back to Sholto.
It wasn't long before I found where he lived, but I was too late. We went to his place and looked through the window of his room. He was lying in bed with his sons at either side of him. Even as we watched him, he died. Well, I got into the room that night. I searched his papers, but there wasn't a line about where the treasure might be. And before I left, I thought of my poor Indian friends still back there in the Andamans. I wanted to leave our mark behind, so I scrawled down the sign of the 4 of us on a piece of paper, and I pinned it on him.
Oh, that explains that then, Holmes.
Yeah. Pray continue, Small. Well, after a while, I heard that the treasure had been found at the top of Pondicherry Lodge. Well, I couldn't hope to get up there, not with this leg, so I brought Tonga with me, with a long rope wound round his waist. He could climb like a cat. But as ill luck would have it, Bartholomew and Sholto was still in the room when Tonga got in. Little devil killed him with his blowpipe. Thought he'd done something very clever until I gave it to him with the rope's end. Anyway, there was nothing else to do but lower the jewels down, leave the sign of the floor on the table, and get away as quick as we could. And there you are, gentlemen. I told him all. And every word the truth, I swear.
A fitting wind-up to an extremely interesting case. There's nothing that told you to be in the latter part, except that you brought your own rope. That I didn't know. By the way, I had hoped that Tonga had lost all his dart, yet he managed to shoot one at us in the boat. I have it here.
Did you find that, Holmes?
You'll examine your hat when you have a moment, my dear Watson. I managed to pick it out without your noticing.
Well, sir, he did lose them all, except the one he had in the blowpipe ready, do you see?
Ah, of course.
Well, Mr. Holmes, you're a man to be humoured, but duty's duty. I feel more at ease when we have our storyteller here safe under lock and key. All right, I shan't make any trouble. Of course, you'll both be wanted at the trial. Good night, dear. Good night, gentlemen both. Good night.
Well, Holmes. There's the end of our little drama. Thank you, Watson.
Well, good help.
And to you.
I'm afraid it may be the last chance I shall have of studying your methods, Holmes.
Oh? Why, sir?
Miss Morstan has done me the honour to accept me as a prospective husband.
I feared as much. I really cannot congratulate you.
Any reason to be dissatisfied with my choice?
Oh, not at all. I think she's one of the most charming young ladies I've ever met. But love is an emotional thing. And whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason which I place above all things. I should never marry myself lest I bias my judgment.
I trust my judgment may survive the ordeal. You're weary, Holmes.
Yes.
The reaction is already upon me.
I shall be as limp as a rag for a week.
Strange how terms of what in another man I should call laziness alternate with your fits of splendid energy and vigor.
Yes. Remind me the makings of a very fine loafer. And also of a pretty surprise,
The Sign of the Four is one of the stories of Sherlock Holmes written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. And now you know how it ended. My name, my real name, is Norman Shelley. My friend, Carlton Hobbs, played Sherlock Holmes, and I was Dr. Watson. Wedding bells are ringing for me now, it seems. Michael Hardwick wrote the script for this BBC production from London. And need I say, I look forward to the pleasure of your company again, and soon, for more of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Have you got him to sleep?
Yes.
Oh, they look so lovely like that in their prams, like little cherubims. It's like little cherubims. Should it be covered up as much as that, dear?
Yes.
Won't it get too hot?
He likes it hot.
Oh. Well, I think we're all ready for them. John's on his way, you say?
Yes.
I'm glad you could come this afternoon. Colin really will appreciate that, I'm sure. Seeing us all. Paul should be home soon. I think he's playing his squash again.
Oh.
Him and his squash. It used to be tennis. Now he's squash mad. Squash, squash, squash. Excuse me. Oh, no! Oh, I've been shot. Oh, don't laugh. Oh, how's Gordon? Oh, not too bad. Poor little thing lying there with his face as white as a sheet. Poor thing. He looks dreadful. Oh, hello, Evelyn.
Hello.
Oh, look who's here. Oh, little baby Walter.
Wayne.
What?
It's Wayne. His name's Wayne.
Walter.
Oh, I thought it was Walter.
Marge, honestly, you can't have a baby called Walter.
Well, I don't know. Somebody must have done. Oh, look. Oh, look at his skin. It's a lovely skin, Evelyn.
Thank you.
It's beautiful skin. Hello, baby Wayne. Hello, Wayne.
Marge, she's just got him to sleep.
Oh, ticky, ticky, ticky. Oh, they're lovely when they're asleep.
Yes.
Oh, he looks just like his daddy. Looks like John.
It's a shame about Gordon. Gordon's ill, Evelyn. He can't come.
No, he's finally got it. It's been going round and round for months. I knew he'd get it eventually. He was perfectly all right last night, then he woke up this morning and he'd got it.
You all right, Evelyn?
Fine.
Where are you off to, then?
To the lavatory.
Oh, I see. Beg your pardon. Dear. Oh, I'm right glad to see you.
Oh, why's that?
She's been here for ages.
Who'd you... Oh, yes, Miss Chatterbox.
I know she's been up to something. I don't trust her. I never did.
How do you mean?
I know that girl's been up to something.
Oh, you mean...
She
with...
and Paul. I know they have. Well, she's not saying anything. Why should she?
No.
I know Paul, you see. I know he's with someone. I'm sure it's her. Look, he came home, went straight upstairs and washed his shirt through the other night. I said, what's got into you? And he said, well, what's wrong with me washing my shirt? I said, you've never washed anything in your life. He said, well, we all have to start sometimes. I said, lovely. Lovely, but why do you have to start doing it in the middle of the night for?
Right.
He had no answer to that at all. Nothing. He just stood there with it dripping all over the floor.
Well, why don't you talk it over with him?
We haven't talked for years. Not really. Now he's had his own way and sent the children off to school. There's even less to talk about. So I don't know why he wanted them at boarding school, and neither of them happy. I know they're not. You should see the letters they write.
Dear, well, I don't know what to say. Boogie, boogie. Hello, Walter.
Wayne.
Hello.
Oh, don't for God's sake wake him up. He's been bawling his head off half the afternoon. I don't think she feeds him properly.
Oh, he looks nice and chubby.
Doesn't look all there to me.
Dad! Oh, hello, Evelyn.
Find everything?
Fine.
Good. You know, it'll be funny seeing Colin again. 3 years.
Well, I only knew him slightly. He was Gordon's friend, really.
Yes. It's a pity he'll miss Colin.
What exactly happened to this fiancée of his? Did she just die?
Drowned.
Drowned? Oh.
In the sea.
Oh.
Oh, we knew him very well, you know. He and Paul were inseparable. And then Colin's job moved him away, and he used to write to us occasionally.
Yes.
Then he wrote, and he said he'd met this Carol girl, and they wouldn't get married. Oh, it was a great surprise to us, because we always said he'd never let anything get that far. And the next thing we heard, she drowned.
No.
So I said to Paul, we'd better invite him over. I mean, we're still his friends. I doubt if he's got anywhere he is now, because it takes him ages to get to know people. And then I thought, well, it might be awkward. Embarrassing.
Yes.
Knowing what to say to him. Just Paul and me. And since he knew Gordon and you slightly, and John, well, he doesn't know Evelyn, of course. I thought it would be nice if we just had a little tea party for him to meet his friends.
Well, you know me. I'm bound to say the wrong thing, so shut me up or I'll put my foot in it. Was she young?
Who?
His fiancée.
Carol. About his age, I think.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yes. Oh, what are you reading, dear?
Nothing.
Oh, what is it?
Your happiness is keeping that man in your life happy. 12 tips by a woman psychiatrist.
Oh, we can all learn from that.
Tip number 1, send him off in the morning with a smile. How many of us first thing just don't bother to make that little extra effort? Have you ever graced the breakfast table without a comb through your hair? Go on, admit it, of course you have. You're only human. Or done that little extra something to take the shine off your early morning nose. No wonder he escapes behind his paper.
I must read that.
Go on, live a little and give him the surprise of his life.
Yes, it's lovely, Evelyn.
Make yourself into his news of the day. You'll live with him till the evening. Tip number 2. Go on, pamper yourself with a full beauty treatment.
Yes, thank you, Evelyn.
Well,
that's lovely. I'll read it later.
We can all learn something from that.
I'm not doing that for my bloody husband. He can stuff it.
Well, I'd hate to drown. I don't mind anything else. Poison, hanging, shooting. That's never worried me, but... Oh, I'd hate to drown. Oh, you look so awful afterwards.
Now, we mustn't get morbid. Now, we're here to cheer Colin up when he comes.
That's true.
I know it all happened 2 months ago now, but he's bound to be a bit down. We mustn't let him dwell on it.
No, you're quite right.
Did you see my shoes anywhere? Oh. Hello there.
Hello, Paul.
Mother's meeting, is it? How are you then, Ma?
Oh, very well, thank you.
How about you, Evelyn? Keeping fit?
Yes.
What's that you've got over in the pan there? Tomorrow's dinner?
No.
Oh, I thought it was tomorrow's dinner. Right, well, I'll leave you ladies to it if you don't mind. Got things to do upstairs.
Don't be too long, will you, dear?
What do you mean?
I mean, don't stay up there too long.
Well, no, I've just got a bit of work to do, that's all.
Well, tea will be in a minute. You'll be down for that.
No, you don't want me down here.
You must come down for tea. Colin's coming.
Colin who?
You know Colin.
Oh, that Colin. Is he?
Oh, don't be so stupid. You know he is. I told you.
Did you?
I arranged it a fortnight ago.
You never told me.
And I reminded you this morning.
Didn't tell me.
This morning I told you.
Excuse me, you did not tell me he was coming this morning. You did not tell me anything this morning. I was out before you were up. Look, I've got a lot of work to do upstairs.
Paul, you can't do that. Colin is coming. He is your friend. You can't just go upstairs.
Excuse me, he is not a friend of mine. He was never a friend of mine.
How can you
I
say
just
that?
happen to know him, that's all. Now, you'll just have to say to him when he comes that you were sorry, I had no idea he was coming, nobody told me, and that I had a lot of work to do upstairs.
You cannot do that. You've got no work to do.
That's it. No more. Look, I'm not going on with it. I'm just going upstairs. I don't want to hear any more about it. I've a lot of work to do. Excuse me, please.
I told him Colin was coming. I told him over breakfast while he was eating his cereal. I told him. He always does this. Every time I spent ages getting this ready.
Well, it's all right, darling.
It's not all right. He's always doing this. He does it all the time. I told him, especially.
Oh, dear. Evelyn, could I have a word with you?
What?
I want you to answer me something perfectly honestly.
What?
Have you been having a love affair with Paul?
No.
Truthfully?
I said no.
Oh. Well, that's all right then.
We did it in the back of his car the other afternoon, but I wouldn't call that a love affair.
You and Paul did?
Yeah.
Oh, how disgusting.
Wasn't very nice.
Oh, and you have the nerve to come and sit in her house.
She asked me. Oh. She needn't worry. I'm not likely to do it again. He'd just been playing squash. He was horrible.
Diana knows about this, you know.
Then he must have told her. I didn't.
She's not a fool. She put two and two together. He didn't want you to come here at all this afternoon. That's a sure sign of a guilty conscience.
Most probably because he doesn't like me very much.
He liked you well enough to...
Not after what I said to him.
What did you say?
I said, thank you very much. That was about as exciting as being made love to by a sack of clammy cement, and would he kindly drive me home?
Well, that wasn't a very nice thing to say.
He's horrible.
Oh, what a thing to say.
Horrible. Worse than my husband, and that's saying a lot.
Poor John. God help him being married to you.
Why?
Well, really.
They all think they're experts with women. None of them are, usually. And by the time they are, most of them aren't up to it anymore.
Oh, you speak for yourself.
I am. I've tried enough of them to know.
Your husband will catch up with you one of these days.
He knows.
He knows?
Nothing he can do.
Oh. Does he know about you and Paul?
Probably. He's not going to complain.
Why not?
Well, he relies on Paul for business, doesn't he? Without Paul, he's in trouble. Business before pleasure. That's John's motto.
Sounds as if it's yours as well.
There's not much pleasure to be had round in this place, is there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I find your attitude quite disgusting. Heartless, cruel, and disgusting. Oh, poor little child. If only he knew. Poor little Walter. Oh, you're just a heartless little tart. Gookie, gookie, gookie. one of us had better answer that, hadn't we?
Yes.
Oh, I suppose it had better be me.
That was the doorbell, wasn't it?
Oh, was it? Yes, we thought we heard it.
What if it's Colin? I don't know what I'm going to say if it is.
You see what you've done?
Beg your pardon?
To them. To Paul and her. See the atmosphere between them, all you're doing.
Me?
Who else?
You really want to know who else?
I hope you realise that.
If you really want to know who else, you'd better pass me the phone book. He's halfway through the yellow pages by now. If it moves, he's on to it.
Hello, hello.
Hello, John.
You took your time.
Why, it's only 20 past.
You took your time.
Yes.
Where's Di gone to?
Oh, don't know. Upstairs, I think.
Oh.
No calling yet?
Oh, no, not yet.
Well, hope he hurries it up. Then we can get it over with.
I thought he was supposed to be a friend of yours.
Well, he was, yes.
Sounds like it.
Well, I haven't seen him for years. Anyway, I don't know what to say to him. I didn't know this girl of his. I mean, it's difficult.
I don't think he'll want to talk about Carol.
No?
I shouldn't think so. He'll want to forget.
Oh, I hope so. I hate death. Gives me the creeps.
Get on.
Well, it does.
You.
I get all... Oh, well, don't talk about it.
Death.
Shut up.
I hope they come down before he arrives.
Disgraceful. On a Saturday afternoon, whatever next. I got that fuel gauge. 90p off it. It had a loose wire. I told the girl it was 40. She didn't know any better. 90p. Got a wing mirror for 30. Had a screw missing off it. Got one of those round the corner and he let me have some interior carpet for nothing. He was throwing it away. Not a bad day's work, eh?
Great.
Well, you're the one who wanted carpet in the car. Can't I do anything right?
I just know you. It won't fit when you get it in.
It'll fit.
No, it won't, because you got it cheap.
It'll fit.
Nothing you ever get for us is quite right. I've got a vacuum cleaner with elastic bands holding on the attachments because you got them cheap off another model.
Oh, come
I've got
on.
an electric mixer I can't use because it flings the food halfway up the bloody wall.
It's only because it's got the wrong bowl. That's all. Only the bowl's wrong.
Then why haven't we got the right bowl?
Well, I'm trying to get hold of one. They're scarce.
But it never did have the right bowl.
Well, I know it didn't. I mean, how do you think I got it cheap in the first place?
Oh, I give up.
You're just a troublemaker. You're put up. Go, bing, bing, bing.
Oh, get away!
Here's Di. Had a good time up there?
Is Paul coming down?
I have no idea. No idea at all. I've done my best. I have now given up. Most probably it will be left to us, in which case we'll have to cope with Colin on our own, won't we?
Well, without Paul?
Apparently he's far too busy to see his so-called best friend.
Oh, if Paul's not going to be here, it's going to be a big... I am here.
Oh. So we see.
That's what you wanted, wasn't it?
I'm not so sure.
Well, make up your mind. I'll go upstairs again. Paul, could we have a quick word about Eastfield, do you think?
Not just at the moment, if you don't mind.
It's just that if I got your okay, I could go ahead with the order.
Look, I'm not in a mood to talk about Eastfield just at the moment, John. We're having this riotous tea party. Rude to talk business over tea. I don't know what we're going to talk to this fellow about, I'm sure. We haven't seen him for 3 years. I don't even know his girl's name.
Carol.
Well, that's something. I mean, I can't see what good this is going to do for him, coming round here talking to us about it.
He probably won't want to.
Then what else is there to talk about? It's just embarrassing, isn't it?
What's embarrassing? Somebody you've known for a long time loses someone very dear to them. Seems natural to ask them round and comfort them a little.
Perhaps that'll comfort you'll get here.
Oh, we can try. It'll only be for an hour.
As long as he doesn't start talking about death, I don't mind. If he starts on about death or dying, I'm off.
I don't know why you came.
Well, like Di says, it's friendly.
You don't like him.
Colin? Oh, I didn't mind him.
You said you didn't like him.
I didn't mind him.
I didn't like him.
You went round with him enough.
I did not.
You used to come round to our house every Friday and Saturday. You and him. We used to call you the flower pot men.
He would follow me.
And Colin always went off with my sister Barbara.
I was stuck with you.
But if you really fancied Barbara, I'm surprised you didn't go off with her. You had a chance.
No, forget that I said it.
Why didn't you?
Look, would you all please witness? I did not start this conversation.
Answer me that.
You're all witnesses. Thank you.
Well, you fancied her that much.
God.
Never mind. You're making up for it now, aren't you?
What do you mean by that?
Now, Di.
I said you're making up for it now, aren't you, dearest? With your other little...
Why don't we all have a cup of tea now? Wouldn't that be a nice I fear.
No. I want that last remark explained, if you don't mind.
Now, Paul.
Never mind.
All my other what?
Now, Di!
You
Paul!
know.
All my other what? Look, I want to hear the rest of that
You
sentence.
know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Di,
I have not the slightest idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sure Evelyn has. I'll tell
Di, Paul.
Where are you going, Evelyn?
I'm taking Wayne into the
What are you
garden.
dragging Evelyn into this for?
If anyone has dragged Evelyn into this, it's you.
I don't know what you're talking about, but somebody kindly tell me what she's talking
You
about.
know bloody well what I'm talking about. I'm talking about you and her, you bastard.
Look, if you say things like that, you've got to prove them.
I don't have to. I know.
The woman's hysterical. Now listen, Di.
Oh, don't come near me.
I mean, seriously, how can a man live with a woman like that?
Where
are you going?
I'm taking Wayne into the garden. How can you stand there looking so damned innocent?
Listen, if you could tell me what I'm being accused of, I could perhaps answer you.
Oh, I think that's the doorbell.
Would you listen just a minute? Get a grip on yourself, Di.
What?
Colin, here, now, at the door.
Oh, no.
Di, come back.
Oh, shall I let him in?
Would you mind, Marge?
Yes.
You seem to be the calmest among us. Did you tell her?
Who? Di. What about?
What about Evelyn and me?
I didn't. I mean, why should I? I mean, as we said, it was just one of those things, wasn't it?
Right.
Wouldn't happen again.
Certainly not.
There you are. We'd settled it, haven't we?
Did Evelyn tell Di?
I don't think so.
I can't see why she would.
Well, no reason at all. It's just one of those things, wasn't it? I'm not bitter. It was a bit of a shock when she told me, but I'm not bitter.
Well, somebody told her, didn't they? Somebody told her.
Here he is.
Paul!
Colin! My old mate.
Great
How are
to
you?
see you. John? Hello, Cole. Oh, it's good to see you both. How are you?
Great.
Fine. Where are the girls, then? Where are the girls?
Oh, Di's just out in the kitchen,
Doing her stuff?
Yes, more or less. And Evelyn's with the baby.
Hey, yes, you've got a baby. Right. Boy or girl? A boy, Wayne, 4 months. Fantastic. That's what you always wanted, didn't you? I always remember that. When the 4 of us used to get together, you know, you, me, Gordon, Port. Now, what was it Gordon wanted to be? A cricketer, wasn't he? And you always used to say, I just want to get married and have a son. Right. Fantastic. Congratulations. Oh, sorry to hear about Gordon, Marge. He's ill, you say?
Oh, I'm afraid so.
Oh, poor old Gordon. He has all the luck. He wasn't feeling too well when I left, was he? That's right. He was sick at the farewell party.
Something he ate.
Out of my way! Out of my way! Do you remember? We were all sitting there, quietly talking, and then, out of my way! Out of my way! Rushing about the room, everybody scattering for cover. He flings open the door and throws up in the broom cupboard. Nothing serious, I hope.
Oh, no. He always looks worse than he is. I don't think he's quite at death's door yet.
Good.
I'll see you in a minute.
Right. Oh, this is all right, this place, isn't it, eh? Very nice indeed. How long have you had the house, Paul?
Nearly 2 years.
Now we know where the money's going. I'd settle for this. Wouldn't you, John? Yes. I'd settle for this. Yes.
How are you feeling, Colin?
Oh, pretty fair. Lost a bit of weight lately, that helps. Yes. What's your wife's name again, John? I forget before I meet her. Evelyn. Evelyn, that's it. Di did write and tell me. I forgot. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I forget it myself sometimes.
Forget it. She's not local, though, is she?
Oh, no. She's got relatives.
Ah. Will I approve, do you think? Huh? Do you think I'll approve of her?
Well, yes, hope so.
She all right, is she, Paul? This Evelyn of his, has he done all right for himself, would you say?
Oh, yes. Yes, he's done all right.
John could always pick 'em.
Yes.
Excuse me, we're just brewing up. Now, Di wants her handbag a minute. Is it, oh, yes. I won't be a minute.
She hasn't changed. We used to have a name for her, didn't we? When Gordon first took her out.
Yeah, I don't remember.
It was, can you, John?
No, something I can't remember.
It was Beetle or Spider or something. I'll remember. It'll come to me.
You're looking well, Paul.
I feel well. You look it. I'm not too early, am I?
No.
Yes, you've certainly done all right for yourself, haven't you, Paul?
Oh, now and again.
Everything he touches. I bet. You two still fairly thick, I take it?
Oh, well, you know,
When our paths cross, we do each other the odd favour.
Generally one way.
Oh, come on.
Well, usually.
Yes, usually. Not always, but usually.
He's still the worst bloody salesman in the country. I'm the only one who'll buy his rotten stuff. I've got about 500 cans of his rubbish. Can't give it away.
What is it?
Cat food, so-called. I mean, that's what they call it. I never met a cat yet who could eat it and live. It's rubbish. I wouldn't give it to a dog.
You could try it on Gordon. No, seriously, for a moment, Paul. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. That particular line of ours isn't selling so well. It's not so much content, it's packaging. Now, they just brought out this new line.
Go on. They've discovered the antidote.
No, seriously, Paul.
Not now.
No, seriously, one word.
Seriously, John, no.
Oh, you'll be sorry.
Excuse me a minute. Just want to fetch my comb. The dye. Oh, where did I, Oh, yes.
The stick insect.
What? Nothing. We won't be a minute. This is the dye. Comb for her hair. Excuse me.
I'm still at the bank, Colin?
Yes, still at the bank.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes.
Hello, Colin. I'm so sorry.
Hello, darling.
Oh, it was so nice you could come. It really was. Now, you know Marge, of course.
Yes.
But you won't know Evelyn. This is John's Evelyn.
Oh, how do you do? I didn't notice you.
Been in the garden.
Heard a lot about you.
Oh, yes. Who from?
Sit down, Colin.
Thank you, Di.
Let me give you some tea. Sit down, everyone. John, dear. Do sit down.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Do you work at all, Evelyn, or does the baby take up all your time?
No.
She works some days. Oh, yes. Where's that?
Part-time cashier at the Roll Arena.
Oh, is that interesting?
No.
Could you pass these round? Paul?
Sure.
Remember you liked it strong, Colin.
Oh, lovely.
You like yours fairly weak, don't you, Marge?
Oh, yes, please. But don't drown it.
Do you know what my biggest regret is?
What's that, Colin?
That none of you ever met Carol.
Who?
Carol, my ex-fiancée. She was drowned, you know.
Oh, yes. I know.
I wished you'd met her.
Yes. I think I can speak for all of us. Colin, when I say how very sorry we were to hear about your loss, as I hope you realise we're your friends and, well, we didn't know Carol. None of us had the pleasure of meeting her. We feel that in a small way your grief is our grief. After all, in this world we are all, to some extent, we're all... what's the word?
Joined.
No.
Related.
Combined? No, dependent.
That's what I said.
You didn't. You said joined or something.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? Joined, dependent. I mean,
we are
the same,
all
isn't it?
dependent in a way for our own. And, well, I'm sorry. I've forgotten what I was going to say now. I hope you understand what I meant anyway.
Thank you.
Oh, well, that got that over with anyway. Any more tea, anyone?
Oh, give us a chance. What's that?
No. Wait there. No, you all wait there. Wait there. Can't be a sec.
Where's he gone?
Oh, I don't know.
Is he all right?
I didn't upset him, did I?
No, it was lovely.
I'll have a look. Shall I?
Would you, John?
What did you want to get onto that for?
What?
Well, all that going on about grief and so on.
I only
Look, they're supposed to be cheering him up. He didn't want to listen to that.
It had to be said.
Oh, you have to say it.
He obviously didn't want to be reminded of it, did he? I mean, there was no need at all. We were all getting along perfectly happy.
You can't sit here and not say anything about it.
He's gone out the front door.
Oh, where to?
His car, I think. He's getting something out of the back.
He's probably going to hang himself with his toe rope up, and she said.
He seemed perfectly recovered, very cheerful. I thought someone should say something.
Cheerful? You could see that was only skin deep.
I couldn't.
Well, I was talking to him in here. I mean, you could tell. He's living on his nerves. On a knife edge. You could tell, couldn't you, John?
He seemed quite cheerful.
He could snap like that. Any minute. Same with anyone in this situation. I mean,
I've never seen him quite so cheerful.
Exactly. Well, all the signs are there. The last thing he wanted to do was to talk about this fiancé of his. It's a known fact. People never want coming back. Not another word about it. Just keep it cheerful. And for God's sake, Evelyn, try and smile just for once.
Sorry, I forgot to bring these in. It's some photos. You can see what she looked like.
Of her?
Yes, I thought you'd like to.
Oh.
Yes, there's one or two quite good ones. Thought you might like to see them. Now, of course, if you'd rather...
No.
She was very photogenic. Now, look, shall I sit here next to you, Di?
Oh.
And then I can write now then. Yes, now, look, these are some loose ones I haven't stuck in yet. They're the most recent. Can I give those to you, Marge? I think they're mostly on holiday, those.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, these are mostly at home in the garden at her house.
Oh, is this her? Oh, she is lovely, Colin. Wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh. There she is again. That's with her mum.
Oh, that's nice. Was that her house?
No, that's the back of the Natural History Museum, I think. Yes.
Well, I was going to say.
Went there at Easter.
Oh.
There. Oh.
Oh, look, John, with that little dog, see?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was her mother's.
Oh, sweet little dog.
I like that handbag.
Yes, that's her again. Bit of a saucy one. It's not very good, though. The sun's the wrong way.
Oh, I wish I had a figure like that. It's so nice you brought them, Colin.
Oh, yes.
And it's nice, too, that you can look at them without,
Oh, no, it doesn't upset me. Not now.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Well, I was upset at the time, you know.
Naturally.
Yeah, but after that, well, it's a funny thing about somebody dying. You never know till it actually happens how it's going to affect you. I mean, we all of us think about death at some time, I suppose, all of us. Either our death or somebody else's death. After all, it's one of the few things we have all got in common, isn't it, John?
Yes.
Sit down, John.
And I suppose when I first met Carol, it must have passed through my mind, what would I feel like if I did lose her? And I just couldn't think. I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine my life going on without her.
No.
And then it happened. All of a sudden, one afternoon, all over. She was caught in this undercurrent. There was nothing anybody could do. I wasn't even around. They came and told me. And for about 3 weeks after that, I couldn't do anything at all.
Of course.
Nothing. I just lay about, thinking, remembering. And then, all of a sudden, it came to me that if my life ended there and then, by God, I'd have a lot to be grateful for.
Grateful for?
I mean, first of all, I'd been lucky enough to have known her. Now, I don't know if you've ever met a perfect person, but that's what she was. The only way to describe her. And I'd had the love of a perfect person.
Perfect person.
And that's something I can always be grateful for, even if for nothing else. And then I thought, what the hell am I talking about? My whole life's been like that. All through my childhood, the time I was growing up, all the time I lived here, I have had what a lot of people would probably give their right arm for. Friends. Real friends like John, Paul, Gordon, and Di. So one of the things I just wanted to say, Di, Paul, Marge, John, Evelyn, and to Gordon if he was here, is that I'm not bitter about what happened. Because I've been denied my own happiness, I don't envy or begrudge you yours. Just want you to know that. Despite everything that happened, in a funny sort of way, I too am very happy. I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
No, I don't think
she went to get the...
Oh, you know, Di, Colin.
Yes, sorry.
No.
I'll pack up the photos. I didn't realise...
No, it's...
Well, yes, it can be upsetting. I didn't realise. I bet I know what the trouble is, Paul.
What?
Di's been overdoing it again, hasn't she? That was always her trouble. She flings herself into whatever she does, heart and soul. Yes. I mean, remember her with that jumble sale? I've still got this picture of her standing there in the middle of all these old clothes, crying her heart out. Remember that?
Yes.
I mean, look at this tea. Whoever saw a tea like that?
Any chance of a sandwich?
Oh, yes, I suppose we better... John, would you like to pass these round, dear?
Yes.
Here, we've got some plates.
No, it's all right, I'll...
Yes, is that all the photographs?
Yes. Here you are, Colin.
Oh, thank you.
We'd all love to have another look at them later.
Right. Yes, well, possibly. I
hope Di's all right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, she'll be fine. Fine. Well, she's very sensitive.
Oh, yes. I think that's what makes her a wonderful person, you know.
Yes. I think we could all learn from her example. She's so loyal and trusting.
Yes. She's got a lot of the qualities Carol had in that respect. You're a lucky man, Paul.
Yes.
Talking of Carol, it's an odd thing, you know. Well, I'm sure this is fairly common. I mean, you read about it happening, but there are times when I feel that she's still around somewhere, some part of her spirit or whatever you call it.
Oh.
She could be in this room at this moment. Odd, isn't it?
Well, it does happen to people. My Aunt
I mean, I
Angela...
know for certain in my mind that she's dead. There's no doubt that she's dead. I saw her lying there dead with my own eyes.
Excuse me.
All right, John.
Yeah, I'm just going to see if Di's all right.
Oh.
Good old John. He still can't sit still, can he?
No.
You took on a real live wire there, Evelyn.
Oh, yes.
How do you manage to keep up with him?
I don't bother.
You'll have to get up early in the morning to catch John.
I do every morning. He doesn't wake up at all unless I wake him.
Oh, well, that's marriage.
How do you know?
Well, I mean...
What?
Don't be so...
What?
Oh, never mind.
How long have you known Carol, Colin?
Oh, just over a year. 14 months, 23 days.
Ah, well, time would have told.
Oh, what?
I mean, well, to be fair, you haven't time really to get to know her. Not really.
I think I knew Carol better than I've ever known anybody before or since, Paul.
Oh, well, yes, I'm sure.
So sorry.
Oh, darling.
Everyone, I just wanted to make sure I turned the gas off. Now, this is the cream for the trifle afterwards.
Oh,
if anyone wants any. I've left that out there in the cool till we've cleared away some of this. Oh, good. You've started the sandwiches.
Oh, yes, I hope you didn't.
No, there to be eaten.
Oh. I'm very sorry, Di, if I upset you.
No, Colin. No, not at all. John's outside checking on the baby, Evelyn.
Oh.
He thought one of you should. He's wonderful with that baby, Colin. You should see him.
Oh, I bet.
Does all the things a mother should, and better.
You all right, Evelyn?
Eh?
Anything the matter? You seem a bit down.
No.
Just her manner.
You'll get used to it eventually.
Do you know something, Evelyn? I'm talking off the top of my head now because I've only just met you. I don't really know you, but I think Paul will back me on this, won't you, Paul? What? I've always had this knack, gift, if you like, I suppose you could call it, for being able to sum people up pretty quickly. Now, I could be wrong, as I say, this is straight off the top, but I would say, just from the brief time I've had to study you, I would say something's bothering you. Right or wrong?
Right.
Ah, there you are. Now, I'm going to go a bit further, and I warn you, I'm going to stick my neck out and say one of your worries is John, right?
Amazing.
No, not altogether. You see, I think I know what it is. Excuse me, everyone, I'm just putting Evelyn straight.
Oh.
Right? Now, number one, John is a very high-powered individual. Can't sit still, always on the move. Now, we all know him in this room very well, probably better than you do, Evelyn. You see, we've known him for years. He's an extrovert, good brain, clever, wonderful with his hands. The sort of fella, if you're in trouble, it's John you go to. John is number one, never let you down, the bee's knees. But, and there's a big but, and I think everyone here will agree with this, Marge, Di, Paul, Gordon, if he was here, that we, every one of us, have always said about John, God help the woman he marries.
Yeah.
Because every day of their lives together, she is going to have to get used to the fact that John is going to be the driver, while she is going to have to spend most of her life in the back seat. So, my advice is, don't let your personality, because I can see there's a lovely personality hiding under there, don't let that get buried away. Because he won't thank you for it in the end. Nobody will. Get in the habit of giving yourself to people, if you know what I mean, and you'll get a lot more back, believe me. I'm a giver. Well, it's natural, how I was born. Nothing virtuous about it per se. Just the way I'm made. Others have to work at it. Carol was another giver. She'd give you everything. Everything she had.
True.
Sorry, I'm preaching. I can feel it. Sorry, Evelyn. Beg your pardon. I just happen to be an expert on John, that's all. I'm an expert on Paul here as well. Shall I tell you about Paul?
No, thanks.
No, better not. Then he gets embarrassed.
Yes, another sandwich, everyone.
Oh, Toff. Oh, John, just been talking about you.
Well, who has?
Him, mainly.
Me, mainly.
Oh.
Yes, now we know, don't we, everyone?
We certainly do.
Memory test.
Oh.
Do you remember, does anyone remember that last time we were all together like this? I mean, as a group. If you count Gordon and don't count Evelyn. Does anyone remember?
No, when would that have been?
Dick's anniversary.
No, months after that.
I give up.
But do the words stately home remind you of anything?
Stately home, you mean that place?
That place, yes.
Oh, grief.
The one day of the year we chose.
And it was closed.
Oh, that was dreadful.
Proper waste of petrol.
And then the rain.
Oh, that rain!
And that was the day I lost that glove.
That's it, yes. And then Gordon lost the convoy. Oh, we were driving up here, down there, trying to find you.
It was all right for you. We were sitting in that lay-by for 2 hours while you were seeing the countryside.
Yes, but it was a marvellous day, wasn't it?
Was it?
Oh, it was a great laugh. Sorry, Evelyn, this must be very boring for you, love.
Yes.
Remember that fabulous picnic?
All I remember is running from one car to the other in the rain with a thermos flask.
And we found that great place for tea.
Were they overcharged?
Yes, it was great. I'll always remember that.
Yes.
What a marvellous day that was.
I suppose so.
Oh, you missed something there, Evelyn.
Sounds like it.
Poor old Gordon, lying in bed while we're scoffing ourselves.
Yes, shame.
Now, Gordon's the opposite to John, isn't he? He's what, shy? I'd call him shy, wouldn't you, Marge?
Well, sometimes, yes. Yes, I suppose he has been.
Big men are like that. They're always shy.
I'm not shy.
You're not very big.
I'm fairly big.
You're not as big as Gordon.
Nobody's as big as Gordon.
That's because I feed him. When his stomach's not playing him up.
Gordon was famous for his appetite.
Oh, he still is. I like a man with an appetite.
There you are, you see. 2 more satisfied customers.
What?
Sorry, no, I was just remembering something.
What?
It was just something that me and Carol... wouldn't interest you.
Oh, go on.
No.
Go on. We want to hear about it.
Well, just one of those fantastic moments, you know?
Oh.
It was, when we first knew each other, and, I forgot where it was now. I think we were walking across the common. There was nobody about, and she suddenly turned to me and she said, Colin, I think I'm ready to let you kiss me now. I'd like that very much. Would you please?
Oh.
And after I'd kissed her, I remember I was over the moon, literally. You should have seen me. I was singing and dancing and leaping about all over that common.
Oh,
yuck. No, come on. I want all of these sandwiches eaten up, or I won't cut the cake.
Oh, a cake.
If you've got any left, I'll take it home to Gordon in a bag.
Oh, my God.
It's a wonderful spread, Di. Really wonderful. Right up to standard.
Thank you.
Di's tea's famous.
Oh.
I remember having a few of those over the years, don't you, Paul?
Right.
Remember when we used to go round to tea to Di and her sister Barbara's?
Oh, yes.
Look, he's shy. He's gone shy. Big men, told you. Tell her about the serviette. Go on.
Shut up.
All right, I'll tell them. We used to go round to tea, you see, to their house. Did I ever tell you this, John?
I don't think so. Colin, would you...
Shut up, Paul. I want to hear.
We want to hear, yes.
Well, I think it was, practically the first time we went round to Barbara, Di and her mother's for tea. And Paul was, he was sweating, literally sweating all the way there. He kept saying, what am I going to say to her? This was to Di.
Oh.
And when we got there, the girls and their mother had laid out this tea, all properly, serviette, everything correct.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling them.
Shut up, Paul.
Anyway, the first thing that happens, Paul and I are in the front room there, waiting, and they're all out in the kitchen, giggling away, getting the tea ready. And Paul, you know what he can be like. He gets so nervous, and he's pacing up and down, sits down, gets up, sits down. Then finally, he leans against the wall with one hand, like this, you see.
Yeah.
And he puts his hand right on one of these ducks.
Oh, no.
There's these china ducks, the sort that people have flying up their wall, row them, Anyway, he puts his hand on one of them and crack. Bang goes one duck.
No.
So there he is. He's standing there with half a duck in each hand, and we hear them coming back. No time to do anything. So he sits down to tea with his pockets full of ducks. And you see, there we are, sitting all through this tea, waiting for someone to look up and say, "Hello, 1, 2. What's happened to that duck? He must have migrated."
We never missed it.
No, he took it home, glued it together, and hung it up again when we came back next week.
Oh, typical.
Yeah, he was so worried he could hardly keep his eyes on Di.
Oh.
Anyway, at the end of the meal, do you know what he did?
No.
And this shows how romantic he is underneath all that lot. He picked up that serviette that you've been using, Di, and he put it in his pocket. Took it home to remind him of you.
Oh. Is that where it went?
Well, I don't remember doing that.
I think that's a lovely story. It just shows all men are romantic at heart.
Well, I never did that sort of thing.
You nicked my uncle's screwdriver.
I did not.
He saw you taking it. He said if he comes round here again, I'll break his neck.
You never invited me for tea.
You never sat down for long enough.
Now then. More tea.
Oh, please. You know something, Carl? What? I've just remembered. I've still got that serviette of hers, you know.
Have you really?
Yes. I use it to clean the car with.
Do you want some cream, Paul?
What are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
You can cream all over me. Just put it all over me.
Oh, get it close.
I have to wash it out.
No, I'm the use of a chair.
Bloody one thing about it. Just put it all over me.
Oh, accidents will happen.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry, Colin. You were saying?
Was I?
You'll have to excuse my husband, Colin. He's changed over the years. Now then, tea for you, John.
Thank you.
Yeah, pass your cup, Evelyn.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I dare say we all changed in some ways.
Possibly, some more than most.
Would it be all right to use this for it?
Just as you like.
Oh, not too bad.
Tea strong enough for you, Colin.
Oh, that's lovely, Di. That's perfect. Just the way Carol used to make it.
Oh, you can't say fairer than that, can you?
Listen, Di.
John? Tea.
Listen, Di. Just now, I think what Paul said just now, it may have sounded to you a bit... I think... Well, actually, I understand what he was feeling. I know what was going through his mind. I embarrassed him with that story. I shouldn't have told it. And, well, Paul basically... Here I go again. I told you I'm a Paul expert.
So am I, Colin. So am I.
Yes, right. Point taken, surely. But you see, Paul is really a very romantic man. He's soft. I've known him a long time. Oh, he'll give you the old gruff, I don't care what anyone thinks of it. But honestly, Di, you know yourself, he's ashamed of his own nature, you see. Somewhere, he's got this idea that if he shows any sort of gentleness to people, they'll think he's soft. And, of course, that's what's made him the success he is today, let's face it. Because he's managed to cover it up. And I think that in some ways you'd be the first to say thank heavens he has. I mean, you've got this marvellous house full of lovely things. You've got 2 fine children. And, well, let's be fair. You've got just about everything a human being could ask for. And it's a very, very sad fact of life that you don't get any of that through being soft. That's why people like me, John, Gordon, were never going to get in the same bracket as Paul. Never. No, Di. I'm afraid the only thing left for you is to love him for what he is. Right, John?
Right.
Marge?
Yes.
Colin.
Yes?
Do you write for women's magazines?
Eh?
I think that's cleared that up. Shall I do over the rest while I'm here, Di?
You pleased with that car of yours?
Yes, gets me about.
I've always fancied the look of those. I think I'll consider getting one sometime.
A cheap one with no wheels.
Oh, lay off, Evelyn. There's a good girl. I spend my days slaving for her. Slaving.
Oh, there we are. All done. I think I've earned a spot more tea, haven't I, Di? Di?
All yours?
Oh, righto.
When I was a little girl, you know, my sister Barbara was very jealous of me because Mother brought me this coat for my birthday.
Oh, really?
I'd seen it in the window of the shop when I walked to school. It was red with one of those little collars and then trimmed round the neck and the sleeves. I used to pass it every day. They put it on this window dummy. A little child dummy. Oh, it was a really pretty dummy. Not like some of them, a proper face. It had very, very blue eyes and sort of ash-coloured hair, quite short, and it was standing in the middle of this sort of false grass. Oh, I wanted that coat so much. And Barbara used to say, you'll never get Mother to buy you that, but I did. And on my birthday, I put it on. And I felt, oh, so happy, you can't imagine. And then we were all going for a walk, and we were just going out, and I happened to catch sight of myself, full length in the mirror in the hall. And I looked like nothing on earth in it. I looked terrible.
Oh, dear.
What a shame.
Yes, it was. I wanted a red one especially because I had this burning ambition, you see, to join the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Good gracious!
My people used to say, you can't join the Mounted Police. You're a little girl. Little girls don't join the Mounted Police. Little girls do nice things like typing and knitting and nursing and having babies. So I married Paul instead because they refused to let me join the Mounted Police. I married him because he kept asking me. And because people kept saying that it would be a much nicer thing to do. And so I did. And I learned my typing, and I had my babies, and I looked after them for as long as they let me. And then suddenly I realized I'd been doing all the wrong things. They've been wrong telling me to marry Paul and have babies if they're not even going to let you keep them. And I should have joined the Mounted Police. That's what I should have done. I know. I should have joined the Mounted Police. I want to join the Mounted Police. Please.
John, for heaven's sake, get Paul down here.
Paul? Yes, I'll get Paul.
Paul with her, then. Get out of my way. Die.
What's wrong?
She's not well. She's not well. You'll have to get a doctor.
Die. Come on.
Shall I get us some water?
No. We get her up to bed. Get a doctor. Give me a hand, John, will you?
Get away from me.
Not die.
Get away.
I say, can I...
I'll do it. Come on. Oh, you get away from me, then, you big fool.
No good. She won't let anybody help her.
Come along, out of the way.
Well, we could try slapping her face.
No, we couldn't. How would you like your face slapped? Don't be silly. Come along, John. That's it.
Can I be of any...
No, sit down. Easy with her, John. That's it. I'll phone the doctor upstairs, Paul. Come along, John. You need support.
I'm trying to support her. She's bloody heavy.
What started that then?
I don't really know. She just started talking about the Mounted Police.
What?
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police. She seemed to want to join them.
Oh.
There's something very wrong there, Paul. Very wrong indeed.
It's all right. She's just been a little bit ill on the stairs. Nothing serious. Evelyn, well, paper towels in the kitchen. This is partly your fault. You get them and clean up.
Oh.
Have you had this trouble before, Paul?
Not quite like this.
Worrying. Right. I think you should go up with her, you know. She probably needs you.
Oh, come on, Colin. Look, you heard. She didn't want me within 20 yards of her.
Oh, yes, madam. She was hysterical.
I'm the last person she wants.
It's a right cheery afternoon, isn't it? His lordship's bawling his head off in the garden. I suppose I'd better go.
I remember when Carol had flu, she wouldn't let go of my hand, except to turn over. I sat with her for 2 nights in a row. But then I think the thing with Carol...
Colin.
Yes?
Do me a favour. Just shut up for 1 minute about Carol, will you? I don't want to hurt your feelings, but not just at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I was just thinking it might help, you know?
No, Colin, really and truly, I don't honestly think it does. I mean, you and Carol were something quite different, weren't you?
Yes, I realise that, yes. All the same, you're wrong, you know.
How come?
I didn't mean that. That she didn't want you near her.
But you convinced me.
I don't think you realise quite what a pedestal that woman has set you upon. She'd follow you to the ends of the earth, you know.
She probably would.
I hope you realise what you've got there.
Yes, I do.
Stick with it, Paul, old mate.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much.
I know you will. I know you. You know something? The one regret I'll always have, that Carol and I, our relationship, can never develop now to the sort of relationship you and Di must have.
Oh, Colin.
Never mind. Too late now. You feeling a bit brighter?
Colin, what are we going to do with you?
Me? That's the last thing to worry about. Mind you, I'm glad I came round this afternoon. I don't know how you lot ever managed without me, eh?
What's the matter with him, then?
He's just...
Oh, God. I'm going to bring Wayne in. It's raining.
Sorry, Cole. Sorry.
All right.
Yes.
John.
Right. Marge gave her one of her sleeping pills, and if that doesn't get her to sleep, she says she'll phone the doctor. Thanks. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Has Evelyn gone home? No. So she's with the baby.
Sorry about that, Col, old mate.
Oh.
It doesn't happen every day.
I hope not.
Yes, you must come to our house next time. Absolute peace. Neither of us ever says a word to each other. That's the secret of a successful union. Marry a strong, silent woman like Evelyn.
I must be off soon, Paul. Don't want to be in the way, you know.
The good thing about Evelyn, and she has a good side, although she's most careful to hide it from strangers, is that she has absolutely no sense of humour, which is very useful, since it means you never have to waste your time trying to cheer her up. Because she's permanently unhappy, misery is her natural state. Oh, we're also fortunate to be blessed with a very miserable baby. In fact, apart from me, we're the most miserable family you're ever likely to meet, and I'm working on me. Am I keeping you awake, Paul? Sit down. Now, why are you bringing him in?
It's raining out there.
Well, the rain won't hurt him. Good for him. Make him grow.
May I have a look?
Yes. And he don't make daft noises at him. He doesn't like it.
Oh, great. He's so small, isn't he?
Yes. Look at him, little devil. He's really fighting to stay awake.
He's just great. Oh, the feeling you both must have looking at him must make you...
He's not bad. We're going in a minute.
Right? Yes. As soon as Marge calms down, I think I must...
All right, Paul.
Fine. I must go up in a minute. I've got a lot of work to do upstairs.
Yes, she's nearly off to sleep. I think she'll be all right when she's rested.
Ah, yes. Sleep. Great healer. Well, I suppose I ought to be, much as I'd like to, making tracks and all that. Yes. Oh, good heavens, yes. Look at the long drive. I better make a start. Goodbye, Paul.
Oh, Colin, are you off?
Yes, I think I...
Yes. Well, don't forget your photograph.
Oh, no, wouldn't do that. Not likely to do that.
I hope you manage all right, Colin.
Me? Oh, I'm fine. I've always fallen on my feet, you know. I've still got a good job, health and strength. And lately I think I've found a few good friends over there as well. Carol's parents, to name it, too. I'm always around with them these days. You know, talking over old times and things.
Of course, yeah.
And if I really get a bit depressed, out come the old albums. It's a pity you didn't meet her, Marge. You'd have got on like a house on fire.
Yes, sure.
Well, goodbye, Evelyn. Been great pleasure meeting you.
Bye.
Cheerio, old Colt. See you.
You bet. Come over and see me.
Oh, right, just do that. When I get the new car, have a few drinks together.
Any time. Paul.
Oh, bye, Colin. Take care.
And you. Say goodbye to Di, will you?
Oh, sure. She'll be sorry to meet you.
Well, bye-bye, Marge. No, it's all right. I'll see myself out. I really appreciate you all inviting me over here this afternoon. You know, well, thanks a lot. You've really been great. All of you.
Oh, goodbye, Colin. And I hope, perhaps, you know, later on, once you've got over... I mean, I know it'll be difficult for a time for you to forget about Carol.
Forget her? Oh, come on, Marge. You know me better than that, don't you? Hey? Well, bye-bye, all. Bye.
He's a nice boy, isn't he?
Good old Cole, just the same.
Paul, I'll have to go home to Gordon in a minute.
Yes, Yes, fine, Mike, fine. You do that.
But if by any chance you need help with her, you know my number. As soon as I've cleaned Gordon up, I can easily look back.
No, you'll manage. I'll manage, honestly.
Well, she should sleep now.
I'll cut that carpet up for the car tomorrow.
I don't think I'd better leave Gordon on his own again when he's ill, you know. He doesn't like it. He prefers it if I'm there. Oh, it's terrible. I haven't got the energy to move now, once I've sat down. Oh, look at us, honestly. All drooping about like wet weekends. Still, why shouldn't we, I say? There are worse ways of spending the time than sitting peacefully with your friends. Oh, it's nice to sit with your friends now and again. It's nice.
In Absent Friends by Alan Ayckbourn, adapted by Peter King, you heard Joe Manning Wilson, Angela Pleasance, Miriam Margolyes, Anthony Jackson, John Bull and David Jason.
Saturday Night Theatre.
Autopilot.
Checked and off.
Emergency flaps.
Checked and up. Switches off.
Compasses.
Checked and synchronized.
Cabin signs.
On. On.
Emergency exit lights.
Guard closed. We present Gabriel Woolf as Captain Cornelius Penn in Point of No Return, a play for radio by Stephen Barley.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I can't find the life jacket.
Under your seat, sir, just as I said.
I know what you said, but I still can't find it.
I'll have a look. Yes, it's there. I can assure you.
I don't need assurances. I'm a seasoned traveller, if you must know.
I'm sure you are, sir. And you'll be the first to be served as soon as we're airborne.
Which should have been 76 minutes ago.
I know, sir, I know. But I must tell you that you won't get attention any quicker if you keep your finger on the service button.
Any idea when we'll take off?
No, Miss Boone, I don't know. But if you ask the captain, I'm sure he'd tell you. Unfortunately, you can't go on the flight deck just now. They're pretty busy at the moment.
Runway visual range on number 2 runway, now down to 200 yards. Trans-Pacific 031, do you read me?
Roger.
Runway 1 is our best at the moment.
Number 2 centerline lights go all the way, don't they?
Go way down.
All the way, I understand.
You see them all the way. That's good. Thank you. We'll recheck RVR.
No. I'm asking if the lights go all the way.
Oh, yes, affirmative.
Thank you. I want it on full brilliancy.
Okay, 031. The RVR...
What was that?
RVR down to 100 on number 2. Will you take that?
No. We don't see enough light.
The forecast doesn't look too good. We might not get you away tonight.
Damn.
What?
I said, Roger.
Do you wish to taxi back then?
No. We'll try to wait and see.
Yes, sir?
I must get that drink now. If I don't get a drink at regular intervals, this kills me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cornelius Penn, your captain, speaking. I'm very sorry about this long delay, but first we had a suspected engine failure, which turned out to be no more than a malfunctioning instrument, and right now, Singapore seems to be enjoying not only its worst traffic jam for years, but also torrential rain, which is quite determined to keep us just a little longer in this delightful city. I know, however, that every one of us is in a hurry to reach Sydney, where the sky is impeccably blue, according to the latest weather reports, and where there'll be a riot, if not armed insurrection, if we fail to deliver the half of the Prince of Wales ballet whom we're proud to have on board. Thank you.
Engine failure? Why don't we go back?
Oh, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about.
Thank you, Miss Boone.
How would you know?
Well, I used to be a stewardess before moving to the States and switching to aviation journalism.
Well, I've been in agricultural machinery all my life, and I can tell you a thing or two about this aviation racket.
Do that, sir. Miss Boone will be most interested, I'm sure. Indeed.
If only I could have a smoke.
031.
You can call now Singapore Tower on 118.3 for takeoff clearance. Good night.
Roger. Singapore Tower. This is Trans-Pacific 031 at holding point runway 2.
Okay, 31. We'll try to get you away as soon as possible.
Roger.
If you want to stay here overnight, I mean an extra engine check or something.
Don't worry, Joe. That VIP hostess of Malaysian Airways will still be here on our way back.
I wasn't thinking about her, only about...
the comfort of our beloved passengers.
Something like that. And the VIP girl, if you wish.
I'm sorry to drag you away, but on this flight I'm captain, and I'm looking forward to sunshine, cold drinks and warm smiles.
Of which you seem to get plenty from that most gorgeous scribbler ever to adorn the pages of Aviation World News.
Myra Boone. Don't be stupid, she's just an old friend. She was in...
Trans-Pacific 031, you're cleared for takeoff. RER 500, surface wind calm. Good night.
31, good night. All set?
Engine stable? Power checked?
Here we go.
V1, 140, 150. Rotate.
Rotate! She won't! The elevator! Abort! Abort! Full reverse!
130!
Oh my! I can't hold her! Can't!
Zero 031. What's going on? Fire station. Abandoned takeoff and probable crash at the end of 02 runway.
Delta 1, calling all appliances.
We've got it on radar. Square 12, all appliances. Crash in Square 12 with 183 on board.
This is Delta 1. You want all engines out?
Go, yes, please. It's full emergency.
Can't hear you. Fully emergency or declared emergency?
Full emergency. 183 on board.
Can see the fire now. Must be Square 12. Did you say Square 12?
Well, this is the Oceanic Building, London Heathrow Airport, with bookstall on my right at 1845 precisely. So you've got to be Captain Brown, Chief Pilot of Trans-Pacific, right?
Roger.
The name is Alvin Singer, and I'm real pleased to make your acquaintance, sir. And I'm most grateful that you have arranged to travel with me. I'm sure we can sort out quite a lot on the long haul to Singapore.
Will you be the official AeroCorp representative at the inquiry?
No, sir. I wouldn't even know where to start. I'm Vice President in charge of sales of the American Aero Corporation. Proud makers of the Sarissa. Yes, sir, proud, despite this most unfortunate mishap in Singapore.
You mean the accident?
Well, I'd prefer to call it a mishap, with only 2 fatalities and 4 serious injuries.
Please yourself, but I call it an accident. A whole plane load of people might have been wiped out.
But hasn't been. That's the point. Thanks to the structural strength of our Sarissa, to the fast evacuation by your well-trained cabin staff, and above all to the heroic effort of your Captain Cornelius Penn, if I've got the name right.
You have.
How is he?
He'll live.
Well, that sounds rather cold. You have reasons to dislike him?
Wouldn't say that. He's my best friend.
Ah. Let me get you a drink. You go ahead and find a table for us, Captain Brown.
Will that do?
Fine. Well, here's to our hero, Captain Penn.
Cheers.
Any fresh information on his state of health?
Bruises all over, but his burns aren't too bad, and he needs only mild sedation.
Good. And that's how, presumably, he managed to make that useful statement to the press.
He wouldn't make one at this stage.
Well, it wasn't made to the press directly. He spoke to the investigator in charge over there, as I understand.
And the bloody fool gave it to the press, is that it?
Well, my agent over there recorded the local news and played it over to me on cable. You want to hear the tape?
Please.
The sound is lousy, I'm afraid, but let's see.
The flames were spreading very fast.
but Captain Cornelius fought his way back to his co-pilot, who was unconscious and trapped in his seat. And some
Yes, that's an eyewitness.
twisted back, if you see what I mean. It was terrible, terrible. And Captain Cornelius had to roll on ground because his clothes caught fire. But he went back again and...
No, it's further down.
The investigators still don't know what went wrong, but they hope to have the answer by tomorrow, because the hero of the day, Captain Cornelius Penn, has already told them that this Sarissa is a very fine aeroplane, and there is nothing wrong with it, and that Singapore Airport is a very fine airport, and there is nothing wrong with it. But there was a little trouble with the elevator, and that is why he had to abortion the takeoff.
Your Captain Penn will like that, don't you think? I mean, the abortion, the takeoff bit.
Attention, please. All passengers on Qantas 232 to Singapore via Rome and Karachi are kindly requested to go to gate number 7.
And how are you this morning?
Mara, how did you get in here?
I borrowed a white coat, as you can see.
Are you all right?
Well, now, how do they put it? As well as could be expected.
Well, somebody said
Never
that...
mind what they said. Oh, my neck hurts a little when I do this. But how often do I want to turn like this?
As often as possible, if you ask me. Your hair catches the light, makes you look even more beautiful when you do that.
Now you know what I mean.
How come you were hurt at all?
Well, just as I was sitting down...
Sitting down? Why did you stand up during takeoff in the first place?
Oh, well, there was this idiotic farm machinery peddler next to me, pressing and pressing the service bell. And I just cancelled the sign for the umpteenth time, to help the girls. When there was that big jerk, and I was pinned to the seat in front. The deceleration was tremendous.
Yes.
I guess it was a miracle that I wasn't the third.
Third what?
Fatality. You didn't know?
Why didn't they tell me? Who were they?
Passengers. Well, as the tip of the port wing hit that tractor...
I didn't know I killed 2 people.
You didn't. You saved the rest 181 lives.
I had to abort. The elevator wouldn't work. Must have been a gust lock or something. They'll find it in the wreckage, I'm sure.
We've named her Sarissa because of the shape and strength and speed. A real Sarissa, the long Macedonian lance. And because it somehow suits this most magnificent creature ever to cross the skies. Isn't she the loveliest plane ever?
No complaints.
Is that all you can say about this sleek and superb near-sonic bird destined to take over the biggest market of them all and replace the aging 707s the world over?
I'm sorry, Mr. Singer.
Alvin, please.
Well, I'm sorry, Alvin, but I've already sung all her praises when I recommended the Sarissa as our #1 choice to rejuvenate our fleet. We were, in fact, one of the first to use her in regular service.
And you got a special discount, as well as a most reliable service, right?
Roger.
The Sarissa has enjoyed the longest accident-free debut made by any new airplane ever. Now, wouldn't you call that something?
No complaints, except that something must have happened to that elevator.
How would you know?
Penn said so.
What if he was wrong and made a mistake?
Oh, not Penn. He's the most magnificent, most natural airman I've ever known.
He's also your best friend?
No, that's nothing to do with it.
No, I suppose not.
Thank you.
But you must understand our concern.
Oh, I do. And it's mutual, I can assure you. Quite obviously, we don't want to run an unsafe machine.
There's no reason to suppose that it's unsafe. We've never had any incident indicating the slightest elevator deficiency. Now, I've already checked that, I can assure you. That's why we must question all other factors now.
Agreed. Let's start with the captain.
If you wish.
He's 41, in the prime of his flying, having logged some 13,000 hours with 8 years in command of big jets.
Private life?
Stable and trouble-free, with son and beautiful wife.
Very beautiful?
Very beautiful. But with the big upheavals behind them, what I'd call a good working marriage.
It doesn't sound like a corner-cutting pilot, I admit.
Corner-cutting? Corrie? You must be joking. If there's a difference between the manuals and his flying, we check the manuals.
All manuals say you must rotate at VR, and he didn't.
He says he couldn't. In our company, we're exceptionally strict about it. It's not the point of no return only in name, and Penn knows that VR he must take off, must, if at all possible. Must, because he cannot stop safely on the remaining length of runway. And must, well, unless the takeoff is likely to be more disastrous than trying to stay on the ground.
But at VR speed, you have no more than a fraction of a second to make that decision.
Wrong. You have no time to make decisions. All the decisions are made for you by the plane, the weather, the runway, and all the other factors. The pilot must be conditioned to recognize a set of circumstances instinctively. His action must be a reflex.
I know. It's sad.
What?
That in this perfect world of aviation, with all our checks, double checks, and treble checks, with all the care, talent, training, and goodwill, we've still managed between ourselves to kill 2 people on that plane. Have you ever been on a mission to tell a wife that she's a widow?
Hello?
Candy?
Oh, yes, Mother. What did you expect at this hour?
Well, just that, it's not for me to say.
But you will say it, nevertheless. You always do.
All right. I won't say nothing then. Except that I would have thought you'd be with your hubby by now. I mean Cornelius.
Oh, yes, Mother. I know who my hubby is.
You're not going then?
I don't like Singapore.
I didn't mean a holiday, you know.
Don't worry. Corrie's all right.
You can leave Timothy with me if you decide to go after all.
Oh, thank you.
Have you told him what happened?
Of course.
It must be quite a shock to him. I mean, he's only 10, but he thinks a lot, you know. He thinks his father is God or something.
Oh, and we all agree, don't we? I mean, he's such a wonderful husband, and after all, the man in the left-hand seat of an aircraft must be God. We trust him with our lives, don't we?
Why didn't they tell me, Mara?
Perhaps they didn't want to worry you.
I must talk to Joe. He knew what happened. He must tell the investigators.
Joe who?
My co-pilot.
Your co-pilot?
What's wrong? Tell me.
He's still unconscious.
No.
He would be dead if you'd left him in there.
So even if he recovers, he mightn't remember a thing.
It's possible.
It's happening so fast. No idea what I said at the time.
It'll be on the voice recorder with the rest of the evidence in the wreckage?
I hope so.
What do you mean?
The chap in charge of the investigation doesn't seem all that hot. He came to see me, more or less asked what to do. I had to urge him to have every bit of wreckage guarded. I must get out and help him.
Not yet. You don't want to cause yourself some permanent damage.
I've already done
Rubbish. You'll be cleared in no time. Now, let's talk about something else.
I can't. I'm sorry, I haven't much small talk right now.
You never did have any.
No. It's odd, really.
What?
Oh, the coincidence that you're here. The coincidence you were on my flight at all.
Oh, that was no coincidence.
You said it was.
They asked me to write about the pressures and problems of fatigue affecting the crew on long-haul operations like this. I chose the flight on which you were captain.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought it would be good to see you again.
It is. I was so looking forward to having 3 days with you in Sydney. And then a long flight back, and another 2 days perhaps in Bangkok.
Oh, I'm not sure that I'd have stayed on that long.
Why on earth not?
Oh, it doesn't matter now. The question doesn't arise, so to speak. Have you talked to Candy?
Yes, I called her.
Is she on her way?
No, not yet.
Well, most people will be here by tonight, I believe.
Yes, others are coming from all over the world. A couple of American advisors are already in town. The accident investigation branch is sending someone from London by the invitation of the local authorities. A manufacturer's rep, the engine makers. My own bosses. Oh, by the way, yes, Keith Brown is coming. He's my chief pilot.
Oh, that's good. I like him.
Oh, tell him. One time he'd have married you like a shot. We all would.
That was a long time ago. What is it, 10, 11 years?
I never asked you at the time.
What?
Why did you go away? So suddenly, without a word.
Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, nonsense.
Please yourself.
There must have been somebody else.
Yeah, come to think of it, yeah, that's probably why.
Well, then, just as a matter of interest...
Corrie, I'll have to leave you soon because the nurses are getting rather irritated. You're not supposed to have visitors in the morning.
Never mind. Stay a bit longer. please.
Why isn't she coming?
Who?
Oh, come off it.
Oh, you mean Candy? There's no special reason for her to come, really. There's nothing she could do here. Now, we have a son, you know.
Yes, I heard. What's his name?
Timothy. He's a great character, he is.
It must be fun to be your Timothy.
Why?
I remember how important it was to you that one day you should be able to become everything to a son that you missed in your childhood.
You have a good memory.
You gave me a very good description.
What of?
Your childhood. You were farmed out for adoption at the age of 5 because your parents' marriage broke up. And 2 months later, your stepfather was called up and he never came back from a bombing mission, right?
Roger.
Now, what was it you said? You missed the sensation of having male protection if somebody broke into the house. And, was it that you missed having a natural built-in idol against whom it would be just great to rebel one day?
You're quite incredible.
Mr. Singer?
Huh? Yeah, that's me.
Pleased to meet you. I'm from Far East Radio Services. Could you please spare a moment for me?
What? You mean here in all this rain?
Won't be long, I promise. But it's the atmosphere, you see. The weather is just like when the crash happened.
Look, I've been flying through what was all night for me, and I'm expected at the crash site in half an hour, so...
To inspect the wreckage?
Are you recording now?
Yes, sir.
Right. Because I'm pleased to have the opportunity to reassure the flying public everywhere that everything possible is being done most urgently to clear up the mystery. Because the Sarissa is a most magnificent aircraft in which safety has always been such a dominant factor that even her very considerable sales potential is built on that. Speed, comfort, and economy come only a long way down the line.
You mentioned very considered sales potentials. Can you tell me more about that?
Well, I'd love to, but I must not. All I can say is that 3 very, very major deals are being negotiated right now, and an ultimate breakthrough is delayed only by this unfortunate mishap.
The elevator problem, you mean?
I didn't say that.
The captain mentioned it, so will you now check that elevator?
Well, naturally, because we check everything from the elevator to the eau de cologne dispensers.
Mara?
Oh, good. I was afraid you might already be asleep.
Where have you been? Where's Keith?
We couldn't come earlier, and now they wouldn't let him in. Do you know where your clothes are?
In the locker over there.
Do you feel well enough to slip out of here for an hour or so?
Of course. Where is he?
Waiting in a small restaurant near Telekea Street.
I have some bad news for you.
I thought so.
Nothing is wrong with that elevator.
Rubbish.
And there's no sign of any impact on any part that could have a bearing on our case.
Then they'll just have to check it again and again and again until they find it. Perhaps some local idiots.
Oh, stop it, Corey. Those local idiots are assisted by some of the best specialists from London and the States.
Then they must have made a mistake.
Now tell me exactly what happened.
Well, as we left the holding area...
After that endless delay, you mean?
Oh, that's irrelevant.
Why, it's the passengers and the local press.
Huh? Local press?
Well, there's a rumour going around that you were in a furious hurry to get away after all those annoying delays.
Oh, that's a rubbish. Anyway, we were running up smoothly, and I went from nose wheel to rudder steering at 100 knots, and I pulled the stick at VR, and it just wouldn't give. So I pulled harder, and I quickly trimmed back in the meantime to be on the safe side.
Yes, the stabilizer trim setting shows that.
And I pulled again, and when the nose wouldn't lift, I had to decide if I had elevator response at all or not. And I know I had none. So the choice was obvious. Don't you agree?
I do. Except the material evidence is missing.
Well, something must have jammed.
No sign of it?
The sabotage. Somebody might have inserted a wedge or something to lock the elevator.
It would still be there.
Not if the impact freed it.
Then it would have been found on the runway.
Oh, a souvenir hunter pinched it. It always happens.
Oh, frequently. Except in this case, your local idiot did a perfect job. The entire area was better guarded than anything east of Checkpoint Charlie.
So you're suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything.
Oh, yes, you are. You're suggesting that the lack of material evidence in the perfect working condition of the elevator indicates that I killed those people.
I repeat, I'm not suggesting anything. Least of all dramatic statements like that. All I'm saying is that it is possible, just possible, that something misled you and you made a mistake, a perfectly understandable error of judgment in the heat of the moment.
I did not.
Look, I know the feel of the stick as well as you do. Sometimes one worries a little, say, in turbulent conditions, how hard you can pull it.
This was different. In the air, I'd have forced it a lot more. But at and beyond VR, there was no time to experiment.
Now, that's just it. Just what I'm looking for.
What?
A sort of second line of defense.
You're looking for an explanation of an error. Have you accepted that there was an error?
There was a crash. That's a fact. And people were killed and injured, and that's another fact. And that's all I've accepted so far.
But there was something wrong with that plane, I swear. You must believe me.
Oh, I do. But look at it from an outsider's point of view. If you didn't believe firmly and honestly that there was something wrong with the elevator, if you didn't fight and didn't claim everything you do claim, that would make you a bad pilot, and not only that, a dishonest man, too. Now, in order to make a genuine error, you must have the genuine conviction of having done the right things. But that doesn't prove that you did do the right things, so don't think that I'm trying to jump to conclusions.
Well, aren't you?
You're not the only one who flies the Sarissa, you know. I'm another one who flies her. And I happen to be responsible for our whole fleet, too. Do you think that I want to risk my neck? Do you?
I hope not.
But it was a filthy night. You had delays, misunderstandings with the tower, apparent engine failure, return to the apron, checks, impatient passengers.
No, I could tell you about that.
And then more waiting, more queuing, a wet surface, marginal visibility. Oh, the lot. Not the best state of mind to produce a fast, precise response, is it?
No.
Your intentions are completely unquestionable.
When Joe regains consciousness.
Don't count on it. What? Besides, he's not supposed to have his hands on the stick, so he wouldn't have felt the resistance.
It's true.
By the way, did you quarrel with Joe before takeoff?
Why?
There's something on the tape from the flight deck voice recorder.
What?
Oh, I don't think it's important. Besides, he really doesn't sound serious.
Well, saying what?
I've got the rough transcript. Yes, this bit is right at the beginning. Now, apparently, you say Roger 031, squawk, some static, and then he says, I'll never fly with you again.
Oh, that... I was teasing him.
Isn't that on the tape?
It records only 30 minutes, and it's self-erasing. It works in an endless loop.
What did you say to him?
He made some remark about you, Mara. And I said you'd never have a chance with her while I was around. So then he said, he'd never fly with me again, or words to that effect.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't sound an aggressive remark on the tape, either.
You really think I made a mistake?
I don't know. Aerocorp tells me that until now there's been no indication of any elevator trouble on the Sarissa at all.
And you take their word for it?
It's an exceptionally reliable firm, and honest.
Every aircraft manufacturer is. Whispers about secret slush funds are wild and groundless accusations until documented and proved.
Right.
Hints about concealment of information affecting safety are mere malicious rumors until the facts become known. And even then, the big corporations tend to rise above all suspicions. Some little man somewhere down the line is supposed to take the blame, if at all possible.
Scratch a pretty journalist, and out comes hard skepticism.
Nobody authorized you, Keith dear, to scratch me.
Nobody has a chance when Corrie's around.
I'll get on to Aerocorp.
Come along tomorrow morning. I'll introduce you to Alvin Singer. He makes a lot of noise, but he seems a decent sort.
I'm most grateful, Captain, for giving me this opportunity for a quiet, private conversation. And beyond the official statement issued by Aerocorp, please accept my personal congratulations on your conduct following this most unfortunate event.
Thank you.
You mind if we walk a little?
No, I love the port.
Yeah, so do I. It's one of the last remaining fragments of the Orient. At least the way we understand the Orient.
Quite.
Raffles and Collier Keys, then up along the river?
Suits me.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Mr. John.
No, thank you.
A very nice private bar with very nice girls.
No, thank you.
A very nice suit in one day.
No, thank you.
8 hours.
No, thank you.
6 hours?
No, thank you.
Radio, camera, Japanese pocket.
Get lost.
Oh, you know Singapore, mister. You in business. We have telex service, accommodation address, can arrange money transfer to and from Hong Kong, Zurich, and Bahamas, and help with tax reduction, bookkeeping, and office cleaning.
Boy, did I say Orient?
This is my business card, gentlemen.
Don't waste it on us.
Oh, say, please. Very nice tweed. Telex service. I remember your face. We did business before.
Next time, huh? The captain has no time right now.
Captain? Captain? Oh, you, Captain Cornelius?
Yes.
I don't want your business. You go away. Go away. You in a hurry. You kill people. Go away.
You shouldn't take it that seriously.
Perhaps not.
Look, the preliminary hearing this morning has not been of any importance. Well, not outside Singapore.
It'll be reported all over the world.
In 2 lines or 3, huh? Tucked away at the bottom of a page. It will never make the main TV news. Not these odd remarks and idiotic statements by so-called witnesses.
Now, what do you mean, not these? What else is there to report?
Nothing. Not at the moment.
You'll have to do better than that.
Oh, all right. But it's personal, between you and me, Alvin Singer. Not Vice President Alvin Singer from AeroCorp. It's an unauthorized approach and off the record, okay? Now, all I'm advising you to do is to lie low.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Look, we're groping about in the dark. Searching for facts, proof, either way, something tangible. We're already running a new series of elevator tests. We'll do new flight tests. We'll bench test this entire system from your own plane, and we'll test it in the air, too, if necessary. But I already have the advance report, and it doesn't look too good.
Oh, you mean you found something?
I mean, there's nothing to find.
So when you say I should lie low, you mean I should keep my mouth shut, go along with everything you say, and forget the accident?
No. You don't have to forget. You only admit the possibility that an error of judgment...
It wasn't.
Look, it was. It wasn't. It's immaterial.
Oh, you bastard.
Don't let the word immaterial upset you. Your evidence is anything but material.
In other words, I should lie low and let a faulty plane kill a few hundred people before I'm proved right.
But I don't give a damn about your being right or wrong. But your silence would help us to discover the truth. To avoid public hysteria, to prevent emotional press campaigns.
It would also help AeroCorp.
And your airline, and the airport, and the Sarissa.
And you say that purely as a private citizen, a neutral observer, an outsider with no axe to grind.
It may surprise you, but yes.
It does surprise me that you don't even blush.
Well, then let me go even further.
Oh, go on, don't mind me.
Oh, but I do. And that's just it. You behave like a drowning man, kicking, wriggling, gasping, and grasping at nothing.
But it's all about my good name as a pilot.
Look, the immediate interest of everybody involved is to achieve cool objectivity. Now, whatever we do now, judgment will be postponed until tests have been completed and a reasonable probable cause can be found. Until then, there's absolutely no reason to discontinue operations.
Yeah. Except that I'll be suspended.
Yeah, I know. But your airline will want to keep you on the payroll, at least for the time being.
Oh, very kind indeed.
I'm also suggesting that AeroCorp should use you as an advisor in the new tests.
Which I would accept gratefully, if I were corrupt.
It would be an honorable way to keep all your options open.
Keith?
Yes?
Could you help me shut this case?
Yes, of course. It's incredible.
What is?
That you still love him.
Oh, now, what makes you say that?
Your determination to lead.
Twisted male logic, that's what that is.
You could help him.
In London or Washington, perhaps. Here, I'm useless.
Moral support?
He has a wife, hasn't he? He has you for a friend. Even if in this case, well...
Ah, thank you.
Besides...
Go on.
It won't be a pretty sight. To see him hurt, I mean.
You blast. We've missed the news.
So the preliminary hearing hasn't produced anything very startling. But there are certainly a few disturbing questions. We still don't know for sure that there was no argument in the cockpit, and that a row between the pilots was not a contributory cause of the accident. We know that Captain Penn was always the first among the crew to report for duty, except this time.
Ridiculous.
But we don't know why that was. The co-pilot mentioned something about an additional engine check. That's on the voice recorder. But we don't know why the captain treated it as a joke. And why was he in such a hurry to reach Sydney? For the sake of the dancers on board?
Oh, really?
Or was there another reason? And if yes...
Sorry, I don't want to hear it.
Is it possible, just possible, that once again you're running away?
I never run away.
Well, the last time...
That was different.
He loved you.
He got over it.
Candy helped, of course.
And his son. And you. I counted on you.
I did my best.
Do it again.
All I can advise him to do is to stop rocking the boat. Don't you agree?
No, I don't. But I'm wrong, I know, and that's another reason for me to go away.
I'm not quite with you.
Look, if I were his wife, I'd have the right to say, never mind the future, disregard me and everything else, and fight for the principles involved. Fight to prove that even if you made a mistake, you had good reason to make that mistake, so that others might not fall into the same trap. And I'd tell him that... Oh.
What?
Never mind. Just give him my love and tell him that if he needs any help, research, my time, my contacts, anything, he can reach me in Washington through the magazine.
Will you stop in London?
Just for a couple of days.
Can we have dinner?
Will you be back?
Oh, yes, tomorrow.
You said you wouldn't return without Corrie.
I won't. He's coming with me.
How did you persuade him?
Candy telephoned him. Oh, with a bit of prodding and prompting from me.
Oh.
She said...
I didn't ask, did I? Just give him my message, please.
Oh, all right, I'm coming. Don't have to wake up the old neighbourhood. I can still recognise the sound of your car, even if you do come only to see me once in a blue moon.
Hello, Mum. May I come in?
Are you drunk, then? Candy?
No, Mum. I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Well, because I bump into a chair or two. It's dark here. How would you know, anyway?
You call me Mum instead of Mother. Or Mother. That's how.
Oh.
Well, come on. Out with it.
Out with what?
Why you came here.
Oh, that's a nice and warm reception for you, I must say. I'm Candy, Mum. Don't you recognise me? Oh, your daughter.
Candy's a former air hostess. My daughter's a regular Maggie. But that's neither here nor there. If calling yourself Candy makes you more special, that's all right with me.
All right. I just popped in to see you. Satisfied?
No.
Please yourself.
Did he throw you out?
No.
That's the one thing that's wrong with your marriage. Never a harsh word.
Oh, you keep saying so.
Because it's my opinion. And I may be old, but I can still have my opinion, can't I? Can't I?
Yes, yes, yes.
You should have it out with him.
There's nothing to say. You won't believe me, but there's nothing wrong.
Why should there be? You have an ideal marriage, the best.
That's what you think.
Well, everybody knows Cornelius is a good man who loves your son.
His son?
Loves your son, and he's a good provider, isn't he?
I could have married a millionaire. Two, if you must know.
And he didn't make no false promises, did he?
Well, I kept my side of the bargain, didn't I?
How? By taking everything that was on offer. Big house, big car, cottage in Wales, not that you ever use it. 4 holidays every year in places where most people only get to in wartime. Is that what you call your side of the bargain?
No. He wanted a home. I gave him a home. He wanted a son more than anything. I gave him a son. He wanted a beautiful wife. I took care of myself. He wanted a social life. We had nothing but social life.
You two spend more time in Soho and the theatres than any waiter and tart put together.
Oh, yes. Every night when he's at home. It's because we've nothing else. Well, nothing in common.
You've got Timothy.
Nothing to talk about.
Beats a whoring, drinking man every time.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What then?
No, he wants to talk all day. He wants attention.
Then give it to him.
I can't. I'm not interested in aviation and his flying. He's full of it.
Well, it's where the money comes from.
Not for long, I'll tell you for nothing. He's beaten. He killed those men in Singapore because he made a mistake, and he knows it.
How would you know?
Because he does nothing about it, that's how. He's always taught Timothy, you must stand up for yourself and fight no matter what. No, he does nothing. Nothing for 2 whole months.
He'll always find another job.
Yes, and the sooner the better, too, because I'm fed up with all the fights at the door.
What fights?
I've got to get rid of them snoopers and journalists.
Well, then you tell him not to. Why should he hide from anybody?
Because I told him to.
You did?
Yes. His boss and friends talked me into it.
Well, is that good for him?
All I know is that if he stays at home for long, I'll leave him.
You can't leave your son.
I can. Timmy is his son. He's always been. He only came into this world because Corrie wanted him. Because Corrie wanted a son to make happy like he himself had never been. I'm not part of that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, I do. I wouldn't have it any other way. I've been trapped by all that sweet talk and glamour and Corrie's dreams about his lost childhood and things he never had. Well, that's how he's trapped me. And I've lost 11 years of my life. 11 years, Mum. Oh, anyway, thanks for the chat.
Are you all right to drive?
Oh, yes, Mum, thanks.
I mean, you can stay if you like.
For the night?
No, Maggie. Not the night. That's something you must decide when you're quite sober.
I should rather drive, you mean?
I didn't say that.
Well, I'll see myself out.
Not in this house, you won't. Oh, what a night!
Sir?
Yep.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to come and talk to those 2 drunks.
Later, honey, later. We're having a bit of turbulence, and you better go back to your show. I'm about to make an announcement.
All right, sir. I'll try to cope.
Ladies and gentlemen, once more, this is Captain Mitchell speaking. As you might have noticed when the coffee jumped right out of your cups, we're having a bit of the weather that'll give you good value for money in the shape of an unscheduled bump or 2. Now, I'm sure you'll find it an interesting experience, and you'll get good conversational mileage out of it when we reach Miami Airport in about 2 hours and 50 minutes from now. So, in addition to the sign, which is already on, I'd like to ask you to remain seated for a short while and keep the seatbelts on. For the benefit of the more technically minded among you, I want to add that the turbulence is shown on our excellent weather radars, and we've already tried to fly above and below the weather to give you smoother drinking time. Unfortunately, the storm appears to be quite extensive, so there's nothing to it. We'll just have to steer manually round the worst black holes in our screen and apologize for... Hell! Shut up!
I can't hold her! I can't!
Okay, I have control. Give me the course. Oh, no!
Oh, is he there?
He is, sir, but he's terribly, terribly busy right now. And who's calling?
Captain Penn.
Oh, yes. I'm only a temp here, but I remember your name, sir. You crashed in Singapore, didn't you?
Yeah.
What a shame. What shall I say to Captain Brown?
That he should call me back, if and when he has a moment to spare. Terribly, terribly busy just now. Candy? Is that you, Candy?
Well, who else? I hope I'm not disturbing.
Where have you been?
Well, guess. Just guess.
Shopping.
Fantastic. Right first time. You win nothing.
I could have helped you.
Well, it's quicker on my own.
Would you like a drink?
No, thanks. It's a bit too early for me.
I've called Keith Brown.
What did he say?
Well, he couldn't talk to me. He was busy, terribly, terribly busy.
Well, most people are, you know.
He has a new secretary. But she knew my name.
And?
Nothing.
Oh, you're full of fascinating stories these days.
I'll remember to invent some specially for you next time.
Alternatively, you could get a job.
But I have a job. My contract...
Your
forbids me-
contract? Well, break it. AeroCorp offered you something much better.
But not as a pilot. And I am a pilot, you know.
glorified bus driver in the sky, you mean?
Thank you. Captain Penn.
Sorry I couldn't talk to you when you called.
That's all right, Keith.
What's up, then?
Well, nothing. I just wanted to find out if there was anything happening at your end.
No. Early days yet. You know how slowly bureaucracy moves.
It's more than 3 months.
Oh, is it really? Oh, that's awful.
Yes, rather.
I mean, how time flies.
Yes. Well, we could have a drink, perhaps.
Excellent idea. I'll give you a buzz as soon as I get through this paper mountain on my desk.
Next week. Well, come and have dinner.
Yes, why not? Now wait a minute. Next week I'm doing the milk run to Rome and Frankfurt.
Yeah.
And then a charter job down Mexico way. I'll give you a buzz next month.
Have a good trip.
Thanks. Meanwhile, should anything come up, you'll be the first to know, of course. Take care.
And you.
Well, is he coming to dinner then?
No, not just now.
Oh, don't you see? Nobody has as much time for you as you'd have for them.
Thank you. That's very flattering.
It's the truth. And I'll have that drink now.
Then help yourself.
Marboon.
Captain Mitchell returning your call.
Oh, hi there. I've been chasing you for a couple of days.
Well, I'm in Miami.
Oh, I thought you'd be already back in Washington. When will you return?
It depends. Could you tell me perhaps what it's about?
Yeah, it's in connection with that incident you had the other day. Hello, are you still there?
Yeah, how did you hear about it?
Oh, on the grapevine. Why, is it a secret?
No, not exactly.
Well, I know it was a spot of turbulence, but I'm interested in the details.
Well, look, why don't you get onto the FAA? They have my full report. NTSB is looking into it.
I know, but I wanted to hear it from you.
Well, they'll issue an official statement, I guess.
Where's your co-pilot? Is he back here?
No, he's on holiday.
Where?
Try the office, they might know.
Okay. Well, let's try to fix a date, shall we? I ask what I want, and you answer what you want. How's that?
Well, look, maybe next week I'll be back home. I'll be in touch, okay?
I'll be here. How odd. Don't you think it's odd, Linda?
More coffee?
Oh, yeah, please.
I don't know what you find so odd about it.
Only that everybody seems to shy away from publicity.
Why should they want to advertise an incident? Turbulence frightens a lot of people. Believe you me, this was frightening enough, thank you.
Go on.
Off the record.
I promise.
Because I wouldn't even talk to you if we hadn't started flying together.
I know, Linda, and that's exactly what I find so odd. I mean, if I were back home, I'd understand. In Britain, people are much more press-shy than over here. Oh, it may be a sense of privacy or grossly inflated self-importance or treating even cesspit cleaning charges as if they came under the Official Secrets Act. Perhaps they do over there. You see what I mean?
I do. But this particular situation is, how should I put it, delicate?
Why?
Ours is a small airline. Profitable, but struggling with constant problems of liquidity.
Oh, the story of my life.
We could never afford to fly the new near-sonic Sarissa if it wasn't such a good shop window for AeroCorp.
You mean you got them cost price or something? But surely nobody would hold a spot of turbulence against the Sarissa. That's something even AeroCorp couldn't design out.
That's what Captain Mitchell said. Have you ever met him?
No. As I said, he wasn't too keen to talk.
Well, I think we were lucky to have him on that flight. Even he was shaking when we got down.
It must have been quite a pocket you hit.
The first jolt came as I was returning to the cabin.
Yeah.
And while the captain was giving the passengers a funny pep talk, two drunks were calling for attention and drinks in every way they could. And then came the next one, which sent us into a dive, and the drivers just couldn't hold it.
Well, shows the structural strength of the Sarissa that they managed to pull out at all.
And the fitness of the drivers. They had to fight the controls all the way. When they put the nose down to pick up speed, it wanted to go up and stall. It even resisted the turns as they tried to steer around the black holes.
All right, Linda, it was bad. Hell, if you like. Oh, I remember my own first bumpy ride, thank you very much. But that's no reason to grow so press-shy.
Timmy didn't say he'd be late, did he?
No.
You think we should ring the school?
It's only 4 o'clock.
4:13 to be precise. Your clock is very pretty, but it's no good as a timekeeper.
Well, try to repair it, if you can spare the time.
Oh.
That's all right. No, I'll go. Timmy? Timmy, what happened?
Nothing.
Your eye.
What is it? Nothing.
Nothing. That's all he can say. He's got a black eye, a bloody nose, even his shirt full of blood, and he says nothing. Don't go away when I'm talking to you.
Yes, Dad.
Oh, leave him alone just now.
You had another fight. Oh, don't just shrug your shoulders, please.
Yes. Yes, the same two boys.
Well, I hope you kicked their teeth in, did you? Didn't you?
There were two of them.
I didn't ask how many there were.
I tried to run.
That's why they always pick on you. You must stand and fight, always.
Like you, Dad.
What?
Do you stand and fight? And the headmaster wants to see you on Thursday.
Well?
Well, what?
Will you let him get away with it?
He only said what he thought.
He was impertinent.
I don't know.
What do you know? He'll soon be uncontrollable. He's only 10.
He's still entitled to his opinion. Aren't you going to answer that?
No, I'm 32 and also entitled to my opinion.
All right. Captain Penn.
Don't hang up.
Who are you?
Press, but don't hang up. It's important. I'm from the Daily Post.
Well, what do you want?
Your comment on the imminent big breakthrough in the Sarissa sales campaign. Do you think it's right to push it?
I wouldn't know.
Oh, come on, Captain. Let yourself go for once. After all, you must feel some responsibility. The skies will be full of that aircraft when that deal goes through. Do you think that the Sarissa's ready for it?
No.
Could you elaborate on this?
They should wait for the recovery of my co-pilot and the outcome of the Singapore investigation. Something was wrong with the controls. And if it happened once, it could happen again.
Is the chief in, Nancy?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Drayton's been expecting you all day.
Yeah?
And Mr. Singer's here.
Send him in.
I'm sorry, JB. I just got back.
So, what do you think?
Well, sir,
Don't well me, Alvin. We don't have time. That statement in London could be very damaging.
I don't understand, Penn.
Who's that?
The pilot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but you don't even need to understand him. That single statement could delay the sale by 6 or 8 months easily. Yeah, then they may stir up this turbulence incident. That girl, what's her name?
You mean Mara Boone?
Yeah. She's making inquiries, I hear.
Well, we could have a word with her editor. They have a fair chunk of our advertising budget.
Yeah, I know, and that's easy. They'll have to play ball. Yeah, but that captain is a problem. He must be stopped.
What do you mean, stopped?
Well, we can't let him go on making wild accusations. All in all, we have 8,000 jobs at stake. Yeah, perhaps we could take a closer look at him. Perhaps the press will be interested.
Well, I can't just...
I don't know how you go about these things, and I don't care. I can't be concerned with every detail of all our operations.
I'll have to think about this.
Yeah, do that, Alvin. You have plenty of time. Say an hour.
Mara Boone.
Hello, it's Linda. Have you got a TV in your office?
Yeah?
Well, switch on WCC right away.
Why? What happened?
It just tried to interview me on the telephone for the current affairs program on the air right now. It's something to do with the Singapore crash.
Thanks. I'll call you back.
Apparently hasty decision. On the other hand, minute fragments of evidence can now be assembled, and the emerging jigsaw picture begins to indicate pilot error as the sole cause of the crash. The voice recorder you see is not the actual one from the ill-fated Sarissa, but the voice you will hear is an extract from the genuine article.
Roger. 031.
I'll never fly with you again.
You're not the first to say so.
Well, if you want to stay here overnight, I mean an extra engine check or something.
Don't worry, Joe. That VIP hostess of Malaysian Airways will still be here on our way back.
I wasn't thinking about her. Only about,
the comfort of our beloved passengers.
And so it goes on. Well, we must leave it to you to decide. Is this the way to discuss the fate of the fare-paying public? What's more, the extracts refer to a friend of the captain, but we don't wish to go into that. After all, we're concerned only with the crash and the factors that are relevant to the search for the truth. There are, however, some other worrying aspects to deal with. The voice recorder extracts come by courtesy of the Far East Radio Services, a fine agency which also traced one of the survivors of the crash.
Oh, they would, wouldn't they?
Your name, sir?
Is that absolutely inevitable? I mean, I'm not seeking personal publicity or something. I've been flying most of my working life, because if you're in this agricultural machinery game, you must be prepared to visit customers all over the globe.
Yes, of course. But we must try to answer what's important for the investigators. And you mentioned something, that the captain was in a hurry.
He said so himself on the intercom, because of this ballet company on board. And also his friend who sat next to me and who, according to the stewardess, could be expected to obtain more accurate information from the pilot than anybody else on that aircraft. Now is that right?
Yes? Yes, okay. I'm sorry about this interruption, but I hear that at last we've got through to London. The sound you hear is, in fact, Captain Penn's phone ringing. Hello? Hello, London?
Captain Penn here.
Hello, Captain. This is Richard Bryant from station WCC in Washington, D.C. And I must add that you're in our current affairs program on the air live right now.
Do you realize it's past midnight here?
Yes, sir, and I'm ready to apologize. But now we must know what really went on between the crew before the crash. So tell me, please, was there an argument on the flight deck before takeoff?
No.
But the voice recorder revealed...
It's none of your business. It's purely for the investigators' information.
But only that could support your claim.
Rubbish. As soon as my injured co-pilot recovers...
You mean you haven't heard?
What?
He's dead.
Oh, no.
Dead?
I'm sorry I broke the news so tactlessly, but I was sure you'd know. It happened about 90 minutes ago. So, in the light of the new situation, when there's no hope to get your statement verified and your denials confirmed... Hello? Are you there?
Yes. Yes, I want to make a statement. The new Sarissa sales must be stopped at all costs. The entire fleet already in operation must be rechecked. I, or anybody else for that matter, can't sit back and wait any longer.
Because you must clear your name.
Never mind my name. I'll be back in that left-hand seat soon enough, and I won't ask for universal gratitude either. But we must prevent another, potentially more disastrous crash. So in the morning, I'm off for Singapore and to the States to see AeroCorp and do everything I can.
Who's paying?
I have to pay.
Oh, you mean we have to pay?
Yes, we have a joint account, haven't we?
With virtually nothing in it. The last 3 months were quite a drain. And a trip like this could be a financial disaster.
Well, I can get a loan.
And later sell the house, too. You may be away for months.
I don't know. The sooner I leave, the better.
How soon?
Well, I think there's a flight at 8:30.
You won't be back in time to come and see the headmaster on Thursday, even though it must be something serious.
Well, I'm sorry. You'll have to go in alone.
To whitewash your son. I warn you. If you go away, that's it.
You want to leave me?
As if it mattered what I or anybody wanted.
It matters to me.
Oh, like you asked the minor bird you bought for Timmy. Shoo-shoo, little bird. You like this cage or that one? Oh, you're a great trapper, Corrie Penn.
And you're drunk.
Did it matter to you whether Timmy would want to come into this world or not? Did you ask him?
I asked you. It was a mutual decision.
Like between you and the minor bird.
You were free to leave any time.
Oh, sure I was. But you were clever. You kept gilding every bar of the cage. And you always knew that I'd become a big enough whore to accept it all and give you in return some sort of marriage.
I haven't complained.
And I was too lazy to make a move. Is that what you call a good marriage?
I don't know. It works?
No. It vegetates. Survives while the going is good. It's a social convenience without love. Without even sex.
Without love. I could have walked out when you turned completely against sex.
Why didn't you?
There must be some bond to hold me here.
Well, yes, Timmy. Now he must be sacrificed for your career.
Between Washington and Singapore, I'll come back for the day, I promise.
You can't achieve anything in Washington if you only have 2 days.
Mara will help me. She has contacts.
Captain Penn.
Please look at Mara.
Just a smile, please.
I'm from WCC. If you could tell...
Captain Penn.
Could you please stop running?
Captain.
Oh, it's good of you to come and meet me.
It was very stupid of me. I should have known they'd be out here in force. Now they have the missing link.
What's that?
The picture of the two of us together.
What nonsense.
If they could only half convince the public and the authorities that we're having an affair, and you just couldn't wait to lay me on Bondi Beach or something equally imaginative, then you're doomed.
Who the hell would pay attention to gossip writers?
In this case, everybody.
Why in this case?
Look, this is not just a bit of cheap titillation about who's sleeping with whom. You're not a playboy and I'm not... Get on, Corey. Down.
Right. What was all that?
There was a photographer in that car. Look, you better stay out of sight. I booked you into the Manger Hay Adams.
Opposite the White House?
Only because I happen to know a good back entrance there. I'll drop you at the front and see you in your room later on.
Come in. That was quick.
Do you want to watch football?
No, I'll turn the sound down until the news. Hello.
Hello.
It's really good to see you.
And you.
You know something?
What?
It'd be nice if the gossip was true about us.
You have enough trouble without me. The knives are out to get you.
That's a good start.
My own editor is strongly discouraging my investigation into that turbulence case.
But why?
It's quite likely that he's under pressure from AeroCorp, and so is the rest of the press, and so are others probably, including Singer.
He is AeroCorp.
He's just resigned.
Why?
Well, health problem is the official explanation.
I'll have to talk to you.
Well, I tried to arrange it, but nobody knows where he is.
I'll have to approach people at the FAA or the NTSB chap I met in Singapore.
Won't be easy. They're also under pressure.
Just don't believe everything the press says.
Look at it from their point of view. The fate of the Sarissa and AeroCorp may badly damage the entire economy of the country.
And ruin it if more disasters are on the way.
Granted. That's why the investigation continues, but it's sort of running out of steam. There's no hard evidence to fuel it. So the technical men come under political pressure. And when it comes to hush-up politics, AeroCorp has all the trumps.
All right. Then I'll have to create a public outcry against it. Or even a scandal.
But it's only your word against everybody else's. I may be the only one to believe you, and even I have no reason to.
Yes, you have. I'm the only one who felt the behavior of that stick at the crucial moment. And Mitchell, whatever his name is.
Oh, look, I was coming to that. He's clearly dodging me. He obviously knows what's good for him.
Well, how about that stewardess?
I told you what she said, and she won't be quoted in public.
Have you got the tape?
Yeah. I have an interesting bit marked out for you. Here.
They had to fight the controls all the way. When they put the nose down to pick up speed, it wanted to go up and stall. It even resisted the turns as they tried to steer around the black. All right, Linda.
Just what I felt. Except that they had time to fight the controls. Which worked as if... No. That's mad.
What?
Well, as if the autopilot were engaged inadvertently.
Could it work against the pilot?
Oh, yes.
Well, then?
It's impossible. You see, the safety features are such that on the Sarissa it needs 2 positive steps to activate the autopilot. And besides, in my case, I remember quite clearly I glanced at it for a split second. I know it was off. It was found in the off position after the crash.
It may be worth mentioning when you meet Drayton.
Who's that?
The president of AeroCorp. That's my only good news, so I left it last.
How did you manage to swing that?
I've twisted every arm in sight. He'll see you on Thursday morning. Corey, what is it?
No, it's nothing. We'll have to rearrange it.
You can't. He's away now, and he'll be back in his office for only 5 hours on Thursday. He gave you 15 minutes of that time. Oh, what's wrong?
It's only that I was supposed to be back in London on Thursday.
Do sit down, Mrs. Penn.
Thank you.
It's a pity your husband couldn't make it, but, I know. The papers seem to be full of his spectacular efforts in Washington.
Well, yes, you know how it is.
Of course. Reporters have visited, in fact, even this modest establishment. A most embarrassing experience, if I may say so. Young Timothy seems quite upset because of it.
Also, because some boys seem to be picking on him quite deliberately.
Yes, there were fights. I'm glad he told you. No doubt he's also informed you why those boys were, as you say, picking on him.
No.
Well, current uncheckable rumour is, to put it bluntly, that he's twice been suspected, to say the least, of pinching some tawdry items and planting them, so to speak, on other boys and staff. Would you like a glass of water, Mrs. Penn?
No. No, thank you.
The question is, what are we going to do about it?
I don't know. He'll need a lot of help.
Oh, quite. But we must also think of the other boys' interests, you understand.
No. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps you'd like to think it over and keep him away from the pressures for a short while.
You want to expel him?
Oh, no, nothing so drastic. It wouldn't be right. No, but perhaps you wish to consider a fresh start for him with a clean sheet in new surroundings, where perhaps those reporters cannot chase him.
Hey, you! What the hell do you think you're doing? Stop it!
This plane won't leave the hangar.
Stop it! Cut it off!
No, sir, not today and not tomorrow. Not this plane.
You're crazy! Stop it! I'm warning you!
Here, drink up.
I don't want anything from you, Mr. Drayton.
Of course you do. You want satisfaction.
I want action, now.
Well, then start by drinking up. Then I'll apologize for the guards. Now, they shouldn't have knocked you cold. But you were lucky they didn't shoot. What you did was industrial sabotage.
I only dug some holes to prevent a Sarissa from leaving the assembly line.
What, for an hour or two? We could bridge those holes, you know.
Every hour counts, not to mention the publicity.
Yeah, you certainly made effective use of your 48 hours or so in the States. Do you know that you may be deported within the next few hours?
Yes.
If I make an official complaint, that is.
Don't threaten me, Mr. Drayton. I've too little to lose.
You know something? I admire your determination.
Then ground the Sarissa and stop production until the cause of my crash is cleared.
You know I can't do that.
Well, then you give me no choice. I know you'll try and stop me. I know that much of the press will see it the way you want it to be seen. But sooner or later, some people will stop and think.
And they may be wrong.
I take that chance.
Of course you do, because you have only Mr. Number One to think of.
Oh. It must hurt to be as unselfish as you are.
Look, what makes you think that yours is my first such problem? Do you think it would be right to stop production and ground a fleet every time a stupid driver wrecks a machine and makes a fuss to protest his innocence?
How to protect lives.
We both do that. But I also have to think about jobs and people's faith in aviation.
And that justifies anything, doesn't it? Even the wrecking of lives like mine.
Look, I don't know what my lieutenants did to you. I can't be responsible for everybody's action within the corporation. But I'm sure nobody meant to hurt you, and I have a proposition to make.
Which I cannot refuse, I suppose.
I'm willing to finance a research project, and I want you to participate in it.
You want to buy me out, quite shameless.
Yeah, but in a positive way. And then you can do something for the Sarissa and the public instead of playing the martyr. Yes, martyr. And you'd better stop seeing yourself as a modern Don Quixote bravely charging the propeller of an airplane.
Some more home news. The Accident Investigation Branch
I
of
hear it
Pacific
is.
Airline
Oh,
still
dear.
refused to make any comment on the Singapore crash of Flight 031. But in America, Captain Penn continues to drum up public support for his fight against the Sarissa, this time with a drill in front of a hangar.
Oh, dear.
A stewardess revealed to an American television investigation that the captain had a late night before the flight. Mara Boone, the aviation journalist among the passengers, was apparently mentioned on the flight deck during the long delay, and according to an extract from the voice recorder transcript, the captain said, "She's just an old friend. She was..." But the sentence remained unfinished.
Leave it, Ma.
I've heard enough.
Oh, why shouldn't he have a bit of crumpet? I don't mind.
Oh, shut up. Timmy might hear
Oh,
it.
so what? Sooner or later, he'll have to learn that his father isn't God. Just good friends, my foot. They had a good thing going long before I came on the scene.
Couldn't have been all that good.
Oh, she left him. You know why?
I'm not
I'll
interested.
tell you. Because of the child.
What child?
The child he always wanted and the child she couldn't have. She's barren, poor old dear.
How would you know?
Oh, she told me. That's how. He never knew why she ran after him. She couldn't face telling him, she said. It would hurt him. Dear, oh dear, it would shatter that darling man. Well, I'll be less considerate.
You can't do it.
Oh, yes, I can. And I will.
He needs you now more than ever.
He's never needed anyone.
How about Timmy?
He'll be all right with his darling daddy.
But he needs a mother.
But what do I need? I never wanted to be a mum. I never wanted a little brat to keep me from living and embarrass me with thieving and all. Oh, you like to be a mum? You play mum.
Oh, you can't be so heartless. Not my Maggie.
Not heartless. It's my last chance to think about nobody but myself.
One day you'll regret it.
Well, at least I won't have anybody else to blame. You just telephone Corrie in Washington after I've gone.
I came as soon as I got your message. So what's happened?
I'm going home.
You decided against Drayton's offer?
No. I decided against sacrificing my son for an obsession, however melodramatic it may sound.
You don't expect me to understand, do you?
Candy's left.
Taking Timmy.
She's left him with her mother.
Oh, she wouldn't. No.
She did. So I must go. But you keep up the pressure if you can.
I'll try.
Thanks.
I never got the kiss you promised me for fixing that date with Drayton.
Is it too late now? Is it?
No, I can't. I gave you all I had. I just haven't got any more. And I don't know how long it'll take to get reinforcements.
The scene is just too painful to describe. Toys, limbs, papers, luggage, twisted metal everywhere. The occasional faint cry for help, but there isn't much hope for any survivors. The rescuers fight the fierce flames around the nose of this once so slim and gracious Sarissa, now all compressed into a blob of blood, bones, and aluminum. It happened all so suddenly. Some eyewitnesses say it tried and tried, but just couldn't take off, and then fell back like an injured eagle, or a young one too weak to leave the nest. Oh, what an awful, terrible waste. Okay, Fred. You caught in okay? I can't hear you. I told you these bloody air prats were no good. What? Yeah. Then I'll do that stewardess now. No, I didn't say make her. I said I'll do her. The interview. Yeah.
May I steer, Dad?
Aye, sir.
Right. Then full speed ahead, number one, and no mistakes this time.
Ding, ding, ding. Full speed ahead coming up, sir. But we'll have to nurse that giant engine carefully, or else we'll have to paddle all the way back to Chiswick.
Right. Number one,
Sir?
have you heard from her?
You mean your mother, don't you?
You know whom I meant.
Don't you want to say, Mother? All right. You don't have to.
It's 3 weeks and a day now.
No. Not a word. But I'm sure she's all right.
Land ahoy! Stop the starboard engine!
The rescuers have detected some sounds in the crumpled fuselage, and they are now trying to cut through to them. Meanwhile, we have here Jean Page, a stewardess who only left the flight here in Hawaii, where she was scheduled for a 3-day vacation. She was still at the airport when it happened, and understandably, she's still in a state of shock. But it would help us, Jean. It would help everybody concerned if you could answer a few questions. What, in your opinion, could have caused this disaster?
I don't know.
Nothing unusual?
No, nothing. Not unless you count a hysterical old woman in the first-class compartment as something unusual. But you always get these. Every flight has its fair share, we always say. And coping with their questions and demands is part of the job.
Yes.
I even warned the girls about her. And now she's dead. They all are.
Answer, Timmy, will you?
Right. Hello?
Hello? Hello, Timmy. It's Mara. We had a chat the other day, remember?
Yes. You said you'd come and see us.
I couldn't. Well, not yet.
Are you still in America?
Yeah. Is your daddy around?
Yes. We were on the river, and I was captain and he was number one. Here he is. It's Mara.
Oh. Hello.
You spent the whole day on the river?
Yes, it was lovely.
Then you haven't heard?
What?
Crash in Hawaii with 171 on board.
No.
No survivors.
Any details yet?
Very little to go on.
Oh.
But it might have been like yours. According to witnesses, it was a very odd takeoff,
Yeah?
as if the plane was struggling to get off the ground, or the captain was hesitating.
It's guessing.
Well, everything is at this stage.
That's true. Has the press dug up anything?
Oh, well, not yet. There's only been an interview with the stewardess who left the flight in Hawaii. She gave the usual waffle of shock, you know. Perfectly normal flight, no premonition of disaster, troublesome hysterical passenger, and general confusion.
That's odd.
What?
You remember that dreadful machinery salesman next to you?
Boy, do I.
On Mitchell's flight, when it hit the turbulence, there was also trouble with some drunks. And now again.
You mean there could be a connection?
No, there can't be. I mean, how could there be? Except that I... No, it's ridiculous.
Except what?
Well, that I don't believe in coincidences.
Tell AeroCorp. They must look into it if you push it.
I make myself the laughing stock of the trade. No, it's not on, Mara. But it is odd.
Shall I mention it to Drayton?
If you like.
Yeah?
Miss Boone of Aviation World News and Line 3. Shall I say you're busy, sir?
No, put her through.
Go ahead, Miss Boone. Mr. Drayton on the line for you.
Hello, Mara. Any new theories for me?
No. I'm only anxious to hear if there's any development.
Now, you'll be the first to hear, as promised, if we find anything. Right now, I have a whole team working on your little theory, but so far, it's all negative. They tell me that there could be no interaction between the elevator controls and the various cabin signs, except if wires which run together were bared. Most unlikely event. And I'll have to leave you with that because someone's waiting for me on the other line. But I'll be in touch, don't worry.
I'll be in London for a few days.
This is the final call for passengers on Trans-Pacific 553 to London Heathrow. All passengers must proceed to gate number 22. Thank you.
Miss Boone?
Yeah?
Captain Brown's asked me to take you on board.
Oh, thank you.
We have a full load, and you'll have to ride as a supernumerary on the flight deck, I'm afraid. It's not the most comfortable
Oh, don't
ride.
worry. I love it.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Drayton, I'm still here.
Now, what the hell do you mean chafed? Now, how could they be?
Well, nothing definite. Not yet, you understand.
No, I don't. Have you found chafing in the wire insulations or not?
Well, yes, we have, but only on one aircraft.
Okay. Then start checking every other available aircraft within reach, and I'll put out a worldwide alert immediately. One more thing. Have you yourself seen that crate in Singapore?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen any similar chafing on that?
Well, no, sir, but then it's not something you'd normally look for. You see, the various looms of parallel wires are in a protective sleeve, and there's never been a reason to cut undamaged sleeves open. Except now that you've asked us specifically.
Good. Then remember this. I mean that I personally have asked for this, okay?
By the way, thanks for the ride at short notice, Keith.
Any time, my dear, any time. Without meaning to pry, is it business or pleasure?
Oh, bit of both.
Does Corrie know that you're coming?
No.
You'll be pleased.
I hope so.
I'm sure.
At least I have some interesting news for him about Singer.
Mm-hmm.
I have no proof, but I now know for certain that it was a resignation over policy. He felt that Drayton went too far with the whitewashing of the Sarissa, even if, technically, he was perhaps justified.
Trans-Pacific 553. 553. This is North Atlantic Traffic Control. Do you read me?
Loud and clear.
Is your co-pilot also plugged in?
Roger.
This is an emergency message to all Sarissa aircraft in the air. Are you on autopilot?
Roger.
Go over to manual at once. Please confirm.
Trans-Pacific 553 on manual.
Any cabin signs on?
No.
From now on, no cabin sign to be activated at all. You'll divert to your nearest airport, which is Shannon. Landing will be fully manual with no cabin signs on. Understood?
How about seatbelts?
You will have to make only one announcement right after this transmission, and tell all crew and passengers to remain seated and have seatbelts fastened.
Roger.
For the landing, the crew will have to be alerted for full emergency procedure.
Understood.
Although you will not, repeat, not select autopilot at any time from now on, you must make sure and monitor each other that the autopilot trim is an exact copy of your manual trim.
As if we flew on both manual and autopilot simultaneously.
That's correct. And one more item in the manufacturer's message. If at any stage you feel that the controls produce an unusually strong resistance, as if they were working against you, you will have to use sufficient force to overcome resistance.
Roger. Now, could you tell me...
I'll stay with you, and this frequency will remain open only to you, 553. But first, repeat entire message.
Trans-Pacific 553 is on manual, duplicating every selection of trim on autopilot, which is on the off position, and will remain so.
Welcome to those viewers who have just joined us here in Washington on the nationwide network, and also those in Europe who are watching with the help of a satellite hookup.
Attention, please. Thank you. Please, thank you. Mr. Drayton is now ready for you. Yes, first, Richard Bryant of WCC for the network.
Could Mr. Drayton elaborate on the initial formal statement and explain what is happening?
Yeah. Yes, of course. First of all, I should like to assure everybody who might have a friend or relative flying in a Sarissa right now that the danger is absolutely minimal and everything is under control. We are only diverting every Sarissa to the nearest airfield to make the safe even safer, if you know what I mean. Now, in simple terms, this is what we've discovered. It appears that in certain most peculiar circumstances, there's a possibility, as yet unconfirmed, that the autopilot of the Sarissa may be activated inadvertently by the combination of having the seatbelt sign on and frequent calls from some troublesome passenger.
Well, that's the most
now,
ridiculous.
please, I'll explain. Now, these cabin signs operate on a low voltage, but the current might seep through the wires controlling the operation of the autopilot, and this spurious input might then activate the servo unit operating the elevators. In other words, even if the autopilot is in the off position, the cabin signs and service call buttons may work the elevators, sometimes against the pilot's efforts.
Why weren't these wires better insulated?
The insulation was perfect. The problem is that these wires run parallel in looms fixed to the walls of the fuselage, behind the cabin panels and under the floor. The fixing is done by clips, which are fired into position by a suck gun. It appears, and this is not yet sure, but possible, that the insulation damage was caused by the clips. A natural move of the parts would in time aggravate the damage by chafing. And if so, a disaster would be on the cards.
It should have been foreseen by the designers.
No, sir. It was one of those freak situations that may develop. This one came about in just such a freakish way. We had trouble with the fixing of the looms, and a shop floor supervisor decided to adjust the suck guns so that greater force would be exerted.
Is this the end of the Sarissa?
On the contrary. It's a 5-minute job to restore 100% safety.
Have you found such chafing damage in the wreckage in Hawaii?
No, not yet. But that wreckage is burned out. On the other hand, in the aircraft wrecked in Singapore, The chafing and insulation damage have already been confirmed.
Does that exonerate Captain Penn?
Absolutely. He was right in every way to abort takeoff, even though he was beyond the point of no return. Had the same been done in Hawaii, a course that was extremely difficult to choose in the circumstances, we'd have 171 survivors instead of 171 bodies.
Flaps. 30 degrees, lights on.
Approach check completed.
Your seatbelt, Mara?
You'll never find me without it.
Okay. Well, we've been cleared to go in straight, so good luck, everybody. Landing check.
Landing gear.
Selected down.
No smoking sign omit.
It's off.
Yaw damper.
Off.
Altimeters.
QFE set and cross-checked.
Landing gear check.
3 green, selected and locked. Steering wheel centered.
Flaps.
50 degrees.
Hydraulic pressures.
Checked.
Landing check completed. Gives you something to write about?
I'd have preferred to be a participant rather than the subject of the press conference. Went out all over the world.
Corrie must have heard it by now.
Pity.
Why?
Oh, it would have been much nicer to give him the news. Still, I'll try to call him right away. Are there outside lines in the crew room here?
Yes, but, well, perhaps it would be better not to phone him.
Why?
I may have to ask you to do me a favor. To tell him something.
Don't try to sound so mysterious.
Oh, no mystery. It's just that he would perhaps take it more easily if it came from you. I mean, personally. It's about his future.
Oh, I know. I know you'll insist on giving you hours and hours on the simulator, fresh checkouts, and the rest before he could return to the left-hand sea.
It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
He's already been exonerated, hasn't he?
Well, he's certainly entitled to apologies and compensation.
He doesn't give a damn, I'm sure.
And both Trans-Pacific and AeroCorp will offer him the best desk jobs you can think of.
Desk jobs? You know he wants to fly. He's a pilot.
I know. But after Singapore and the accusations and all the rotten publicity, how would you as a fare-paying passenger feel if at 30,000 feet the intercom came on and Corrie's smooth voice said, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cornelius Penn, your captain, speaking."
In Point of No Return by Stephen Barley, Gabriel Woolf played the part of Captain Cornelius Penn. Candy Penn was Sheila Grant, Mara Boone, Shirley Dixon, Captain Keith Brown, John Graham, Alvin Singer, Paul Maxwell, Drayton, Malcolm Hayes, passenger, Stephen Jack, Richard Bryant, Paul Meyer, and Candy's mother, Betty Bascom. You also heard the voices of Jean England, Gordon Gardner, Garrard Green, Leslie Heritage, Ursula Hurst, Valerie Murray, Clifford Norgate, Margaret Robertson, John Rowe, Christopher Schooler, James Thomason, and Joanna Wake. Point of No Return was produced and directed by Graham Gould.
We present Saturday Night Theatre.
I can't remember who it was who said a story should have a beginning, a middle, and an end, but not necessarily in that order. He could have been outlining the story I'm about to tell you, though. Oh, my name is Barney Hendrickson, by the way. You've probably never heard of me, which is fair enough, because I've probably never heard of you either. Jean-Luc Godard, that's who said it. About stories having beginnings, middles, and ends. I should have remembered straight off. After all, I'm a director like Godard. No, let me rephrase that. Like him, I'm a film director. A film director like him, I'm not.
The Technicolor Time Machine, adapted for radio by Chris Boucher from the novel by Harry Harrison, with Lee Montague as Barney Hendrickson, Richard Pearson as Professor Hewitt, John Bay as L.M. Greenspan, David March as Dr. Jens Lynn, and Michael Kilgarry as Otter. The Technicolor Time Machine.
I work in Hollywood. I know. You thought Hollywood was dead, right? Well, it isn't. It's just very, very sick. But what else is new? In fact, I work for Climactic Studios, which means I work for L.M. Greenspan since L.M. is Climactic. He always regarded me as one of the most reliable producer-directors on the lot. But on this particular afternoon, that was an opinion he was beginning to revise somewhat.
What am I doing here? How did I let myself be talked into this?
You are here, L.M., because you are a far-sighted, quick-thinking executive. Or, to put it another way, you have to grasp at any straw handy, because if you don't do something fast, Climactic Studios will sink without a trace.
Bite your tongue.
Or, to put it even another way, you're investing 1 hour of your time in an examination of a project that may mean climactic salvation.
Without a trace, he says.
Relax, L.M. You could rise up from the grave even now.
Don't say that. You know how much money we lost on that Dracula movie?
Turning it into a martial arts picture was not your best idea ever.
It was not my idea. Besides, martial arts was very big at the time.
So were motorbikes.
With a good stunt coordinator, those motorbike sequences would have worked.
Dracula has risen from the grave.
I was never happy with that title.
It was the best thing about it.
You let me down on that one.
I had nothing to do with it.
Exactly my point.
Well, this is the place, sir.
This is the place? It's a dump. What could there be in a dump like that could possibly save the studio?
Don't prejudge, L.M. After all, who could have predicted that a poor kid from the East Side slums would one day be head of the largest film company in the world?
Are you getting personal?
Let's not get sidetracked. Let's first go inside and see what Hewitt has to offer and make our preconceptions afterwards. Are you coming, L.M.?
You guard this car with your life, you understand?
Yes, sir, Mr. Greenspan.
A neighborhood like this, you have to watch constantly.
I'll see no one touches the car, sir.
Watch your blind spots. Don't let them sneak up on you.
No, sir. L.M.?
I'm coming. You know my problems? I'm too trusting. That's my problem.
That's your problem, all right.
Too easily led.
That's what I heard. Professor Hewitt?
Ah, yes. Mr.
Hendrickson.
Hendrickson, yes.
Professor Hewitt, this is the man I talked to you about. None other than the head of Climactic Studios himself, Mr. L.M. Greenspan.
Yes, of course. Do come in.
He's English.
Does it matter?
You didn't tell me.
It didn't seem important.
I don't like it.
This way, Mr.
Greenspan.
Greenspan, yes.
Already he's forgotten my name, and this is a super brain?
It's in the basement, L.M.
I don't like this.
Oh, come on, L.M. I mean, he looks the part, doesn't he? Small, bald, thick glasses. He could be straight out of Central Casting.
This is what bothers me. What is this? Looks like an old set for Frankenstein.
Let the professor explain.
This is my life's work.
He's pointing at the toilet. What sort of life's work is that?
He means the machines and apparatus. He's just not pointing very well.
I'm expected to take seriously a man who can't even point properly? What's he doing now?
Just warming it up.
Warming it up, he says. All this stuff. There's enough wiring and machinery in here to blow us to hell if he gets it warmed up too much. See what I mean?
He knows what he's doing.
There.
Where?
This platform is the heart of the Radiatron. This is where the displacement takes place. Now, I want to explain the mathematics to you. You couldn't possibly understand them. Nor will I go into the complex details of the machine's construction. Now, I feel that a demonstration of the Radiatron in operation would be wise at this point. Now, you see this beer bottle? It's a perfectly normal beer bottle.
What's a Brainiton?
This is. I will now demonstrate. I place the bottle on the platform. I switch on the field. Watch closely now. Do you see it? Do you see the displacement?
The what? The bottle flickered, L.M. You saw the bottle flicker?
Dramatic, wasn't it? and here it is on the printout. Look. That bottle travelled back 7 microseconds in time and then returned to the present. No, in spite of what my enemies say, the machine's a success. My Brainiatron, from Brainia, the Serbo-Croatian for time, in honor of my maternal grandmother, who's from Mali Loshinya, it's a workable time machine.
A nut. The guy is a nut.
Hear him out, LM. The professor has some ideas. It's only because he's been turned down by all the foundations in his request for funds that he will even consider working with us. All he needs is some finance to jazz his machine up.
There's one born every minute. Let's go.
Just listen to him. Let him show you the one where he sends the beer bottle into the future. This is too impressive to ignore.
Well, there's a temporal barrier in any motion towards the future. No, the displacement towards the future requires infinitely more energy than displacement into the past. However, the effect is still operative. You see?
So long. And P.S., Barney, you're fired.
Looking back, I suppose that was the turning point. The real beginning, maybe. I don't know what did it exactly. God knows I've been fired often enough, so it wasn't that. I was just angry, I guess, angry at myself, the dying company that employed me, the blindness of man, futility of man, the fact that I was overdrawn at the bank. Anyway, I raced after LM and snatched the Havana cigar out of his mouth.
Hey, they cost $5 apiece.
We'll have a real demonstration, something you can appreciate.
Give it back here.
You'll have it back, but he's going to do some time traveling first. Now get that damn beer bottle out of the way. Now watch this, Alan. Now, which of these gadgets is the power control fuse?
Well, this rheostat controls the input, but why? Look here, you can't raise the temporal displacement level without burning out the equipment. Stop!
You can buy new equipment, but you don't convince LM you're on the rocks and you know it. Go for broke.
But you're destroying my life's work. Stop it!
I'm electrocuted!
Look at the platform. Look. The cigar's gone.
You owe me $5.
2 seconds at least. 3, 4, 5, 6. There it is.
Give me that cigar. Still alight.
6, maybe 7 seconds, Owen.
All right, so it's a time machine, so I believe you. Well, what has this got to do with making films or keeping climactic off the rocks?
For making films, it had obvious possibilities. A bigger and more powerful version of Professor Cigar Transporter might just take a film crew back in time for long enough to shoot the historical epic to end all historical epics. And that was exactly what Climactic needed to stay in business. Well, of course, development would cost. So the possibilities for keeping Climactic off the rocks were slightly less obvious at that stage. But some weeks later, a select, not to say conspiratorial group of us met in LM's office, having passed that stage and ready, if not especially eager, to move on or back to the next.
Lock the door and cut the phone wires.
It's 3 in the morning, LM. We can't be overheard.
If the banks get wind of this, I'm ruined for life and maybe longer.
If anyone's got this place bugged, it won't be the banks.
Cut the wires, Barney.
Let me take care of it, Barney. I'll just disconnect them, if that's okay.
Be my guest, Baylor. You always carry one of those?
Head of technical services? I should carry a tennis racket, maybe? I'll tell you one thing, Barney. We've solved the mystery already tonight for a year now. My boys have been repairing these cut wires on the average of twice a week. There. All done.
All right, Barney, let's have it.
We're ready to roll at last, LM. All of the essential machinery for the Brainiatron has been built on the set for Frankenstein and the Halloween Chainsaw Massacre. The expenses have been covered by the budget for the picture. In fact, there was a bit of saving there. The professor's machines cost less than the usual props.
Don't digress.
Right. Well, we've mounted the machinery in the back of an army truck from the set of Private Benjamin's sister, and the prof has hooked it up and tested everything. It's ready to go. Isn't that right, Professor?
Absolutely, Barney. Now, everything tests out perfectly now, Mr. Greenspan. There are 1 or 2 sub-circuits which are very slightly out of phase, but...
I don't like the truck. It'll be missed.
No, it won't, LM. It was government surplus in the first place and was going to be disposed of in the second. It was sold legally to our usual outlet and bought by Tex here. I told you, we're in the clear.
Tex? Tex, who is he? Who the hell are all these people anyhow? I thought I told you to keep this thing small, hold it down until we saw how it works. If the banks get wind of this...
The operation is as small as it can possibly be. There's me and the prof, Whom you know?
Yeah.
Amory Blested's your own technical chief.
Been with you 30 years.
I know. But who are the two cowboys over there?
I'm Tex Antonelli. Dallas Levy.
They're stuntmen.
Stuntman? What kind of stunt you pulling?
Will you relax, LM? We need help on this project. Trustworthy men who keep quiet, know their way around in case of trouble. Dallas was in the combat infantry, then on the rodeo circuit before he came here. Tex was 13 years in the Marines, an instructor in unarmed combat.
What about you?
Dr. Jens Lynn. From UCLA, philologist. He specializes in North European languages or something like that. We do the story we're planning. He's going to do our translating for us.
This is a wonderful opportunity. I have taken my sabbatical. I would even accompany you without the generous horarium and the technical advisor. We know so little of spoken old law.
All right. The team I accept. Now, what's the plan? Fill me in on the details.
We've got to make a trial run. See if the prof's gadget really does work.
I promise you.
Don't promise. Promises I got already. Results I need.
If it does work, we set up a team, work out a script, then go out and shoot it on location. And what a location. I mean, think of it. All of history is open to us on wide screen. We can film it all, record it.
And save this studio from bankruptcy. No salary for extras, no sets to be built, no trouble with the unions.
Hold it right there.
Not your union, Dallas, of course, not your union. All the crew from here will be employed at scale and above with bonuses. I was just thinking of the savings at the other end. Go now, Bonnie. Go while I'm still enthusiastic. And don't come back until you've got good news for me.
The truck was in an empty warehouse on the far side of the studios, which were, of course, silent and deserted at this time of night. I left the studio guard outside the warehouse, however, just to be sure.
Tight as a drum, sir, and no disturbances at all.
Fine. After you, gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you.
Listen, we'll probably be here the rest of the night, okay?
Sir?
It's classified work, so see that no one gets near this area.
No, I've already told the captain. He's passed the word to the boys.
Good man. Be seeing you. I hope.
The batteries and accumulators are fully charged.
Does that mean we're ready?
You may board the lorry, gentlemen.
Lorry? Britt, the truck. What exactly is due to happen here?
That's exactly what we're here to find out, Tex.
The experiment can begin any time now.
Shall we get aboard?
I'm getting into the cab. I'll feel more comfortable there. I used to drive a 6-bar like this.
Everyone else in the back, yes?
Okay. I think maybe we should have been better briefed.
Time's money, Dallas. You know the business. You talk it or you do it. There isn't a budget for both.
Got a hell of a lot of room in here, what with the generator and the supplies and the...
Brainiatron.
You okay in the front, Tex?
Yeah, just fine.
Okay, I'll secure.
Perhaps for the first trial, we might take a look in on the year 1500.
No way. No, you set 1,000 AD on your dials just as we decided and pulled the switch. I don't want to ship the equipment a full crew to Scotland or wherever and then find we can't get far enough back in time.
The power expenditure would be less. The risk...
Don't cop out now, Professor. We want to get as far back as possible so that no one will be able to recognize the machinery as machinery, cause us any trouble. Besides, the decision has been made to do a Viking picture, not a remake of the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
That would be in the 16th century. I would date the setting in medieval Paris rather earlier.
Look, if we're gonna go, let's stop jawing and go. It spoils the troops. You horse around and waste time before going into combat.
You're quite right, of course, Mr. 1000 Anno Domini it is. And here we go.
What's wrong?
So many of these blasted switches and dials are dummies, I get confused.
Well, we had to make the machines so that they could be used in the horror film. They had to look realistic.
So you make them unrealistic. Wonderful. That's better. Now. Hey! The Elmo's fire. Something's gone wrong. A secondary phenomenon. A static discharge of no importance. The field's building up now. Automatic sequencing. Locked in. And that's all I can do. At the microsecond of maximum power, the selenium rectifiers will trip automatically. You can monitor it here on this dial. When it reaches 0...
Let's see. Reading 12. I don't think I want to watch.
9. The charge is building up. 8, 7, 6.
We get combat pay for this?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0! Eureka!
Hey, what the hell is that? Look. Over the tailboard, outside the truck. Look. I can. It hurts to look. Yeah, but what is it? Nothing is what it is. Absolutely nothing.
Yes, definitely. Definitely displacing towards the past. An easy measured rate. Now some adjustments for physical displacement as well. Wouldn't do to end up in interstellar space or in the middle of the Pacific. Dear me, no. Now, I suggest you hold securely to something, gentlemen. I've made as good an approximation as possible to the local ground level, but I'm afraid to be too precise. I don't want to emerge underground. So there may be a drop of a few inches. Are you ready?
Hit it, Professor.
God! Well, I'll be damned.
Oh. Gee. That is beautiful. This is no part of California I know.
Well, this is the old world, not the new. What? To be precise, the Orkney Islands.
What?
Where there were many settlements of the Northmen in the 11th century. It's the year 1003. It undoubtedly surprises you that the Bremetron is capable of physical as well as temporal displacement. But this is
Nothing surprised me since Hoover was elected. Now, let's get the operation moving. Dallas, roll up the front of the tarp so we can see where we're going.
Okay.
You absolutely certain about where we are, Professor?
Absolutely,
Barney.
Barney, yes.
Well, why didn't you say you were going to move us through space as well as time?
There was some small risk.
Now he tells us.
Exactly. But it was only a small additional risk.
And it's a large additional saving. Star up, Tex.
Right.
Congratulations, Professor. All right, Tex, let's see what's further along the beach, round that little headland.
Carefully, please. Remember the equipment.
Hey, Barney, you want this?
What, a revolver? No, you keep it, Dallas. I'd probably shoot my foot off if I played around with one of those. Give the other one to Tex. Hold on to the rifle yourself.
Yeah, but aren't we going to be armed just in case for our own protection? I can handle a rifle.
Not professionally. We work to union rules round here, Amory.
We're rounding the headland now. I think we found some signs of life.
Alt for startled. Look at that. So beautiful. That I should be seeing this with my own eyes.
What, you mean the sod hut and the dirty rowboat?
The smoke coming from that hut.
So where is everybody?
The truck has frightened them. They have taken refuge in the house.
Kill the engine, Tex.
Right.
Maybe we should have brought some beads or something to trade with the natives.
I fear that these are not the kind of natives that you are thinking of. Ah, you see? You see what I mean?
Hey, that's a real Viking. Horns on the helmet and everything.
That's a mean-looking axe he's swinging, too.
You can see he is obviously afraid, but the Viking hero cannot reveal his fear before the thralls and housecarls who will be watching from concealment in the building. So he works up a berserk rage.
Is that why he's chewing his shield?
Yes.
Can't do his bridge work a lot of good.
He appears to be foaming at the mouth now.
Dallas, can you and Tex take this guy on? Maybe slow him down before he breaks something?
Yeah, bullet will slow him down real good.
Absolutely not. This studio does not indulge in murder, even for self-defense.
Well, we'll go on to the personal jeopardy bonus in the contract then.
Yeah, I know. Just do it, will you?
Hey! That big slob chopped off one of the headlights.
Has he finished, you think?
He'll be back. Tex, get ready to draw him away.
Right. Are you all right, Dr.
Lynn?
Dr. Lynn, yes. You look a little shaken.
I understood what he said, Professor Hewitt. I understood what he said. He was bragging that he had taken out the monster's eye. And the language was intelligible.
Congratulations, Doctor.
He's coming back. He seems to have gained a little confidence here.
Let's go, Tex. I'll tap him with a couple of these pebbles. You be ready with a rope.
Those are pebbles?
When you're as big as that guy, these are pebbles. Hand me the rope.
This?
Yeah.
Dallas?
Yeah.
Are you planning to lasso that crazy monster?
Yep. Once Tex got his attention.
Hey! You sound a good fight. Snake mouth. He seems to have managed that. Probably the obscene gesture. Who would have thought that would have meant something to a Viking?
That seems to have settled him down a bit. Nice throwing, man. Rocks and ropes.
Don't
I have to talk to him. It's a rare opportunity. Yeah, but Emma, make sure he's well tied.
I hope it doesn't take too long to bring him round. I really think we should be going back soon. The shift compensator relays are not as robust as I would wish.
Are you saying the Vramiatron's about to break down on us?
No, I'm saying we should avoid unnecessary strain by leaving soon.
Hey, those guys coming out of the house, are they going to attack us?
Yes! We must leave instantly. We can't risk the equipment being damaged.
What about this? Throw the prehistoric lumberjack in the back here. Let's get going. Well, let's go. Hold on, Jimmy. Right, give me full throttle. Hit the horn and the lights, Tex. I said no guns, Dallas. Over their heads is all. Okay.
Yeah! Ha-ha! That puts a fear of God in them. Where to?
Professor?
We must get as close as possible to the point where we arrive.
You heard the man, Tex.
On our way.
It goes through space as well as time. Why couldn't we leave from where we were?
Well, I must have objective points to calibrate the control. It was only the first trip, remember? Hey! Sunday driver!
Hey, watch it, Tex. We don't want Sunday driver?
I knew it. 30 years with L.M. Greenspan has finally softened my brain.
Goddamn cheap liquor. About the only one of us that wasn't seriously fazed by what we saw in that moment was the good professor. He was fascinated. But he finally got around to explaining in words of one syllable. What we had seen was a truck we were now riding in as it would be at a later date. Seemed reasonable. What didn't seem reasonable was what I'd seen in the back of that truck. It was me. As I caught the eye of that other me, he gave me the dirtiest grin I've ever seen. Thumbed his nose at me. It was worrying. At the very least, it was worrying. About that time, the Viking woke up, bit me in the leg. He was still frothing at the mouth. It occurred to me that I probably got rabies now on top of everything else. When we trooped into L.M.'s office, we were beat. Must have looked it. L.M., still half convinced the whole thing was an elaborate scam, was instantly suspicious.
So what went wrong? What happened? You walk out of the office 10 minutes ago, and now 10 minutes later you walk in.
Minutes to you, L.M., but hours for us. The machine's okay.
That's right.
It works even better than we'd hoped.
Oh,
The
yeah.
way is open to take a company back in time and film an accurate, full-length, widescreen, realistic, low-budget, high-quality historical. The next problem's a simple one.
A story.
Right as always, L.M. And it so happens we have a story. A true-to-life story. And what is more, a patriotic story. If I was to ask you who discovered America, what would you say?
Christopher Columbus, 1492.
That's what most people think, but it was the Vikings that did the job first.
Columbus was a Viking? I thought he was Jewish.
500 years before Columbus was born, Viking ships had sailed from Greenland and discovered what they called Vinland, which has since been proven to be part of North America. The first expedition was led by Eric the Red.
Eric the Red? You want to get us blacklisted with a commie picture?
It's just a name, L.M., and anyway, there isn't a blacklist anymore.
A popular idea will always come back.
And that one will run and run.
After Eric found the place, it was colonized. Vikings came, lived there, built houses, farmed, and this was all organized by the legendary hero Thorfinn Karlsefni.
These names! He's got to go, too. I can already hear the big romance scene. Kiss me, my dearest Thorfinn Karlsefni, she whispers. Out. You're losing your touch, Barney.
You can't rewrite history, L.M.
What else have we ever done? This is no time to go soft on me, Barney Hendrickson. You, who were at one time my best producer and director, before the lousy moron box ruined us all. Get a grip on yourself. The motion pictures are not primarily an educational medium. We are selling entertainment, and if it doesn't entertain, it don't sell. Now, I see it this way. We got this Viking. You call him Benny or Carlo or some other good Viking name. And you do a saga of his adventures, like one day fighting and winning. Of course he's restless. He's that kind. He goes off and finds America, then comes back and says, I have found America. So they make him the king. Then there is this girl with long blonde wig hair who keeps waving to him every time he sails away and promises to return. Only now he is older, with a little gray above the ears and some scars. He has suffered. And this time, instead of going away, he takes the girl with him. and together they sail into the sunset to a new life as the first pioneers at Plymouth Rock. Well?
What can I say? Great as always, LM. You haven't lost your touch.
But it is not that way. It is in the records. Even Mr. Henriksson is not completely correct. It was Leif Erikson, the son of Erik the Red, who is generally credited with the discovery of Finland. There are two versions of the chronicle, one in the Hobbs book and the other in the Flatting Earth book.
Enough already. Even the history books can't agree, Barney. So with some little bringing together here and there and some touching up, we got a story. Who are you thinking up for the lead?
If we can get him, Rough Hawk would be perfect for the Viking, and someone really stacked for the girl.
Slidey Toe. She's available in between pictures, and for 2 weeks, a crumb of an agent has been in and out of here with deals. So I know she's broken and we can get her cheap. Next, you'll need a writer. And for that, use Charlie Chang. We have him on contract. He's a specialist.
On Bible stories, maybe not historicals. And frankly, I didn't think much of Down from the Cross or that other thing, Walking the Red Sea Waters.
Ruined by censorship, that's all. I okayed the scripts myself and then was great. You hear that?
It's the Viking. He was still aching for a fight, so we slugged him again and chained him to the shower in the executive's head.
What's this?
One of the locals. He attacked the truck. We brought him along so that Dr. Lynn could talk to him.
Well, get him in here.
Tex, Dallas.
He's just the man we need. You gotta have a local who knows his way around when you're shooting on location.
After a few minutes of yelling and chain rattling and a couple of solid thuds, Tex and Dallas came back with a slightly glassy-eyed Viking. It was the first real chance I'd had to get a clear look at him. He was as impressive as hell, and we were all impressed. All except LM, of course. To LM, this was just another yokel to be dazzled.
Welcome to Hollywood. Sit down, give him a drink, Barney, and make yourself comfortable. What'd you say your name was?
Doesn't speak English, LM.
I can't say I approve of that, Barney. I don't like working through interpreters. Too slow, not reliable. All right, Lynn, do your stuff. Ask him his name.
Let me... That Peter Morgan.
What's the trouble? I thought you talked his lingo. Can't he understand you?
You must be patient, sir. Old Norse has been a dead language for almost 1,000 years. We know of it only through the written.
All right, already. Lectures I don't need. Make him comfortable, oil him up with a few drinks, and let's get rolling here.
Sit.
Here. Try some of LM's best bandit.
Hey, killer. He thinks you're trying to poison him.
That's easily taken care of. Yeah, watch me. I needed that. You want to try some now? Oh, easy. Easy.
Owen Hawk is alive.
At $20 a bottle plus tax, he should like it. Ask him again about the name.
What? Peter Morgan.
Ottar. Now we're getting someplace. We're also getting on at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I want to get things settled. Ask this Ottar about the rate of exchange. What kind of money do they have, Len?
Well, they barter mostly, but mention is made of the silver mark.
How many marks to the dollar? And tell them not to give any fancy bank figures. I want the free market price. We've been had this way before, and I'll buy the marks at Tangier if I
Come here. It's the bourbon. He wants the bourbon. One side, gents.
That's it, folks.
What's this, murder in my own office?
Just a little lead-weighted sap. He'll come around all right. Good as new.
Crazy man, I got enough of in the organization, so take this one back where he come from, and find one that speaks English. I don't want any translators next time.
None of them speak English, LM.
Then teach one, but no more crazy.
Back in my own office, a lot of sleepless hours, or was it centuries later, the problems were really beginning to pile up.
Yeah, Betty.
Dallas Levy on 2. Sounds Steve.
I'll take it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dallas. Sorry, I was going to get back to you. What were you saying? Yeah. Troubled times of 2 hours ago, yeah. I'll okay the vouchers. And just keep the malodorous bastard locked up and quiet until we decide what to do with him. Yeah, and tell Dr. Lynn to get up here as soon as he's finished talking to him. This picture's going to be a bitch to cost. Hey, Professor.
I'm sorry, what you say?
Yeah, any results from all those calculations? I mean, can we send anything bigger than that truck back in time?
Patience. You must learn patience. There are many factors that enter into the equation, other than the accepted
Betty?
dimensions of physical measurement.
Send him in.
We must consider 3 additional criteria at least.
Professor.
That's taking it... What?
Just the answer. That's all I need. Well, Doctor, out with the bad news. Unless that's your normal expression. No luck with the Viking, right?
There is a communication problem. You realize, since my command of Old Norse is far from perfect, and Otter has little or no interest in what I am trying to discuss with him. However, I do feel that with the proper encouragement, he could be convinced that he should learn English.
Encouragement?
Well, like most Vikings, he is very mercenary and will do almost anything to gain status and wealth. Though, of course, he prefers to get it by battle and killing.
Of course, all right. We could pay him for taking his language lessons. What about the time factor? Can you have him speaking English in 2 weeks?
Oh, impossible. With a cooperative student, perhaps, but not with Otter. He is reluctant at best, and in addition, he refuses to do anything until he is released.
Released? I can just see that hairy nut with his meat axe on the corner of Hollywood and Vine. No way is he released.
One way, perhaps, if I might offer a suggestion. If Dr.
Lynn,
yes, were to return with the Aborigine to his own time, there would be ample opportunity to teach him English in his own environment, which would both reassure and calm him.
It would not reassure or calm me, Professor. Life in that particular era tends to be both brutish and short.
Well, I'm sure precautionary measures can be taken, Doctor, and I would think that the philological opportunities would far outweigh the personal factor.
There is that, of course.
Plus the important point that in this manner the time factor can be altered to suit our needs. I mean, gentlemen, we can collapse or stretch time as we will. Dr. Lynn, yes, can have 10 days or 10 months or 10 years to teach the language to Otter. And between the moment we leave him in the Viking era and the moment when we see him again, only a few minutes need to have passed from our point of view.
2 months will be adequate if you wish to consider my point of view.
It's agreed then. Lynn will go back with the Viking and teach him English, and we'll arrive with a company 2 months later, Viking time, to start the production role.
I have not agreed. There are dangers.
I wonder what it will feel like to be the world's single greatest authority on Old Norse. I knew you'd see it. Why don't you do your best to explain to Otter? Mention money.
Yes, sir?
Betty, get the contract department to send over one of their barely legal lifetime at hard labor general service contracts for Otter to sign. Just a general pro forma. We'll fill in the specifics.
Right. Oh, Charlie Chang's here, boss.
Fine. Get onto the dispensary, Betty. Tell them if I'm going to live past noon, I need that Benzedrine now. And tell good old Charlie I'll be right with him.
Oh, he is a friend of yours, is Charlie Chang?
Hell no, we dislike each other intensely.
I will go talk to Otto.
Yeah, I'll send the contract down. Charlie Chang, man, it's good to see you.
It's been a long time, Barney.
Too long. Come on in here.
Good to work with you again. What's cooking, Barney?
A widescreen, 3-hour, big-budget film, and you're the only man who can write it. The subject's a wholly new concept of the Viking discoveries of North America.
Sounds good, Barney, but you know, I'm a biblical specialist. I don't think this is up my alley.
You're a good writer, Charlie, which means everything's up your alley. Besides, let's not forget your contract.
Oh, we can't forget the contract. Ha-ha. I've always been interested in doing a historical.
We got the scoop from the library, everything you need to know. Betty, send in the books.
You mean that Talalilord out there was for me? You mean that Talalilord out there was for me?
Thanks, Betty.
Okay.
Just take a quick flip through them. I'll be with you in a minute.
A minute, sure.
What is it, Professor? What is it?
The size of the load the Brematron will be able to handle with an increased power supply. Roughly speaking, a 14-ton load measuring 12 feet by 12 feet by 40 feet.
Why, Barney Hendrickson, it must have been years. I know you have a part that's just perfect for me.
Now, there were those in the business who said that Slighty Tove had the acting ability of a marionette with loose strings, the brain of a Chihuahua, and the moral standards of Fanny Hill. And they were right. But what she also had, in overabundance, was femaleness, plus the ability to communicate on what must have been a hormone level. A communication which was scarcely diminished by all the barriers of film, lenses, and projectors, and which radiated hot and steam. I was saved by an urgent summons to LM's office. There I found him closeted with Sam, his own personal private accountant, reputed to be a world authority on cooperative finance and tax evasion. LM finished cutting the telephone wires and gave me a long and searching look.
I got not so good news for you, Barney. We're ruined.
What LM means is that Climactic Studios will soon be bankrupt.
On the rocks, a work of a lifetime.
Normally, it would take at least 3 more months before our financial report would be sent to the banks, who, as you know, own the controlling percentage of this corporation. However, for some reason unknown to us, they're sending their accountants to examine the books this week.
Mm-hmm. And they'll find all the profits are on paper, and all the hard cash has been bled off into the untaxable L.M. Greenspan Foundation. Am I right, L.M.?
Watch it, Barney. That's no way for an employee
Listen,
to start...
L.M., you wouldn't have got involved with Professor Hewitt and his machine unless there was a possibility of saving the firm. A box office success would get the pressure off, yes?
A big box office hit, sure. Even a big picture in a can, and we could laugh at the teeth of the banks. But you can't make a picture in a week.
I can. L.M., you must have a heart attack.
Bite your tongue. One coronar's enough to last a lifetime.
You go home with Sam to work on the books tonight. You take them with you. You get sick. Your doctor says it could be a coronary. Everyone runs round, shouts for a few days. The books are forgotten about. Then it's the weekend. Nobody even considers looking at the books until Monday, maybe Tuesday.
Monday. You don't know banks. No books on Monday, and they'll have a hired car full of doctors over to the house.
All right, Monday. On Monday, L.M., I will bring you the new picture in the can. A picture that will just have to gross 20 million on length, width of screen, and color alone. Don't you see? I can take the company and everything we need back into Viking times, shoot the picture, and use as much time as we need to get it right before we come back. And in the here and now, we need only have been gone for 10 minutes.
Are you saying that we will only have to pay production costs for just 10 minutes?
I never saw you smile before, Sam. And no, that's not what I'm saying.
Can you do it, Barney? Can you pull this thing off?
I can do it if you give me all the help I asked for and no questions. Now, this is Tuesday. I see no reason why we can't have everything we need sewn up by Saturday. Have to get the contract signed with the principals, get enough raw film to last all the shooting, technicians, these two extra cameras. Yeah, we can do it. We can be ready to leave on Saturday.
Still, I don't know. It's a wild idea.
Oh, one more thing. If we're on location for, say, 6 months, everyone has to be paid 6 months' salary.
What?
But we rent the cameras and sound equipment, all the expensive hardware. We'll only have to pay a few days' rental fees for them.
Barney, you got yourself a deal.
We made one more reconnaissance trip to the Vikings' home. It was partly to give Gino Capo, our cameraman, a chance to look around, shoot some test footage. Partly so that Amory and I could decide what we need to take on location, and partly to deliver one very drunk Viking and his somewhat uneasy English teacher. Lynn had thought of everything he could possibly need. He was even wearing one of those multi-pocketed hunting jackets.
Why the Jungle Jim outfit?
A simple matter of survival and creature comfort. I have DDT for the body lice that are sure to abound, hollow-sewed tablets for the drinking water, and a quantity of tinned food.
You get much traffic around here?
Just us, Gino. Just us.
Why thumb your nose at yourself, Barney?
I don't know, Amory. I just felt like it. Maybe I'm having a nervous breakdown. What do you think? What do you think, Otto?
I think he's the only one that's having any fun around here.
The deal with Otto called for one bottle of good bourbon, he'd already developed an educated palate, for every day of study. 2 months came to 5 cases, and these we delivered along with the rest of Lynn's equipment. It wasn't until Otto, after calming his people, had dragged us into his house for a homecoming celebration, that I fully appreciated why Lynn needed all that stuff. The dim, smoke-filled interior was occupied by people and livestock. It stank. And if the ale they celebrated with was disgusting, the food was worse. When Amory and I finally staggered into the daylight, we were agreed on one thing. Doesn't look as though we'll be able to help ourselves locally with any commissary supplies.
Second that motion.
So we'll have to bring that with us as well. I want to do all the cutting here, so set up a cutting room in one of the trailers.
Oh, Mr. Hendrickson, your secretary gave me this note to give you just before we left. I forgot.
Something wrong?
No, not a thing, Amory. Cancel operation. All work to cease on picture. What do you mean by sending me a message like that, LM?
What do I mean? What could I possibly mean? You got my agreement to go ahead in a picture when you didn't even have a script.
This is an emergency, remember?
Emergency is one thing. Doing a picture without a script is another. In France, maybe they make arty-schmarty things. You couldn't tell they had a script or not. But in climactic, we don't work that way.
So you called in my script writer?
He got no script.
Sorry about this, Barney.
Relax, Charlie. Leaving aside that it was only yesterday when you and I finalized the idea, LM, if you had a Charlie Chang script in your hand, you'd let production go ahead, wouldn't you?
He got no script.
You're not listening, LM. I said if. If I were to hand you in 1 hour a Charlie Chang's script for this great motion picture titled Viking Columbus. Would you okay production? Yes. We'll see you in exactly 1 hour, Lem. Come on, Charlie.
My head Schlinker keeps evening out, Barney. Let him talk for you. I have heard some rash promises in this rush business, but this takes the gold-plated bakers.
45 minutes later, Charlie Chang, complete with typewriters, paper, a full safari outfit from the prop department, and everything else he could possibly need, including a spring-powered time clock with cards, was in the back of the truck.
I thought the Cambrian period would be best. You know, early Paleozoic. Nice moderate climate, warm and comfortable, with no vertebrates around to cause trouble. Seas churning with simple trilobites.
Well, you're the doctor, Prof. Whatever you think best. We have to work fast now, at least at this end. Now take him to Catalina Island, drop him off, then move 6 weeks ahead, bring him back here. Or leave the junk on the island. We may need it later. Take it away, Prof. Charlie, don't forget to punch in on the clock every morning.
What is all this, Barney?
Don't worry. Professor Hewitt will explain everything when you get there. Hey? What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. I have just timed our return with the utmost of exact precision.
It was only then that I realized that all the supplies had gone from the truck. And Charlie looked as though he'd been living outdoors for 6 weeks. As of course he had. How did it go?
It's not quite finished. It's those things in the water. Those teeth, eyes.
How much longer do you need?
2 weeks. But Barney, the teeth, the eyes.
Take it away, Prof. 2 weeks. This time the truck barely flickered, and they were back with a script for Viking Columbus.
A script in an hour? This is going to revolutionize the business. Don't be cheap, Barney. Give them the highest hourly rate you can imagine, then double it twice. I want to do the right thing and see that Charlie Chang gets the greatest rate per hour ever paid to man. Paid for 1 hour of his time.
Come on, L.M., I just explained that. Maybe only an hour of your time went by, but Charlie worked more than 2 months on that script.
He can't prove it.
He can prove it. He punched the time clock every day, and I have the time cards right here.
He can sue.
Yes, I'd say so.
Yeah? Yeah. Rough Hawk's on his way up.
Perhaps I should explain about Rough Hawk. Rough looked good both on and off camera because basically looking good was really the only thing in life he cared about. He did not like women. Not that he was gay or anything. He didn't like men either. Or sheep. Or raincoats. Or whips. Rough just liked Rough. And the light of love in his eyes was nothing more than a reflected gleam of narcissistic appreciation.
So I said right out loud, Rough Hawk is the most Vikingest Viking I could think of.
You've heard of Vikings, haven't you, Rough? Tall guys with big axes and horns on their helmets, always sailing around in ships with a carved dragon in front?
Oh, yeah. Sure I heard of Vikings. I never played a Viking.
Oh, it's the sort of role that'll make you look great in front of camera.
I always look great in front of camera.
Of course you do, Rough. You haven't got any big commitments, any other pictures, do you?
I got a picture coming up in the next week, something about Atlantis.
I thought so. My apologies to your agent, Rough, but we got to find somebody else.
L.M., read the script. Enjoy it. Let me talk to Rough. You've forgotten that this film will be in the can by Monday, which will give Rough 3 days to rest up before Atlantis sinks. Imagine that, Rough. Back in 2 days, and you'll still get paid for a feature-length picture.
I'm glad you mentioned the script because it has some grave faults, big ones.
How can you tell? You've only read 10 pages.
I think you should talk to my agent. Anything to do with money, I don't say a word.
From Charlie Chang, I expected better. The opening won't do.
I looked at the clock. It was 8 p.m. Wednesday. I had to get hold of this slab of muscle's agent, and fight the script through a rewrite and shoot Charlie back to Catalina to do the job, and find actors for the supporting roles, and get every single item lined up we might need for a couple of months shooting back to the 11th century, and get the entire thing done, finishing in the can by Monday morning. Plenty of time. Nothing to it. So why was I sweating? By Saturday morning, a column of trucks lined up on the concrete roadway leading to Sound Stage B was ample evidence in the interim I had not sweated alone. Inside the building, Professor Hewitt's new improved Remiotron was now attached to a platform that was large enough to take even the biggest of the trucks and trailers that waited outside. The carpenters were finishing up, and the professor was doing his best to explain to me why we couldn't beat the return trip problem. He drew me a diagram on a piece of pine board. Apart from ruining my pen, what it seemed to do was prove you had to cross the same world timeline on the return leg, or the whole trip would simply never have been made. Seemed reasonable to me. So, it adds up to the fact that we can't come back to a time earlier than we left?
Precisely.
So all the time we've used up this past week is gone forever?
Correct.
So if we want the picture to be completed by 10 o'clock Monday morning, we have to go back in time and stay there until it's done.
I could not have phrased it more succinctly myself.
Then let's get this show on the road.
I'm ready when you are. The same place as before, 8 weeks on.
Trip after trip the professor made, cutting the return so close, it was little more than a flicker. Even so, it wasn't until the motorboat trailer and the deep freeze truck, which made up the last load, rolled off the platform and into the 11th century, that I found myself beginning to relax just a little. Now, time back in the 20th century would stop, and no matter how long we stayed, when we went back for the film, it would still be noon on Saturday, almost 2 full days before the Monday deadline. I was feeling pretty good as Dallas drove me in the Jeep to Otter's place to collect Dr. Lynn.
Welcome.
Language lessons seem to work.
Very pleasant to see you again. There is whiskey.
Done nothing for his thirst, though.
Oh, there's plenty to drink, Otter, but I want to talk to Dr. Lynn first.
He is there coming. Jens, come here.
That ain't him. Look at the beard and the hair.
And the filth.
Hold it, Doc. Come on. Put the pail down before someone gets hurt.
Where have you been? It has been more than a year.
Not 2 months? I guess the prof must have made a mistake with the instruments.
A mistake? A mistake? For more than a year. I have been stranded here with these louse-ridden barbarians taking care of their filthy animals. 5 minutes after you were gone, Otto hit me on the side of the head, took all my clothes and supplies, and all the whiskey.
I work for whiskey when it's your turn to take it.
He was repellently drunk for almost a month, and when he recovered, he remembered about the English lessons. He made me teach him every day so he could get some whiskey if you ever return.
Doctor, speak pretty good, that's right. Where whiskey?
At that moment, thoughts of lawsuits danced darkly in my mind. But when I pointed out to Dr. Lynn he'd been on full salary all the time, that he still was, and that back home only a few days of his year's paid sabbatical had passed, he agreed to call it quits and stamped off to our camp for a shower and delousing. Meantime, I put Otto back on the payroll.
Whiskey?
Work. If you're on a whiskey salary, you're going to earn it. This picture starts rolling tomorrow, and I want some information from you first.
Sure. Come in house.
Not in your life. I remember what happened to the last guy who did that.
And so the joy of filmmaking got underway.
God damn it, Slidey, I've explained this twice already this morning.
I thought I was supposed to hate him.
That was yesterday. We're shooting out of sequence, remember? Look, I'll explain the scene to you once more. If I might have a small amount of your attention too, Mr. Hawk.
Look, here comes a ship.
Hey, isn't that what they call
A Viking longship. Tomorrow, goddammit! Lynn, where are you? Didn't you and Otto arrange with his friend, this Finbaggy character, to bring his ship tomorrow?
They haven't any loose ends of time.
Oh, great. Oh, that's just great. What about it, Gino? Is there a shot here? I mean, anything you can get?
Yeah, looks good. Really nice telephoto stuff.
Well, get it then. Maybe we can salvage something from this.
Okay. Bail! Bail!
What the hell are Otto and his men doing? Why all the weapons?
Perhaps some customer something I am not familiar with.
Get all this, Gino. If it's any good, we can write it into the script.
Huh? Okay.
What are they doing?
Santa Maria. They're killing each other.
What? What's that? Did I see?
Yeah. Guy's head chopped clear off his shoulders. This is great stuff. Great shot. I don't think that this is being obvious event. I think this is secret ship that has arrived.
Radio. Give me the radio. Hex, Dallas, this is Barney. Get here. We've got problems.
Boy, did we have problems. Breaking away from the carnage on the shore, one of the attackers spotted us up on the hill and came charging after us, yelling like a banshee and swinging his blood-covered axe. Gino filmed him all the way, and it was only Tex's arrival in the jeep that kept us from joining the body count that was rapidly mounting down on the beach. Eventually, and with further intervention by Tex and the jeep, the invaders were beaten, though not before their leader and Otter had fought it out to a particularly bloody and apparently much appreciated death.
Did you see how I hit the leg? It came crash! A leg next to off!
Yeah, very well played. I saw it all. My congratulations. Who was he? What were they doing here?
He was called Torphy. Whiskey cakes?
Whiskey, not your favorite brand, but it'll do. Yeah, that's a great backhand you got with that axe. I wish I could sink a whole bottle like that.
This Torphy, what was the trouble with it?
Torphy, the son of Albrand, the son of Volkov, the son of Orlug, came to Sweeney. Torphy killed the men of Krop, 12 of them together. He also made the killing of the Holzmen, and he was at Hellespetar with Illugi the Black and Stulli the Goody when 18 cave-living people were killed there. They also burned in his own house Ardun, the son of Smidkel, at Bergen.
Sounds like a mean dude.
I still don't see the problem.
Smidkel married Tor Odda, my sister.
Oh, of course. How could I have forgotten that? So this Torphy has been in trouble with your brother-in-law, and this means trouble with you. It all ends up when he tries a bit of manslaughter here. What a way to live.
What about his men?
Not his men, just with him. Now, he with me. We go south to raid. We go in my new longship.
You gotta hand it to these guys. They keep it simple.
Do they ever?
Bernie! Hey, Dallas, you missed a hell of a fight.
Yeah, looks like. I've been trying to get you on the radio.
Problem?
Rough Hawk staggering out to throw up.
A couple of times I felt like it myself.
He fell over a sheep, one of them dirty gray ones, looked like rocks. He broke his leg.
3 days into shooting, and my leading man had a compound fracture of the tibia that would take at least 4 months to heal. Now, of course, Professor Hewitt could always take him in a personal physician back to Paleozoic Catalina without losing us any time. But there was one small problem.
I'm through with this picture. When I'm through with the crazy people out there. I saw what happened on the beach. I don't want any more part of it.
Now, Rob...
No, Barney, don't try and talk me around. Oh, I got an out with this leg, so I'm washed up with this picture. And even if I didn't have the leg, we'd be through. You can't make me act.
I knew right then that Ruff wasn't going to change his mind. Few ideas ever penetrated the muscle and bone to the tiny brain, but the few that got in stuck hard. It'd have to be taken back home. So there went the picture. I went down to the empty beach. Sun was setting. I cursed loud and long.
What's that mean?
It means don't creep up on me like that. Get out of here, you hairy-faced slob.
By my house, you look bad. Half a drink.
Oh, thanks.
I came here for my daily pay. 1 bottle. Then Dallas say that from his own silver, he buy Otter 1 bottle because of fight today. It's a big day.
It's a big day, all right. Hey, pass the bottle. The last day, because this film's over, gone, finished, kaput. You know what that means?
No.
I've been in the movie business since God was a boy, and right now, today, I'm out of it. Because without this masterpiece, Climactic's gonna fold, and where they go down the tubes, I go with them. And do you know why?
Half a drink.
Sure. If I leave Climactic, I'm washed up because there are a lot better producers and directors around to get any jobs I may want. Hey, you're a wise man, Otter. I'm going to tell you something I never told anyone before. Because I'm getting drunk on your daily wage, and you probably understand 1 word in 10 of what I'm saying.
I am mediocre. Do you have any idea what a terrible admission that is to make?
No.
You see, if you're lousy, you soon know it. You get booted out, go to work in a filling station. If you're a genius, you know it. You got it made. But if you're mediocre, you're never quite sure of it. You blame it on the breaks. You keep doing just one more picture until you've done 73 pieces of cinematic craft. There's not going to be a number 74. The funny part is, the number 74 could have been a good picture.
What is this picture?
Work of art. Entertainment. Like your, what do you call them? Sagas.
I'll sing a song from a saga. I sing good. Strike, strike, sword, king of my heart, where the worm is living, faces with anger, my sons will bring vengeance. Death has no fear. The voice of the Valkyrs brings new guests to the ale hall of Odin. Death comes. The table holds a banquet. Life is done now. Laughing I die. That was Ragnar's song, when King Ella murdered him and Ella died. I wish I could have slain him.
I tell you, he was something to behold as he stood by that ancient sea and shook his fist at the last red light of the sunset. The saga was real to him. Life and art were one. The song was the battle became the song. And if I hadn't been half-potted, the idea would still never have occurred to me. Oh, come on in, Amory. Hang your things on the back of the door to drip. Coffee on the hot plate.
Well, I don't think it's ever going to stop raining.
Did you see the screen test? What did you think?
Same as everyone else. Absolutely first class. This Viking of yours is a natural, Barney. A real find.
Well, let's hope so. Hey, did you know he was shipwrecked here?
Yeah?
Yeah, on his way to Iceland from Norway. According to Jens Lind, Ottar had a falling out with King Olaf Trygvasson. He's in exile.
Who needs kings when you can be a movie star?
Yeah. How's the set coming?
Oh, it's all done. Ottar's house is ready to shoot interior.
And Ottar should be bathed and waved and costumed by now. So, let's go make movies. All right now, Slidey. This is called a shut bed, yes? You see it's all enclosed? It's got these doors which shut?
I'm cold.
Yes. Well, look, why don't you just climb into the sack there? Ottar, if you wouldn't mind just putting down your salary for a moment.
I hold it.
No, it wouldn't fit the scene, Ottar.
So she's tired? Too many lights to sleep?
Very keen of you to notice. We're still making the film. Now, this is Gudrid, remember? It was hard work. For one thing, Ottar was only interested in his bottle. In the end, I had it placed in the corner of the bed. That way, at least his eye line was right. I finally decided to shoot it without sound and talk him through it. Okay, and everyone else shut up. This set sounds like a mahjong party. Camera. Here we go. Ottar, you look down. That's it. No, not at the damn bottle. You reach out and touch her hair. Now, Slidey wakes up. Oh, that's great. You're doing fine, Ottar. Sit down now. Don't break the bed. Okay, now you reach out, and we have the kiss. Very good. A passionate embrace and a kiss. But you don't like it, Slidey.
The hell she doesn't.
Easy, caveman. Take it easy.
Great. Writhe all over like that, Slidey. Perfect. Force it down on the bed, Ottar. Now, slip off the shoulder strap.
Hey, watch what you're doing.
Forget it. We can run up a new nightie. Oh, this is great. This is good. Now, you change, Slidey. Hate turns to burning love. Oh, very good.
Look what he's doing.
I cut. That's good. We'll print that. I said cut. Otto, sliding. The scene is over.
Oh, boy.
That's enough. Otto, not that. All right. Close those doors. Clear the set.
Party pooper.
You know, he's even got a bottle of whiskey in there.
After that, the performances improved. Even the weather got better. Of course, there were still problems. It seemed unlikely, for example, that we were going to be able to shoot the second half of the picture. Apparently, the location we were relying on didn't exist after all.
It's true. There are no Norse settlements in North America. It's most disturbing. We have searched all the possible sites and have found nothing.
All the authorities are wrong?
Well, yes.
But don't let it bother you, Doc. You can write a book about it. Then you'll be the new authority. In the meantime, where do we go from here? In case you've forgotten, the script is called Viking Columbus, and is the saga of the discovery of North America and the founding of the first settlement there.
Well, we could go to the west coast of Norway.
Oh, do they have many Indians we can hire for the big battle scenes?
None at all.
Then that's out. Hey, Otto!
You want Otto? I eat?
Yes, you really do, don't you? Listen, what do you know about North America? I mean, Vinland.
Nothing.
You mean you've never heard of it?
Oh, sure. I heard. The scout make poems about it. And I talked to Leif Erikson about his trip. I never seen it. Don't know anything. 1 year. I will go to Iceland, then go to Finland. Get very rich.
Well, with what? Gold? Silver?
Wood.
For the Greenland settlement.
No.
They are always terribly short of wood of any kind, and in particular the hardwoods needed for shipbuilding. A load of hardwood delivered in Greenland would be worth a fortune.
Well, there's your answer. As soon as we finish shooting here, we pay off Otto and he sails to Vinland. We film the departure, some ocean shots to do for the trip. Then we jump ahead in time to meet him and film his arrival. Once there, they throw up a few shacks for a settlement. We pay some wampum to the local tribe to burn them down, and the picture is finished.
Good idea. Plenty wood in Finland. Finish lunch now.
By the time we finished the first half of the picture, Otto was raring to leave for Iceland, where he was due to spend the winter before sailing on to Vinland.
The time is late. If we sail today, we better sail soon.
We're just about finished. I want to get a good shot of you leaving the bay, and that can be the last one.
You shot that shot this morning, sailing into dawn, you said.
That was from the shore. Now I want to get you and Slidey at the tiller as you sail from your home into the unknown.
No woman at no tiller on my ship.
She doesn't have to steer the thing.
Finally, he was gone. Despite the battery-driven gyro compass and the radio responder that Amory had built into the ship, I was suddenly not so happy. I wouldn't have sailed that ship across the bay, never mind the North Atlantic.
Those gadgets of yours better work, Amory, or we're all going to have to stay in Vinland and set up house with the Indians. If I can't take back this picture with me, there's just no point in going back.
You worry, kid.
Find out. Well, Dallas?
Prof had to make 3 jumps to find him.
It seems that,
Otter.
Otter, yes, has stopped for some time in the Faroes before going on to Iceland.
Is he all right?
Oh, yes, the ship is up on the shore for the winter.
Yeah, and when we left, Otter and his uncle were getting smashed on the booze we brought.
Good. Well, now let's go pick a site to move the company to. Okay, Prof?
Ready when you are.
Barney.
Barney, yes.
Okay, all aboard. Right, now take us ahead in time to next spring, the year 1005, and land us at a good spot in Newfoundland. One of the sites you and Lynn searched when you were looking for the Viking settlements.
I know just the place.
Good.
An ideal location. Stand by.
Hey, what do you call this?
Slight mistake. Wrong to order. We will soon put that right.
Hey! Oh, now this is more like it. Where are we, Jens?
It's one of the first sites we checked.
This is Epave Bay, really an arm of Sacred Bay on the northernmost tip of Newfoundland. That's the Strait of Belle Isle out there.
Right, well, we'll leave the area down by the mouth of the stream there for Otter, and we'll set up our camp over there to the right, at the top of the meadow.
Yes.
All right, crew. Let's settle in Vinland.
As it turned out, we didn't time our arrival particularly well. We had quite a wait for Otter. It was worth it, though. Gino shot some wonderful footage from up on the hill as Otter drove the ship at full speed toward the mouth of the stream. As soon as it scraped bottom, crew and passengers left the shore and laid into the food we had waiting for them.
This good. Do you think this will do for your camp, Otter?
Good grass, good water, plenty of wood on the shore for burning, plenty of trees with hard wood over there for cutting. Fish, hunt, it's a good place. There's good reading. There's everybody.
Taking a day off back on old Catalina.
Want to see good reading.
Slithy. I imagine she wants to see you, too.
Been a long time.
Yeah, you're a man of simple pleasures, Otter. At least finish your ham first and remember this is a historical moment. You have just arrived in the new world.
You nuts, Barney? Same old world. Just a place, name of Finland. Looks like good trees here.
Shooting went well after that. It would have gone perfectly if it hadn't been for the Indian problem.
We need Indians in this picture. Where are they? You must have seen some signs of them.
Well, we did discover some camps on the shore, but they were deserted. The Cape Dorset Indians are a migratory people, following the seal herds and the schools of cod. I feel that at this time of year they may have moved further north.
Not all of them.
Oh, you did see some?
Nope, Doc's right. But you can hear the lawnmower engine on that boat 5 miles away.
So?
I could feel them. They were watching us. Now, they're out there, somewhere close, so help me they are.
And he was right, because later that day, 9 sealskin boats, each containing 2 or 3 men, came out from behind the island and paddled soundlessly towards the shore.
Out seal! Sail!
Hold it, Otter. No weapons and no fighting. We want to keep this friendly if we can. Those are potential extras out there. I don't want them frightened off. Gino, you getting them?
In at the back. If you clear the 20th century types up the set, I shoot the whole arrival, the landing, the work.
Okay. Now, everyone not in costume, move. Off camera. Lynn, get into Viking Rick quick so you can get down there and translate. Talk to them, but stay behind Otter so it looks like he's doing all the work.
But not a single word of their language is known.
You'll pick it up. You're a translator, so translate. We need something to trade.
It took a while to persuade the Indians to come ashore. What finally swung it was Slithy wading into the surf with a Viking pot containing a gallon of vanilla ice cream from the commissary.
Come on, guys. It's delicious. Yum, yum. See me lick yum, yum. Come on, guys. That's it. Watch the hand buster. It's just ice cream on offer. My boyfriend's watching, and he has a short fuse on his temper and a long handle on his axe. You want some? That's it. Come on.
It turned out that the Cape Dorset Indians had the same sweet tooth and the same hormones as everyone else. It also turned out that they'd never seen a cow before, and more to the point, they'd never seen the bull that Otter's people had brought along with the cow from the orphanage. That bull was a squinty-eyed, mean-tempered little brute with a distinct aversion for strangers.
Otter, get that beast out of here before it upsets the Indians.
It's already too late. Panic was immediate. The Indians scattered. Someone shouted that they were attacking. The Northmen rushed for their weapons. Within a couple of minutes, the scuffle was over. One of the Viking housecarls had an arrow through his hand. 2 of the Cape Dorset were dead, and the rest were in their boats and heading for the open sea.
Madonna mia, what tempers these people got? Worse than Siciliani.
Did you get it all?
Yeah, Barney. It's nothing but a stupid waste. They were all frightened, just like children. The emotions of children in the bodies of men, so they kill each other. Waste of it all.
But it makes good film. And we're not here to interfere with local customs.
You disrupt these people's lives completely for your cinematic drivel, then you ignore the consequences of your actions.
Hey, take it easy,
Let me tell you what I found out just by chance.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
The compass repeater on the ship. Otter and his men call it usus notra. That is their way of saying compass repeater. There is a word in the Icelandic sagas mentioned more than once about a navigation instrument that has never been identified. It is called the usus notra.
Well, that's interesting, Jens.
The impact of our arrival in the 11th century could be greater than any of us imagined. All the possibilities of this must be studied.
Eventually, filming reached a point where we were ready to move the company on to the following spring, leaving Otter and his people in the meantime to build log cabins and a log palisade around their camp. We were to provide them with food for the winter so they could use the rest of the summer and the fall solely for the building. We were to get these supplies from the studio commissary back in the 20th century.
Ready to go. All the commissary people are waiting and a couple of grips who volunteered because they wanted to see if Hollywood is still there.
Well, enough to move the supplies? I mean, what with side trips for broken legs and all, it's Saturday afternoon back there now. Everyone in the lot will have gone home.
Yeah, we can handle it.
After everything we'd been through, it seemed sort of unlikely that we would be brought to the edge of disaster by something as simple as a Hollywood weekend. It started when we couldn't get the supplies we needed.
I'm sorry, sir, but I've never seen you before, and even if I had, I couldn't let you into this warehouse. No, sir.
You people in studio security do a fine job.
Get that door open.
Kill! All right, you guys, that's enough. We've been working on a Viking picture. Things were simpler back in those days. Where's your phone?
It took until 6 in the evening to get everything sorted out and the truck loaded and back on the time platform.
Am I to understand that you are not returning with us?
I have a little business to conclude. You can unload and come back and pick me up, say about 10 o'clock.
I seem to be running some sort of temporal taxi. I'm not quite certain I enjoy it.
Relax, Prof. We're coming down the home stretch. You think I'd risk losing hours like this otherwise?
As I watched the time platform vanish into the past, back to the wilds and chapped lips and cold rain, I had a sudden irresistible urge for a first-class deluxe dinner at Chesterton's with dry martinis before, brandy afterwards, and champagne in the middle. By 9 o'clock, I was feeling no pain as I made my way to a meet with Spider-Man Spinnaker, the only jazz tuba player in captivity. His current engagement was in a really tacky club called the Fungus Grotto.
The Vikings have a kind of brass horn called the lure horn. That's what gave me the idea. An all-brass score complete with drums hammering away with primitive savagery. What do you think, Spider? Could you and your boys handle it?
Natural, but that takes time, man. You got commitment.
No problem. Let's grab your boys, go round to the studio now. You'll be back here inside an hour, I guarantee it.
Judy and I just pick up until the rest come in around 11. After that, we're on till 3. We can't split before then. You want drinks?
At 4 o'clock that Sunday morning, Spider-Man Spinnaker, his combo, and I staggered out of 2 taxis and weaved our way into the empty sound stage where Professor Hewitt was waiting.
Very punctual.
Oh, sorry, Prof, old boy.
What's the rap?
Transportation. Right, all aboard. We'll just be gone a few minutes.
Is this the waiting room?
No, that's the Brametron control room. Hey, stay out of there, you drug-crazed oaf. Those instruments are delicate. Mind that trumpet.
Holy smoke.
I was completely sober in less than a second. Too late, though. The controls were damaged. The Brametron was grounded, and so were we. By 9 o'clock that Sunday morning, Professor Hewitt was estimating that repairs would take most of the day. By 5 a.m. Monday, he pronounced the rewiring complete and set off to find replacement parts. By 10:30, the professor had not returned. An LM and that bank representative were waiting for me. I was beaten. There was no way to finish the picture in time. Outside LM's office, I considered suicide for a moment, then began pushing the door open.
Don't go in there. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stopping you from making a mistake, stupid. Hey, that's a good reaction. Maybe you should act in pictures, not direct them. Hey, you're me. Hold this a second. Viking Columbus? Real one? get my wallet.
Hey, what?
Here. Difficult with his hand.
What happened to my hand?
Your hand. I mean, why all the bandages and blood? Give this piece of paper to the prof and stop horsing around and finish the picture, will you? Oh, Viking Columbus.
The hand.
I went into LM's office without another word. I looked at the paper he'd given me. There was a sketch on it, drawn quickly with ballpoint pen. It meant nothing to me, so I folded it and put it in my wallet. By midday, the professor had repaired the Bramiatron. I told him that I'd met myself in the building and saw myself delivering the completed film. I showed him the paper. He was entranced. He did try to explain it to me.
Are you telling me that I can go back to make the film after the deadline, then make an extra trip to a time before the deadline to deliver the film?
I am.
All right, answer me one thing. This piece of paper with a diagram, who drew it?
I don't know.
Then think. I was handed this paper on Monday morning by myself in front of LM's office. I show it to you now. I put it in my wallet and carry it around until the picture is finished. I travel back in time to deliver the picture to LM. I meet the old me in front of the office, take the diagram out of my wallet and hand it over to myself to be put back in the wallet. No one ever drew it. It just travels around in this wallet and I hand it to myself.
The piece of paper consists of a self-sufficient loop in time. It exists because it is.
He went on to talk about Mobius strips. A strip of paper with only one side? I gave up at that point. Back in the summer of 1005, the food had been offloaded and the company were in the trucks and ready. We jumped forward to a day in spring 1006 that Dallas and the professor had reconnoitered and spotted a few Indians. That was when we found that Slithy hadn't made the jump with us.
When I came back from my walk with Arthur, you'd all gone.
You've been here all the time. So that baby is yours?
Staying accidental like that, I didn't take my pills with me. Oh, he's sweet, though, isn't he? We don't even have a name for him yet, but I call him Snorri, just like the dwarf in Snow White.
There was no dwarf named Snorri. Look, Slithy, we can't go back and undo this now, not with the baby and everything, and it was your fault for leaving the trailer.
I'm not blaming anyone. Once I got used to it, it wasn't so bad. Oh, I could use a square meal, though.
We'll have a big party tonight for you and Arthur. Yeah, and the baby. Steak and wine, the works.
Hey, Barney, you gotta get us to rehearsal room, man. We're freezing our asses off here. And all this air, man. Will you shut up, Tootie? It's like fresh.
When the Indians came, they came in strength, and they were hostile. The bay was black with their boats, and they brought magic with them. In each boat, a man whirled the bull roarer. Ottar and his people withdrew to the stockade. Our people withdrew to the high meadow, where Tex gathered them into a defensive circle. Gino prepared to film from there. From inside Ottar's fort, I was preparing to film with a handheld. For a while, the Cape Dorsets, who outnumbered the Vikings by at least 20-1, stood off and rained arrows on the fort.
Coward weapons! Cowards! No way to fight!
A few tried to climb the wall, but instant dismemberment by flashing Viking axes quickly put a stop to that. Then they set brushwood fires against the stockade.
I can put a stop to this whole thing right now.
No! They won't fight, we fight! We take care of that fire.
Maybe you'll get Butcher doing it.
Butcher some too. And Barney wants good pictures of fighting Indians. Not at the expense of your lives. Let Dallas have it. No, we'll give you a good fight for your movie. And don't look so sad, my old friend. We fight for ourselves too. You will soon go. And when we are alone, we want these barbarians to remember what Northmen are like in battle.
He's right, but if he gets in trouble, we ought to be ready to get him out. I'm going to put this up as far along the wall as the wire will reach.
A loudspeaker? Well, what the hell is that for?
Turtler unit in the box there.
What does that do?
It uses sound waves as a weapon. It's supposed to be for crowd control.
Oh, we've sure as hell got a crowd.
Yes, sir, we sure as hell have.
Ottar gathered his men just inside the gates. He raised his axe. There was a roar of Viking voices, and as the gates swung wide, the Northmen rushed out. This was the fighting they did best and enjoyed most. In a howling, compact mass, they burst forth and crashed into the Cape Dorset. The superior numbers of the Dorset made no difference. There was nothing they could do to fight these northern butchers whose short swords and axes chopped and hewed through weapons and flesh alike. The Dorset fled before the unstoppable advance of the blood-drenched killers, and as they did, a gap opened up between the two groups. Suddenly, the advantage was with the Dorset and their bows and spears. The Vikings couldn't get close enough to fight. The Dorset began to surround them and pick them off.
You can do anything, Dallas. Now's the time.
I got the other set of earplugs, so if I was you, I'd put my fingers in my ears.
The Cape Dorset broke and ran. The Vikings' instinctive reaction was simply to draw into a closer defensive knot. While the Dorset were fighting each other to get into their boats, Ottar's men stood together, facing outward and ready to take on all enemies, human or supernatural. Their courage was magnificent.
There's your Indian battle, Barney, so it looks like there's your film.
Out there, somewhere over the sea, is our home. Do you still miss it, Goodread?
For a long time I did, but not anymore. We have fought and died for this land, and it is ours now. Vinland, this new world, that is our home now.
Cut. Good. Print that. I guess that just about winds it up.
Hey, hey!
The party that night was a big one. Everyone was feeling good. Even Spider-Man and his boys had finally recovered from the poisonous effect of fresh air.
We came here to look for settlers because in the early 1960s, Helga Ingstad excavated the remains of 9 buildings, and carbon dating of the fragments placed them around 1000 AD.
You see what that means, don't you, Von? There are 9 buildings in a camp down there. So there's a Norse settlement here in the 11th century because traces of it were found in the 20th century. We came here to leave traces, to be found, to lead us here, to leave traces.
Enough. I've had this circling time thing before. The next thing you'll be telling me is all the old sagas are really true, and that we're responsible. Or that Ottar here is really Thorfinn Karlsefni, the guy who started the first settlement in Vinland.
Sure, that's me. Thorfinn Karlsefni, son of Thor Thorshead, son of Thorhild Hrjupa.
Your name is Ottar.
Sure. Ottar is name people call me. Short name. Real name, Thorfinn Karlsefni, son of Thor Thorshead.
I researched the Karlsefni saga for the script. According to the saga, he was supposed to have come by way of Iceland and marry a girl by the name of Gudrid.
Slide his name in the film.
Gudrid was supposed to have had a baby in Vinland, and they named him Snorri.
Snorri, one of the 7 dwarfs from Snow White. If this is true, then the only reason the Vikings settled in Vinland is because we decided to make a motion picture showing how the Vikings settled in Vinland.
It's as good a reason as any other, don't you think?
I didn't hurry the editing and dubbing of Viking Columbus. Hell, there was no need to. By the time we'd finished, most of the camp had packed up and gone long ago. No pun intended. I was making final preparations to follow when I got a small splinter in my hand. I got the nurse to wrap a good big bandage round the tiny wound and pour mercurochrome all over it.
I'll show the sadistic son of a bitch.
What? Who?
Me, that's who. I treated me like that. Now I'm going to get even with myself. I wouldn't tell me what was wrong. I made me suffer. Well, we'll see.
You heard?
Just crazy is all.
Listen, take it easy. Watch out for Indians.
Not afraid of them. We cut plenty hardwood, get a fortune in Island. You bring Gudrid back?
In a couple of minutes, your time. But what happens then is up to her. So long, Ottar.
Farhail, Barney. You make another movie. Pay with whiskey?
I may just do that.
And so the professor took me back, or rather forward, to our own time, and then back just far enough to deliver the film on schedule. Sure enough, I arrived in LM's office, leaving myself outside, asking what had happened to my hand.
I'm very sorry to be late, gentlemen. Well, I'm sure Mr. Greenspan has explained everything. We were out of the country. I've just arrived with a print of the film he's been telling you about. A multi-million-dollar asset, gentlemen, that will usher in a new era of cinematic art and profit for this studio.
Yeah, I told you so. It's okay.
It was Jens Lynn who put the postscript to the whole thing. He'd re-examined the original sagas in the Old Norse, in which he was now so fluent.
Do they say what finally happened to Otto?
Well, there are different versions of his later life, but all agree on his prosperity and long and happy life.
Good. He deserves it. You know, Slight, he went back to it.
The good read of the sagas, of course. I read an item in the paper about it.
Yeah, something about retiring from films to be with the only man I love and the sweetest baby in the world on his ranch, which, while the plumbing isn't very good, is very nice and friendly with plenty of fresh air. Poor Slighty. I wonder if she has any idea where or when that ranch is.
It doesn't really matter, does it?
Listen, Jens, I have to go.
One thing before you go. In the sagas, a name keeps cropping up. A man who seems to have had an influencing factor on the Vinland settlements. His name is Bjarni Herjolfsson. You know who that is, don't you?
Barney Hendrickson, listen to me. We have to plan now to follow up the smash success of Viking Columbus with an even more smashing success. Just before you came in, Barney, Charlie Chang commented that religious pictures are swinging up in the charts again.
I wouldn't doubt it. LM? No.
While we got exclusive use of the professor's machine all tied up.
LM, think.
The absolute, infinitive, religious picture of all time. A theme that positively cannot miss.
But that's another story.
In The Technicolor Time Machine, adapted for radio by Chris Boucher, from the novel by Harry Harrison, Lee Montague was Barney Hendrickson, Richard Pearson, Professor Hewitt, John Bay, L.M. Greenspan, David March, Dr. Jens Lynn, and Michael Kilgarith, Ottar. Slidey Toe was played by Karen Archer, Rob Hawke by Alexander John, Charlie Chang by Barry Denon, Tex by William Roberts, Dallas by Crawford Logan, Amory by Don Fellows, Gino by Sean Barrett, Doody by Andrew Seacombe, Betty by Patience Tomlinson, and Sam by John Livesey. The Technicolor Time Machine was directed by Glenn Dearman.
Afternoon Theatre.
Before the Screaming Begins by Wally K. Daly, with James Lorison as Tom, Jennifer Piercy as his wife Sally, Patrick Troughton as the Prime Minister, and Donald Hewlett as A.P. Smith. Before the Screaming Begins.
Nice. You haven't gone off me yet.
Not yet. Ask me in a few years' time.
I'll just try it every anniversary.
Tom, do you think Sam will be all right at the moment?
A perfect babysitter, don't worry.
It's the first time we've left him.
I'm sure he's not going to begrudge his mum and dad popping off for an evening to the scene of the great beginnings. If this clearing in the forest wasn't so romantic, perhaps there'd be no baby Sam now. Here I proposed. Here we stopped as we passed on our wedding night. And here we sat and watched the moon go down every anniversary for the last 5 years. Oh. And each time I've said I love you, and always meant it. A couple of years we'll bring Sam, let him into the secret. Oh, I love you, Sal.
Oh, I love you, Tom. Tom, what is it?
Don't know. From the clearing, I think. Got to get out of here. Start the engine.
Trying. Nothing.
Let me try. Right, open the door. Jump.
Jump, Tom. Tom, let's get out of... Tom, there's a light all around you. Blue light. It's hurting my eyes.
Look away.
Tom, so bright.
Look away. It doesn't hurt. Can't feel the thing. It's coming from the clearing. A pinpoint of light, laser thin. See? What the hell's doing it?
Tom!
Why?
I'm frightened, Tom. Really frightened.
It'll be all right. Don't worry. What the hell's going on?
Let's get out of here, quick. It still won't start. Oh, what are we going to do, Tom? Tom, why are you looking at me like that? Speak to me, Tom.
Please stay in the car. You are not required. You may leave in a few moments.
Where are you? But I keep telling you...
Madam, please try to keep calm.
How can I keep calm when my husband...
It's not helping at all getting hysterical about
What
it.
am I supposed to do? Sit here smiling? My husband has just disappeared before my eyes, and you ask my name and
There
address.
is a procedure laid down for missing persons, and it must be adhered to.
Person? Oh, can't you see? Don't you understand? My husband... My husband. Oh, it's no use. Why don't you believe me?
I'm sorry. I do understand, but look at it from my point of view, madam. We get some pretty amazing stories from that side of the counter, but yours really takes the cake. A pencil of light from a torch you can't see, and no husband. You must see, we've got to check you out. Make sure you're even married, for instance. We've been hoaxed before.
This is no hoax. I am married, and
I'm sure you are, but we've got to check. And while we're checking, there's a couple of policemen on the way to the clearing where all this is supposed to have taken place.
It did take place.
So there's nothing more you can do except help me to get the details down.
Leave the lights on, Walt.
Okay. Reckon this is the place?
Yeah, gotta be. Moors Copse, Lovers Copse, they call it, local to the house for miles. Watch the moon go down and the fairies dancing in the clearing with no one to bother you. Very poetic. Now, let's see if we can find out where they're supposed to have parked. Man, wife, and mysterious vacuum cleaner.
Bleeding creep, if you ask me. Wandering around the country in the dead of night. Not what I'd join the force for.
Yeah, cold feet, my little partner. In cold feet, aren't we?
Two things I can't stand is owls and little green men. Give me half a dozen villains to face any time.
Well, I don't believe them myself, so there's no problem.
Hold it, John. Over there. Car tracks in the mud.
Okay, we're on our way. Follow them in. Sherlock Holmes, his trusty assistant Watson holding the torch. Heads into the unknown.
It's my turn to be Sherlock Holmes.
Rubbish. You were Sherlock Holmes last night in the timber yard.
Well, that was a false alarm. Doesn't count if nothing comes of it.
Of course it does. Even Sherlock Holmes had false alarms too, you know. So my turn.
Oh, it's always your turn.
Anyhow,
I never get a chance.
How far in did she reckon they parked?
About 50 or 60 yards.
Right. Should be about...
Hey, just ahead there. See? A deep rut. That'll be it. Mud's a bit soft.
Right. This looks like the place. Yeah, a lot of spin at the back where she shot off afterwards. Grass chewed up. Ah, if they were facing the moon that way, she reckons the blue light shone from the right, over there, right? Let's swing the torch over, Walt. Blimey. better call the station.
Don't you think we should take some measurements or something?
I think it's best we just keep away. Just tell them that what appears to be a perfect circle has been burned out of the grass and bushes. At least 10 yards in diameter.
Control 1, Unit 35 contacting. Subject 12 has been boarded. Static pressure satisfactorily. Received. Unit 35, Control 1 contacting. Received. Mission was seen by witness as demanded by Control Central. Received. Received. Mission was seen. Surface brain scan reveals the subject's plate was the viewer. Reactions are registered. Base approach now 4.872 units. Received. Received.
Come on, then. That's a good boy, Sammy. Come on. I'll get it down. Go on. Come on. Who is it, Mum?
It's someone to see you, dear. It's someone from the police station.
Any news?
Look, I'll get Sam to bed. Come on.
Granny's ten. I'm frightened, Mum.
Better get it over. It's either good news or bad news or no news. And the sooner you know which, the better it'll be. Now, come on. I'll send him in, Sam.
Oh, you're right. It's just that I don't want it to be bad news.
Would you like to go through, please?
Ah, thank you. Mrs. Harris?
Yes?
I'm Detective Sergeant Forbes.
Have you found my husband?
I'm afraid not.
Oh.
That's what I've come to talk to you about.
I'm almost relieved. The look on your face may...
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry I haven't brought any good news. And I'm sorry about my face, but I'm stuck with it. Now, most of all, I'm sorry about the questions I'm going to ask you now. But they've got to be asked.
I'll ask away. I don't believe any of this is happening anymore. When you get caught up in something as unreal, another bit of unreality doesn't count. Heard the one about the husband who disappeared up a beam of light. If it was anyone else, I'd laugh.
I said I'm sorry. It's not your fault. We find a story hard to take, but we're not laughing.
I find it hard to take myself.
Well, let's get it over with. Mrs. Harris, you reported your husband missing a week ago today, right?
Our 5th wedding anniversary, yes.
And there's been no sign of him since? He hasn't been to work, been seen by any of his friends?
No.
How did you get on with your husband?
How do you mean?
Would you consider yourself happily married?
Oh, yes.
No quarrels?
Well, actually, we had the odd row.
Any quarrels recently?
Beg your pardon?
Recently? Let's say in the week before your husband went away.
No.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Not even the night he disappeared?
Now, what are you trying to say? Surely you can't
I
think...
don't think anything. I've just got to ask the set questions. Like, was your husband heavily insured?
No. The house is covered if either of us die, but apart from that... Look. Get to the point. What is it all about?
I'll tell you the problem. Normally, when husbands go missing, it's fairly straightforward. A cheery, goodbye, darling, out of the front door, and that's it. Never to be seen again. That's your average husband's disappearing trick. But now, in your case, it's different. It's not just a nice, straightforward goodbye, darling job anymore. What looks on the surface like a gigantic red herring has been introduced. A gigantic flying red herring carrying a big blue torch. And it's got the brass worried, and they're worrying me. They want to know why, and they're nagging me constantly to tell them why. So, I've got to sniff around until I discover why. And then I'm going to tell them why you told such a big fib.
And if it's all true...
It doesn't help. I'm one of those people who, when the magician waves his hand to divert attention, I always keep my eye on his other hand, the hand that's doing the manipulating. And what will I discover? Someone making a fortune in the papers with "I travelled with the Mars man," or murder. And a wonderful reason for not looking for a body.
You're joking.
Well, you've got to admit to yourself it's all a bit more reasonable than looking for a bloke who's been sucked up a torch beam now, isn't it?
Well, there we are. Settled down, finally. I thought he'd never go off missing his dad, I suppose. Right. Well, I'll make us all a nice cup of tea,
Okay,
shall I?
not for me, thank you. I'd better be off.
Oh.
Well, Mrs. Harris, I'll leave you now. You know where I'll be if you want me. If you want to tell me anything additional that may help us with the case. And be assured it is getting our full attention. The smell of red herrings is hanging very heavy around the station. I'll see myself out. Good day.
Oh, no, love, don't. No.
Oh, Mum, they don't believe me. They don't.
Control 1 to Unit 35. Contacting received. Unit 35, Control 1, received. Base relationship 0.75 units. Subject 12 to be transshipped at 652 Galactic. Imperative, not seen. Received. Received. Blanking procedure will be utilized. Order re-subject's memory wipe and reactivation stands. Received. Received. End. Control 1 to Unit 37. Contacting.
Sarge?
Yes, what is it?
There's a visitor in your office. Looks like big brass.
That's all I need. Anything new on our disappearing torch beam?
Nothing that smells.
Keep digging. I'll go and see the brass. I'm Forbes. Believe you want to see me.
Ah, Detective Sergeant Forbes. What a pleasure to meet you. The charming blonde WPC was kind enough to give me a cup of tea. Makes me feel quite at home. Now, let me see. I've got my little card somewhere. Ah, yes, here we are. Smith. A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Nice photograph as well, don't you think?
Orange section. You wanted me?
Well, we don't exactly shout about it at the ministry. It's what we call a bit of a giggle maker. Best to keep it quiet. Just plod on without trumpets, as they say.
Doing what?
Filtering, really. Yes, filtering is the word. A surprising something here, an unlikely something there, bits and bobs, and facts and fiction. Mix them all up. Have a look at them.
Yes. Well, Mr. Smith, I wonder...
We do a lot of reading as well. Pulp, mainly. A whole section for that in case somebody stumbles across something they shouldn't stumble across. Surprising how often it happens. Science fiction, mainly. Very little fact. Check out the spoon benders. That sort of thing. Ticks.
Mr. Smith, I wonder...
You wonder what I'm doing here. And quite rightly so. Story in your local paper, 2 lines in the Nationals, and the ministry popping in on you. Strange world. It's your Mr. Harris I've come to chat to you about.
Harris? Look, you're not buying the little green men with blue torches, are you?
As I said, a surprising something here, an unlikely something there. Who knows what one finds? I admit missing persons fascinate me in any case. 120,000 people a year, and rising. You'd need Wembley Stadium to pack them in. They're fascinating, all right. But you're Mr. Harris, especially so. A missing person seen going missing, now that is a bonus.
And turning up again to cash in on it, I should wonder.
Oh, yes, we're pretty certain he's going to turn up again. But I don't think there's going to be any cashing in.
We'll have to see about that.
But you see, we have a feeling.
A feeling? You mean you know something?
Filtering. As I said, we filter. Nationally and internationally. And we discovered your Harris hasn't gone solo.
How do you mean?
There were others. All witnessed.
Some sort of conspiracy throughout the country.
Now, that's a touch parochial, Mr. Forbes. The world. Throughout the world.
I don't believe it.
Now you're talking like a detective. Detective Sergeant Forbes, and quite rightly so. But look at it from our point of view, and ask yourself the question we must ask ourselves.
Oh, yes, and what's that?
One simple little word. Why? You see, as far as we can ascertain, every country, major and minor, has had at least one person disappearing in this rather overly dramatic fashion. And within yards of each disappearance was found a perfect burnt circle 10 yards in diameter, in what we've come to term flying saucer shape. And all this occurred, allowing for time zones, at exactly the same time. Now, even you, Detective Sergeant Forbes, must admit that that is interesting. And you must admit as well that simple little why becomes possibly quite important.
Here, careful where you're treading. You'll get sand on the sandwiches.
I'm sorry, I...
Look, are you all right?
I wonder if you could help. I do seem to be a little lost.
Where do you want to be, Squire? Tea stalls that way.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
Which way have you come, dear?
I came from over the dunes there. Yeah, look, mate, would you like me to contact someone? Well, are you with anyone? What's your name?
I don't know. I don't know anything. Please, help me.
He's fainted.
You hang on. I'll get the law.
Control 1, Unit 35 contacting. Subject transshipped as stipulated. Received. Unit 35, Control 1, received. Complete report 35, received. Received. Blanking procedure was plus. Scan shows negative sighting. Memory wipe still held. Reactivation phase 1 will commence as per program. Received. Received. Proceed to stage 2 position. Stage 2.
Take it very easy first, Mrs. Harris is very, very tired. I don't know what he's been up to, but he's certainly worn out.
There's nothing drastically wrong, is there?
Nothing at all. A bit of rest and he'll be right as rain. Just a touch of exhaustion, if you ask me. And with all the experts flocking in, you'd think... Aye, people from London by the trainload. He's been checked out like nobody's business. You'd think he was an astronaut rather than amnesiac the way they're going on. Shall we go in?
So?
Tom! Oh, Tom! Oh, are you really all right?
As right as rain. Literally hundreds of specialists confirm it. I'm sorry about last night.
Oh, it was awful. You didn't seem to know who I was.
Oh, I didn't. It was rather nice having a strange woman giving me cuddles, though. Pretty as well. What a bonus. It seems all right now the fog's lifting. I just had a detective in here, a Sergeant Forbes.
Oh, him.
Did you know him?
We've met.
He seems to think there's something fishy going on.
Didn't he tell you?
Tell me what?
About... Tom, what exactly do you remember?
About what?
About anything.
Well, I remember we were having our anniversary cuddle in the car in the usual place. You said, would Sam be all right with Mum? And I said, yes. And bingo. There I was, walking from the dunes onto the beach and stumbling and kicking sand on some kids' sandwiches.
And the light. What do you remember about the light and the noise?
What light?
In the clearing. The blue light. All over you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sal. You've lost me.
Hasn't anybody told you?
Told me what?
We were in the clearing. There was a fantastic noise. We couldn't start the car. We couldn't get the doors open. Then there was a light shining from the copse. It shone through the window onto you, covered you like a haze. It didn't touch me at all, but it was so bright it hurt my eyes. You said, don't worry, it doesn't hurt at all. Close your eyes. And then there was a funny noise. And you disappeared.
I hope you didn't try telling anyone that. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. It's hysterical.
Tom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not funny, Tom. It happened.
Oh, but...
Marks were found nearby. A large circle burnt out of the brushwood. The papers say it was a flying saucer.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't seriously expect me to believe that I went in...
I saw what happened in the car, Tom. After that, I'd believe anything.
May I come in? Oh, good, Mr. Harris, you're awake. How do you do? My name's Smith, A.P. Smith. An innocuous little name, but enough to mark me out. Mrs. Harris, I believe. Nice to meet you. Ah, a lovely dress, if you don't mind me saying so.
Not at all.
Now, I'm sure you've got a lot of catching up to do, so I'll keep it brief. Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Ah, that is a relief. I walked through the park to get here. Thought I'd check how spring's coming along. My feet aren't really up to it anymore, but such a lovely day, I couldn't resist. Lovely day. Don't you agree it's a lovely day? No reply. Who is he, I see, writ large on both your faces, or perhaps get to the point. Whichever it is, your prayers are now answered. To the point, I will get. I don't know about you two, but I find it extremely irritating when somebody says they'll get to the point and waffle on absurdly.
And what is the point?
Good question. Space trips, and the reason therefore. Flights in flying saucers, and mysteries to be unraveled.
I shall tell you before you go any further that I believe.
Tom, I told you what I saw.
I know, love, and it isn't a question of not believing you. Obviously, we've been caught up in some sort of accident, and it's left you with some strange memories, and me with none at all. And I'm quite sure it will all finally be explained, and the explanation will be logical.
I didn't dream it, you know. It was the most terribly real thing I've ever seen. You just disappeared.
It's not my place to interrupt a family discussion. But for the purposes of my visit, it might make it easier if we assume, Mr. Harris, that you did disappear and that you were flown off.
I'm sorry. I just find it impossible.
I understand your point of view. But I inhabit a funny little world where fact and fiction sometimes get jumbled together, and it's part of my function to try to do a bit of unraveling. Now, when it comes to extraterrestrial visitings, there are those who turn every barrage balloon or wisp of cloud into alien craft. And others who, if a little green man with a goldfish bowl on his head stood in front of them saying, "Take me to your leader," I wouldn't believe him. But my department looks at them all. And 99.9% of the time it's all down to barrage balloons and wisps of cloud. But the 0.1%, we have to admit, we do find fascinating.
You say your department.
Oh, sorry, how remiss. Here we are. Smith, AP, Ministry of Defence, my card.
Defence?
Yes, RM section. Rather a good photograph, don't you?
I don't get it. Why the Ministry of Defence?
And what's the RM section?
Ah, how nice. Now we're all getting to be friends. Ladies first. RM section looks at the peculiarities that sometimes manifest themselves in this world of ours. Gentlemen second. The Ministry of Defence, because you, Mr. Harris, might be, for want of a better word, a security risk.
What?
An unwitting one, of course. All those lovely people who've been checking you over this morning will try to come up with something interesting physically or mentally that perhaps will give some clue as to the purpose of this alien exercise. Oh, I should mention, if it's any comfort, you weren't alone. In every country with which we have departmental contact, reports are coming in that individuals like you are being delivered safely back on their doorsteps after disappearing in similar circumstances to yourself for 10 days. And you see, the powers that be find that both fascinating and alarming.
Silk in here?
Oh, sir. No, sir. At the moment, Mr. Harris is still in hospital under observation. No, nothing. He's been checked out from top to toe. Yes. Well, one of our RM men is liaising with the locals, and the general consensus of opinion is that very shortly he's going to want to leave. So we've agreed departmentally that it would be politic to take him into custody rather than... Yes, Prime Minister, but we do feel... Of course, sir. Well, we could offer him protective custody. With respect, sir, that's something we can't be absolutely sure of. No, nothing else from the Russians. There does seem to be a general clamping down all round. The Americans are obviously taking theirs very seriously. They've quarantined their chap's hometown and ringed the whole place with troops. Very ostentatious, I agree, sir. No, of course, we couldn't. Very good, sir. I'll keep you informed.
Look, it's gone beyond a joke. It's been 4 hours now. It's no fun for me either, you know. I'm supposed to be out catching criminals, not playing nursemaid for the Ministry of Defence.
So what's going on? An ambulance arrives to take me home from a hospital where I spent 3 days having hundreds of tests that prove beyond doubt that I'm the fittest man in there and could have run home, never mind being taken by ambulance. But instead, I end up in a country farmhouse with you and 2 alleged ambulance drivers built like all-in wrestlers.
Have you finished?
No. If you're not prepared to let me go home and see my wife and baby, who incidentally have been kept away from me as if I had the plague rather than some vague kind of amnesia, then I insist I be allowed to contact my lawyer.
Mr. Harris, I personally have no belief, but I'm stuck with it. My chief tells me I'm seconded to this, and like it or not, I do what I'm told. My orders are you communicate with no one, and that we sit and wait further instructions. So, you best make the most of it. Same as I'm trying to do.
You can't do this. It just doesn't happen in England. It's nothing more or less than kidnapping.
People trotting off up bleeding blue lights doesn't happen in England either, but apparently someone's taking your alleged trick very seriously.
Well,
not me either, but somebody.
Now then, it's a fine greeting, I must say. Lovely day like this, and voices raised. What will the cows make of it all?
I want to know what's going on and why
I want to be relieved from my duties with your department, sir.
Boys, one at a time. You're doing a valiant service, Mr. Forbes. The department quite rightly thought Mr. Harris should have a friendly face along with him when he took his trip into the countryside, so he wouldn't be frightened by those rather over-muscular drivers. And from the look on Mr. Harris's face, he no doubt echoes those sentiments, Mr. Forbes, but needs must. Now, I think we should just sit down and I'll bring you up to date. Oh, first of all, a little bit of melodrama to captivate both your attentions. For you, Mr. Forbes. Primed, oiled, and ready to go. Safety catch on, of course.
A gun?
Oh, very astute and perceptive. Though the barrel, handle, and trigger's a bit of a giveaway. Forgive my little joke. Yes, a gun. Smith & Wesson 32. Same as you used on the pot shot course you attended, the report of which I read with some pleasure. Congratulations on your marksmanship. I'd be pleased if you put it away somewhere safe. Now, but no buts for the moment. Too much to do. Oh, yes, of course. You were going to ask about the holster. Here we are. Perhaps you'd be good enough to do the necessary.
But...
Ah, very good, yes. Now, the cloak and dagger deepens. Who did you vote for, Mr. Harris?
Pardon?
You're right, of course. Damned impertinence on my part. Trying to impress you with the brass. Let's just say there's an almost 50-50 chance that the message I've got for you comes from the leader of the party you voted for in the last election. And therefore, you probably trust his word. A little bit. Namely, the Prime Minister.
What?
What a monosyllabic group we are. Yes, the Prime Minister, no less. And his message to you is, come quietly.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
Protective custody has been offered to you. And the Prime Minister thinks it would be a good idea all round if you concurred.
What does the Prime Minister know about me, and why protective custody?
Both good questions. The Prime Minister knows about you belonging to a pattern of incidents on a worldwide scale, the point of which is not yet known. But he is being constantly informed. And protective custody, because our information indicates, firstly, that certain governments are in the process of trying to collect together by fair means or foul all the participants of the said incidents. Hence, Mr. Forbes' gun. And secondly, there is a vague possibility that you may have been programmed to do something rather nefarious against the security of the country, or whatever of which we are as yet unaware.
But that's preposterous.
Preposterous, I agree. But protective custody is an insurance policy that works both ways. You're protected, we're protected. So what's your answer?
And Sally?
At this moment, at home, with a small company of trusted ministry servants, some of whom even now are arranging to take away certain foreign gentlemen who've also been watching your flat for the last couple of days.
God.
Your wife simply awaits the phone call confirming that you want them to join you.
Well,
another good question. However, I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact destination till you're aye or nay. Let me simply say it's safe and a comfortable place to sit awaiting developments.
And if I say nay, I've got my job to think about for a start.
It's been thought of. The manager was very understanding.
It seems to be moving out of my hands.
You can say that again.
Gentlemen, look on the bright side. We're all caught up in an adventure, the end of which no one knows. And that is, you must admit, rather exciting. What do you say, protective custody?
All right. If Sal agrees, it's on.
Good chap. There's a phone in the car.
What about me, sir?
Still seconded, Sergeant. Still seconded. Special duties.
Well, Mum, I think that's everything.
Yes, dear. Well, I'll say goodbye then.
Are you sure you'll be all right?
Yes, of course. They promised to drop me off home and keep an eye on me.
Oh, Mum.
Don't you worry about me, Sally. It's you and Tom who've got to watch out for yourselves. Now, you sure you don't want me to look after Sam for a few days?
No, Mum. Apparently they've got very good facilities there. Wherever there is. You'll be fine.
Yes, well, bye-bye, dear. Now, look after yourselves.
Shall do. Come on, Samuel. We'll go and see Daddy. Wherever he is.
And voila, back she slides.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, we live in a wondrous age, Mr. Forbes. A wondrous age.
Not a bad trick if I say it myself. You press your hand on a plate and a 20-foot concrete door slides effortlessly aside. Beats open sesame.
Same sort of principle, Mr. Harris. The door's geared to my handprints and that of a few others. I'm told they could have made it the voice. The same individuality applies. Though I suppose it makes it a little difficult if you've got a cold. Besides which, one would feel rather silly standing in an open field shouting open sesame at a lump of concrete.
Where exactly is this place?
A secret research establishment. Physical, mainly, with this bolt hole built on. Now, be patient, and all will be revealed. Shall we enter?
Hey? I don't get it. There's nothing here, just a 6-foot square concrete cube.
Another door plate?
Oh, 10 out of 10. You must forgive me, but there's so few opportunities of showing off this particular toy, I do rather revel in it. As you say, door plate number 2. I put my hand on, like so, and the door opens in the concrete cube, and...
A blooming lift.
Just so. Into which we shall now step.
Well, blow me down.
Only one button.
Only one stop. Hang on to your tummies, gentlemen.
I get that cough of yours seen to, Silken. Could be touching.
Yes, Prime Minister.
All right. Let's hear the worst.
The whole operation has so far gone very smoothly. Mr. Harris has arrived at the establishment, and his wife and child are on the way there now.
Fine. Has he been told the score?
Well, sir, we did think that rather than spell it out, we'd let the knowledge sink in slowly. Let them come to their own conclusions, as it were.
Fair enough. But he won't be exactly over the moon about it when he does work it out. How about that RM man, Smith? Does he stay?
Oh, no, sir. He'll pop out as soon as they're settled in. Seemed politic.
He is, after all, a sort of walking door key. But we have arranged for a detective sergeant to stay with them. Armed, of course.
A good man?
Oh, impeccable. Detective Sergeant Forbes. Local. No family ties to speak of and no departmental problems.
Fine. And the press?
Well, the D-notice seems to be holding, and providing the foreign papers don't start shouting, we should be able to keep the lid on for a little longer.
Anything new from abroad?
Nothing, sir.
Right. Well, you push off back to your office. Keep me informed of aught else that comes in.
Any good, sir.
Oh, and Silken.
Yes, sir?
I would honestly prefer Boy You to that ridiculous cough of yours.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I think that's everything. From games room to television lounge to self-service laundrette, all is now at your disposal. It only remains to choose which of the 20 tastefully furnished bedrooms you're going to inhabit, and then perhaps we should meander down to that rather pretty, artificially sunlit garden that produces our oxygen, and await the arrival of Master and Mrs. Harris.
I think the whole place is absolutely incredible.
Who would have thought it, this deep underground? It's unbelievable.
I must admit I found the adjectives rather hard to find myself the first time I was brought here. Tell you what, let's go into the conference room, and I'll play at being an executive while you fire away your questions. Here we are. Gentlemen, the boardroom.
Well, very plush.
But what's it all for?
Well, it was built in the nasty 60s as a self-contained life support shelter. Enough food, frozen and dehydrated, to last 20 people a minimum of 2 years. Bulletproof, bomb-proof and burglar-proof. Actually, it's the smallest of a chain of over 200, stretching from Land's End to John O'Groats. But don't tell anyone I told you.
How long are we here for?
Well, let's say tonight and tomorrow, and leave the rest to chance. Mr. Forbes, your turn.
What's my function here?
I'd say referee. Yes, referee is a good definition. A buffer between the soulless Secret Service and society's possible suffering from subjects under suspicion. Oh, that's very alliterative, but most apt.
Look, am I really under suspicion?
Being honest, they don't know enough to be sure yet.
They? Who the hell are they?
Ah, I feel that Mrs. Harris and Baby Harris are awaiting entrance. Shall we go and greet them?
Emergency. Unit 74 to Control 1, receiving.
Control 1 to Unit 74, receiving. State emergency, receiving.
Receiving. Subject 18, Earth terminology, North America, non-contact. Repeat, non-contact. Believed laser light.
Received. General, all units, Phase 3 immediate. I repeat, Phase 3 immediate. Phase 3.
Yes? Silkin, sir?
Yes?
Sorry to disturb you at this time in the morning, but bad news, I'm afraid.
Well?
The Americans apparently put up some sort of wave screen to black out all communication right across the spectrum. An experiment to protect their space traveler. But it looks as though something went wrong.
What? Exactly?
They've been wiped out, sir. The whole town. All the troops who ringed it, everyone within a 10-mile diameter wiped out.
My God. How many?
About 50,000. Except for one, sir. Only one came out alive. Apparently he was naked and crying. It was their space traveler, sir. The only one to escape.
The only one? You're certain?
No doubt, sir.
Right. Get on to Smith. He knows what to do. We can't risk an accident here.
No, sir.
Ring me as soon as it's over.
Yes, sir.
Well, He's happy enough this fine synthetic morning.
Pleased to see his dad, shouldn't wonder.
And his mum. You pleased as well?
Gurgle, gurgle.
That's my girl.
Hello. You've changed your tune. What's the matter with you? Have you got wind?
No, actually he wants his rattle.
Good thinking. Here we are. Try that.
No. The one with the ducks on it, the blue one.
Right, love. There we are now. Try that. Good little So, how did you know?
Pardon?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
Which rattle?
I read it, Sal. Right off the top of his head, I read his mind. I can see the shape of it. I can see what he's thinking.
Can I come in?
Just keep it quiet, okay?
Yes. Come in.
Morning. Could I just say one thing? If we're going to be cooped up in this posh basement alone together for any length of time, I think the least we can do is go on first names for it, don't you? What would you say?
I agree.
Fair enough.
All animosity forgotten. I'm Sal.
I'm Tom and you're Brian.
Well, that was quick. Oh, did Smith tell you?
It's a nice name, Brian. Morning, Brian.
Yes. Morning, Brian.
Morning, Sal. Morning, Tom.
Well, I'm doing bacon and eggs for breakfast. Want to join us?
Love to.
Great. I'll start frying.
You mind if I talk for a bit out loud? Get some things sorted out in my own head.
I'll go on making breakfast. I'm starving.
Now, this is how I see it. You and I, Tom, are brought here by Mr. Smith, who can operate the locks with his handprint, right?
Right.
Then Sal and Sam arrive, are given the conducted tour, and then we all settle down for the night in our cosy little bedrooms. But Mr. Smith lets himself out again with his handprint because he's got to report in, and he can't do it from down here as there's no communication, right?
Right.
And here we are, by ourselves, alone in a space-age underground palace with 2 years' supply of bacon and eggs and all mod cons, right?
Right. So how do we get out?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yes, but we're here because we agreed to be.
I know that, but let's say in 5 minutes' time you don't want to agree. How do you get out?
Well, no phone.
No phone, no key, no way out, unless Smith comes back. Our handprints won't open the door, I've tried.
Oh, but of course he's coming back. He said so.
Did he? Must leave now, I have to report. You just settle yourselves in and make yourselves quite at home. Goodbye. No, goodbye for now. See you tomorrow, see you next week. Just settle yourselves in. Goodbye.
Prisoners.
Looks that way.
But what about you? You're a policeman. Why you?
A policeman with a gun. You think you're a kind of prison warder.
That, Tom, is precisely what I think. But makes good sense. Give me a gun, stick me down here with you two, and if Tom shows signs of turning into anything more than human, I'm on hand. No good leaving Smith or anyone else who can get out down here. As it is, you'll need an atom bomb to blast your way out of this place. Great place to keep someone in check. Sorry, Sal. Sorry, Tom. Looks as though we are prisoners of one sort or another.
Perhaps more than prisoners. But Mr. Smith will soon tell us.
And on cue, the visitor's buzzer. Just to prove you're wrong, Brian.
Well, thank the Lord for that. Too many detective stories, that's my trouble. Well, I'll go to the lift and see if it's our friends.
I'll be with you in a sec.
Right.
Sal. Things might start happening soon. Things outside my control. Try not to be too frightened.
What do you mean, Tom? What's going to happen?
I don't know quite, but whatever it is, whatever happens, remember, it's me inside here somewhere, and I love you.
Oh, Tom, don't. There is nothing going to happen.
Is Smith in the lift? He's just got in, pressing the button now. He's been sent to kill me. Doesn't want to. Has a gun with a silencer in his briefcase. He's going to ask me to go to the conference room with him. He'll ask Brian to check breakfast, get him out of the way.
Tom, this is crazy.
Not crazy. Frightening. I'd
better go. The lift's halfway down.
Ah, a deputation, no less. How pleasant. Morning, Mr. Harris. Morning, Mr. Forbes. And the unmistakable smell of bacon and eggs filtering along the corridor. How are we this fine and sunny morning? Sleep well?
Fine, thank you, sir. Good morning.
We'd just decided we were prisoners. Any comment?
Very interesting indeed. And not too far from the truth, I'm afraid.
You mean we are prisoners?
Oh, a harsh word. Let's say guests of convenience.
How long for? I've got a job to consider.
Not long now. In fact, that's what I've come to talk to Mr. Harris about. Things are moving rather more quickly than expected. We may have you back to your station quite soon.
Something happened?
Indeed it has. Now, Mr. Harris, if you'll be good enough to join me in the conference room for a private chat, I'll explain. And then perhaps we could join your good lady and Mr. Forbes for some breakfast. How does that sound?
Sounds fine.
Would you organise the breakfast, Mr. Forbes?
Right. I'll go and warn the lady to make it bacon and eggs for 4. See you shortly.
Shall we step into the conference room? Here we are. Board meeting now in progress. Your face indicates that you may have some inkling of my mission, Mr. Harris. Exactly how much do you know?
Everything.
But no trace of fear.
It may be for the best.
True. When were you aware of your new capabilities?
This morning. Sort of crept up on me. Slowly at first, but it's increasing rapidly. I've developed some sort of telepathic skill. I noticed my son's mind was wide open to me. I could actually see what he was thinking, and I had to make a conscious effort not to look.
You saw him in the night?
I looked before I could stop myself. Perhaps it would have been best if I hadn't. I'm finding how to control the power now. I'm just aware of your mind in a different way, same as I'm aware of Sal and Brian's over that way in the kitchen, like a series of small fogs, but I know at any time I can push through the fog and see what you or either of them is thinking, but it does seem as though I have some control over it.
Anything else?
Telekinesis. In the bathroom this morning, I knocked the glass tooth mug off the shelf and I knew it was going to smash onto the tiles. I wanted to grab it to stop it from breaking and making a noise, waking Sam. I felt it, and just before the glass hit the tiles for a split second, I held it, just by thinking. Broke its fall, and it landed without any noise. I haven't dared to test the capability further.
The rather chunky cut glass ashtray in the centre of the table there. I wonder if you'd be good enough to pass it to me. No, don't move. Just think about it. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Oh, God. It's so frightening.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. You're already showing higher capabilities than I ever came across. And I presume they also are developing.
Yes. But
you want me to get on with it. There was, for want of a better word, an incident last night in a small town in the American Midwest. A town that was ringed defensively by troops. The town and the troops don't exist anymore. Approximately 50,000 people are dead, and only one person left the area alive. I doubt whether you know him, Mr. Harris, but you both have something in common. You both disappeared along a thin blue light and went for a trip in an alien spacecraft.
How did it happen?
One theory is that a new screening device the Americans were using backfired. But our department can't afford to take chances. So I've been sent down with this, plus a highly effective silencer.
Yes. I know.
Mr. Harris, the duties I've performed for my department over the years have largely been a pleasure. But I've always been aware that I could be called upon one day, as part of my duties, to undertake a certain task so onerous that even the thought would repel me. So, over the years, I've tried to wipe the knowledge of that possibility from my mind, blank it out, but now, unfortunately, the moment of truth has arrived. I've been instructed, on the highest authority, to kill you. As I say, the thought revolts me. But I must do it.
Sorry to disturb, but the good lady says if you don't come to breakfast now, what the hell's going on here?
Go outside and close the door, please, Mr. Forbes.
Oh, no, you don't. Right, Mr. A.P. Mighty Smith. The gun you so kindly provided me with is now pointing at your back. So I wonder if you'd stop pointing yours at Thomas. We're making a ridiculous sight. And let me know what the hell's going on here.
I'm afraid I can't do as you say, Mr. Forbes. I know that by the time your reflex lets you fire, I shall have carried out the worst assignment of my life. And hopefully your bullet in my back will still the memory.
Drop your gun, Brian.
No.
Drop it.
What the hell?
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
I'm really sorry about this.
Good God!
Looks as though we were right to worry, Sam.
Yes, Mr. Smith. It certainly does.
Control 1 to all units. Imperative all subjects worldwide moving to prime targets by 915.5 galactic latest, irrespective of time zone. Assist from non-site zone, 2.5 units from project zone if necessitous. Indicate receive in rotor. Received. Unit 2 to Control 1.
Gentlemen. This is the cabinet room, not a 4-ale bar. If you're out to say it through chair. Else we get nowhere.
Prime Minister, we appreciate the fact that you made this an all-party meeting, but some of us are disadvantaged by not as yet being up to date with all the facts.
Right. I'm disadvantaged. I give you the facts as we know them, which is not much, and you can make up your own minds from there. First of all, thanks to you all for coming. I think for the moment best bury the differences, and for the benefit of this meeting, let's forget the point scoring and think country first and party second, right? Right. Now, you've all been briefed at least that something damn funny's afoot worldwide. All countries are being fairly cagey, ourselves included, but it seems everywhere's the same. We've all got someone who's been whipped into space for 10 days and sent back home safe and dozy. I think the polite word's amnesia. Well, generally, each country has been keeping an eye on their own chap, and nothing very drastic has happened to any of them. Until last night, that is, in the United States. As you've heard, 50,000 people are dead, troops included. Now, without going into the ethics, we, and a lot of other countries, decided to get rid of our space trippers. Hang on, at least let me finish. The French have let theirs out on a very loose rein, wandering round Paris under surveillance, but with no restraints. In the early hours of this morning, he left a cafe where he'd been drinking with friends, and a car came at a hell of a lick round a corner, out of control, not to do with their security boys, Mark, you're just out of control, and hit him as he crossed the road. No messing, a full-blooded smack square on. The car disintegrated, complete write-off. 4 passengers all dead. But it didn't shift him, their blue light bloke. Oh, no. He just stood there,
the mews in the middle of the road, surrounded by carnage, till the French security boys took him in.
What about Archer? Has he been held?
He's been held, all right. Top marks to security for skill and diplomacy. They've got him in one of those atom fallout places, and no way out except by our say-so. Trouble is, they sent one of their blokes in over an hour ago to do what should have been a 2-minute job, and he hasn't reappeared yet. So I think they've got to fear the worst and act accordingly.
And do what?
I've had the place ring with troops. They're going to wipe out anyone who shows his face.
You don't mind me saying so, Mrs. Harris? That was an exquisite breakfast. Delicious. Quite delightful after all these bachelor years to find myself part of a family breakfast again. Baby crawling at my feet, host's wife glowering at me across the table.
You know, you amaze me. Half an hour ago, you were trying to fill my husband full of holes, as if you were taking part in a gangster film. And now you sit there, the soul of charm, as if you hadn't a care in the world.
Well, that's the curse of the diplomatic service, Mrs. Harris. Diplomacy. Not that I'm a member, but I suffer the disease. I rise above the embarrassments of this life as the phoenix from the ashes. I miss my calling by a whisker. Diplomacy chose defence instead.
How could you bring yourself to do it? An unarmed man.
Duty, Mr. Forbes. An overriding sense of duty. And also, being honest, a funny little feeling somewhere at the back of my mind that it would all come out all right.
How can you possibly say that? You had no idea.
Oh, didn't I? Quite sure about that, are you? Your husband knew what I was going to do, and he wasn't frightened at all, were you, Mr. Harris? Not one flicker of fear at your own imminent demise. Struck me as strange. You see, whether consciously aware of it or not, you knew I couldn't hurt you. It was written in your eyes, and I knew. Your powers of telekynthesis are such that you could have, without effort, and without moving from where you were sitting, put the safety catch on the gun, or stop the hammer falling, or turn the gun to one side, or tip my chair up, any of a dozen things. But you felt the need to test your powers of survival. A gamble, I admit, but a small one. So you let me pull the trigger, and let me see the bullets disintegrate against what is obviously some sort of force field that automatically surrounds you when danger is present. I should imagine, Mr. Harris, one can slap you on the back in friendship. But I think if one tried to slap you on the back in anger, one would get a broken arm without managing to touch you.
But now you're trying to make him out some sort of monster. He's Tom, my husband.
Whether you like it or not, Mrs. Harris, he's Tom plus X. Monster in the making, and who knows for what purpose.
This is all getting preposterous.
Tom. Tom.
What's wrong with him? Keep away, don't touch him.
That blue light. The same blue light. He's surrounded with it.
Look away. My eyes! Look away, look away. Get down, onto the floor. Out of bed.
He's just sitting there. Do something, Brian. For God's sake, do something. He's in pain. Tom! Tom!
Oh, knock him out. He's going to burst a blood vessel. Stay where you are, Forbes. Don't touch him. There's stuff flying around to kill you. Forbes, come back. Don't touch him. Sorry, Tom. Gotta do this. Ah! He must have been thrown at least 5 yards by the shock. You check her husband. I'll see to Forbes.
Tom.
Steel band being twisted in my mind like pulling plasters off my mind. It's so much coming in, it hurts. Too many voices. Too many voices, Sal. I can hear too far. Too much.
Chalk up your first victim, Mr. Harris. Forbes is dead.
No. Let me touch him. No, Sal, let me go to him. It's all right. I can see what it is. Pressure zone, upper brain. Just have to squeeze there. He's okay now.
Oh, see?
Oh, my head. Too many voices. I can't stop them. Got to get out.
Tom!
Leave it.
Hundreds of people, guns above us, overhead, helicopters, too much noise. Got to get out.
Tom! Wait!
Got to get out!
Tom! Tom!
Did I see what I thought I saw? A door smashed open with a fist. Or am I still dreaming?
You saw what you thought you saw, Mr. Forbes. You can't hurt him, and he can't hurt himself. The door was simply kicked out of the way by the force field.
Where does he think he's off to now?
Out. He's leaving.
What?
There's no way of working the lift.
Look, you've just been brought back from the dead, Mr. Forbes. The merest touch behind your ear, and you are back from the dead. So the lift, one of the most sophisticated pieces of electronic security known to man, will, I'm sure, be child's play to him. Or to it, as the case may be.
3 more contactors.
Listen to me. I don't know what it is, but I can help, Tom. Talk to me, Tom. Let me help.
No one can help. Must go. Got to get out.
And let me come with you.
Head, so tight. Safe here. You're safe here, Sal. Tanks, soldiers outside. Want to kill me. Stay with Smith. Can't get out now. Wiped his prints. Safe.
Tom! Sergeant, the lift's on the move. All right, men, your position! As the outer doors open, I shall give the command! Keep firing till I order you to cease! Hold those tanks back till I tell you!
Kill me. Trying to kill me with noise. Must stop it. Must stop it. Must stop the noise.
Stop thinking!
Of them, maybe 1,000 blank-eyed soldiers, frozen in position. Oh, no. I forgot the helicopter. The pilot's out of control. God. No. Must get away. Away. Must get away.
They did what?
They let him through, sir.
Oh, marvellous, Silkin. In disguise, was he? Dressed up as the bleeding Queen of Sheba, was he? Very nice of them to let him through. Thank them from me, personally.
They can't explain it, sir. Their minds went blank. They couldn't think.
You don't have to think to pull a trigger. Half the country complaining about the cost of the armed forces, and we end up with soldiers with rusty fingers.
It seemed as if they were rooted to the spot, sir.
That only happens in books, Silkin, so don't give me any of that rooted rubbish. Right. Where the hell is he now?
Well, we don't know, Prime Minister.
Don't know? You don't know? I'd be better off with 6 Boy Scouts than your lot, Silkin. Find him. And while you're at it, I want London ringed off completely. We're getting reports in from all over the world that these blue light people are making for the capital cities. I want every vehicle coming in stopped and searched right down to the last milk float. You got that? Every vehicle, every train, every plane, every boat, out that moves on legs or wheels, stopped. Close the capital tight. He must be captured. Have you got that, Silkin? Absolute red alert.
They mustn't come near. Don't want to hurt them. Keep away.
England. Harris, England.
Inside my head.
Are you there, Tom Harris?
Who are you? Where are you?
Bristol, Belgium. On my way to my capital, Brussels, just as you are going to London.
Have I gone mad?
No, you're all right. I'm real. Far away. What they did to us last was tough, but we've come through it now. Been trying to raise you for an hour. Are you okay?
Fine. I can hear you so well, it's amazing.
And understand, no language barrier.
What's happening?
We don't know. France and Holland contacted me, and now we're trying to contact the controlled mines in other countries, so at least we know the pattern.
If anything emerged.
We're being pushed towards our own capital city. We have no choice. We think the aliens are hovering, tracking us, but staying blanked out to us.
What can we do?
At the moment, nothing except go along with them. Head for the capital. Try to contact the next mine, so finally there is a chain of us.
And then what?
Don't know yet. We'll work something out. We've got a lot of power between us.
What's their plan? The aliens. Why have they done this to us?
Only God or the devil knows.
I think we'll find out soon enough when we reach the capital. Good luck, England. Control your mind. We can kill too easily.
Good luck, Belgium.
Don't forget, you are not alone.
It has also been reported that the large-scale troop movements in the vicinity of the Dorset Close Research Establishment in the Midlands, reported in our earlier bulletins, are part of a series of exercises the government is undertaking to establish the country's readiness to face internal invasion. The exercise was so successful that it's been decided to extend it to cover the whole of London. We've been informed that local and metropolitan police will combine for the first time with members of the armed forces to throw a cordon around the capital. A photograph has been issued by the Northampton Police of Thomas Harris, a 35-year-old bank clerk whom they wish to interview with regard to certain unspecified security matters. Anyone seeing him is advised that under no circumstances must he be approached. Simply inform your local police or telephone the following special...
Unit 35 contacting. Received. Control 1 to Unit 35. Received. Subject 12, Phase 4 reveal completed by 915 Galactic as programmed. Subject heading towards target zone. Phase 5 to commence at 918 Galactic as stipulated. All assistance being given for subject to reach target zone. All assistance being given for subject...
Sorry, sir. Neither sight nor sound of him. Oh, false alarms, of course, but nothing. No, sir. But our man Smith... That's right. Well, no, Smith's still in there with the wife and detective. Well, nobody's prints seem to work, sir. It's not easy, Prime Minister. It's a very sophisticated piece... Yes, sir. As you said, absolute red alert. Well, the roadblocks are as tight as a fist round the city, and every field and hedgerow is covered. Oh, we'll stop him, sir. We'll stop him. You can rely on that.
London. Must get to London. Car. This will do. Corporal driving. Corporal Wilkes.
Yeah, mate. What the hell do you think you're playing at, jumping out like that and waving your arms? Could get yourself killed, you know. Anyway, haven't you heard? There's an army exercise going on. Civilians off the street...
Yes, sir. Any problems at roadblocks and you'll take care of them. Very good, sir. 3 major ones at mile intervals on the outskirts, sir, and 3 range patrols inside. Certainly, sir. Get the blocks over with first and worry about the patrols after. Very good, sir. If you want to lie on the floor at the back, sir, that's fine with me.
Good evening, sir. Watch out, Wilkes, old son. How goes it?
Hello, mate. Good to see you again. Want me pass?
Afraid so, mate. No, that's all right. No, you're ugly mug well enough by now. See anything fishy coming in?
Nah, dead as a doornail. The other 2 blocks are just as quiet as this one. I reckon everybody took that TV appeal to heart and stayed at home.
Yeah.
Much traffic inside?
Nah, apart from patrols, which are thing on the ground, nothing much at all.
Any sign of Harris?
Yeah, thousands. He's everywhere from Land's End to John O'Groats, none confirmed yet.
Well, we'll get him finally. I better get on. See you, Jono.
Yeah, see ya. Where you heading?
Downing Street. Number 10, would you believe? Lord knows why. Just had orders. Bye, Jono.
Ta-ra, Wilkes.
Corporal!
Sir?
Who was that you let through?
Corporal Wilkes, sir. Ordnance Corps.
Why didn't you check him out?
Well, sir, he's an old mate. It didn't seem...
An old mate, you know the orders, Johnson. Even a bleeding field marshal doesn't get through without his transport being given the once-over. You've checked everyone else, Johnson. Why the sudden change?
I don't know. I suddenly knew I mustn't check him.
Suddenly knew...
It's a damn funny choice of words. Where's this Corporal Wilkes based? I'll have him checked out.
Dagenham, Sarge.
Right, I'll radio for a patrol to intercept him on the way.
He's not going to Dagenham, Sarge. He's on his way to Downing Street.
He's what?
He's on his way to Downing
I
Street.
heard you, you great bird. Don't you realise this could be it? I've got to get the brass on the radio. Get a patrol unit chasing after him now, Johnson, now!
Yes, sir.
Have you checked all units?
Yes, sir. All in position. The entire Downing Street area is secure.
Secure. We'll see. Any sign of this Corporal, chappie?
No, sir.
Well, tell everyone to keep a sharp watch. They said he was heading this way.
We've got Wilkes, sir.
Good show, Captain. Harris with him?
No, sir, by himself. Bit bemused. Just sitting in the car, other side of the park. Thinks he's been there 5 minutes or so. Can't be sure.
Well, that's policeman, chappie. Maybe on the loose, but he certainly won't get through this lot to number 10.
Lovely cup of tea. Fine chances sleeping with this kerfuffle going on. Army and police everywhere. I'll go through to the parlour. Put my feet up for 5 minutes. Now, where's that light switch gone to? Oh, here we are. Oh,
Good evening. Don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. It just gave me a bit of a start seeing you sitting there in the dark. You should have switched the light on like a sensible chap.
No, I wanted to sit and think for a minute. Hope you don't mind. I was trying to work out what I was doing here.
Well, now you come to mention it, I'm wondering that myself. I mean, this great barn of a place that goes with my husband's job is not exactly home from home, but I like to think of this parlour as a bit private, you know what I mean? I don't even let any of the staff in. I just it myself, that sort of thing. You know, I like to remind myself I'm a housewife as well as the Prime Minister's wife. I honestly don't know you from Adam. Are you official?
I'm Tom Harris.
Tom Harris? No, I'm sorry, it doesn't ring any bells. Are you backbenching?
No, I'm not in the house. I'm Tom Harris, the man who's been in space.
Oh, that Tom Harris. All this noise I've been putting up with from police and army out in the street, and you're here all the time. You've got to laugh, haven't you? How'd you manage to get past them all?
Hard to explain, really. Just sort of make them look the other way. A bit creepy, like being the invisible man suddenly. I got the policeman out front to open the door for me, and then to forget that he'd done it.
Oh, that's Ted on tonight. He'll be furious when he finds out he's a right stickler for duty.
And I've been meandering about, wondering what happens next. Found this nice room here and decided to sit down and have a think.
Good idea. Only comfortable place in the house. Well, what does happen next?
No idea. I knew I had to get to London, and then I knew I had to come here, but next... You see, I've been taken over. Not much fun, I'm afraid.
Shouldn't think it would be. Mind you, it's not much fun for my husband either. He's been up in the conference room all day with the cabinet and all the shadows waiting developments. I mean, it must have cost a fortune in sandwiches. Thank goodness it doesn't come out of the housekeeping. And as for us also, I tell you what we'll do. I've just made a pot of tea, and I think we should go and have a cup now. And then I'll take you up to the cabinet room and introduce you. Show them you're not really a two-headed monster. All right?
Sounds good to me. I haven't had a bite since breakfast.
Shall I bite you? Oh, just a little joke, Mr. Harris. Come on. I think there's a bit of fruit cake and a piece of apple pie in the kitchen.
Control 1 to all units. Phase 4 reveal should by now have placed subjects at target zones worldwide. Phase 5 reveal commence 918 Galactic. Confirmed received in rota. Received.
Get out now! Here, where's this stuff?
Now stop panicking, for God's sake. Look out the window. You've got half the British Army and Metropolitan Police out there. There's no way he can get through.
But you said yourself, we don't know what his capacities are. If he got out of that shelter, what's the stop him getting in here?
You place the whole cabinet at risk by gathering us all together.
Hang on. Yes, Prime Minister speaking. No, I'm not. Cabinet and all party representatives. What do you mean, hope? You damn well make sure we're safe. What? I see. Right, well, we'll pack it up here and transfer to that underground place at the Mall. No, I think everyone here will agree it's expedient. Right? Right. Ring me back direct. For God's sake, Silkin, stop gawking and get the door.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it doesn't look good. Reports indicate no one's managed to hold their space trippers, and their movements worldwide indicate they're making for heads of government rather than seats of power, which means we're obviously the ones at risk. So I think it's best all round if we go for the double security of the war centre. I don't think there's any possibility of this chap Tom Harris getting in there. Yes.
Your wife, sir.
Sorry to interrupt like this.
Mari, how many times do I have to tell you?
But I've got a visitor who I think you've been waiting for. Tom Harris.
Good God, it's him. Get him out of here. Prime Minister, this is a disgrace.
You lot, it's your fault he's here at all.
If we'd been in power, this never would have happened. I told you we should have gone to the place of the Mall.
Now, hold on, everyone. Keep calm.
Calm? How can you talk about calm? You've put our lives at risk.
I'm getting out of here.
Adjourn the meeting, yes. Adjourn the meeting.
You silly, pathetic people. How can you squabble among yourselves at a time like this? Petty politics is finished. Your future, if you have a future, lies in forgetting the differences, local and international. The universe is knocking at the door, and you squabble over the responsibility for it happening. I've suffered to be here. People have died so I could get to you. Well, stop your childish bickering while we await whatever message these alien gods intend to send. For, as sure as by earthly standards I'm a strange monster to you, by their standards I am simply a messenger boy. You're all thinking, but has he any power? You're thinking, he's a trickster. He's fooled others, but he doesn't fool me. Well, let's play games while we wait their commands. Stupid people deserve to have their stupidities aired.
How dare you talk to us like this? You trick your way in here and then...
What about all the people you tricked, Mr. Parker? You think your secret is long buried?
My secret?
Gibraltar, 1964, property deal, £1.5 million. 2 other partners. Do you want me to spell out the rest, or do you believe I have certain powers?
Everyone deserves to hear it.
All of you, your dirty little secrets are bubbling up to the roof of your minds, just dying to be read. You, Thompson, a 17-year-old mistress, and you, Mrs. Transhaw, cabinet leaks and corruption. Smith, a drunk, you hit him with your car, left him dead in the ditch. All of you, cesspool minds revealed. Prove. Believe me, I don't want to have to hurt you to prove my power.
It's just party tricks, Harris. Well-researched party tricks. Speak your piece, quick, before I have you thrown out.
Turn him out now. Tell lies about me. Let's get him out of here.
Idiots! You idiots deserve to be taught. Listen. Mr. Prime Minister, I could kill you, all of you, just by thinking it. Instead, I hurt you. A little. Tricks. I could rule this country, turn it into a nation of zombies without even overstretching my powers. Thrown out, Prime Minister, there's nothing yet invented in this puny world of ours that could even scratch me. And I'm frightened. What am I doing here? Why has my mind been ripped apart? What is my task? What is my message? For God's sake, aliens, tell me. Tell me.
Look. Just outside the window. I don't believe it. What is it?
A flying saucer.
Tell me what you want.
Look at the light. It's all over him.
Blinding. Don't look. Turn away.
We won't allow it. No, we'll never agree, you hear. We'll never agree. Go away from this world. Leave us our innocence.
You can escape. We can escape.
They're going to drive us mad. They want to rule.
Escape, England. Look behind your mind. You can escape. You must escape now, Harris. Now. Search out the pathway. Escape, Harris. Escape.
starting to shiver.
He's evaporating.
Oh, my God. The whole bloody shooting match has disappeared, including Harris.
What the hell was that outside the window?
It's gone now. That's all that matters. We're safe.
That's not all that matters. What about poor Mr. Harris? What happened to him? Where's he disappeared to?
I bid 6 no trumps.
Oh, I don't believe it.
What a swizz.
What on earth?
I'll go check.
Quick, it's Tom.
Tom!
Lift him up.
Oh, Tom.
I'm okay. I haven't got long. They'll be searching.
Well, who? Who will be searching? Where have you been?
I'll check here. Let's get away.
Mr. Harris, are you yourself at the moment, or alien?
This is me, all right. How long for, God knows. They can really hurt. I escaped.
How did you manage it? I heard no lift.
Teleportation. Fantastic but true. One moment with Prime Minister and Cabinet at 10 Downing Street. Next moment, merely by looking behind my mind and thinking of this place, I'm here. Belgium explained it.
Belgium?
One of the other blue light blokes. We're in contact with each other. The aliens slipped up, made us too efficient. We can escape, fly through the paint net.
But the message, Mr. Harris, what was your mission? What did they want of you?
The message is simple. Mankind, as we know it, is all over. You're looking at new man. All over.
New man.
Thousands of years. We've been in quarantine. We had our sixth sense blanked out. All those years ago, some sort of space council adjudged us savages and blanked us out. Now, the blanket's going to be ripped off. We haven't improved at all. They're going to let us look at ourselves, mind to mind, see ourselves as we really are. Result, end of mankind.
I don't understand. It can't be that bad, surely, having an extra sense.
Can't it? Imagine having lived a lifetime without hearing. Noise escalates. The whole world becomes a madhouse of sound, and it doesn't matter. No legislation, no safety laws, nothing. It doesn't matter. The world is totally stone deaf. No problem. And one day, click, the whole world can hear. You think that wouldn't matter?
Bedlam. Death and destruction.
But surely, we just have to learn how to put our hands over our ears.
How do you put your hands over your mind, Sal? That's why I was taken away. They taught me how to control what was coming in, how to put my hands over my mind, if you like. Even so, it was agony till I learned. Listen, Sal, I screamed for quiet, and the helicopter pilot died. In a short space of time, if I hadn't found the control they'd given me, I would have been driven mad. I would have been a screaming wreck. But think of the damage I'm capable of doing in that madness just by thinking about it. The other powers that come along with the mind reading are just as terrifying. Add to that the fact that I'm virtually indestructible. We'll all be the same. I'm afraid mankind as we know it is doomed.
And the aliens? Presumably they made an offer to help.
Oh, yes. They'll help, all right. They offered to be our warders. Warders in a world of madness. Heads of government are being given 20 weeks to decide whether they come before or after the nightmare begins. Makes no difference to the aliens. Either way, we end up their serfs. For this service, they expect and demand sole rights to trade the produce of this world in the galaxy.
Friendly souls, aren't they? Elizabeth I would have loved them. We sit back and wait, do we?
No, we fight them. There's a thin circle of blue light around the world, and we blue light men are the new freedom fighters. Politics, creed, and color no longer exist. We're unified in a common aim. Beat the aliens. We have the power. We have the control. Now, we must start teaching, passing that power on. I start here tonight, if you agree, and we leave here soon as equals. We'll teach others. In England, it starts to ripple outward from this shelter. A race, an impossible race, to educate 50 million people in 20 weeks. And that's just this country, but think of the power the aliens will face when they return. Even if we're only half successful, so many minds in unison should be able to perform miracles of defense.
But what happens to the ones who don't get taught, Tom? The ones who don't believe or don't care?
What happens to them when the 20 weeks are up?
People like me who refuse to have their minds played with. What happens to us in your brave new world, Mr. Harris? We who eschew the pleasure of being ants in your new society. What happens to us?
Don't be angry, Tom. There's going to be a lot of people who react like that. You can't force the world to your way of thinking, not in 20 weeks. No matter how right you feel it is, how necessary you feel it is.
I don't even intend to try. No, I'm not forcing anyone. You're all right. You're right, Sal. Some won't want to get taught, won't believe, won't care. And you're right, Smith. Some will see it as a threat, a negation of their individuality. And you're right, Brian. There's no way I can force my decision on the whole country, not in the time available. For once, each individual will have to make up his own mind. For once, those millions out there will have to climb down off the fence. Make a decision. I know. The choice is simple, believe me. Learn and have a chance of being saved. Disbelieve me. Disbelieve the threat is real and go under. And they must decide which option to believe. Yours or mine. And act accordingly.
And the ones who decide not to go along with your little scheme, Mr. Harris? What happens to them?
In 20 weeks' time, they'll all start screaming.
Control 1 to all units. Reports indicate subjects worldwide performed as anticipated. Phase 6 will commence in 20 Earth local weeks. All units to oversee defined areas from non-site zones.
James Lawrenson played Tom Harris and Jennifer Piercy Sally in Before the Screaming Begins by Wally K. Daly. The Prime Minister was Patrick Troughton and A.P. Smith, Donald Hewlett. Sergeant Forbes, Robert Trotter. Prime Minister's wife and Sally's mother, Catherine Parr. Silken, Peter Wickham. Brostow, Nigel Graham. Corporal Wilkes, Geoffrey Leasley. Corporal Johnson and the newsreader, Eric Allen. Nurse and Cabinet Minister, Maggie Ollerenshaw. Desk Sergeant and Opposition MP, Peter Williams. An alien voice, Malcolm Gerard. And the alien controller, Manning Wilson. Other parts were played by members of the cast. Before the Screaming Begins was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Repeat, 20 Earth local weeks.
Radio 4. And now, Saturday Night Theatre.
Nigel Anthony and Anna Cropper in Spongehenge by David Halliwell. It was the night of February the 10th, 1978, in the small humdrum village of Bailiff Bridge, not far from Brighouse in the county of West Yorkshire. Young Gavin Bagley was making his way home from the Punch Bowl public house, where he'd been having a few friendly pints with his mates and colleagues. He'd just turned into Coronation Terrace, where he lived in humble circumstances at number 41, when the concept that was to revolutionise the whole future of painting and the visual arts in general occurred to him. A concept at once extremely simple and extremely complex. A compelling discovery that was to establish his unquestionable genius throughout the old civilized world. Oh, if only I could think of something world-shaking. If only I could think of anything at all. But I can't. I can't think of anything even mildly different, mildly interesting. Here we go again. Home sweet home. Papa and Mama are sitting reading their papers. I'm looking at their papers. I don't think they read them. Pretending not to notice my entrance as usual. I just pretend I haven't noticed them sitting there. Straight through to the kitchen. Enter it all on the other side. Take off my coat, hang it up. And return to the reading room. Sit down, pick up a paper, start looking at it. Pause, silence.
All three sit very still like a tableau in a waxworks and pretend to be reading. Wait.
What time do you call this?
Ah, there it is.
What time to call what?
This.
What?
You know very well.
It's 11 o'clock.
It is that.
So what?
So what?
So what?
It's no kind of time to be coming in.
I'll come in when I like.
You've been pubbing again.
I've had a couple of pints.
I've given birth to a drunk.
You haven't.
Wasting your money.
Wasting your time.
It's my money and my time.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it is.
Somebody else might have something to say about that.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
I'll pay me share of housekeeping.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, that's now to crow about.
I'm not crowing.
Don't talk to your mother like that.
We didn't bring you up to see you throwing your money away.
We did not.
You should be saving.
I work bloody hard.
Don't swear.
I work blooming hard. It's a blooming boring job, and I feel like relaxing a bit at night.
What have you got to relax from?
I've just said.
Your work's not boring.
Oh, isn't it?
Of course it's not.
You don't know what boring work's like.
Of course I do.
You don't know you're born.
Of course I do.
Of course you don't.
You've got a good job.
A very good job.
Lots of folk would be grateful to have your job.
They would that. It's very interesting.
Oh, it is.
Yes.
It's artistic, isn't it?
Artistic?
Yes.
It's not artistic.
Of course it is.
It's not.
You're in art department at Bruce's, aren't you?
Artwork department.
Well, that's what I said.
Artwork has nothing to do with art.
Of course it has.
All I do is touch up photographs.
Well,
Tin photographs.
it's skilled.
Not very.
It's steady.
Not really.
Oh, aye, lad, you're lucky to be there.
Lucky?
Lucky to have a job.
Lucky to be doing what you want.
Lucky to be doing art.
I've told you it's not art.
Of course it is.
It's got nothing to do with art.
Don't tell us about art.
We know about art.
We know what art is.
No idea.
We've been around a lot longer than you know.
I learnt nothing.
I knew more than you do now before you were born.
You didn't.
Of course we did before we had you.
Art isn't dabbing blemishes out of photographs. Art is the expression by visual means of feelings, states of mind. To be an artist is to express something.
Hey, listen to him.
Don't be so daft.
What have you got to
You
express?
have nothing to express.
Have I? If only I knew.
I have.
Never.
You're not one of these well-bred young gentlemen from down south, you know.
What are you talking about?
Folk like us don't express anything.
Of course we don't.
We have to work.
Ah, we have that. You want to stop getting ideas above your station?
Your station?
Yes.
We're not living in upstairs, downstairs, you know.
There's nothing wrong with us.
There ain't.
There's naught to be ashamed of.
We haven't. There's not wrong with good, solid hard work.
That's what you need a bit more of, my lad.
I want less of it.
We brought you up to be a credit to us.
Not a layabout.
Oh, right, slaving at Bruce's is laying about.
It's not slaving.
It's what you wanted.
It's not.
When you left school,
We let you do it.
you'd have been far better off working at Firth.
In weaving.
A lot more money there.
But no, you wanted art, so art it had to be.
I wanted to go to art school.
You did go to art school.
I didn't.
You did.
You did.
1 evening a week.
There you
That's
are.
not going to art school.
Well, what is it if it ain't?
I wanted to go full time.
Oh, don't be silly.
You had to earn a living.
Who do you think we're going to pay for
I
you?
could have got a scholarship, a grant.
You'd never have got a grant.
Of course you wouldn't.
I might have done.
Don't be
You
ridiculous.
didn't let me try.
We weren't having you making a fool of yourself.
And us.
Aye, and us.
I wouldn't have made a fool of myself.
Of course you would.
Well, maybe I'm talented.
Don't be daft. You have to be well educated to be talented.
You have to have money.
You want to drop these big
You
ideas.
do. Now get it through your thick head. You're not talented.
How do you know?
Because we're your parents.
Because you're just the same as us.
Just very ordinary.
Just like we are.
I'm not like you.
Of course you are.
We know what you like.
Who knows if we don't?
You bigger all about me.
Don't talk to your mother like that.
Oh, why shouldn't I?
Because we gave you a life.
We brought you up.
Scraped and scraped.
Nobody asked you to.
Don't talk like that.
Where would you be if it wasn't for us?
I'd be the same as I am now, nowhere.
Don't be disgraceful.
Don't be ungrateful.
Oh, I've had enough of this.
Where you going?
I'm going to bed.
Sit down.
No.
It's not time yet.
You haven't had your
I
supper.
don't want any.
Can't take a bit of home truth, can he?
No, he can't.
Oh, well, here I go. Another hand-tinting job. Another wedding photo. Black and white. Why couldn't they just have had a colour photo taken? But it's more arty to have one hand-tinted. A work of art to show their friends. The happy couple. The right pair of Yorkshire puddings. Oh, what shall I start on? Grass. Yes, a nice green for the grass. More attractive than pink for their faces. Wedded, eh? I wonder if I'll be getting wedded shortly. Sandra. I mean, she's a nice lass, but is she the one for me? I mean, if I were a successful painter, I could do better than her. If. I'm not even an unsuccessful painter. I don't really know how to become one. I just dream. I suppose I could go to night school. But I'm so bloody tired at night after a day here, worn down by boredom. And it's not just here at work. My whole existence in Brighouse stifles me. I don't really fit in with anything or anyone I know round here. Oh, why don't I go away? Oh, I don't know. I lack nerve. I lack application. I don't really know what I'd like to be. It's not always a painter. It can be anything. A great musician, a great brain surgeon, a great marine engineer. I'll make Walter Mitty look like James Bond. But I can't really see that how can be done about it. Oh, I'll just have to go on an arm, I suppose. Well, it's Saturday tomorrow. Soccer. Our team's playing Booth Town. I don't really enjoy playing, do I? No, I don't fit in. Only do it because I daren't say no. We're all good. We won. He drivers is pretty any of us. Yeah, I don't know how he can drive. I don't, but he can. He's a genius. Yes, he's a genius. Not me. Come on, sing. Headlights! Dazzle! Moving again!
It's lucky nobody got killed.
It is that.
Yeah.
You're very lucky.
You are that.
You see what comes from drinking?
You hardly had a scratch.
Well, I had a bit more than that.
What more than that?
Well, I didn't have to have a blood transfusion.
We know that.
You don't have to tell us that.
Well, so it wasn't just a scratch?
Well, not much more.
They don't give transfusions for just a scratch.
Don't tell us about transfusions.
We know all about transfusions.
We weren't born yesterday.
Oh, you know all about transfusions, do you?
We do.
You ever had one?
Who are you talking to?
You.
I thought you were talking to me.
I'm talking to you.
You just said you were talking to me.
I'm talking to you both.
Then why don't you say so?
He doesn't even know who he's talking to.
I'm asking you both if you've ever had a transfusion.
Of course we have.
Of course we have.
When?
Well, your mother had one.
Don't tell him.
Well...
Why should you tell him?
Oh, well, you tell him then.
I don't want to tell him.
Oh, yeah, I remember. It was when you were in the infirmary for that cyst on your backside.
Don't use words like that.
How dare you to your mother?
Well, you were going to.
I was not.
Weren't you?
Of course I wasn't.
Why did you have a transfusion?
When he was in infirmary for observation.
There's no need to tell him that.
When he had them pains in his chest.
Why do you have to tell him?
You told him about me.
I didn't.
So, you've both had transfusions. What are your blood groups?
Blood what?
Blood groups.
Why should we tell you?
Aye.
Don't you know?
Of course we know.
Of course we do.
Then why not tell me?
Why should we?
We're not here to feed your whims.
I'll tell you mine.
We don't want to know.
No, we don't.
I'm blood group O.
Stop trying to be clever.
Aye, you won't succeed.
Clever thing is to realise you aren't clever.
I'm not trying to be clever. I'm just saying what my blood group is.
Well, it's not to boast about.
I'm not boasting. I'm just showing you I know what my blood group is.
As if we care.
We aren't impressed.
Well, you don't seem to know what yours are.
Oh, you do?
We do.
Then what?
Mind your own business.
You don't know.
We do.
Then tell me.
Well...
Come on.
Well, I'm B, if you must know.
B.
Aye, and your dad's AB.
I could have told him.
What does it matter who told him?
You should have let me tell him.
They can't be my natural parents. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There must be a mistake. Are you sure about this?
Sure about what?
About your blood groups.
Of course we are.
Well, you don't make mistakes.
I think you might have.
Don't be ridiculous.
Come in, Seventh.
I think you've made a mistake.
Get them cards with groups written on them.
You get them.
All right. I'll show you.
I will show you who's right.
They're right. He's AB and she's B. Oh, my God. The implications. I feel dizzy. The implications. You know what this means, don't you?
What do you mean?
Doesn't mean anything.
It means you can't be my blood parents.
What are you on about?
What are you on about?
It means you can't be my natural parents.
What's he talking about?
Don't ask me.
When I were in the infirmary, I talked to a doctor about blood groups. He told me that a child can't possibly have a factor in its blood that isn't present in blood groups of either of its parents.
Where'd you get that from?
Just told you, the infirmary.
Somebody were pulling your leg.
Aye, they felt like a bit of fun.
They saw him coming.
I told him a taradiddle.
He'll believe out.
Oh, what should a doctor make it up?
Couldn't even pass as 11 plus, and now he's an expert on medicinal matters.
It's a fact. You can't be my blood parents.
Oh, it's a fact, is it?
It is.
How can it be a fact?
Use your head, lad.
Use your head.
If we weren't your parents, you wouldn't look like us, would you?
Oh, no, they're right. I wouldn't. Oh, maybe that doctor was wrong. Maybe I misunderstood him.
He can't answer that.
No, he can't.
No, I can't.
He's not as smart as he thinks.
I hope this is a lesson to him.
Wait a minute. Do I look like you?
Of course you do.
You look like your father.
You look like your mother.
What a daft question.
No, come on. Let's have a look at mirror together.
Don't be ridiculous.
Have you ever heard out like it?
We've no time for gormless experimentation.
No, come on.
You look like us, be told. There's an end to it.
Aye.
What about supper, ma'am?
What do you want?
Have we any of that malt bread left?
You're scared.
Aye. Tea or cocoa?
You daren't compare our faces in mirror.
Cocoa.
You daren't.
Of course we dare.
Come on.
No.
It won't take long.
Stop it.
Come on, show me I'm wrong and I'll admit it.
Well...
I'll never mention it again.
Well...
Come on.
Oh, all right. Come on, let's get it over with.
Oh, all right.
There, you see?
What do I see?
You've got an head shaped like mine.
Have I? Is it same shape? Maybe it is.
I don't know, same as mine.
Is it the same? Is it? It looks very much like it.
My eyes.
Ah, his eyes.
My mouth.
Her mouth, yeah. No, not her mouth.
My chin.
My mouth is completely different from hers. Of course it is. Look at it. Look at mine. Look at his head. Look at mine. They're not the same, not at all. Look at her nose. Nothing like. And his eyes are a different shade, almost a different colour to mine. No, none of these things are the same.
You see, we're wasting us time. He won't admit he's wrong.
Oh, we'll even deny it's evidence of his own eye.
I'm not wrong. Christmas. Why haven't I seen it before? I thought I looked like you because I thought I were your blood son. The power of autosuggestion. But now I can see you clearly for the first time. There's no family resemblance whatsoever.
Oh, I've had enough of your nonsense.
So have I.
You're not my blood mother.
Of course I am.
Of course she is.
You're not my real mother, are
Yes.
you? You're not. Come on.
I am.
You're not, are you?
Oh, stop this.
You're not. Come on.
I am.
You're not.
Well,
Are you?
No.
Are you?
No!
Hey?
No! Now you're satisfied. No.
Oh, you've told
I
him.
had to.
Why?
I'd had enough.
You're not me real parents.
All right. What does it matter?
Who are me parents?
How should we know?
You're adopted. Adopted. We kept it from you for your own good.
Adopted?
Yes.
From who?
We've no idea.
But you must have. You must. How did it come about?
Well, we couldn't have any children of his own.
Your father couldn't. So we went to an adoption home. They showed us you. We never met whoever had you. They don't tell you who it was. So we decided to adopt you.
It was all legal.
Oh, what adoption home?
Oh, we don't know. It's so long since.
Oh, what's it called?
Fairhaven.
Where is it?
Bradford. But it's gone.
It's defunct.
Are you sure?
Aye. Well, since you're so good at finding stuff out, why don't you check up on it?
How old was I when you adopted me?
3 months. They told us your birthday.
3 months. So maybe for 3 months I'd lived with me real parents.
No, you hadn't.
You'd been in Thorn for 3 months.
Me real parents.
There's no way you can find out who they were.
I'll find out.
What do you want to find out?
Find
for?
out to you.
They're everything.
We're your real parents.
Aye, it doesn't matter who actually gave birth to you.
Of course it doesn't. We brought you up. We lavished everything on you.
It doesn't matter to us you're not the same flesh and blood, and it shouldn't matter to you.
It's the spirited thing that counts. You're our son, and you always will be.
You're our son, and you always will be.
No. I'm not your son. I never was and I never will be. What a revelation. What a liberation. No wonder I never felt at home. No wonder I never fitted in. No wonder I don't fit in anywhere. No wonder I don't know what I really want. No wonder I don't know who I am. I mean, a person is produced by the coming together of the genes of mother and father. It's their mixture which produces new person. Your identity is what you get from those genes. They provide your abilities, your potentialities. They provide, in essence, what you become. Oh, I know that potentiality can be modified to some extent by your environment and your experiences, but only to a very limited degree. No, it's your genes which provide your essential core, your essential being, your essential identity. But if you're brought up in a completely alien environment, like I've been, cut off from any knowledge of your real origins, then you live a conditioned lie. And you remain blinded, deaf and numb to real identity, to real abilities, potentialities and needs within you. I've been living a masquerade with those two people in Bailiff Bridge. Yes, I've got to discover what my real heritage is, what hidden flares I've got, what hidden possibilities. Then I'll know what I can become and therefore what I want. To do that, I've got to discover my real parents, yes. They could be anybody, couldn't they? Aye, they could. Anybody at all.
Sie ist daher bereit, wieder in den Völkerbund einzutreten.
The ladies not for turning.
Blue skies are smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do.
The force that through the green fuse drives the flower, drives my green age.
Well, sure. You can, light my cigarette if you're of the mind to.
First of all, ladies and gentlemen, would you like to hear how the Diddy Men came to make their first record?
Promise me you'll go right off to sleep because Daddy has got to go out on some very important business.
Dad didn't really
Look there for Van Holder when he knocked somebody's off stick out.
And then, comrades, there is our old friend, Equal Pay.
Anybody? Yeah. The horizons are unlimited. Of course, that works both ways, yes. I'm thinking upwards, but what about downwards? Aye. My father might be a tramp or a dustbin man. My mother might be a prostitute or a char lady. My real parents might be even more humdrum than my false parents. Yes. I've got to face that possibility, yes. Oh, I don't know, though. I mean, it's possible. But somehow I think they've got to be more special. I mean, I've always thought there was something special about me, and that feeling must come from somebody special. Yes, and I can hope to find special affection from them too, yes. I can love them and they can love me. That's very important, emotional security. Oh, yes, something I've never had from Bagley's. Yes, I've got to find out who those special people are, yes. Or were. Yes, it could be were. They could be dead. Well, dead or not, I must find out. Oh, where will I begin? That birth certificate me false parents have with their names on there must have been issued by some adoption place or somebody. Yeah, I've got to see me real birth certificate. And where will I find it? I'll ask Citizens Advice Bureau. Oh, there's a document attached to certificate. Owing to the unusual circumstances of this child's admission to the home, it's been thought suitable to append a short notice. The child named John Jackson entered the home as an abandoned child. None of the regular procedures for admission were complied with. Although James and Jean Jackson are named on the certificate as parents, neither of them was ever found, even though an extensive search was undertaken. The child was brought to the home by a man calling himself A. Appleyard, who refused to provide any further information to that contained on the certificate. It was these circumstances which persuaded the relevant authorities to allow the child to be adopted 3 months after its arrival. Will I ever find A. Appleyard? Was there ever an A. Appleyard? Oh, I'm beginning to think it's hopeless. Pint of mild, please.
Mild?
Aye. I don't suppose you know anything about the houses across the street?
Across the street?
Aye.
There aren't any houses across the street.
There used to be, but they've been pulled down.
Sorry, I can't help you. I've only been here 2 years. That's 34 pence, please.
Oh, yeah.
Sir.
Hi, young man.
Hey?
I remember them houses.
Do you?
Ah, you remember them, won't you, Mrs. Waddington?
I do that.
She lived round here all her life, haven't you?
Aye, I've been coming in this pub for 30-odd years.
You wore a depression in that corner seat.
I've worn a depression in every seat in place.
Aye.
And worked off a few depressions and all.
Aye.
Do you remember number 18?
Aye, lad.
Do you remember a man called Appleyard who used to live there?
Albert Appleyard.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be Albert.
It was Albert.
Yes, I'm not doubting it. Did you know him well?
Not all that well to nod to speak to on the street, no more than that.
Well, could you tell me if he was living in number 18 in 1949?
Oh, aye, he would be. He lived in that house as far back as I can remember.
Was he married?
Aye, his wife's name was Hilda.
Did they have any children?
Not as I ever knew about.
Oh, well, might they have had a child and had it adopted?
Nay, I shouldn't think so. Not that I ever heard tell about.
Oh, I see. But they could have had.
Why are you so interested?
Shall I tell them? Oh, why not? I think they may have had a child adopted.
Do you?
Aye, and I think I might be that child.
Hey.
You think this fellow was your father?
Well, he might have been.
Well, I never.
What sort of a man was Appleyard? I mean, what did he do?
Nay, I don't know what he did. Nobody seemed to know how he earned his living. Folks sometimes used to think he might be a bit on shady side.
A crook?
Oh, I couldn't tell you, but he always had plenty of brass.
I see.
Aye, dressed well, a bit flashy, but a nice enough fella to talk to.
Aye. Have you any idea where he is now?
Now?
Aye.
Nay, lad, he retired, it must be 15 years ago. Couple of years after he'd gone, they pulled his house down.
They pull too much stuff down now, if you ask me.
You've no idea where he went?
No, lad.
You never talked to him about his retirement?
Well, I might have done in passing on the street. I probably did.
But you can't remember out about it?
Hey, it's a long time ago, lad.
Oh, yes, I know that, but I mean, might he have said where he was going?
Well, he might have.
But you can't remember what it was?
Hey, no, I can't put life in me.
Well, I mean, what sort of a place do you think he might have retired to?
Hey, you've got me, lad.
I mean, was it somewhere else in Bradford?
Nay, it wasn't in Bradford. I'm sure it wasn't that. I'd have remembered that.
Well, did he go to live in country?
Oh, I don't think so. Doesn't sound like him somehow.
What about seaside?
That sounds more like it.
Seaside?
Aye. Come to think of it, I do remember him saying something about seaside.
A seaside town?
Aye.
In Yorkshire?
No. I'd have remembered it if it had have been. No, it was somewhere unfamiliar like.
Unfamiliar?
Aye. Oh, it's coming back a bit. Somewhere with a name like a lot of other names.
Other names?
Aye. That's why I've forgotten it.
If we mention a few names, might you remember?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well, let's try. Blackpool?
No, I remember
but that.
Skegness?
No.
Grimsby?
No, more south.
South?
Aye.
Eastbourne?
No.
Folkestone?
Nay.
Bognor?
Never.
Weymouth?
Weymouth.
Was it Weymouth?
Weymouth.
Was it Weymouth, Mrs. Wallington?
Weymouth.
Was it?
No.
Oh.
I thought we got somewhere then.
So did I.
But it was somewhere like Weymouth.
How do you mean?
Well, it was one of them muths.
Muths?
Aye, I know.
Plymouth, Dartmouth.
Oh, them.
Aye, them.
But which one was it?
Oh, lad, that's why I can't recall it. There's so many.
Too many, if you ask me.
Well, what about Falmouth, Portsmouth, Bournemouth?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, didn't Appleyard ever say out about this place?
I suppose he might have.
I mean, did he ever mention some distinguishing feature?
I don't know.
Like a river?
No.
A beach? A building? A field?
No. But he did say it was near somewhere.
Near somewhere?
Aye.
Well, near what?
Well, I don't know.
Another town?
No, not another town.
A lake?
No.
Sea? No, she's already said it were by sea.
Sorry.
A wood?
I can't.
A bay?
Don't.
An inlet? A peninsula?
A what?
Oh, you know, a piece of land which juts out into the sea.
A point.
Ah, thanks, a point.
A point?
Yeah.
That rings a bell.
It was near a point.
Aye, he said it was near some sort of point or other.
A point?
Aye, a point.
What point?
Well, now, let me see. Something to do with an animal.
An animal?
Aye, you know, like with a name like an animal.
A name like an animal?
That's right.
Well, what, dog?
No, not a dog.
Horse?
No.
Pig?
No.
Lion?
No.
Armadillo?
No, not like that. Smaller.
A mouse?
No, more something damp.
Damp?
Something more damp.
Damp?
Why, like something out of a dam.
A fish?
Oh, no, not as damp as that.
Oh, well, a frog?
No.
A newt?
No.
A toad?
Oh, wait a jiff. Like that.
Like a toad?
No, what Ted said.
Newt?
Aye, a newt.
Was that it? Newt Point?
I think I've heard of a newt point.
Nay, not a newt.
Not a newt?
But something like a newt.
Well, what's like a newt?
There's no like a newt.
Oh, there must be.
It is.
I don't think there is.
An eel?
No.
That's no like a newt.
It is?
It's a bit like a newt.
There you are.
But not much.
A terrapin.
No.
Oh, that's not like a newt.
It is very similar.
No.
If I had a newt and a terrapin side by side on this bar, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
We would.
It wasn't a terrapin.
Well, a worm, a lizard.
Aye, that sounds right.
A lizard.
Aye.
Lizard Point.
That sounds right.
Lizard Point. It's in Cornwall.
Aye, it is near Falmouth.
Falmouth.
You think Appleyard went to Falmouth?
Aye, Falmouth. I think that's it.
Why, it sounds like Falmouth to me.
Falmouth. Let me go through again what I'm going to do when I get to Falmouth. I'm going to go through the register of voters and ratepayers, but I'm also going to go round all estate agents in town and see what Appleyards they've had dealing with these past 15 years. Well, it's not going to be... Hey! What's that?
Ah, Stonehenge.
Ah, yes.
Stonehenge? Is that Stonehenge? I didn't realise we went past it. I didn't realise it was so near a main road. Oh, it doesn't look as big as I thought it'd be.
I wonder who actually built it.
That's anybody's guess.
Really?
It's probably pre-Celtic.
Pre-Celtic? As early as that?
Well, would be. Of course, anybody can claim their ancestors did it.
Really?
Well, anybody whose ancestors have been in these islands a couple of 100 years.
I don't quite follow.
They can claim the blood of its builders runs in their veins.
Can they?
Yeah, well, one can make out a good case for it.
Can one?
Yeah. Well, the old notion was that each wave of invaders drove out the previous lot.
That's what I thought.
Well, it can be argued what's more likely is each wave mingled, interbred with a wave already here.
Ah, I see.
Celt with pre-Celt, Saxon with Celt, Norn with Saxon, Huguenot with English. You get the picture?
I get the picture.
So, I can say my ancestors built Stonehenge.
And so can I.
And so can you.
But not presumably someone from Pakistan.
Oh, give it a couple of 100 years.
I suppose so.
Interesting? I suppose so. But my concern with ancestors at the moment only goes back one generation. Falmouth, here I come. Come on, run, run, run. At last, after days, an Albert Appleyard, Gillingvase Road. Come on, run, run, run there. He might be me father. He could be me father. He's likely to be me father. I'm going to make me real father.
In June 1949, I was working as a maintenance man at Old Central Hotel in Bradford. One evening, I'm told to go up to room 28 to fix a radiator. When I get there, I find it's occupied by a woman of about 35 years old with a new baby. As I'm attending to the radiator, she strikes up a conversation and then makes a proposition. She says baby's hers, but it's illegitimate. She shows me a birth certificate and says names on it are false. She wants me to put baby into an adoption home for her. She has money and she'll give me £200. I think over what she says and I decide to do it. And the next afternoon, I nip into a hotel by a back way and she gives me money and the certificate. She says, hand over it, baby, with certificate, but on no account answer any questions. And then she puts baby in me arms. I pause. I think she might want to kiss it goodbye or take a last look. But she's staring at the door. So without another word, I leave and drive across Bradford to Fairhaven home. I go in, and there's nobody about. I'm just about to put baby down on the bench and hurry away when a woman pops up from nowhere. I thrust baby into her arms and start to leave when she snaps, "What is your name?" You know, just like that, just like a schoolmistress. "What is your name?" And I react just as I would have done at school, you know, a reflex action. I blurt out, "Hey, Appleyard." But I no sooner blurt it out than I realise me error and I scoot. I'm off before she can ask me out else. And that, lad, is how you got into Fairhaven home.
Yes.
That's it.
Woman in hotel, well, me mother.
Aye.
How did she speak? I mean, what did she speak like?
Oh, middle class.
Middle class?
Maybe more than that. Upper middle class.
But Yorkshire?
Aye, I'd say so.
What did she look like?
Oh, average height, nice rounded build, quite handsome, really.
Do I look out like her?
Oh, I don't know, lad, it's so long ago.
You don't remember her face, clearly?
Well, I did for a while, but it's gone now.
And you never saw her again?
Ah, now, I was going to come to that. I think I did.
Where?
Telegraph and Argus.
Paper?
Aye. It was several years later. I can't remember how many now, but there was this photo of a rather posh wedding, you know, bride, groom, parents, that sort of thing. And there, unless I were much mistaken, what woman had seen in the hotel. She was mother of bride.
Was there any indication of her name?
Aye, there was. It said she was Mrs. Pelling of Celandine House, Uppergill.
Uppergill? That's in Dales.
Aye, about 20 miles north of Bradford.
Are you sure of those names?
Aye, I've forgotten in essentials, but them names I'm sure of. Mrs. Pelling, Celandine House.
I have reason to believe that I am your son.
I beg your pardon?
I said I have reason to believe that I am your son.
My son?
Yes.
Is this a joke?
No.
I don't have a son.
Oh, no.
I have 3 daughters, that is all.
You never had a son?
I certainly did not.
Of course she denies it to begin with. Of course she gives nothing away. It's only to be expected. Just keep on at her, break her down, look for telltale signs. Well, I say you did.
This is preposterous. Who are you?
I've already told you.
What are you doing here?
I have reason to believe I am the child you gave away nearly 30 years ago.
What are you talking about?
The baby you gave away.
I never gave any baby away.
You had an illegitimate child.
How dare you?
You took it to Bradford.
How dare you?
You gave it to a man in a hotel.
How dare you? Get out of my house.
Could I have made a mistake? No, she's still bluffing. Keep on. She'll give herself away. I've met the man.
Get out.
His name is Appleyard. He told me all about it.
Get out.
He paid him £200 to take me to an home. He did that. I was adopted. Years later, he saw your picture in the paper with your name. I tracked him down. He told me where you lived. I'm not mad. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm looking for my real mother.
A man meets a woman in a hotel, and then years later he sees a picture of me in a newspaper. That does not prove that I'm the woman he met in the hotel.
She's right. It doesn't.
I'm afraid your informant was mistaken. He mistook a picture of me for someone else.
Yeah, there's no necessary connection whatsoever. Even Appleyard said he might have been mistaken. Oh, this is a dead end.
I hope you find the right person.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so disappointed. But am I sure this woman's telling the truth? Yes, I think so. Yeah, but whilst I'm still here, I could have one last go. A sort of bluff. I've now to lose. You're absolutely sure you aren't the right person?
Well, of course I am.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Now, look here.
You'd have every reason to lie to me.
I've been very patient with you.
After all, if you gave me away...
I think you had better leave.
Your own flesh and blood.
I'm asking you to leave.
Just to save family name.
I'm telling you to leave.
You'd be as hard and callous now as you were then.
I don't have to listen to this.
I don't seem to be getting anywhere. Appleyard told me.
I could call the police.
How hard you were. You dumped your own new baby.
I shall call the police.
Not getting anywhere. And when you handed me to him to take away, there wasn't a flicker of affection. I might as well have been a sack of potatoes. You're never going to see me again. You didn't even look at me. Never mind kiss me goodbye.
It wasn't like that. I was the woman in the hotel room, but I'm not your mother. I'm your grandmother. In the summer of 1948, some mill boys from Bradford came hiking through this village, and my husband gave them permission to camp in a field which belonged to him. They remained in the field for several days, and quite without my or my husband's knowledge, Karen paid them several visits. She was only 16 at the time, and she developed a crush on one of the boys who was only 17 himself. I'm not blaming the boy. He was young and inexperienced. But he seduced my daughter in such a clumsy and brutal manner that instead of cementing the relationship, it brought it to an abrupt end. A few weeks after the boy's departure, Karen discovered that she was pregnant. She tried to hide it for as long as she could, but the time came when she had to tell me about it. Naturally, I was shocked, but I quickly realized something had to be done, and I pulled myself together. It was too late for an abortion, and Karen had neither the desire nor the ability to bring up a child. She stopped attending school, was kept indoors, and everyone was told that she was suffering from acute anemia. And the time came I delivered the child myself. This wasn't as remarkable as it may sound, because I was in the Women's Royal Army Medical Corps during the war, and I'd had some experience delivering babies. The child was born, and immediately removed from Karen's presence. I told both Karen and my husband that the baby had been stillborn, and that I would bury the body in the grounds where nobody would ever find it. But in reality, I took the baby to the Central Hotel in Bradford. The rest is as Appleyard told you, although of course I didn't know his name was Appleyard, except for my emotions, which he could know nothing about. I had to maintain a facade of stony callousness, but inside I was consumed by pity and shame. When I placed you in Appleyard's arms, I did not look at you because I could not. I could not bear to look at you. As it was, I felt a terrible wrench inside myself when he carried you away from me and closed the door. I've been plagued by doubts about it ever since. I feel ashamed, then I feel justified. Your arrival here has only intensified these conflicting feelings. If you were to say that a grave injustice had been inflicted on you, I would not disagree. But on the other hand, if I'd not given you away, and you'd stayed with us in some sort of hidden, disguised manner, then your life might have been quite unbearable. What happened, happened. And now I have given you an account of it. It is for you to weigh up my account and see whether you can come to some idea of balance.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what to feel. What... I mean, there's so much. My parents, then, are your daughter Karen and this boy. Well, he'll be a man now, this man.
Yes.
And have you got...
Yes, I can tell you where they are.
Oh, yeah, I'd like that.
Of course, I know where my daughter is, but I've kept track of the young man, too. You might say it was a form of insurance against some possible time when the baby I disposed of so many years ago might somehow appear, as you have done, and point an accusatory finger at me. I did not want to add to my guilt by keeping the child from knowing where its parents were, if that time came.
Oh, no. Look, I'm not accusing you. I mean, you did what you thought was... I don't want to get involved in recriminations. I want to know where I can find my parents.
Well, I suppose that's very gracious of you. Your mother, my daughter, Karen, is now called Karen Mason. Mason is the name of the man she married, the man in the wedding photo. Karen is now separated from him, but she still uses the surname. And together with a partner called Madeline, she runs a small bakery in Buttershaw, a suburb of Bradford.
And my father?
His name's Wilfred Clapcott, and he... What's the matter? You look dumbfounded.
But I know a Wilfred Clapcott.
Do you?
Yes.
What does he do?
Well, he works at a place called Pruce's in Brighouse. He's shop steward there.
Well, then you've met your father.
Hey?
He is your father.
Him? That bloke at Pruce's? Oh, I can't believe it.
I can assure you that he is the same person who came to this village 30 years ago.
But him? I mean...
Do you know him well?
Well, not well at all. I hardly know him at all. I've just consulted him over union matters, that's all. It's just the point that I've met him, and I didn't know. It's that staggers me.
Life plays strange tricks.
Maybe.
Wilfred Clapcott lives in Siddle.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's part of Halifax.
Yes.
Your daughter, my mother, she still thinks I died at birth.
Yes. And Clapcott doesn't know that you were ever born.
Then I'm going to have to tell them.
No, I'll tell them. It's part of my obligation towards you. I shall go and see my daughter, and I shall write to Mr. Clapcott.
And then what happens?
We'll see what their response is. You can stay here. My husband died 10 years ago. I'm alone in the house, except for a servant.
Me mother, blonde, hair tied back, round face, rounded generally, shapely. Does she look pleasant? Does she look intelligent? Is the way she dresses unusual? Is she unusual? Am I disappointed? Daughter of a wealthy family, owner of a bakery? No, I can't say I am. Do I look like her? Does she look like me? Well, the eyes, maybe the eyes. Oh, what do I feel? I don't know. Will she want me? Oh, I hope so. Will I love her? Oh, I hope so. Is she relaxed?
Does he look anything like me? It's difficult to tell. Perhaps sort of in the set of the body. I don't know. Does he look bright? Does he look well-disposed? Does he look intense? Does he look anything like the father? Oh, I can't remember. What about me is he like? Sort of about the eyes? No, I don't really think so. Well, how do I sort of feel? Well, I'm not sure.
Me father, Wilfred Clapcott. Does he look any different now I know he's me father? Oh, I don't know. I never really looked at him before. He's lean, dark, bony. Is there anything in me about him? The shape of face, perhaps? Does he look dull, smart, sensitive? Is he just a union cog? Am I disappointed? I don't know. Well, at least he's active in union. He must have some beliefs. That's a damn sight better than old Bagley. Will he like me? Will he love me? Shall I feel that way about him? Oh, I hope so. Well, I'll just have to see.
Now that I know what I know, can I see out of me in him? This is, though, it's the first time I've ever really looked at him. I didn't realise his hair was that colour. Well, is there any resemblance? Note about the head? His build, maybe? Does he look as though he's got out about him? I had a vague idea of Bruce's that you were a bit half-baked, but it was no more than an impression. How do I feel? I don't know. A bit unreal.
Is this that boy? I mean, that boy in the field? I mean, in the summer all those years ago?
No, she's no connection with that lass.
I'm sorry, but I just don't...
Well, I can't recognise you either.
30 years.
A lifetime.
Well, I don't suppose it matters, I mean, after all this time, but I regret it.
Well, I could say that, too.
I suppose so.
But it's not a question, you know. There's no question of blame.
No, I agree, but I sort of feel, I sort of feel...
Well, maybe, so do I. But, I mean, it's...
Yes.
Yes. Of course, I never knew.
Of course not.
I mean, after I left, I never heard.
I know.
Although, well, I did send you a letter.
I remember.
You got it?
Oh, yes, but I was away at school when it arrived, and I didn't get it until a couple of months had gone by, and, well, it seemed too late to reply by then.
I thought you'd, well, ignored it.
No, I didn't, but I'm sorry if you...
Oh, it's so long ago.
Yes.
I was 17.
I was just 16.
We were bairns.
We were.
We didn't know what...
Well, we did what we did.
Aye.
Yes.
Well, now, this young man...
Yes.
Would you say we had any responsibility towards him?
Yes, I suppose so.
Your mother...
Well, my mother is letting him stay here, and she's going to make some financial provision for him.
Oh, yes, so we don't need to discuss that.
No, what we have to consider is what sort of responsibility in a more personal sense.
In the sense like he wants to get to know us?
Yes.
Well, I'll go along with that. I think there is some sort of responsibility.
In practical terms, it'll mean sort of letting him come and live with us.
Taking it in turn?
Yes, I mean, I've talked it over with my partner, and she's agreeable.
Well, I've had a word with my wife, my family. There doesn't seem to be a problem.
Well, then, who's going to kind of have him first?
I'm not bothered.
Well, shall I have him first, if you like?
All right. How long is he going to come for?
2 months.
2 months?
Is that too short, too long?
Oh, no, it's all right. So 2 months with you.
And then to you for 2 months?
Right.
He thinks that in some way we can help him to find out what he sort of wants to do in life.
Find out who he is?
Yes. Do you think we can help him to find out who he is?
Maybe.
Yes, maybe we can.
Tomorrow. Can't wait. Going to stay with Karen, to stay with my mother. She's a baker. Perhaps I'll turn out to be a wonderful baker. Well, I suppose I shall. A master baker. I like the sound of it. I like the smell of it. Bread. Oh, I hope my mother's going to love me and me. Oh, yes, I do. What's the matter? What's the matter? What's the matter? I try and try at baking, but I never seem to get any better. But I must have an aptitude for baking. I must. I must have inherited it from my mother, but why doesn't it show? Why? Well, it's been overlaid by decades of non-use. Yes, that's it. It'll come with practice. Yeah, with practice. It'll come with time. Gav. In the old days, I'd have been in on a few pints down at this time, and oh, damn it, there I go again. There my thoughts go again. I can't keep my mind on meditation, on Gav. But my mother's a mystic. She's religious. I must have a talent for this sort of thing. Come on, keep going, keep gaving. Gav.
Karen, have a word.
Well, of course, Madeline.
As your partner, your friend.
Well, of course.
Gavin. I'm sorry, he shouldn't be in the bakery. Been here nearly 2 months. He's useless, a hindrance. Hasn't improved, never will, no aptitude. Doesn't like the work.
He says he likes...
Pretending. Notice his expressions? Yes, giveaway. He thinks he has to be like you.
Yes, well, but perhaps...
Nothing like you, nothing like me. Doesn't share our spiritual values. He should go.
Well, he will be going to stay with his father shortly.
He shouldn't come back.
That sounds rather harsh.
I'm sorry, got to say it.
Yes, of course, my dear. I want to know how you feel, and I mean, the way you feel is very important to me, but at the same time, I still sort of feel I have a sort of responsibility towards Gavin.
I understand, but he could live elsewhere.
Yes, well, maybe, but I think I'd better sort of talk to him before we come to any sort of decision. Gavin, are you really sort of sure that you really like the life here and the work?
Oh, yes. Of course I am. Am I?
Well, I think it's time that I told you more about myself. But where shall I begin? Well, when Wilfred came to Upperkill, we had sexual intercourse, and it was sort of quite pleasant. And I would have been willing to have had it again with Wilfred, but he seemed to be quite sort of upset afterwards and left the village. Well, I expected to hear from him again, but when weeks elapsed, I felt he'd lost interest in me, and I began to forget about him until I discovered that I was pregnant. Well, when I was fully recovered from the birth, my mother sent me to a sort of finishing school for wealthy young ladies, and then when I returned to Upperkill, I started to go out with eligible young men, and in due course, I married a wealthy young solicitor called Rupert Mason, and moved into a large house on the edge of Halifax. The marriage was quite successful. Our sex life was satisfactory. We had a wide social life, and I suppose I felt quite contented. Well, that was the situation in 1968 when something rather remarkable happened. It was the afternoon of a day in June, a very ordinary afternoon, and I was in the house on my own in the kitchen in the process of making some bread. I mean, I'd always rather enjoyed baking as a sort of hobby, and I'd just prepared some dough for rising, and it was on the table in front of me in a baking tin. I just put a cloth over the tin. When I glanced up at the kitchen clock on the wall and saw it said 20 to 3, and then I glanced back at the table and there was bread in the tin fully baked. I mean, I simply looked up at the clock and then back again. A matter of less than 5 seconds, and there was the dough transformed in a trice into a fully baked loaf. Well, I couldn't believe it. I thought there must be something wrong with the clock. I glanced back at it, but it just said a few seconds after 20 to 3, so I checked with the phone and the radio and with a neighbour, and they all confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the clock. It was keeping perfect time. And so I examined the bread, but there was nothing unusual about it. It was in exactly the same tin, in exactly the same position that the dough had been in. Well, I thought, how on earth can this come about? Might I have baked the loaf myself in a sort of blackout? But there hadn't been enough time, and I thought perhaps I'd been tricked in some sort of way. But a trickster would have had no more time than I'd had, so turn it round however I might, there was no other conclusion possible except that the bread must have been baked by some non-human agency. It had to be a sign of revelation, a message, and after a lot of thought it occurred to me that if he had baked the bread for me, then I must bake the bread for him. Yes, but baking bread for him meant baking bread provide for other people, and this should become my vocation. And I came to see that my vocation was my identity, my soul, my essence. So you see, I believe that God, and only God, gives a person their true identity, and it's given to the person before they're born, before they're conceived even. And one's identity has nothing to do with environment or heredity. I mean, my revelation proves that, because there could be no external natural explanation of what happened. And as for heredity, not only had I never had any sort of mystical illumination before, or anything remotely of that sort, but there's no trace of anything like it happening to my parents, my grandparents, or any of my relatives. And so what happened to me can only have been a divine revelation, and a divine revelation of who I really am and what I must do.
What can I reply to all that?
There's nothing he can say.
How can't he say that?
Nothing he can say.
Can't he say that?
Nothing he can say that will affect me in the slightest.
Well, I can't agree. I can't agree with what you say about heredity.
Can't you?
No, I can't.
Why can't you?
Well, I mean, you and me, I've obviously inherited a lot from you.
For example?
Well, I mean, a great many things. What?
Give me an example.
Well, what?
Can't you think of anything?
What? In the bakery.
As a baker?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Mistake to cite that.
Oh, come on, Gavin. I don't think you can honestly say you've inherited any skill as a baker from me.
Well, given time, I'll,
You've been here nearly 2 months.
Well, what's 2 months?
We've had girls and boys here in the past to help us out who've learnt more in 2 hours than you've learnt in 2 months.
Better get off that. What else can I say? Spiritual attitudes. Well, what about my spiritual attitude?
What spiritual attitude?
Well, you know, meditation.
Do you find it easy to meditate?
Yeah. You know, not bad.
Honestly?
Yeah.
I don't think I really believe you.
But, I mean, you can't know. You're not there when I do it.
No, but somehow I feel you're not much good at it.
Well,
Are you?
Well, what about being a vegetarian?
What about it?
Well, I took to your diet very well. Vegetables and rice. Yes, I rapidly got accustomed to that. I soon came to enjoy that.
Millions of people all over the world enjoy vegetarian food, and in no way are they descended from me.
Well, I don't know about that as an argument. I do. She's right. Damn! What else can I cite?
Well, what are you going to argue next? That you too have had a revelation?
A revelation? How am I going to get around that? How could that be explained in non-mystical terms? I've got to think of an alternative explanation for that before I can bother me head about how it might be inherited.
That silenced him.
Maybe she did have a revelation.
He can't answer that.
She could be lying.
There isn't any answer.
Nay, I don't think she's lying. She believes it, I can tell.
There isn't any answer.
So what could it have been? A state of mind? Yes, some sort of trance. Yes, I'm beginning to see that. Your revelation, yes.
My revelation?
Let's talk about your revelation.
By all means. There's nothing you can say.
I mean, let's talk about this thing, you know, that happened in your kitchen.
Fine.
I think that what happened was psychological.
Psychological?
A state of mind, something to do with the configuration of your brain cells.
That just isn't possible.
You were alone in the house?
Yes.
What time did your husband leave for work?
About 9.
9 o'clock?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Washed the breakfast things, went for a walk in the park, made myself a lunchtime snack, prepared the dough, put it into the tin to rise, and put a cloth over it.
You then looked at the clock?
Yes.
Which said?
20 to 3.
Yes, well, I think you did all the things you think you did between 9 and 20 to 3, between 9 and 20 to 12.
I don't understand.
At some point between 9 and 20 to 12, you looked at the clock and unconsciously misread the time. Let's say if the clock said 10:30, you read it as 1:30. So, when you looked up at the clock at what was really 20 to 12, in keeping with your previous misreading, you read 20 to 3. As soon as you'd read the wrong time, you went into a trance, during which you baked the bread. Then, in the trance, you looked up at the clock, which now really said 20 to 3, and in an instant you came out of the trance and blacked out everything you'd done in the preceding 3 hours. What had happened was that you'd concertinaed all the events before the blackout into only 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it'd seem as if they'd taken 5 hours and 40 minutes, therefore giving yourself a sort of alibi for the period of the blackout.
Oh, God, I never thought of that. I never heard of that before. Oh, my God, that's shaking me. I haven't felt so shaken since before I had the revelation, when I had all those doubts, all that sense of insecurity. Oh, it's all coming back. Not knowing anything, not being able to make any decision, not knowing what I wanted. But the revelation solved all that and brought me certainty. And now what he's just said brings the doubts rushing back after all those years. Oh, the pain. What can I say? What can I argue? How can I come to him? There has to be an answer. I mean, I can't stand this, but...
Am I talking a load of nonsense?
But what you're suggesting is so implausible. I mean, how could I concertina 5 hours and 40 minutes into 2 hours and 40 minutes without noticing it? I would have had to gallop through everything I did.
Oh, sticky one. But not too sticky. No, time is subjectively elastic. The time we feel an activity is taking and the time it's objectively taking are often very different.
That's true.
Is it true?
Oh, my God, perhaps he's right. What can I say? But what you're saying is so implausible.
Well, not more implausible than claiming that God intervened in your kitchen. But is it, though?
He can't be right, can he? I've got to counter him. Well, suppose for a moment, just for the sake of argument, that such states are sort of psychological. That doesn't mean that they can be inherited.
Oh, dear. I can see what's coming. Of course they can be inherited, like anything else can be inherited.
Then why haven't you inherited the capacity for them?
Well, how do you know that I haven't? I haven't, have I?
I don't know that he hasn't.
But I must have.
I don't think you have, but I don't know.
You don't know? Neither do I. Oh, come on, rack your brains.
Oh, I think I do. I only think I do.
Rack your brains. Ah, Shazam, I've been half asleep. Well, I know better. I used to do a lot of sleepwalking when I was a kid.
Sleepwalking?
Yes, I used to sleepwalk. And what happened in your kitchen was sleepwalking, writ large. The same kind of psychological state. We share the same tendency, and I inherited it from you.
Sleepwalking has nothing in common with what happened to me. Has it, though?
Hasn't it? Have I got it all wrong?
I've never had any strange psychological experiences either before my revelation or after it. I've never gone sleepwalking or had trances or seen anything odd. My revelation stands out as something completely unique in my experience. It belongs to a different sort of dimension when compared to everything else. And in no way can it be reduced to psychological terms.
Maybe what she says is all true. Maybe she was given her identity by God. Well, I think that's a delusion.
A delusion? Am I hiding things from myself? Perhaps identities can be inherited.
I don't like this.
Oh, this is terrible.
I don't like it at all.
Still, don't let him see that I'm disturbed.
I must try to hide my worry from her.
Have I made any impression on him?
I haven't made any impression on her.
Well, all this is really sort of rather academic, and it's not getting us anywhere. You'll be leaving here in about a week to go and stay with your father, and so I'd really like to suggest that for the last few days you might stay out of the bakery and sort of think about things.
Are you saying I'm no longer welcome here? Oh, what a pity. The love I was looking for hasn't developed.
No, when you've thought things over and after you've spent some time with your father, you can return here to live or to work or to do whatever you like.
Well, perhaps she still sees some hope of us developing an affection. I must make sure she realises I feel the same way. Yes, well, listen, I'd still like things to develop between us. I'd still like us to get on, well.
Yes, well, so would I, but will you please think about what I've said and keep out of the bakery next week?
Yes, all right.
Oh, he's really shaken me. All those doubts have come flooding back. Have I been deluding myself all these years? Oh, I don't know. I can't have been... But perhaps I have. I don't know. Oh, come on. Meditate. Yes, I've got to get out of this agitated state of mind, and then I'll be able to see things more clearly. Yes, come on. I'll meditate.
Am I wrong? Is she right? Oh, she can't be. Oh, I don't know. She can't be. I need to calm down, then I'll see that I'm right. I've got to be right, yes. I'm going to stay with me dad soon, yeah, think about that. Yeah, I'll soon see what I have in common with him, and me affinities with him will clinch me Kate, of course they will. I'll see that heredity is the answer, and I'll find love. Forget about Karen's weirdo ideas. Concentrate on me dad, yes.
Would you like a drop more tea?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Mrs. Clapcott.
Nay, call me Ada.
Oh, all right, thanks, Ada.
You mean in all? I wouldn't say no to another.
All right, one at a time.
Ta.
Are you sure you don't want out else to eat, Gavin?
Oh, no, thanks, I'm fine.
Another piece of parking?
No, thanks.
Well, you know what you want.
Right.
Well, I'll just go and wash the dishes.
Well, now, Gavin, if it's not now you're here, what do you want to...
I want to know what you do, see what you do, become involved in what you do.
Well, as you know, I'm an active member of the Transport and General Workers Union.
Yes.
And a member of the Communist Party.
I didn't know that. Maybe I'm a politician, a great statesman, a revolutionary, somebody to shake up society. Well, I want to get involved.
You're already a member of T&G from Prusa's.
Oh, yes, but I want to become active. I want to join the Communist Party.
Well, we'll see what we can do.
Excellent.
Aye.
Thanks. Well, what are we going to talk about now?
Hey, well, what should I say now?
I can't just plunge straight into communism.
Can't just blurt out like, how did you get on with your mother?
I know. Well, you got quite a few records.
One or two.
Probably pop or pop classical.
There's no there to interest him. No punk.
You like music?
Well, a certain certain type.
What's that?
Well, jazz.
Jazz? Tried, I'll bet.
Aye. You think I mean Acapulco?
Can I have a look?
Sure.
Bugger me! Charlie Parker.
That's right.
Bird.
Yes. Has he heard a bird?
You like Bird?
I do.
Can he possibly? Well, so do I.
Is it possible?
I mean, he's one of my favourite musicians.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Bob, I mean, that's my favourite style out of the older jazz.
Is he trying to con me?
Oh, this is wonderful. I can hardly believe it. We have jazz, Bob, Bird in common.
Is he just trying to invent some connection?
You've got jazz at Massey Hall.
Ah.
Oh, a terrific record.
Anybody can read a cover, pretend they've heard what's inside.
I used to have it.
Oh, aye. Give him a bit of a test. At this time, we would like to play
a tune that was composed by my worthy constituent, Mr. Dizzy Gillespie, in the year of 1942.
We sincerely hope you do enjoy.
Salt peanuts.
He knows. It must be genuine.
Oh, great. You got Fast Navarro. Dexter Gordon.
Aye.
Blakey. Mingus.
Aye.
Oh, Ace.
Aye, I'll play some of it.
Oh, yes, please. This is marvellous. Couldn't be better. Can't be a coincidence. I mean, jazz, Bob, Bird. I must have got it from him. Oh, this is a lot better than with Karen. I can see immediately that we have something very special in common. I can see immediately he is my real father. Oh, we'll develop a great bond. I'll find the love here I've always wanted from a parent. Oh, this has got to work out, really work out. There's no mistake here. I've found what I've been looking for. Wilf,
yeah?
In British Road to Socialism, it says that in a socialist Britain there be freedom for all democratic parties, including those hostile to socialism.
Aye.
Well, how does that square with the idea of dictatorship and proletariat?
Are you sure that you really want to join the Communist Party?
Of course I am.
Well, Gavin, you know, I mean, unless you understand the party's programme as outlined in British Road, you'll not be accepted for membership.
Oh, I know that.
You've read it time after time. I've taken you to branch meetings. You've listened to lectures on Marxism. You've read books. You've asked me questions after question. You never seem to grasp, I mean, even most basic essentials.
Well, you know, I'm never really at my best in what might be called exam situations. I mean, give me time.
That's what you keep on saying.
Well, you know,
I think it's time I explained something. Told you something about my experience. Well, me and Karen, she wanted sex as much as I did, maybe more. There was no force involved, and then afterwards she dismissed me. She'd had an exotic little adventure that had served me purpose. It'd really been a mistress-servant relationship. Well, her rejection of me made me feel like dirt. Really made me feel inferior, because my job at that time, it was very lowly, operating a machine that turned out skewers. Anyway, when I was 18, I had to do my national service, and that only served to emphasise the difference in rank, status between people. After that, a string of dead-end jobs in engineering, badly paid, although I was looking for something better until I found myself out of work completely dejected. But because I were in such a vacuum, I started to read, you know, seriously. Real books for the first time, and to put it in a nutshell, I discovered socialism. I discovered that I lived in a system that could be understood and changed. I discovered that identity, I mean, individual identity is a product of an economic system, the economic system in which the individual lives. I mean, parental conditioning plays a big part in a child's early life, but parents only reflect in an individual way the larger economic and social factors at work in society. I came to realise that the present system creates a good life for a few and a stunted existence for the many. And if you want to change your identity, you've got to change the system. I decided that was what I wanted to do. I dedicate myself to that. That task would become my identity. So I joined the Communist Party, and I joined the TNG. And after I'd been in them a couple of years, it came to my attention that the workers at Prusa's were completely unorganised. Unions were forbidden in the Kingdom of CM Prusa. I decided that here was a mission for me. I managed to get a job at Prusa's in basement, in cellars. And after a while, I managed to persuade about a dozen or so workers to join the TNG and elect me their shop steward. Of course, when Mr. Prusa, when he heard about this, he fired me. But I was prepared for that. I'd created a bit of a storm in the local press. I managed to get some of the more intelligent workers at Prusa's to come out on strike. And through the party and the TNG, I managed to get a lot of other local union support. Well, All this began to damage Bruce's efficiency. He began to lose orders, so he backed down. He was forced to reinstate me and allow anybody who wanted to join the T&G. But as you know, I was only back on sufferance, and ever since, Bruce and his management have done everything they can to frustrate every improvement the members of the union have fought for. It's been a history of slow gains made against continual pressure to reduce the gains we've already won. But I've never lost my ideals, my principles. I've never lost sight of the ultimate goal, the complete transformation of society, the establishment of a true democracy, true economic, political and social equality. What I'm saying to you, Gavin, is my experience has made me into a socialist. I am what I've experienced. And if your experience hasn't made you want to be a socialist, then there's no way you'll ever be a socialist. And there's no use pretending to be a socialist just because you'd like to be like me.
Another argument against heredity. Oh, I sensed he felt something like that. I can't go along with it, can I? No, I can't. No more than I can go along with what my mother said. Oh, she gave me something to think about, didn't she? Yes. But get off that. I don't want to think about that now. One thing at a time. And what about this? What about what we've just said about politics? Well, he's right. I have no aptitude. I can't go on trying to pretend I have, but why haven't I? Well, perhaps there's something in me that cancels out political inclination. Perhaps something that came from my mother. Oh, I don't know, but... Well, I don't have to have inherited every trait from Will to be like him, do I? No, of course I don't. So you put everything down to experience?
I do. Everything of any importance.
Well, I think that heredity is what matters most.
I know he thinks that. You believe, but he can't bother me, that major personal characteristics bother me are passed on. Can he? From one generation to another. No, he can't bother me. Through genes.
I do.
Without any environmental considerations whatsoever.
That's right.
Well, it seems to me that you and me, we should provide a very good test case for your argument.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that except for a very, very slight acquaintance at Brewster's, we've never had any contact at all recently.
That's true.
So I can't have influenced you.
No.
In an environmental sense.
No, you can't.
So, I mean, if there are any significant traits in common between us, they must have been genetically passed on.
That's absolutely right.
I'm glad you agree.
What's he up to?
Because the fact that you and me have naught in common, that proves your theory's wrong. I'd like to see him argue his way out of that one.
I'm ready for him. I can easily answer that. Oh, no. Our lack of contact proves opposite. Significant traits we have in common, I must have inherited.
We have no significant traits in common.
Oh, yes, we have.
What?
Well, for a start, bebop.
Bebop?
Aye.
A lot of folk like bebop.
No, they don't. A relatively large number like jazz in general, but bebop's a very special sort of jazz.
He's right. There aren't many there's only other bloke near here who goes in for bop. Wait a minute. That backs up my point. A special sort of jazz, yeah, but if two people, they have a taste for it in common, that's a coincidence. The conditioning, whatever government taste in first place, it'll be different in each case. I mean, round here, the only other bloke who likes bop, he's a member of the National Front. He and me are poles apart in every other way. Couldn't be more different. I'd shoot him for his political opinions, but save his life for his musical taste.
How do I answer that? Well, sometimes a common taste may be a coincidence, and sometimes it may not be. Oh, very limp.
I'll go around that easy enough, just a diversion. And then now to really get him, to put the boot in, as you might say. I can't see as how you inherited anything from me, whereas Phil, my other son, who grew up with me, but he has a lot in common with me.
Has Phil got a lot in common with him?
Phil's trained to be an engineer, and I was an engineer. He's mechanically minded, just like I am, whereas you're not mechanically minded, not at all.
No, I'm not. This is very dangerous.
And Phil's keen on sport, just like I am.
I'm not interested in sport. He's right. I'm done for.
And Phil's temperament is very similar to mine.
It is. That's it. The clincher. I'm dead. Phil's reliable and steady, and he joins in, and he's... No! Me demise is premature. Phil doesn't join, not when it matters. All that might be true, but where's his card?
Card?
His membership card.
For what?
Oh, for out. For party, for union. Phil's not interested in politics, not at all.
Damn it, that's true.
Not in slightest.
What can I... Well, he's young.
Not younger than a lot of members of YCL. Or T&G.
He's got me, he has. Well...
And if you're talking about learning from his parents' example, he should have a double ration of political interest, because his mother's political as well. I've risen from the dead. Ha!
He's making a strong point, very strong. But surely there can't be aught in his ideas. I mean, I've had my doubts about my beliefs from time to time over years, but the strength of my convictions has always enabled me to push such doubts aside, brush them aside with ease. But now, this, I mean, why hasn't Phil...
Have I made any impression on him?
I mean, if folk don't get their politics from experience, if folk can inherit political positions, there's no hope for the world. Born a fascist, remain one. You'll never be able to persuade anybody, change anybody. Oh, surely that can't be, can it? I need time to think. Move him on. Well, apart from that, one thing, Phil and me, we have a great deal in common, whereas you and me, well, the only thing you can cite is bebop, and that's not much to base a theory on.
I'm ready for this. Oh, yes, I've kept it up my sleeve. No, there's something even more important than bebop that we have in common.
Bluff, it's got to be. Oh, aye?
We have a quest in common.
A what?
A quest.
I don't follow.
We've both undertaken quests.
Quests?
Aye. It was my quest for identity which brought me here.
I suppose so.
And your quest for identity which led you to the Communist Party.
I won't call that a quest.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, but a quest, nevertheless, is what it was.
I just blundered along for years.
Ah, but you were looking for something.
I never thought of it in that way. He could be right.
We've both made quests for our identities.
Well, even if we have, it's no proof of inheritance. Lots of folks search for something to give their lives meaning.
No, they don't. Not like we did. Search for an answer and find one. That's very rare. I mean, a lot of folk pretend to look when they're young, but they soon give up. Few really search and few find an answer.
Maybe it is remarkable that he and I should share such a... I haven't known many folk who... It is a rare thing to do. Maybe what he says does challenge my... Oh, damn it. I can't put what he says aside, brush it away. He can't be right, though, can he? Oh, come on, I need time to think. Well, I don't really know about that.
Have I managed to get through to him at all?
Have I had any effect on him? I don't know. Come on. Well, we could argue toss all night. What I want to say is, think about what I've said, give it some, and please, try not to be under Ada's feet all the time, and maybe go out a bit more, find other... Don't be so obsessed with what I do. Give me a bit more time with me other children.
He doesn't love me, does he? I don't think he can. I shouldn't think he even likes me. After all my hopes, I've got to face the possibility that he's just been tolerating me. All right. I'm sorry I've been such a nuisance.
No, you haven't been a nuisance. You've just been a bit overeager.
Not an answer to give me much reassurance. Is he just doing everything out of some sense of duty? Is that what Karen's doing? Do they like me? Do they think they could ever love me? Oh, I don't know, but questions leave a big vacuum inside me. I still want to love them, don't I? Oh, I do. Oh, I feel so disappointed. Should I ask him how he feels? Oh, no, on top of everything else, I feel embarrassed to ask him. But I feel so empty, alone, bereft. Well, I won't be overeager from now on. I won't be able to. I won't even be able to reach undereager.
A nuisance. He has been a nuisance, more than a... Not in the way he meant. He's got right under my skin. Inheritance versus economics, nature versus nurture. I haven't thought about that old argument for years. I haven't wanted to, I haven't needed to, but now... This is just a subjective indulgence. I don't need to waste time on this. I know what I believe.
I'm thoroughly confused. Heredity, environment, God-given, they all cancel each other out. I mean, I've got qualities in common with Karen and Wilf, and things not in common with Karen and Wilf. And both sets of qualities can be explained in any or either of three different ways. Maybe we're all a product of some mixture of the three. Would that be possible? Would that be probable? What use would that be to me? How do you disentangle one strand from another? How long would it take? A lifetime? A lifetime to disentangle your lifetime? You'd be dead before you managed to unwind first 10 minutes. Oh, screw it. I seem to know less now about myself than I did before I started looking for my real parents. I might have as much in common with Bagleys as I do with Karen and Wilf. I mean, if conditioning's so important, they might be me real parents. Maybe I did them a grave injustice. Maybe I did Bagleys a grave injustice. If conditioning is so important, if. I mean, I don't know. How am I going to find out who I come from? Where I come from, who I am, what I want to do?
Things he said keep sort of nagging away at me, and I've lost my serenity. I've tried everything I know to try to regain my composure, but it's all been to no avail. I can't get back my certainty. I mean, I can't say I no longer believe at all, but I no longer completely believe in the way that I used to, and that's taken the drive out of things, and the spirit's no longer completely in the work here, and...
These doubts that they're not his doing, he were only catalysts. What if folk are born slaves, bosses, artists, bank managers, criminals, good, bad? Oh, I don't know. Some things are conditioned, but others, I don't know. What am I going to do about Gavin? What are we going to do about Gavin? What's Gavin going to do? I think we three, Gavin, me and Karen, I think we should meet. So, there you are. What's it to be?
Before I answer that, let me ask you a question.
All right.
No, ask you both a question.
Of course.
Well, apart from any sense of obligation or duty, what do you feel about me?
Feel about you?
Yeah.
Well...
Well, really, what do you...
What do I?
Yes, what do you...
No, what do you...
What I?
Yes.
Well, I don't dislike you, I don't know.
Do you like me?
Do I like you?
I positively like you.
Well, no, I can't say as I do. Not like you. I neither like you nor dislike you. I don't know what to feel. It's difficult to describe.
Karen, I mean...
Well, I suppose I sort of feel the same way.
See.
I'm sorry, but I can't really say anything else.
No.
But tell me, what do you feel?
About you?
About us?
Yes.
Well, I've got to be honest, too. I guess you both feel the way you do some time ago. At first, I felt really bad about it. I thought I had a great need and a great potential to love you, but then I realised that it wasn't really a potential. It was no more than a wish. And I had to look at the way I really actually feel. Well, no, I can't say I feel anything for you. I mean, not anything I can put my finger on. Even though I've spent so much time with you, you still seem like strangers. I mean, you seem more like strangers than people do I've just bumped into casually.
I know what you mean.
Do you?
It's as though this business of us being your biological parents, it's as though it's got in way. It's got in way of us having any sort of real relationship at all.
Yes.
Yes, I think so. Perhaps if we sort of met without that sort of being the case, you know, in other circumstances, we might have become friends.
Or enemies.
Well, yes.
That applies to you and me as well.
You mean to me, you and me?
Aye, if Gavin had never, we might have met later in different, we might have been somewhat to each other.
If only enemies.
If only enemies.
Yes, a sort of biological connection seems to have actually come between us and got in the way of anything further.
And the same can be said of my relationship with you both.
Ah,
yes.
I mean, I've realised that I was mistaken that I could discover who I am by finding me blood parents, and... Yeah, I want to apologise to you both for intruding into your lives and for being such an affliction.
Oh, there's no need for that.
Yes, I think there is. I'm sincerely sorry.
Oh, no.
I shot into your lives like a nasty little black comet, a sizzling bit of coke out of nowhere. I put you through a bad time, and it was none of it any fault of yours.
Oh, no, you did what you felt you had to.
You did what you thought right.
Well, that's very generous of you.
No.
I mean, I disrupted your lives, and I'm very sorry for it, but... Now I'm going to take myself off. I'm going to get out of your way. I'm going to take myself out of your lives.
Oh, you mean completely?
Yes, I shall pack up my stuff tonight and be off.
And we shan't see you again?
No.
Where will you go?
Oh, I don't know.
Up again?
No, except to say goodbye to my grandmother.
I see.
Yeah, I'll do that and then I'll vanish.
Vanish?
Vanish. Vanish from your world. Your worlds. Vanish even more rapidly than I appeared, so it'll be as though I never was, so it'll be as it was. So you'll be able to take up your lives once again, as they were before I disrupted them. And so it'll be as though I'd never passed through.
A psychological interpretation of my revelation. Oh, if that's true, then my whole experience of God, my whole life of spirituality is no more than some sort of emotional quirk. I mean, no more than merely some sort of neurosis, which might just as easily have led me to throwing bombs rather than to baking bread. And there's no moral sense at all in what one does. And there's nothing, what's the word? Yes, teleological in one's life pattern, if one can call it a pattern at all. I mean, if we are only the heirs of our foremothers and forefathers, then we simply get a thrown-together selection of what they had, rather like a sort of grim jumble sale. Yes, a self-contradictory and painful jumble in which any sort of purpose, any sort of divinity must be cancelled out by some sort of non-purpose. Oh, I can't bear that. I must have a belief. Yet I can't believe in anything anymore. I mean, I don't know whether God exists or whether he sent me a sign, but I can no longer believe, and I'm filled with doubt. Yet I can't continue without a purpose. And unless I believe, I can't go on with the mission here at the bakery, and I can't go on living. I mean, the anguish of doubt and disappointment is so intense. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? There's nothing I can do. I can't survive without a purpose and without light, without hope, and all in the dark. And so the only thing is to kill myself. Yes, that is the only thing I can do. It'll be hard on Madeline. Oh, poor her like this. And she'll have the bakery, she'll have her face. Yes, the only thing I can do is to kill myself.
My darling Madeline, when your eyes read this, I shall be dead, and you will know that I am dead. I lost my faith and had no reason to believe that it would ever return, and without faith I could see no purpose in going on living. Oh, no. Why? Why? Why?
Unless I believe I can't go on with the mission here at the bakery, and I can't go on living. I mean, the anguish of doubt and disappointment is so intense. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Is there anything I can do? I mean, what is it that I really need? Well, a sign, another sort of sign from God. Yes, that's what I need. Could I ask God for a sign? I mean, a sign that in no way could be reinterpreted, in no way could be explained away. Yes, I could ask for a miracle. Something to do with bread. I could put a certain number of loaves in the oven and ask God to increase the number. Time to put these loaves in?
Right.
What time do you make it?
6:31 exactly.
Yes, 6:31. How many loaves are there on this tray?
Well, you loaded it.
Yes, I didn't sort of completely fill it because there wasn't quite enough dough, but there should be 20. I mean, let's count them.
Do we need to?
Well, I think so.
Really?
Yes, it'll be sort of...
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Sure?
Dead sure.
Good, yes. Well, I count 20 as well. Shall we put them in the oven? Time for them to come out. No one's tampered with the oven, and I've kept in contact with Madeline the whole time, talking to her. Oh, please, God, let there be something for me. Madeline?
Yeah?
I think it's sort of time to take the bread out of the oven.
Is it?
Yes, it's 7:15.
Oh, so it is. Okie doke. Good pong.
Yes.
Good pong's good bread. Look right.
Yes. Oh, my heart. Thump. Come on, look. Count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I can't believe it. 21. Madeline?
What's up?
How many loaves did we count on this tray before we put them in the oven?
20.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Absolutely sure.
Absolutely. What's the matter?
Count them again.
5, 10, 15, 12. I thought 21.
21?
Yes. 21.
You're certain there are 21?
Oh, definitely, no doubt.
And there were 20 before?
Without a doubt.
And between putting them in and taking them out, nobody opened the oven?
Of course not. Nobody could have.
Oh, darling Madeline, this is a miracle.
Miracle?
Yes, a miracle. I asked God to add a loaf to the tray whilst it was in the oven, and he's done so. I mean, how else could it have got there?
I'm stumped.
It has to be a miracle.
My God. I suppose so. It has to be. It has to be.
Oh, the sun's burst out again in all its radiance, and I feel renewed, reborn. Yes, I am. I'm reborn.
Fred's just been on phone again. There's a union meeting tonight. It's very urgent, and they really would like you to attend. That business at Thrush Mill's come up again. They don't know what to do, and they need your opinion.
Well, I can't go.
Why?
I'm ill.
Oh, you're not ill.
Well, I don't feel like going.
Well, you tell them then. I'm jaded up back teeth with doing your dirty work for you. You're off work, you won't attend meetings, you just mope about. Folk keep calling and you won't even answer the phone. I'm fed up of making excuses saying you're not well. In future, you can tell them yourself.
Tell them? Why should I tell them anything? Tell anybody anything? Why should I do anything? I can't be when everything's so chaotic, meaningless, bleak. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Oh, I resign from party, resign from union, get over we, and at least it won't pester me. I'll go to this union meeting tonight and tell them I'm resigning. Then I won't be bothered by them. Then they'll leave me alone.
Well, this is it. No. This is it. Oh, you can't even stand up. This is it. I told you. This is it. I warned you. You're coming dead drunk one more time. I'm not for good. Well, last night was that one more time. I can't take any more. I told you.
Oh, but why?
You know very well why. This has been going on for months, ever since you resigned from politics. You've just gone from bad to worse. You've no job, you don't do out, you don't eat, you don't even get washed. All you do is drink.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, no, stop it. It's not just the drink and dirt, it's the defeatism. You're not the man who married the man I used to know, the man I used to respect. Oh, nah, would you not? I've tried to understand, but I can't. What you've allowed to happen to you is a disgrace. It's no behaviour of a responsible member of society. You've not only let me down in your family, but you betrayed your own great ideals and you betrayed the working class movement. I can't live with that. I don't want to be tainted with that, so I'm off and I shan't be back.
Let me wait a minute.
No, I'm off.
Well, who cares? I don't give a damn. Not a damn. I'm going down the slippery. What else is it to do? I'm dying, decaying. Here, where's that sotting boot? I'm rotting away. Rotting. Why should I tell him anything? Tell anybody anything? Why should I do anything? I can't be when everything's so chaotic, meaningless, bleak. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? Go on lying here. I don't know. It's so boring. But what isn't? Oh, I'll get up, go out. Nowhere to go, but I'll go out. Plod along the street. Plod. What a drag. Not interested in the sun, the dogs, the gardens. Don't even see him. Not going anywhere. Plod. Nowhere to go. When I've plodded nowhere, I'll plod back to the house. Another nowhere. Plod. I don't want to go to this union meeting tonight. I'd even resign. Plod. Still, if I went, I'd be going somewhere. I'd have something to do. Not much, but something to do. Hold on. Something to do. It would be something to do, going to that meeting. However meaningless, something to do. And that's better than not at all. I'll plod. I'll plod to that meeting tonight. And when I get there, shall I resign? Or shall I plod on? I mean, without conviction. Plod by plod, item by item, as things come up. Folks still need help, whatever their providence. There's a frightening lot of suffering in the world. By God, there is. There is that. All over the world. All round me, here, and getting worse, daily getting worse. Can I stand back and do naught? Because philosophically, possibly naught can be done, naught can be changed? No! Even if change is impossible, I must behave as though it is possible. I don't have to have any laws of history on my side. What does it matter if the world can't be explained? I've just got to go on plodding. We have banners, we have glory. I'll plod on. I'll not resign from party, from union, from life. I'll plod back home. I'll talk to Ada. Then I'll plod into Thrush Mill's Manning level dispute.
Here I am. These famous stones have stood some 3,000 years. That's what the label says. Does the blood of the builders run in my veins? When I was looking for my blood parents, I used to think so. When I was looking for the more immediate blood that runs through my veins, I used to think of me yet-to-be-found parents as my personal Stonehenge. My own standing stones. Solve their mystery and I'd solve my own. Find out how they stood and I'd find out how I stood in relation to them. But here I stand, a mystery and therefore a misery. Totally bewildered, totally depressed. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I've got an allowance, I can go anywhere. But where would I go? I don't want to go anywhere. I'd be wretched and lost. Oh, I completely lost amongst the unfamiliar. The unfamiliar, yes. Well, at least my present state is quite familiar. Oh, only too familiar. I feel exactly the same as I did before I started on my quest. I may be standing and looking at Stonehenge, but inside I'm right back in Bailiff Bridge, aye. Well, I might as well return there. At least I know folk there. They are familiar. And Bagleys are as likely to be me real parents as anybody else's. Well, it'll be but I've no alternative. I'll return to Bagley household.
No, you don't go round there to get there.
You do.
No, you don't.
Of course you do.
Oh, you do?
What are you putting your fillings in for?
I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not.
He is?
He isn't.
I am.
Who asked you to agree with me?
Nobody did.
Then pack it in.
All right, pack it in.
I'm just stating my opinion.
We don't want to hear your opinion.
No, we don't.
Your opinions are worthless.
They are that.
You've no idea about how...
Of course I have.
You haven't.
I have?
You haven't.
I have.
You have no idea how to get there.
And neither of you.
Of course I have. You go round there to get there.
No, you don't go around there.
Then where do you go?
To the way.
What other way?
Opposite way.
What opposite way?
Opposite way round.
Here I stand. A mystery, and therefore a misery. Totally bewildered, totally depressed. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do? I'm standing here like an idiot, staring at these stones. What the hell am I up to? Standing, staring at stones. Well, out of all the confusion, I can be certain of that. I can see stones, some standing, some tilted, some perched on top of others. I'm a man standing looking at stones. Yeah, that's me. And if I turn, I'm a man looking at fields, trees. And now I'm a man staring at stones again. Well, that's a certainty, yes. But it's such a limited certainty. I mean, surrounding that tiny certainty is the enormous uncertainty of everything else. Oh, wait a moment, that's none about certainty. As I stand here, I can be just as certain I don't know who I am as I can be certain I'm looking at these stones. Yes, that's another certainty. The certainty of my uncertainty. My uncertainty is standing here. My confusion is here, now. Yes, now. Whatever I am is now. I don't need the past to explain the now. What is now. What does it matter what concoction of influences brought me to the present moment? Yes, my presence here, my being here, is somehow much more, somehow beyond all possible explanations, all possible permutations. I'm not defined by any possible description of me. Gavin likes soup, Gavin likes jazz, Gavin comes from Brighouse, Gavin is kind, Gavin is cruel, Gavin is a genius. Are any of these me? The what I really am me? No. They're qualifications, they aren't the substance. I'm more than qualifications. I'm the spaces between the qualifications, yes. But that still leaves me with a problem. I am spaces, but spaces are elusive. What do spaces want to do? Well, what can they do? Only two things, really. I can do what I want to do, or I can do what I don't want to do. Well, I don't want to do what I don't want to do I? No, I don't. So, I'm going to do what I want to do. I am, but what do I want to do? I mean, that's always been my problem. Well, just do what you feel like doing, whatever it is. Don't ask why, don't ask questions. Just do. And when I've had enough of these stones, I'll turn. Put one foot in front of the other and go wherever my feet take me. Let one want lead to another, one at a time, until a time comes, if it comes, a time comes when I want something more extended. A vocation, yes, it'll come. It won't be me, but it'll come from inside me, yes. I can wait for it to come. I can stand here looking at Stonehenge, and perhaps Stonehenge stands there looking at me. I'm a sort of henge, a flesh henge, plastic henge, tube henge, spaces henge. I'm made up of holes and spaces like a sponge. Sponge henge. That's me. I am a sponge henge. Yeah, I suppose all human beings are sponge henges. Interconnections of holes and spaces and relationships are also sponge henges. Mysteries, yes, but existence. Existence. That's the important thing. Existence requiring no elucidation to maintain their validity. You might say, all human race is a sponge henge. A gigantic sponge henge, aye. All of us are it, and it is all of us. Yes, I am a sponge henge. Gavin Spongehenge. I found myself beside the stones. I turn, I move me right foot, I move me left, I walk, I smell the air. I move towards the road, towards whatever. I am infinite. Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do?
Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do?
Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do? Oh, what can I do?
In Spongehenge by David Halliwell, Gavin Bagley was played by Nigel Anthony, Karen Mason by Anna Cropper, and Wilfred Clapcott, Anthony Dowse. Mr. Bagley, John Bott. Mrs. Bagley, Alex Marshall. Albert Appleyard, Colin Douglas, and the landlord, David Halliwell. Mrs. Waddington, Gabrielle Day. Mrs. Pelling, Catherine Parr. Madeline, Teresa Stretfield. Ada Clapcott, Jean Trend, and the coach passenger, James Kerry. The play was directed by Peter King.
The 10th Man, a play by Somerset Maugham. Adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, with Clifford Norgate in the part of George Winter. The 10th Man.
I wish you'd sit down, Frank. You make me quite nervous prowling round the drawing room like that.
How do you think I feel, Angela, to have news like this sprung on me without any warning? Oh, for heaven's sake, shut that damned barrel organ out. As if I haven't got enough to bear.
All right, my dear, close the window. There. Now sit down, dear, and let us talk things over quietly.
I can't think why the dickens you didn't tell me last night, Angela.
I had no wish to disturb my night's rest.
Upon my soul, I don't know what you mean. It's incomprehensible to me that you should have slept like a top. I couldn't have closed my eyes the whole night.
I know, and you'd have taken excellent care, but I shouldn't close mine either.
I should have thought I had enough to do without being pestered with a foolish woman's matrimonial difficulties.
You really have a very detached way of looking at things, Frank. No one would imagine, to hear you speak, that the foolish woman in question was your daughter.
Really, Angela, I must beg you not to make this a subject of flippancy.
Well, what do you propose to do?
Do? What do you expect me to do? You tell me that Kate came home at 12 o'clock last night in a ball dress without her luggage, without even a dressing case, and informs you that she's left her husband. It's absurd.
Quite absurd, and so unnecessarily dramatic.
Well, of course, it was a whim on Kate's part. Luckily, her husband's coming here this morning.
Is he?
Yes, he promised to fetch me in his car. We're going to drive down to the city together. I'll bring him in, and meanwhile you can talk to Kate. Well, I dare say she's thought better of it already. It only wants a little tact, and we can settle the whole thing. George is clever enough to have given some plausible explanation to the servants.
Are you really under the impression things are going to pass off in that way?
Why not?
They say it's a wise man who knows his own father, but it's apparently a wiser man still who knows his own daughter.
Oh, Angela, for goodness sake, don't try to be bright and amusing.
Do you know so little of Kate as to imagine she would have taken a step of this kind without having quite made up her mind?
What? You don't mean to say you think Kate will refuse to go back to George?
I do.
Well, she must go back, that's all. You know just as well as I do that I can't afford to quarrel with George Winter. I'm chairman of half a dozen of his companies. The position would be intolerable.
I suppose you owe him money.
No, not exactly.
Yeah. And how much is it that you don't exactly owe him?
Well, we're mixed up together in any number of business undertakings, and naturally we have a sort of running account. If we settled up, I dare say I should have to find something like £15,000.
And how do you propose to raise £15,000?
That's just it. It would be devilish awkward. And George is in a confounded tight place, too. You must talk to Kate seriously, Angela.
Oh, here she is. Your father wishes to speak to you, Kate, dear.
Good morning, Father.
Be so good as to sit down, Catherine. Now, am I to understand that what your mother tells me is true?
Yes, Father. I lived with George as long as I could. For 4 years, I put up with more than any woman I know would have done. There are some things no one should suffer who has any self-respect.
You've never complained before of George's behavior?
No.
Why have you never said a word to your mother about it? I can't imagine why you shouldn't get on with George. I don't suppose you've ever expressed a whim that he hasn't gratified. Your allowance is princely. Your pearls are the envy of every woman in London.
Oh, yes, he's generous. My pearls have been a splendid advertisement.
Then what have you got to complain of?
I dare say my mother knows what half London is chattering about.
Well, Angela?
Oh, my dear, I hoped it was idle gossip. A man as much in the public eye as George Winter, the most prominent financier of the moment, certain to be talked about.
Kate, we aren't living under Victoria these days. This is 1910. You know what men are. You must extend a certain degree of license to a man of George's temperament.
You don't understand, Father. I bore my life till something happened which I couldn't endure. I've left him fully decided to divorce him. Nothing you can say will move me.
There are always two sides to every question.
I wonder if you'd go into the library, Frank. I should like to talk to Katie alone.
Oh, very well. Perhaps you can do something with her. Tell her what it means if she persists.
No, my dear.
Oh, Mother, you'll stand by me, won't you? You know what I've gone through. You must have some pity.
Why have you chosen this particular moment to leave your husband?
There are limits to human endurance.
Are you in love with someone else?
You have no right to ask me that, Mother.
Your indignation is almost an answer in itself. It's Robert Colby, isn't it? Well?
Yes.
And you made your arrangements, I suppose, to be married as soon as the decree is made absolute?
We haven't discussed the matter.
But still, I may take it that is the intention.
Yes.
Your father wishes me to tell you that if you quarrel with George, you will ruin him. He could hardly keep the positions that George has given him on his various boards.
He'll be no worse off than before I married.
Except that it appears your father owes George £15,000.
Do you want to cheat me again out of the little happiness that seems in store for me?
I want you to do what is right in your own eyes.
How can you be so cruel?
May I come in?
George! How dare you?
Now, Kate, you mustn't look like that.
Good morning, George.
Good morning, Lady Frances. Well, Kate?
It's infamous that you should come here. If you had any decent
My
feeling...
dear child, I had a business engagement with your father. It's unreasonable to expect me not to keep it because you temporarily abandoned the conjugal roof.
Father, you might have warned me.
My dear, I was hoping that after a talk with your mother...
What can I do to show you that I've made up my mind for good?
Even after one's made up one's mind, it's not too late to listen to reason.
I think for all our sakes you should listen to anything that George has to say, Kate.
Do you understand what my mother means, George?
I dimly suspect.
My father owes you a lot of money. He thinks that if I divorce you, he'll have to pay that money.
I'm sure his sense of delicacy would prevent him from remaining in my debt.
And you'll make him resign his directorships of your companies?
I know him well enough to feel certain that he would never wish to retain them.
It's vile.
Or is it common sense? Now, look here, Kate, listen to me carefully. You know that all our interests are in Central America. The Lewishams had it all their own way out there till I came along. They owned the railways and the mines and the trams, everything that was worth having. I've been fighting them tooth and nail for 10 years. They've done all they could to smash me, but they haven't succeeded. And now I can force them to come to terms.
All this is nothing to me.
The Lewishams got onto a big thing, a mine called the Campo del Oro. But that earthquake the other day queered their pitch, and they offered bills when hard cash was the only thing to do the trick. Well, I found the cash and bought the mine last week.
It doesn't interest me.
It will. I sent MacDonald out there.
MacDonald is George's expert. He's the soundest man in the profession.
I'm expecting his report any moment. Then I shall get to work. I'm going to float the mine as a company with a capital of $500,000. Your father will be chairman, and he ought to make close on 50,000 out of it. For a reason I needn't tell you, we can't afford to wait. We must have ready money, and that means floating the company at once. My only chance is in Middlepool, where 3 parts of my backing have come from before. We shall soon be in the middle of a general election, and you know how uncertain my seat in Middlepool is. I keep it only by my personal popularity. I'm at the mercy of the nonconformists, and if there's talk of a divorce, it's all over with me. They'll make me retire before the election, and if that happens, the new company won't stand a dog's chance.
I'm afraid you'll think it very selfish, but I haven't any more power of self-sacrifice in me.
If the mine is a failure, it'll knock down all the other companies I'm connected with. It'll mean your father's ruin and mine. I dare say you don't mind that. But it'll also mean the ruin of thousands of investors all over the country. 3/4 of the population of Middlepool will lose their savings.
You've lied to me so often, George.
I can show you by plain figures that every word I say is true.
I haven't much sympathy with gamblers who want to make money without working for it. If they lose, it's their own lookout.
Oh, don't be a damn fool. It's a matter of life and death to me, and do you think I'm going... Please, Lady Frances, I would like to talk to Kate alone.
Come along, Frank. We'll go into the library.
Well, I hope you're able to knock some sense into her, that's all.
I don't think your elopement receives the unqualified approval of your parents, Kate.
Surely we said all that we had to say to one another last night.
You know, I wouldn't have fooled about with other women if you hadn't shown me very clearly that you didn't want to have anything to do with me.
I'd rather not discuss that.
Well, after all, it isn't as if I cared a tinker's cuss for the whole lot of them.
And you think that makes it any better? I think I could have forgiven you if you'd had any love for them. You exposed me to all that humiliation merely to gratify your vanity.
If you like, I'll give you my solemn word of honor that you shall have no cause to complain in future.
It's too late. You've given me my chance of freedom, and I mean to take it.
You're not keeping your part of the bargain.
What do you mean?
You didn't marry me because you were in love with me.
That's not true.
Think.
A year ago, I'd have said again that it wasn't true. I didn't know what love was.
You married me because I was rich.
No. No, I was dazzled by your success. I mistook it for love.
And I married you because I wanted a wife. You happen to have an uncle who's a duke. And aristocratic connections are devilish useful in England to a radical politician.
Yes, I found out soon enough why you married me.
It was a business arrangement on both sides, and you've had your full share of the profits.
How can you?
Oh, you'd always lived in a poky way, and I gave you magnificence.
If you bought an article and it hasn't turned out worth the money you gave for it, that's your lookout. You see, you've taught me something after all. And now surely you have nothing more to say to me.
My dear, knowing how important it is to me that you should return to the conjugal roof, you don't imagine I've come without some means to persuade you.
I assure you, you're wasting your time.
You seem to be under the delusion it rests with you to make conditions. I have here a copy of a letter which you may remember. The original was so crumpled that I can't help thinking you were romantic enough to sleep with it under your pillow. It begins, "My very dear friend."
How did you get hold of that?
I can never understand why people are such fools as to write love letters. I never do. I only send telegrams.
You broke open my dressing case.
When I made you a present of your dressing case, I kept the duplicate key in case you lost yours.
How like you. Well, there's nothing in any of my letters that I'm ashamed of.
I wonder what a clever counsel would make of this letter. I can imagine it read in such a manner that those vague words should gather form and substance.
What do you mean?
My dear, I'm going to bring a counter-petition, that's all. You want to wash your dirty linen in public? Let's have an entire spring cleaning.
Oh, my dear George, if you only knew how indifferent I am to such a threat. We haven't done anything with which we can reproach ourselves.
You astonish me, my dear Kate. Surely it can't have slipped your memory that Robert Colby, snatching a brief and well-earned holiday from affairs of state, made a tour of North Italy last Easter, and you accompanied him.
That's not true. You know it's not true. I went with Barbara Herbert.
And a maid. It's always a little unsafe to trust maids.
I went to Italy with your consent. I wrote and told you that I'd met Robert. Chance threw us together in Venice. We found we were making practically the same tour, and we joined forces. We had nothing to be ashamed of, therefore we had nothing to fear.
And do you think you will be able to persuade a British jury that you and Robert Colby travelled through Italy together merely to look at churches and pictures?
George, I promise you on my word of honour that I've never been unfaithful to you.
My dear, it's not a question of convincing me. I am the most trusting, the most credulous of mortals. But of convincing the 12 good men and true who form a British jury, I give you your choice. If you bring an action against me, I bring a counter-petition.
My choice was made long ago. I'm innocent.
You'll ruin me and your father. But you'll ruin Colby as well.
What do you mean?
You're surely not so simple-minded as to imagine he can do anything but resign his seat if he were made co-respondent in a divorce case. They say if we get in again, he's to be given the Ministry of War.
Robert and I have nothing to reproach ourselves with. Nothing.
You sent a note to him last night. What did you say?
I asked him to come here at 12 o'clock.
It's nearly 12 now. I'll wait. And you shall talk to him.
Hello, Kate.
Anne.
Good morning, George, dear. How are you today?
Oh, in my usual rude health, thank you, Anne.
This is Teddy O'Donnell. I want to introduce him to you.
How do you do?
How do you do?
My brother-in-law is the Napoleon of finance, Teddy. He owns 17 companies, 5 gold mines, 2 railways, a house in Portman Square, 2 places in the country, a yacht, 5 motor cars, the family of Atchison.
Stop talking such nonsense.
It's quite true.
Now, Anne, what is it you want?
You're an old dear, George.
Oh, I thought so. Well, what is it?
I want you to give Teddy a job.
Anne.
Oh, I say, you needn't put it so bluntly, Anne.
It's no good beating about the bush with George, is it?
Not much.
Now sit down and let me talk sensibly to you.
Anne, I'd rather you didn't just now. George and I are busy.
Is anything the matter?
No, nothing. Kate's a little under the weather this morning. Now, tell me why you want me to give Mr. O'Donnell a job.
Because we're going to be married.
Are you, by Jove?
I offered her my hand and heart.
And being a practical person, I promptly inquired what were his worldly possessions.
They're not only nil, they're astonishingly nil. In point of fact, if you reckon debts, they're positively minus.
So, I fell into his arms and said, let us put up the banns at once.
And that's where I come in.
Well, I thought he he might manage one of your railways or be your chauffeur.
What?
Or if you didn't think he was good enough for that, you might make him director of one of your companies.
And you don't know what you're talking about.
Good heavens, if Papa can direct companies, surely Teddy can.
No, I didn't mean that. But there are circumstances that you don't understand. Mr. O'Donnell can't ask George to do anything for him. Mr. O'Donnell...
Really, Kate, you might let me answer for myself.
George always said he'd help me when I wanted to get married.
Mr. O'Donnell, I presume your idea is to go into the city.
Yes, more or less.
Educated at a public school, I suppose.
Yes.
Then may I take it that you tried to get into the army and failed?
Yes, I suppose I did.
Yes, and you hadn't got enough money to go into the diplomatic.
How on earth do you know, George?
When a young man of family and education tells me he wants to go into the city, I know it's because he's too incompetent to do anything else.
Well,
50 years ago, the fool of a good family went into the church. In 1910, he goes into the city.
You're not very flattering.
Well, I dare say you'll suit me all right.
Oh, George, you are a darling.
Anne, give me a kiss and I'll find him a job.
I'll give you 2. There.
Well, I shan't find him 2 jobs.
I can't imagine why everybody's so afraid of you, George. You're an old dear.
A heart of gold. That's what I always tell Kate. Now, come and see me tomorrow morning, O'Donnell. We'll have a talk about things.
It's awfully good of you, sir.
You know, you'll have to do as you're told if you come to me.
I dare say I shan't mind that.
Well, it's not always pleasant being at the beck and call of a damned bounder.
How do you mean?
Oh, of course you look upon me as a damned bounder. I know that. I wasn't educated at a public school. My father was a hatter at Middlepool. I went to sea when I was 14. When I was your age, I was earning 25 bob a week as a clerk in a bucket shop. Of course I'm a damned bounder.
Now, George, don't be disagreeable.
Well, run along, children. Oh, have you spoken to your father about this, Anne?
No, we're going to leave you to do that.
Are you?
Well, you see, Father's sure to kick up a bit of a row because Teddy's so absolutely stony. But if you say you're giving him a job...
Father may object, Anne.
Oh, he wouldn't dare if George said it was all right.
Are you really very keen on marrying?
Awfully.
Well, I'll see what I can do. Run along now.
Goodbye, darling George.
Goodbye, sir. See you tomorrow.
Bye. Bye.
George, you're not going to take him into your service. You must understand it's impossible.
Why?
We can accept nothing from you.
This disinterestedness is rather a new trait in your family, isn't it?
Anne will have to be told the facts, and she'll see at once that it's out of the question for Teddy to accept favours from you.
I wonder.
I have no doubt of it.
Do you think she'll be pleased when she's told that her marriage can't take place? Are you sure she won't say that she has no quarrel with me?
I should make her understand.
And what will you say? That I'll start her young man on 400 a year and allow her a couple of hundred more so that they can marry next week if they want to, but that you are divorcing me and it would be monstrous of them to accept my offer?
Oh, it's wicked of you. Each way I turn, you bar my way.
In the agitation of the moment, you seem to be mixing your metaphors, my dear.
Mr. Robert Colby has come, madam.
Oh.
I've shown him in the morning room. He said he would wait until you were disengaged, ma'am.
Ask him to come in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
I'll go through to the library and discuss the weather and the crops with your excellent father, and you shall discuss the situation with Colby.
For goodness sake, leave me alone.
Suggest a counter-petition and see how he takes it. My own impression is that he'll run like a rabbit. And if he does, you know whose arms are open to receive you. As the library adjoins the drawing room, I shan't be far away if you want me.
Mr. Robert Colby.
Robert, how good of you to come.
My dear, you look as if you were surprised to see me.
You must be frantically busy. I thought you might not be able to manage it.
Ah,
Do you know what I've done?
I suspected what your note meant.
I'm seeing my solicitor today, and the petition will be filed as soon as ever it's possible.
I'm so glad. You had no right to go on with that degrading life.
Robert, tell me again that I'm right.
You know how much I love you.
Yes, I do know. You've shown me in everything you've done how much you cared.
You realize that I've never even kissed your hand, Kate.
I'm very grateful to you. Now more than ever, I want to feel quite sure that we have nothing to reproach ourselves with.
Were you angry with me when I wrote that letter to you?
I read it till I knew every word by heart. Sometimes I wonder how I could have borne my life at all except for the knowledge that you cared for me.
You've never once told me that you love me, Kate.
I love you with all my heart and soul.
And after it's all over?
It shall be as you wish.
You've meant so much to me, Kate. I owe all my success to you.
It makes me so proud to hear you say that, Bob.
Did you read the speech I made yesterday?
No, I'm afraid I haven't yet. Tell me all about it. I suppose it was the army debate.
Yes, I burnt my ships behind me. I said I thought some form of compulsory service was essential.
Oh.
The Prime Minister's going to the country at once. I think we shall get in. And if we do... Oh, I wish to goodness they'd give me the War Office. Of course, after 6 years in office, we can only hope for a small majority, and every seat will count. I wonder what will happen at Middlepool.
George is very popular.
Yes, that's just it. As long as he was there, the seat was safe. Able to hold it.
Do you think it will be impossible for him to stand again?
Oh, quite. And rightly. No man's obliged to go into Parliament. If he does, it's his duty to keep clear of scandal.
I wonder what you'd do if you were beaten at the general election.
Oh, I don't think my constituents will throw me out as long as I behave myself.
And if they did?
It would just about finish me. Politics are my whole life.
Yes. Now you must go. I've got so much to do, and I'm sure you must have.
Goodbye, then. And God bless you.
I shall think of you all day long.
Goodbye.
The great man has taken his hook.
Yes.
I thought I heard him go.
Well, Catherine, I hope you've thought better of things.
Well?
You think every man is a rogue, George, don't you?
Certainly not. I think 9 men out of 10 are rogues or fools. That's why I make money.
And what will you do when you come across the 10th man, who's neither rogue nor fool?
Put him under a glass case.
You may find him awkward to deal with. Take care.
Oh, I shall. But I've looked for him so long that I can't help thinking he doesn't move in my set. Now and then I thought I'd really got him. But while I was wondering how the deuce I was going to manage, I've seen an itching palm steal softly out, and I knew it wasn't the 10th man after all.
Mr. Bennett would like to speak to Mr. Winter.
Is he on the telephone?
No, sir, he's here.
What the deuce can he want?
All right, I'll have a word with him, Thompson.
No, let's have him in. Perhaps it's something important. And he'll want to see me, too.
Perhaps. Show him in, Thompson.
Very good, sir.
Who is Mr. Bennett?
Oh, he's the secretary of 2 or 3 of our companies. He manages the office and that sort of thing.
He does all the work for which your father gets fees.
Oh, I don't know about that. I flatter myself I'm worth my salt.
Mr. Bennett.
Well, what's the matter, Fred?
I went round to Portman Square, sir, and they told me you were here. I thought I'd better come on at once.
Nothing has happened, Mr. Bennett.
No, my lord. May I speak to you for a moment, Mr. Winter, sir?
Yes. Etchingham, do you mind?
No, of course not. Come along, Kate. We'll go into the library. Call me when you're through, George.
Now, what the devil's the matter, Fred?
There's been a cable from MacDonald's, sir.
Good. And when's the report due? I suppose it's following?
Yes.
Well, why the deuce didn't you ring me up? I'd have come down to the office at once. Now we've got that, we can go ahead.
I wouldn't risk it on the phone. You never know who's listening.
Well, what does the cable say?
It's not what you expect, sir.
What the hell do you mean?
The mine's rotten.
You filthy liar. What are you talking about?
Take care, they'll hear you. We've been done in the eye. The mine's worthless.
Worthless? It can't be. Can't be.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm in it as deep as you are.
If that's true, the 100,000 we paid for it might as well have been thrown down a drain pipe.
What are you going to do?
Do? Fight it out.
You know what it means if you fail.
The Old Bailey. But I shan't fail, Fred. I shan't fail.
The doctor says your father will be well enough to come downstairs tomorrow, Kate.
Oh, I'm glad of that, Mother.
This is the second attack of gout he's had this year.
Poor old thing.
Close the window, will you, my dear?
Very well.
Do so wish that barrel organ wouldn't always play the same tune. It quite exhausts me.
Oh.
What's the matter?
George's carriage. They must have let him in.
I suppose he's come to see your father.
He mustn't come in here. I won't see him. It's monstrous that I should have to put up with this.
Dear, don't worry. George hasn't made any attempt to see you for a fortnight.
Good afternoon, ladies.
George, what do you want? You've got no right to force yourself upon me.
I've just been served with this paper.
Well, what else did you expect?
Your father told me that nothing was going to be done about the divorce for the moment.
I can't help what Father said. It's my business.
What is that paper, George?
Oh, would you like to look at it? It's an interesting document.
It's the divorce petition, Mother.
Wish I had my glasses. I've never seen one before.
You've been lucky.
Or virtuous.
Kate, you've got to withdraw this.
Surely you must see that from now all communications between us must pass through our lawyers.
Listen to me, Kate. There have been references to a dispute between us in the Middlepool papers. And the Herald, the conservative rag, has stated in the current issue that you are divorcing me.
The Middlepool papers are singularly well informed.
That's where you're mistaken. The Argus is printing a special edition with a complete and authoritative denial of the whole story. I've issued a writ for libel against the Herald.
One lie, more or less, on your conscience can make no great difference to you.
But that's not enough. The Middlepool people are nervous about the whole thing. You know Swalecliffe? He's the nonconformist minister. He's on my committee. He and Ford control the dissenting interest between them. They've got it into their heads that they want the truth from you.
Me?
Who is Ford?
The richest man in Middlepool. He's one of my directors on the Middlepool Investment Trust. Shrewd as they make them.
But I don't understand. What do these men want Kate to do?
They're coming here at 5 o'clock to ask Kate if there's any truth in the rumors.
But it's outrageous.
Of course it's outrageous.
What do you expect Kate to say?
She's going to say it's the first she's heard of it. Then they're going to ask her if she's divorcing me, and she's going to repudiate the suggestion.
I refuse to see these people.
Do you?
Or do you want me to tell them before your face that every word they've heard is true? Yes, I'll see them. I'll settle the whole thing, and then I shall be rid of this persecution. But I shall tell them the exact truth.
We'll see. It's not 5 o'clock yet.
Mr. Pedigle.
My dear Bob, this is kind of you.
How do you do, Angela? Kate?
You never come and see us now you're Prime Minister.
It's a delusion of the public, Kate, that the Prime Minister has nothing to do but pay afternoon calls. I'm very glad to see you here, Winter.
On the best possible terms with my mother-in-law.
Of course.
Well, when are you going to dissolve Parliament, Bob?
Do you know, I've been so busy I haven't had time to read the papers for some days. What do they say about it, Angela?
Don't be irritating.
My dear, a wise Prime Minister looks upon it as a privilege to fulfill the intelligent anticipations of the press.
I hope it's not true that you're going to give Emily Lascelles the Home Office.
Good heavens, you talk as if your sex were already comfortably installed in the house.
You know perfectly what I mean. It doesn't matter about the men, because all the work is done by the permanent officials. But their wives are quite another matter. I tell you frankly, it'll be a great mistake if Emily Lascelles goes to the Home Office.
Why?
She can't entertain. She doesn't know a word of French. She dresses abominably.
That settles it. Emily Lascelles shall not go to the Home Office.
That is how history is made.
Oh, George, Frank bought a print of Napoleon the other day he wants to show you. Do come up, will you?
Of course.
George collects things about Napoleon, you know.
Ah, the Napoleon of finance. I'm sorry to hear that Frank's laid up.
Oh, he's much better today. We shall only be 5 minutes. Come along, George.
Right.
How naturally your mother did that. It almost took me in.
Have you come to see me by arrangement?
I'm up to my eyes in work. I'm afraid I could hardly find time for a chat in the middle of the afternoon without a rather special object.
I suppose not.
But your husband's presence leads me to suppose that your common sense has made my errand unnecessary.
Haven't you heard of the life we led together?
My dear, I make a point of never believing the disagreeable things that are said about a man who subscribes so handsomely to the party funds as your husband.
Then I have you against me, too.
My dear child, I've known you all your life. Your mother's my first cousin. We all desire nothing more than your happiness.
George was served with the divorce petition this morning.
Ah. It appears that two prominent supporters of your husband are coming up from Middlepool this afternoon to get from your own lips a denial of the rumors that have been circulating in the constituency.
I can promise you that they're not going to get it.
I wish I could persuade you to pause before you take such an irrevocable step.
But why should you care?
My dear, we've been in office for 6 years. We're dissolving Parliament at once. I don't know if we shall get in again. It'll be a very close shave. We can't afford to risk a couple of seats.
A couple?
The chief whip tells me that your husband proposes to lodge a counter petition.
If if it weren't so odious, the idea would be laughable. I promise you that Robert...
Oh, yes, of course. Neither you nor Robert Colby has anything to reproach himself with. That's obvious. But, well, I gather that the evidence is such that a prima facie case could be made out. It would be awkward just at this moment for all of us. I myself could wish that my relationship to your dear mother weren't quite so close.
Do you mean that if my husband drags Robert through the divorce court, you'll throw Robert overboard, even if his innocence is proved through and through?
My dear, no one is so innocent that there's not occasion for some people to shake their heads and say, one never knows. I don't suppose any Prime Minister would invite a man to enter his cabinet who'd been co-respondent in a divorce suit.
He's set his heart on getting the War Office.
Well, you have it in your hands to give it to him.
Does Robert know that George has made certain threats?
No, I think not.
Oh, what a responsibility you put upon me.
That generally goes with power, and at the moment you have that too.
Robert and I have never hidden anything from one another. He wouldn't wish me to decide upon a matter that concerns us both without consulting him. Do you object to my putting the whole thing before him?
Oh, not a bit. But I can tell you at once what his answer will be. He'll say he loves you. And if he must choose between you and everything that has seemed to make his life worth living, he chooses you without a moment's hesitation. But while he's in the very act of renouncing the world for your sake, look in his eyes. And perhaps you'll see in them the shadow, the merest shadow of regret. And perhaps in 10 years, when I bring an ill-spent life to a close, you'll say to yourself, if I hadn't sacrificed him, he might be standing now in the shoes of that poor, old, incompetent Peregrine.
I don't believe Robert is ambitious.
You have to be a shrewd observer always to know the difference between ambition and patriotism.
I could think the world well lost for love.
Ah, yes, but you're a woman. Do you think a man can? Now, may I ring and ask if my carriage has come back? I asked Colby to fetch me in it so that we might run down to the house together.
Mr. Colby.
Oh, there you are, Colby.
I thought I'd come up for one moment, sir, just to say how do you do to Kate.
I should have been furious if you hadn't, Robert.
Well, I'll just go up and see your father, Kate.
Oh, he'll be so pleased. I'll take you up.
No. I couldn't hear of it. I can easily find my way.
I'll do my best to entertain you, Kate, while the Prime Minister is gone. I jumped for joy when he sent me a note asking me to call for him here.
You might have come of your own accord.
I'm always afraid that I shall bore you if I come too often. I rack my brains for plausible excuses to present myself at your front door. What's the matter, Kate?
Nothing.
I thought you seemed worried.
Do you know that you haven't shown the least desire to kiss me?
My dear, I was obeying your strict commands.
If you really wanted to, you wouldn't have cared 2 straws for my commands.
My darling.
No, stay where you are. If you didn't think of it of your own accord, it's too late.
What on earth's the matter with you?
If you love me, why don't you say so sometimes?
Good heavens, it's on the tip of my tongue every moment of the day.
Oh, forgive me. It's just that I want to know that you love me.
Come here, Kate. Oh, my darling. Now, do you understand?
You're all I have in the world. I don't know what I should do if I lost you.
In a very little while now, dearest, we shall belong to one another for good.
I wonder how much you love me.
With all my heart.
Do you love me enough to...
What?
Nothing. I'm being silly and sentimental. Let's be as well behaved as we generally are. I want to put a purely hypothetical case to you. Supposing you had to choose between me and your career, which would you choose?
You, of course.
How glibly you say it.
Well, fortunately, I shall never be forced to make such a tremendous choice.
Of course not.
Then why the dickens do you suggest it?
Because I'm nervous and restless and rather bored. I wanted to hear you say that you wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice the world for my sake.
Oh, you silly girl.
Bob, hold me in your arms again. Bob, darling.
Oh, darling, you're shaking. Something is the matter. Tell me.
No, let me go. Someone's coming.
Your father insisted on coming downstairs, Kate.
I really can't stand my room any longer, and I can walk quite well now.
I thought Dr. O'Farrell said you were to stay upstairs till tomorrow, Father.
Oh, O'Farrell's an idiot.
Oh, it certainly looks as if you're better when you start abusing your doctor.
I hope I haven't kept you waiting, Colby.
No, sir, not a bit.
Lady Frances has been showing me an old photograph. I looked at it blankly, and then she said, "Don't you remember? It's so-and-so." It gave me quite a start.
Oh, really?
Yes. It was the photograph of a young lady I'd been so madly in love with that I asked her to run away with me. Married woman and all that sort of thing. And would you believe it? 30 years have passed since then, and upon my soul I didn't know her from Adam.
Or Eve.
You must congratulate yourself, sir.
I do. I'm not a high-minded, quixotic fellow like you, and I don't mind telling you that I find it very agreeable to be Secretary for Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister. And yet, at the time, if anyone had given me the choice between my present position and a trip across Europe with the object of my affections, I wouldn't have hesitated.
A merciful providence evidently had you under its care.
Well, we must be off. We mustn't let even this charming lady interfere too much with the working of the British Empire.
Goodbye.
You must get your mother to show you that photograph, Kate. 30 years ago, I thought the little hussy more attractive than that. Goodbye, Frank. I hope your foot will be all right in a day or two.
Yes.
Come along, Colby.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Kate. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Colby. Yes, I remember that little woman quite well. Not much to look at. I wondered at the time what Perigal saw in her.
You don't want me just now, Father, do you?
No, dear. Are you going out?
I'm only going to my room. I want to be alone for a little bit.
Oh, are you not feeling well, my dear?
Mr. Bennett.
Ah, Mr. Bennett. Forgive me if I don't get up. Very well, Kate, run along, dear.
I'm glad to see you're better, my lord.
Is anything the matter?
I thought your lordship expected me. You telephoned.
I?
Perhaps Mr. Winter...
Ah, yes, of course. George didn't mention it. I suppose he wants me to sign checks. Well, I can do it just as well here as at the office. I think Mr. Winter is still here. Would you mind ringing?
Yes, certainly.
Ah, George. We were just going to ring.
I've given orders that no one is to be let up until Ford and Swalecliffe arrive from Middlepool.
Oh, by Jove, I'd forgotten all about them. I say, George, you made a mistake in letting them come.
And I've told Lady Frances that we shall want the room to ourselves and no one's to come in without knocking.
Oh. By the way, was it you who sent for Bennett?
It was. Your gout has come in very handy.
Hmm?
Sit down, Fred.
I think...
Make ourselves cozy. Quite comfortable, Ettingham?
Yes, quite, thank you.
Foot all right?
I don't feel it at the moment.
I thought you might like to know at once that MacDonald's report on the mine has come.
Ah, well, that is good news. Now we can get to work at once.
Have you got it with you, Fred?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sure his lordship would like to have a look at it.
Yes, indeed. Hand it over, Bennett. Oh, this is really a thrilling moment. I believe I'm going to make me fortune at last.
As you justly remark, it's a thrilling moment.
Here you are, my lord.
Thank you. Impressive document, isn't it?
Rather technical.
Yes, indeed. Yes, upon my soul, I don't know why MacDonald can't put it into plain English.
I'm thankful he didn't put it any plainer.
I must honestly confess that I don't quite grasp what he means.
I thought you wouldn't. The long and the short of it can be told in a dozen words.
Ah. Well?
The mine was practically worked out when we bought it.
What?
There's no gold there worth speaking of. We've been done in the eye, and we're £80,000 to the bad.
You're joking.
Read the report.
Then...
Your fortune is beginning to look rather silly, isn't it? So's mine.
Is this true, Mr. Bennett?
I'm afraid it is, my lord.
My God. What's to be done now?
What do you think ought to be done? You're chairman of the syndicate. Your opinion can't fail to be valuable.
Oh, we must just pocket our loss, I suppose.
With things in their present state, a loss like that is about as much as we can stand.
But the slump must come to an end soon.
We've been saying that for the last 2 months.
Then what the deuce is to be done?
That is what we're asking you.
We've got the Lewishams to reckon with.
Now's their time to make a raid on us.
I've put all my eggs in this basket. I thought I was going to be rich at last. I wanted to get out of the whole thing. I wanted to live quietly and comfortably.
What are you going to do, sir?
Suppress the report. Go ahead as if we believed in the mine. We've got the government expert's report in which we bought the thing. We'll put that in the prospectus.
But isn't that dishonest?
Very.
George.
It's an axiom in mining circles that when you've got hold of a rotten thing, the proper course is to pass it on to the British public.
But the public will find out there's no gold there when you pay no dividends.
Oh, we'll pay dividends for a year or two. By then we shall have turned the corner, and we'll find another carrot for the British public.
But you say yourself it's dishonest.
There's another point you seem to have forgotten.
What is that?
We paid for the mine with money that didn't belong to us.
What do you mean?
Has it escaped your memory that you and I are directors of the Middlepool Investment Trust?
Well?
We had to plank down £80,000 within 24 hours or lose the mine.
It looked like a certainty.
At that moment, it was impossible for us to raise anything like that sum. The bank held £100,000 of bearer bonds for the Middlepool Investment Trust. They delivered them on an order, signed by you, me, and Bennett. We borrowed on them and completed the purchase of a worthless mine.
But I've never signed anything.
Yes, you did, my lord. They wouldn't have delivered the bonds without.
Then my signature's been forged.
Don't you remember one day after an excellent luncheon, I asked you to come up into the office and sign some papers?
But I never looked at them. I didn't know. I saw you sign them. I added my signature without hesitation.
That's your affair.
You've tricked me. You're a common swindler. In a month, we may all be in prison.
I hear they make you very comfortable there nowadays.
Well, I see my duty before me. I didn't know. But now, there can be no excuse for me. I must go to Scotland Yard at once. I shall make a clean breast of the whole thing.
No, don't be a fool. Listen to me. If we go under, you go under too. Let there be no doubt in your mind about that.
I must do my duty.
Your duty is to keep your head and help us out of the mess as best you can.
But nothing can be done. The mine's worthless. How are we to raise £80,000?
We've got 6 weeks before we need to replace the bonds. If we can do it by then, no one will ever know they've left the cellars of the bank.
There's no more chance of replacing them in 6 weeks than there is the day after tomorrow.
Yes, there is, if we can float the company. That's where you come in. I've got to keep my seat in the House. I want all my prestige. I can't have a divorce. You must go to Kate at once and tell her that the only way she can save you from prison is by telling these men who are coming from Middlepool that she has no cause for complaint against me.
Good God. I'd forgotten, Kate. If you want me to go and tell my daughter that I'm a thief and a swindler and throw myself on her mercy...
That's it.
I'll see you damned first.
The alternative is prison. It's not very nice, penal servitude. Is it, Fred? You know all about it. You can tell him.
Sir.
Mr. Bennett, what does he mean?
Fred's a solicitor who was struck off the roll.
What?
He was sentenced to 3 years for misappropriating a client's money.
Good God. Is that true, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, my lord.
I never knew.
Oh, of course you didn't. It's not the kind of thing you'd expect him to brag about, is it? But it'll go worse with him if we're found out because he's been at it before. Tell him what it's like, Fred.
Oh, sir, don't.
I knew him before he went in. His name was Feltman then. And when they let him out, I took him because I felt sure he had everything to gain by sticking by me and everything to lose by giving me away.
Good heavens.
Oh, who the devil's that? Come in. What is it? I told you we weren't to be disturbed, Thompson.
The gentlemen have come, sir.
Oh, no.
I'll ring when you can show them in.
Very good, sir.
Now, go to Kate. Tell her what I've told you. And say the only way she can save you is by giving in.
I'll see you damned first.
What?
I tell you I won't. And you can go to hell.
My lord, you don't know what you're doing.
Do you mean mean to say you refuse to speak to Kate?
If I speak to her, it'll only be to tell her that you are a rotten scoundrel. It's worth her while to put up with anything to be rid of you.
It means 7 years. You know that, don't you?
For you and that dirty convict there.
You think you can get off by turning on us, but you can't. We've got you tight.
You miserable fellow. Do you think I shall try to escape my penalty?
Ah, tomfoolery. We haven't got time for highfalutin now. Those fellows can't be kept waiting all night. Kate's the only person who can save us. And you.
I tell you I won't. You made a cat's paw of me. And you thought you were only going to say the word and I'd come to heel.
You've done it often enough before.
Don't expect any mercy from him, my lord.
I don't want any mercy. You think you've got me tight. Don't you know that I've got a way of escape whenever I choose to take it?
What are you going to do?
That is my business.
I see.
What does he mean, sir?
Do you think you'd have the courage to shoot yourself, Edging?
What? Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Where are you going?
Get out of my way, you damned bounder.
Ring that bell, Fred.
That'll bring those men up. Don't you remember? You
Ring
told...
the bell, damn you.
What are you going to do?
Oh, hello. I thought you were routing out your pistols by now.
You're not going to see those fellows.
They'll insist on seeing Mrs. Winter.
Then I shall send for her.
Oh, you needn't think she'll back you up in your confounded lies.
Anyhow, I dare say you'd like to wait and see.
Have you got something up your sleeve?
My dear fellow, our sex would be at an impossible disadvantage in its dealings with the other if it were not for the most obstinate of all their passions, self-sacrifice.
You're counting on that.
You've given Kate such a training in it that I can't help thinking it's become a habit.
I won't say a word to move her.
Like all great men, I leave as little as possible to chance.
Perigal.
That's it.
Do you think there is a chance, sir?
We must risk it. It's the only thing left.
Mr. Swalecliffe and Mr. James Ford.
How do you do? I'm delighted to see you. I hope I haven't kept you waiting.
Not a bit. It's of no consequence.
Let me introduce you to my father-in-law. Mr. Ford, Mr. Swalecliffe, Lord Francis Etching.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Lord Francis. It's very kind of you to say so.
When I suggested to Lord Francis that it would be more convenient for you to come here, he put his house at my disposal. My wife is staying here, you know.
Oh.
We're doing up the house in Portman Square, and she can't stand the smell of paint. Now, sit down and make yourselves comfortable, won't you? Have you had tea?
Yes, thank you.
Then we'll get to business at once, shall we?
I should like to say, before we go any further, that it is with the greatest regret that Mr. Ford and I have come up to London on such an errand.
There's been a lot of gossip in Middlepool, and, well, we thought the shortest way to settle it was to come up and see you.
Yes.
You and I are old friends, George. We've had business dealings together for the past 20 years. But, well, it's a question of winning the election or losing it. There's never been much in it, one way or another. And 50 votes, more or less, will make all the difference.
I want to tell you frankly, Mr. Winter, that I should feel it my duty to vote against you if there were any truth in the reports that have been going about. And I should feel it my duty to advise my congregation to follow my example.
Well, that's clear enough in all conscience. Gentlemen, the best answer I can make to you is that I receive you in my father-in-law's house. My wife is upstairs in her mother's boudoir. I give you my word of honor that there is not the smallest shadow of truth in any single syllable that you have heard.
We don't doubt your word, Mr. Winter, but we came to London with a particular object.
The committee discussed it at length, and the majority agreed
Of course,
that...
of course. Etchingham, will you give these gentlemen the assurance?
I think the whole thing's damned impertinent.
You're only wasting time, George.
We made up our minds that we must have a certain assurance from the lips of Mrs. Winter. Then we can go back to Middlepool with comfortable minds.
Do you mean to say you wish to cross-examine my wife? No decent woman would stand it. I refuse to ask her to expose herself to such a degradation.
That means that you don't represent Middlepool in next Parliament, George Winter.
I'd sooner lose my seat than expose a defenseless woman to such humiliation. You can go and tell that to your committee and be damned to you.
But we came up from Middlepool on the understanding that we were to see your wife, Mr. Winter.
My wife is in very delicate health, Mr. Swalecliffe.
We shan't keep her more than 5 minutes. You'd be wise to let common sense get the better of your pretty sentiments.
Very well. I'll ring for her.
I think it's the best thing, you know, George.
But if she refuses to answer, I warn you that I shall not say a word to persuade her. I think the whole thing's a perfect scandal.
Yes, sir?
Thompson, tell Mrs. Winter that Lord Francis and I would be very much obliged if she'd come to the drawing room for one moment.
Very good, sir.
Well, gentlemen, I hope you're satisfied.
We merely wish your wife to answer the questions that were put to you in your agent's letter on behalf of the committee.
I have no more to say.
Yes, George?
Ah, Kate. These are the gentlemen of whom I spoke to you. Gentlemen, here is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mrs. Winter? Pleased to see you.
How do you do?
We've not had the pleasure of welcoming you in Middlepool for some time.
I've not been very well lately.
Mr. Winter, will you ask your wife the question?
No, Mr. Swellcliffe. If you're not ashamed to ask the question, you may ask it yourself.
I am a stranger to Mrs. Winter. The matter requires some explanation.
No use making any bones about it, Swellcliffe. Mrs. Winter, I'm sorry to put you in this position, but there it is, and it can't be helped. There are busybodies everywhere, and Middlepool has its fair share of them. There's been a lot of gossip about you and your good man, and if we don't look out, it'll lose him the election.
What do you want me to say to you?
Well, we want to be able to go back to Middlepool and tell them we've had it from your own lips that there's no truth in these reports.
That you may do. The reports are quite untrue.
You've no intention of divorcing your husband?
None whatever.
You've never had any intention?
Good Lord, isn't that enough for you?
Yes, we won't bother you anymore.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mrs. Winter. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that you've put our minds at rest. George, shake hands.
I'll shake hands with you, James, but I can't help saying that I could have expected more charity, more confidence in me from men who make a practice of belief in the Christian church.
That's all right.
I can understand your vexation, Mr. Winter, but we were in a very difficult position.
Anyhow, we must get along. And if we look sharp, we'll catch the 5:40 back to Middlepool.
Oh, yes.
Good afternoon to you, Mrs. Winter.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Mr. Bennett will show you out. Goodbye.
Haven't you any idea where Winter could be, Boyce?
As his election agent, Colonel, I should have thought you'd know his movements, particularly on election day.
He's booked to speak at a meeting at 10:30, but you know what he is. Half a dozen places at once.
Have you sent down to the meeting?
Yes, Mr. Ford, of course I have. I've sent Teddy O'Donnell down to tell him to come to the hotel at once.
Oh, confound those trains. Why did Winter have to pick an hotel right on top of the station? 3 weeks of it, too, we've had.
Worst place in Middlepool for a hotel. Glad I didn't put any money into it.
You're sure he won't go to the committee rooms, Colonel?
If he does, Mr. Swellcliffe, he'll be sent on. I thought it would cause a lot of gossip if we had a meeting there. That's why I suggested meeting in his sitting room at the hotel.
I wish to goodness you wouldn't look so depressed, Mr. Swellcliffe.
You're a businessman, Mr. Ford. Do you think there's any truth in this article?
You'd better ask Lord Francis here. He's chairman of the new company. I'm only an investor.
Good Lord, I wish Winter would come.
I've applied for 10,000 shares. You don't suppose I like it when an article comes out in a financial paper on the day of issue that the mine's practically worked out, and Winter's expert has reported that the ore's not worth the cost of crushing?
Everybody who's got a penny to spare in Middlepool has applied for shares. The damnable thing is that it should happen on the day of the election.
Here are the London papers, gentlemen.
Good, Mr. Bennett. Now we shall know the worst.
The financial news.
Yes? Come along,
No,
man.
that's got nothing.
Here it is, the Financial Standard.
Give it to me, Mr. Bennett.
I wish to goodness I'd never thought of stocks and shares. I knew it was wrong. Oh, what a punishment.
Oh.
Steep, isn't it, Mr. Ford?
If the Tories print this, it'll about bust us.
The whole thing's a pack of lies. It's scandalous that such methods should be used to influence an election.
But what does it say?
Merely what they found down from London, Mr. Swale.
But it puts it about as hot as I've ever seen a financial article.
You think it'll interfere with the issue?
It'll bust it.
But can't something be done to find Winter?
All we can do is to wait. Young O'Donnell will track him down.
Hang it all, we can't go on waiting and waiting and waiting. Isn't there one of you who can do something?
Keep your head, man. That's about the best thing you can do.
It's all right. It's all right. I've got him.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find him, Teddy?
He was going to speak to some fellows in a factory.
He's coming?
Yes. He's here now.
Did he want to know what it was about?
There was no time for him to ask. And he was talking to a whole crowd when I found him.
He knows it's important.
Ah, here he is.
At last.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Quite a party.
We thought you were never coming, George.
Well, what's the trouble?
Look at this paper. That's the trouble. The Financial Standard has got an attack on the mine.
Is that all?
It's a good deal.
Well, the Lewishams have got the Financial Standard in their pockets.
You read it.
They say there's no gold in the mine.
What do they know about it? They've not been there, and my expert has.
That's just it. They say you're floating it on the report the owners gave you when you bought it, and you're holding back McDonald's.
Extraordinary, isn't it? What a lot the papers know.
But they say...
Yes, what is it? London call. You better go into my bedroom and speak to them, Fred.
All right.
No, don't connect with me. Put it through to my bedroom. Mr. Bennett will take it in there. It's one of my brokers.
Oh.
Now, let's go on. As abuse, I don't really think very much of this. I could have said much unpleasanter things about myself.
You seem to take it very calmly.
I've not been fighting the Lewishams for 10 years without getting some pretty hard words broken on my back.
You see that bit about where the money came from?
I didn't see that.
Well, I'll read it to you, shall I? It is stated that Mr. Winter paid £80,000 for this precious mine. It would perhaps be interesting to inquire how he was able to raise such a sum at a time not only of general stringency, but of peculiar difficulty in the Central American market. Perhaps Mr. Winter, like King Midas, is able to turn into gold everything he touches. And he may have been able to change his office furniture into precious metal. Perhaps not.
Dear.
Oh, childish, isn't it? Do they think I'm going to let out my little trade secrets to please them?
But where did you get the money?
My dear James, you don't suppose I stole it, do you? That's where the born financier comes in. He makes money as a conjurer makes a white rabbit appear out of a silk handkerchief.
A very satisfactory explanation.
But that's hardly the point, is it?
Something must be done at once.
Had the Tories got hold of it?
They're printing the article on posters.
Nuisance, isn't it?
Is there any truth at all in that article, Mr. Winter?
Not a word, Mr. Swellcliffe.
It puts me in a very awkward position.
Oh, what's the matter with you?
I thought the shares would go to a premium before they were issued.
Like the San Jose tramways, eh?
Mr. Ford says this'll bust the issue.
Nice of him. Been having a little gamble, have you?
If it was a certainty, I didn't see there'd be any harm in it.
Like playing with a loaded dice. How many shares have you applied for?
500.
Sporting of you.
I didn't mean to take them up, you understand. I haven't got more than £500 in the world. I thought they were bound to go up half a crown.
500 half-crowns are quite worth having, aren't they?
It's been a lesson to me. I'll never do anything like it again. I shan't have the chance if I have to pay for the shares.
Get my checkbook, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do?
I don't want anyone to come into this concern who doesn't believe in it. Make out a cheque for £500 to Mr. Swalcliffe, Teddy.
Yes, sir.
That's very generous of you, Mr. Winter.
Generous? Not a bit of it. You don't think I mind having 500 shares more, do you?
Do you think they're worth it?
They'll be worth £10 apiece in 6 months, or I'm a Dutchman.
Yes, sir.
That's right, Teddy. There. My cheque, Mr. Swalcliffe.
Oh, thanks.
That looks as if you had confidence in the mine.
Do you want me to buy your shares off you, James?
Not just yet, thank you.
But what's the meaning of the article, then?
Why, it's as plain as a pikestaff. The Lewishams were willing to give their eyes for the mine, but I was too much for them. Now they're crabbing it, that's all.
But then, in that case, this...
You pay that cheque into your bank, Mr. Swalcliffe, and hand over the certificate to me when you get it.
Do you think they will go to a premium?
I've no doubt of it. I dare say the 500 half-crowns will be just as useful to me as to you, but I shall hold on. I want a bigger profit than that.
Well, if they're good enough for you, they're good enough for me.
No, you've taken my cheque now. It's too late.
There's your cheque. You can have it back again. I'm going to keep the shares.
Well, I don't mind. It wouldn't make much difference to me. But don't sell them, whatever you read in the papers. What's a profit of half a crown? Wait till you've got a profit of £5, and then you can think of selling them.
£5? That'd be 2,500.
Wait a minute. Boyce, get on to Bishop and Jones.
The printers?
Yes, we must answer this article. I've just been thinking what we'd better say.
What's the number? 703, isn't it?
That's it, yes.
That's the exchange. Get me 703, you know.
I'm going to make it hot and strong.
Isn't there anything I can do?
Bishop and Jones?
Yes, tell them to have everything ready to print off a couple of thousand posters at once. You're just coming round in the car.
Right. Hello? Will you get
what do you think of this, Ford?
Let's have a look.
Etchingham?
Coming round.
You see, we've got the advantage that they have to print a whole article, and we only need a couple of sentences.
Yes, that seems all right.
Couldn't be better.
Make a copy of this, Teddy.
Right, sir.
And make it sharp.
We haven't got any time to lose.
The car's at the door. You can get hold of the bill posters.
Oh, yes, there'll be no bother about that.
Have you finished, Teddy?
Nearly, sir. There we are.
Right. Take it, Boyce, and hurry up.
Trust me.
Teddy?
Sir.
Jump into a cab and go round to the newspaper offices and tell them to put that in their next edition. Biggest type they've got. Then go to the committee rooms and wait. I'll ring you up there or come round.
Right.
And hustle or I'll sack you.
You're taking it better than I expected.
What do you expect me to do? Bang my head on the floor and tear out my hair? I can't afford it. It takes me all my time to keep my hair on.
Here's Bennett.
Well?
Nothing much has happened, sir.
They're a bit excited in the city.
No bad drop in anything?
Nothing to speak of.
Oh, that's a relief.
Everything's sound. No one would be such a fool as to do a bear.
I'm getting on to McLaren and Hewitt.
Oh, that's all right. I wanted them.
Are they brokers?
Yes. Look here, James. I'm due to speak in the cattle market now. I wish you'd go down there and keep them going till I turn up. I shall only be 10 minutes. You've got the line all right, Fred?
Yes.
Well, I don't mind if I do that. There's nothing I can do here.
No, leave it all to me. Your interests are my interests.
So, I'll make tracks then.
That's good.
Coming, Swalecliffe.
Yes, of course.
Well, Fred?
I thought I'd better not say too much while Ford was there.
I saw something was up. That's why I got rid of him.
Things are bad.
Good Lord.
The Lewishams are going for us.
I thought they would as soon as I saw the article.
Who's given it away, do you think?
Oh, how do I know? That doesn't matter. The only thing is to face it.
Do you mean our shares are falling, Mr. Bennett?
There's a lot of selling, my lord.
I wish we could corner them. I'd like to give the bears a lesson.
If it goes on, there'll be a panic.
You've told the brokers to do all they can to prevent its going too far.
I've told them to buy, but carefully.
Look, you must go up to London, Fred. There's no one there with a head on his shoulders.
I thought that was the best thing myself. I've looked out the trains. I can just catch the express. I shall be there soon after 1.
Go at once. I give you a free hand.
If the slump can be stopped, I'll stop it.
It's not a matter of can. It must be stopped. And wire reassuring messages. We must hang on to the telephone for all we're worth. Come back when the house closes. We must talk over things.
All right. Good luck, sir.
Is it all up with us, George?
Oh, what the dickens are you talking about?
Well, they found out the truth. It's there, in black and white, that the wretched mine is worthless.
They can't prove anything.
Ever since I knew, I've scarcely closed my eyes at night. I wish I'd shot myself when you first told me. The worst of it is, at first I was overcome with the horror of it. But little by little, I've got used to it. Used to your being a thief and a swindler.
You put things rather bluntly, don't you, Etchingham?
And Bennett, an ex-convict. It all seems quite natural now, and I can talk and laugh with you, and I eat by your side every day.
One can't make a fortune without taking risks.
There are always those missing bonds. They're in my thoughts day and night.
No one can make inquiries for 3 weeks. By that time, we shall have gone to allotment, and the bonds will be safely back in the black box.
But will you be able to go to allotment?
Of course we shall. This article isn't going to do us any harm. I shall win the seat. That'll give these Middlepool people confidence.
George, I believe Ford is uneasy. I don't trust him. Supposing he found out about the bonds.
Well, he might be devilish expensive.
You'll never buy Ford.
I never met the man yet who hadn't his price. Flattery if he's a fool, hard cash if he's a wise man, but a price of some sort. There's always a price.
Take care of Ford, George.
I'm not frightened.
Sometimes I'm afraid. You're so confident. It's impossible a thing like this can end well.
Look, I've been in tight corners before now, but I've wriggled out of them. I'm stronger than ever I was. The ball's at my feet, and I've only got to set it rolling. In 10 years, I shall be the richest man in London. In 15, I shall be a peer.
I wonder how many ruined lives will be sacrificed to give you all you want.
Oh, rubbish. I flutter the will-o'-the-wisp of gain before the covetous, and they follow. They want to make money without working for it. Look, Swalecliffe gambles with his £500. His £500 will find its way into my pocket. It's his own lookout. By George, I've got an idea.
What?
The Lewishams can't attack my stocks without weakening their own. We're in the same boat, and if one of us shakes it, both will topple out.
What do you mean?
We'll attack the Lewishams. I'll get onto my brokers at once. Look, go to the post office and wire to Bennett. He's sure to call at the office. Tell him to sell Lewishams.
Sell Lewishams?
He'll twig. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll make the Lewishams sorry they started this game.
Can you see to sew, Kate, dear? Wouldn't you like some more light?
No, Mother, the light hurts my eyes.
You're looking very pale, darling.
I haven't been sleeping very well here. The hotel's so near the trains, and they seem to run all night.
I wonder how George can stand it. His bedroom is practically on the railway.
Yes, we just walk down a flight of steps into the garden, and there you are, within 20 feet of the line.
Thank heaven the election's over. We shall know the results in half an hour, and tomorrow we can go back to London. What are you going to do, Kate?
Nothing.
I'm afraid you're very unhappy.
Please don't think that, Mother.
You've given up everything for our sake.
I wish I could think so. I gave up my divorce because... Because I was afraid. I couldn't risk the regret that Robert might feel later.
What did you tell him?
I wrote and said I found it impossible to go on with my action. I begged him not to try to move me. I told him I was very unhappy.
Poor child.
He wrote very kindly, made it as easy for me as he could. Now it's all over. I've lost my last chance of happiness. I'm bound to my husband for the rest of my life.
And do you still love Robert?
Yes. And I'm glad of what I've done. Only thing that helps me is thinking of all the great things he's going to do. And it will have been me. I gave him the opportunity.
Well, you are a strange pair.
Anne.
How on earth can you sit here and sew while the counting's going on? Oh, I've never been so excited in my life.
Why have you come back?
Well, it's nearly finished now. Teddy said there'd be rather a scrummage when the result was known, and I'd better get out of the way.
Obedient child.
It rather amuses me to be ordered about. Besides, I couldn't help seeing that nobody wanted me. Teddy promised he'd rush round as soon as the result was out. Oh, I love an election.
Oh, dear.
I've never had such a time in my life. I've enjoyed every minute of these last 3 weeks. I hope Teddy will go into Parliament.
On 400 a year.
Oh, George will give us a rise. He says Teddy's awfully useful. George is good, isn't he?
I'm glad you're so happy, darling.
Here's Father. Father, is it over?
No, I was too anxious to stay any longer.
But George is going to get in.
Oh, who can tell? The seat has always been lost or held by a handful of votes.
But how did it seem to be going?
Oh, Winter, Morton. One vote on one side, one vote on the other. It seemed interminable.
George won by 75 last time.
Yes, but who can tell the effect of all these rumors and suspicions and attacks? They may just have made the difference. Oh, it's maddening.
Sit down, Father, and rest. You look quite exhausted.
Even George is anxious. I know his face so well. He's trying to appear as if he was certain.
Oh, no one could help being anxious.
I thought I heard some shouting.
Oh, I wish I hadn't come away.
Open the window, Anne. Perhaps we shall hear something.
Yes, I'm sure it's cheering. It's cheering. Come on the balcony, Mother.
I expect they're reading out the figures.
Oh, Kate. My dear, will you ever forgive me?
Oh, Father, don't. It was very noble of you not to tell me anything before I decided. Now that I know the whole truth...
But if it was all in vain, if he's not able to float the company and the truth comes out, then I shall have sacrificed you for nothing.
Oh, don't think of it, Father.
He's in!
Oh!
He's in!
Oh, thank God, we're saved. Oh, Katie.
Father, dear.
Teddy, what's the majority?
Oh, isn't it wonderful? I knew he'd do it.
He had a majority of 27.
I say, what a narrow squeeze.
Just at the end, I thought we were beaten. It was Morton, till I almost screamed.
Never mind, George is in.
By Jove, it was a moment to live for when the figures were read out. You never heard such shouting.
Where is he now?
When I left, he was making a speech to the crowd, but no one could hear a word because everyone was shouting at the top of his voice. I simply bellowed.
Aren't you glad, Kate?
Yes, Anne. Very glad.
But how can you take it so quietly?
Is George coming here?
Yes. Oh, I forgot to give you his message. He sent his love to Kate, and he said he'd be here almost at once.
Oh, I wish he'd hurry up. Isn't he wonderful?
George Winter's the greatest man I've ever known. I don't know what there is about him, but you can't help believing in him. And he was so splendid this morning about those confounded lies in the paper. All the rest of them were like frightened rabbits, but he never turned a hair.
Glorious victory!
Nice.
Did you hear the shouting?
Oh, George, isn't it splendid?
Thank God.
Oh, you haven't been worried about it, have you? I knew I'd get in. I never had a moment's doubt about it.
Well, no one can say that you don't believe in yourself, George.
Oh, well, hang it all, James. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect other people to believe in you?
The suspense was awful, George.
So glad it's all over. Now we can all go to bed and sleep peacefully.
George,
Yeah?
I'd like to have a word with you when you can spare me a few minutes.
Oh, as many as you like, James. I'm ready now.
Well, if you're going to talk business, we'd better leave you. Come along, Anne. Say good night.
Good night, George, dear.
Good night, my chick.
You're wonderful, George.
Good night, George. I congratulate you. It's been a great triumph.
Oh, it's only the beginning, Lady Frances. I've got the world at my feet. In 10 years, I shall be crying like Alexander because there are no more worlds to conquer.
Good night.
Good night.
You don't want me anymore, do you, sir?
No, Teddy, you go to bed. You're young and you want your beauty sleep. I'll be bound you're not worried by the train.
No.
Where's your room?
It's just above yours, but I sleep like a top.
Ah, that's a good sign. You'll be as great a man as I am one of these days.
Good night.
And you better go up to Etchingham. You look tired out.
It's been an exciting day for all of us.
Oh, it's been one of the days that make life worth living. Good night.
Good night.
George, I won't say good night to you just yet. If Mr. Ford's not going to keep you waiting long, I should like to speak to you afterwards.
Oh, it'll be 10 minutes at the utmost, Mrs. Winter.
I'm at your disposal, my darling, now and always.
Good night, Mr. Ford.
Good night, Mrs. Winter.
Well, James, what can I do for you?
You haven't forgotten that article in the Financial Standard.
Oh, is that what you want to talk to me about? Well, I tell you, that shan't disturb my night's rest. By the way, that reminds me. If I have won the election, it was through no help of yours. I asked you to go down and speak in the cattle market, and when I got there, I found there'd been no sign of you. It might have been devilish awkward.
Well, it so happens it didn't matter.
Where did you get to, after all?
I went up to London.
Did you?
I was struck by one of the paragraphs in that article. The one about where you got the money from. Then it struck me that the Middlepool Investment Trust has got a large batch of bonds lying in the bank.
Well, they're lying there still.
Will you take your oath on that?
Yes.
The more I thought of it, the more nervous I was. I went to the bank. They showed me an order for delivery of the bonds, signed by you, Etchingham, and Bennett.
Have a cigar, will you?
No. What have you done with those bonds?
If they're in their place when the auditor makes his examination, no one has any question to ask.
You had no more right to touch them than my office boy has the right to take a sovereign from the petty cash.
And what the devil do you mean by that?
I'm a director of the Middlepool Investment Trust. I insist on the bonds being produced at once.
They shall be produced in a fortnight.
No, my friend, that won't do.
Oh, don't be a fool, James. You know as well as I do. Business is business.
Yes, and not theft.
Dare you speak to me like that?
It's no good trying to bluster with me, George. I've seen you do it at shareholders' meetings, and very effective it is sometimes, but this isn't the time for it.
All right, then. I knew the mine was a good thing. I pledged the bonds to pay for it. I shall get them back as soon as the money comes from the issue. Now you've got the truth.
It's theft. Pure and simple.
I suppose you want to come in with me. I'll give you your shares for nothing. That means £10,000. And if you hold on to them, they'll be worth £50,000 in a year.
Thank you. I'm not going to risk a lifetime's honest work for a few £1,000s.
Then what do you want?
Nothing.
Come, James, we've been good friends for 20 years. You're not going to push me down now that I'm almost at the top of the tree. Look, if you'll only give me a month, I can put everything right.
A minute ago, it was a fortnight. I don't believe it. These things don't come right. When a man has crossed the line that separates honesty from dishonesty, he never gets back.
If you give me away now, it'll mean a general smash. The only chance of saving things is to go on. The money's gone. You won't get it back by giving me up to the police.
I must take my chance of that. After all, if I don't speak, it makes me a party to the crime. It can be proved that I went to the bank today.
Ah, now you're saying something I can understand. Now, if I can show you by plain figures that I can put everything right if you only give me the time...
I tell you I can't. I've got my wife to think of and my boys. It's theft, and I must do my duty.
What are you going to do?
I must consult the chief constable.
Oh, you wouldn't do that. You don't seriously mean that you go to the police?
I could never respect myself again if I didn't. Oh, George, why have you put me in this position?
Oh, look here, old man. I've done wrong, I admit it. At the time, I thought the slump would only last a few days, and I thought I should be able to replace the bonds in a week. It's the only slip I've made. Don't be too hard on me. It wasn't a crime, only thoughtlessness. Give me another chance. Look, we've gone through bad times and good together. I've been a good friend to you. You've never had anything to reproach me with till now.
I can't risk the money of all these people again.
Will it satisfy you if I give up the directorship of the Middlepool Trust? Give me 6 months to save my face and I'll resign.
I'll tell you what I'll do. If the bonds are in their place by 4 o'clock tomorrow, I'll say nothing.
Tomorrow? That can't be done. It's impossible.
That's all I can do for you.
But no one can get it. You know it's impossible. Even if you gave me a week, I couldn't do it. I can't. Look, I can't. With the attack on us today, we're tottering. It's as much as we shall be able to do to hold out till the tide turns. That's not giving me a chance. Tomorrow? It's absurd.
That's my last word.
Now you might as well send for the police at once.
If the money is not there by the time the bank closes, I shall apply for a warrant.
Do you know what that means? A trial. And then prison.
I can't do more for you than I'm offered.
You damned hypocrite. It's infamous. It's damned hypocrisy. You don't care if I've taken the money or not. You're afraid of your own skin, and you're jealous of me. You with your damn Christianity, your parrot cries of honesty. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you!
You see, you've gone too far, George. I shall never make you understand. You can't realize that a man may be honest even if he loses by it, just because he's made straight as some men are made crooked. You've got on in life through knowing that 9 men out of 10 are rascals. You've forgotten that the 10th man must cross your path at last.
Who said that to me before?
Goodbye, George. My promise holds.
It's no good to me. I'm like a rat in a trap. You can get what fun you like out of seeing me fight for my life.
I'm sorry, George.
The 10th man. He's beaten me. Kate, what the devil do you want?
I heard Mr. Ford go. May I speak to you now?
Well?
Now that the election's over, you can have no further use for me. I've carried out my part of the bargain.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I understand that I've condoned all your offences towards me, and I'm helpless now to do anything. I've come to you to tell you that now I've done all you exacted, I'm going to leave you. This time for good. I think there's nothing more to be said. I trust you to leave me in peace. I promise you on my side to do nothing that can inconvenience you. Bye. George, stop! Stop! George, what is it? George!
Oh, for God's sake, give me a drink.
Here you are.
Oh, that's rich, that is. Rich.
What is it, George? It's not because I'm going away.
Your going away doesn't matter a damn to me. It means that I've been done in the eye. Those swindling rogues, the Lewishams, have got me at last. That article's done the trick, and I'm dished. You can go your own way now, Kate. You got the better of me after all.
I don't understand.
Ford knows that the bonds have gone, and he's going to Scotland Yard.
No. Father!
Oh, I can't worry about your father now. He must look after his own skin. I've got enough to do to think of myself.
What shall I do?
Ford will give me till tomorrow to replace them, but I can't. It's impossible, and he knows I can't. Damn hypocrite. I always distrusted him. Sanctimonious prig. He's jealous of me. He wants to kick me off my perch so that he can take my place. And I know him. I know him inside out. He'll do what he says. It's his duty.
Can't we sell things? There's my jewellery.
Oh, a drop in the ocean. How can I get £80,000 in a falling market?
Do you mean to say they'll arrest you?
Oh. Think I'm going to stand that, and a trial, and all the rest?
Is there no chance that you may get off?
Oh, even Bennett would give me a way to save himself. I know him. There's not a man I can trust. The only thing's to have done with it at once. I must get out of it while I have the chance.
Do you think there's any hope of your getting away?
My way, yes.
George, you wouldn't do that.
What else do you expect me to do? Do you think I'm going to bolt to America to be brought back in 6 months by a couple of detectives?
Wouldn't it be better to stay and face it?
They won't have mercy on me. It'll mean 10 years, and when I come out, it'll mean hiding, doing odd jobs like Bennett, dirty work for other men who won't risk their own skins. And what do you suppose a life like that is worth to me? I've aimed too high to be content with anything but the highest.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, come, Kate, honestly. If you loved me, wouldn't you wish me to make an end of it?
Oh, don't ask. Don't ask me.
Will you do something for me? It's the last thing I'll ever ask you.
I'll do anything I can.
I want half an hour to myself. You must let no one come to me under any pretext whatever.
Not going to do it now.
Or perhaps tomorrow I shouldn't have the nerve.
Oh, it's awful.
Oh, why? It's your freedom. You'll be ravishing in black, darling. It always suited you. I'm going to my room. Will you promise to prevent anyone from disturbing me?
Yes.
In half an hour, you can go to bed. I hope you'll sleep as soundly as I shall.
What shall I do? What shall I do?
I beg your pardon. I didn't expect to find anyone here. Where's Mr. Winter?
He can't see anyone tonight, Mr. Bennett.
He'll see me.
He left instructions that no one was to bother him.
It's a matter of life and death.
I tell you, you can't see him.
Isn't he in his room?
No.
Are you sure?
No, you're not to go in. He's tired out. Can't you let him rest?
Oh, but you don't know what's happened. The mine's all right. Oh, for goodness sake, let me go to him.
What do you mean?
The manager had taken MacDonald in. Hadn't shown him a new shaft they'd sunk. The place is crammed full of gold. It was only a dodge of the Lewishams. I did what the governor told me. I just flooded the market with selling orders of their stocks. And at closing time, Manny Lewisham sent for me. He offered to take Mr. Winter in, but I smelled a rat. I was too clever for him. He's going to buy a huge block of shares tomorrow at par. He's going to pay on the nail, and we're safe. We're safe. We're safe.
You mean
that's what he's been fighting for 10 years. At last he's got there. The shares will be worth anything you like in a month. It means wealth, safety, everything.
Then, George...
He's at the top of the tree. He's where he ought to be. In 10 years, he'll be in the House of Lords. Now do you see why I must see him?
No.
Please, Mrs. Winter.
I don't know where he is.
You don't know?
He went down to the smoking room.
Oh, I must find him.
No, stop. He's in the bedroom.
But you said...
George! George, unlock the door! George!
What's the matter?
George, it's all right. Open the door, for God's sake!
What's he doing? What's he doing?
Break down the door!
What?
Quickly!
I can't do it. I can't.
Break the glass panel, then. Here.
Yes, this thing will do it. There.
Can you get the key?
Yes. He's not there.
He must be.
The windows are wide open. He must have gone down those steps.
There's nowhere to go. There's only the garden and then the railway line.
Well, perhaps he's in the garden. I'll go down and see.
I say, what the devil's all this row? Bad enough to have the trains banging under one's window all night long. Upon me soul, I never heard such a noise.
Father, where's George gone to? Where is he?
George? How the deuce should I know? I thought we'd all gone to bed.
Mr. Bennett wanted to see him urgently. We broke open the door and found him gone. Father, I know something terrible's happened.
No, my dear. You mustn't get silly ideas into your head. He's probably gone for a walk.
Along the railway line?
Kate! Kate!
Good heavens, Teddy, what's the matter?
I've just seen the most awful accident from my window.
No.
Run over on the line.
Oh! No! No!
In that revival of Somerset Maugham's play The 10th Man, adapted for radio by Peggy Wells, the part of George Winter was played by Clifford Norgate. Catherine Winter was played by Patricia Gallimore, Lord Francis Etchingham by Hector Ross, and Lady Francis by Joan Matheson. Martin Friend played Frederick Bennett, Carlton Hobbs, the Prime Minister, Peter Williams, Robert Colby, Gerald Cross, Mr. Ford, Michael Kilgarriff, Mr. Swalecliffe, Charles Simon, Colonel Boyce, Patrick Tull, Thompson, Venetia Maxwell, Anne Etchingham, and David Robb, Edward O'Donnell. The 10th Man was produced by David Geary.
My name is George Nathaniel Curzon. I am a most superior person. My cheek is pink, my hair is sleek. I dine at Blenheim once a week.
Why can't they let me forget that facetious, that appalling doggerel?
George Curzon is the only man I know who could make an impassioned speech in his pajamas without looking ridiculous.
Weekend at Montacute by Michael Robson. In November 1922, Lloyd George's coalition government came to an end, and the Conservative Party under Andrew Bonar Law was given control of the country. 6 months later, Bonar Law's ill health obliged him to take a convalescent cruise. By Whitsuntide of 1923, King George and Queen Mary were at Aldershot. Stanley Baldwin, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was looking forward to a country weekend. And George Nathaniel, Lord Curzon, the Foreign Secretary, was at his London home in Carlton House Terrace. Paul Rogers as Lord Curzon, Mary Wimbush as Lady Curzon, and Alan Rowe as Stanley Baldwin in Weekend at Montacute.
How ghastly. How absolutely ghastly.
Well, what's your address?
The dress, that hat, the shoes, the tutu, and so on.
Oh, the Vulcan Paradise shoes.
You do far better at Derry and Tom's, and at half the price.
My money, darling. My money paid for the ensemble.
Quite immaterial. You know how I abhor extravagance.
Oh, I never heard such nonsense. It's these curtains and you, aren't they? Were they absolutely necessary?
I had them run up in Fulham and insisted on a discount for cash down. Saved £7.14 and 6.
And what did you do with the old curtains?
I sent them to Montacute. They do very well in the study.
I didn't sound pleased with yourself, George. Is it entirely due to a cash saving on curtains?
I'm pleased to have you back again. I miss you, Grace. I do wish your tours of the continent would be rather less extensive.
Oh, but now it's just so much more interesting than London. Everyone's more tuned out that you're young.
Paris was so much more interesting. Presumably the focus has shifted. That's why you're back.
George, what are your chances?
What can you be talking about?
Oh, don't be evasive. Not at a time like this.
Why did you come back from Paris so abruptly? I can't believe it was merely to hold my hand.
George, stop it and tell me what you know.
I know that the Prime Minister is presently aboard a Dutch liner, convalescing on the advice of his physician. In his absence, I've been presiding over the cabinet meeting.
You can be so disingenuous.
I've had 30 years' experience, rather more.
The Prime Minister is dying.
He's what?
Bonar Law is dying, George. They give the poor man 6 months. Are you trying to tell me you didn't know?
What have you learned?
Rudyard Kipling met the Prime Minister at Aix-les-Bains. He wasn't intending to entertain him, but he realized immediately that Bonar Law was in no condition for socializing. Now, I have this at first hand. The Prime Minister looked so ill that Kipling telephoned Beaverbrook, and Beaverbrook arranged for Tommy Horder to sail for France at once.
You have a remarkable intelligence network.
Someone has to safeguard your interest.
Bonar Law is a great man, a fine man. I will not have his indispositions made a subject of society gossip.
Oh, play the dissembler in Parliament by all means, but not with me.
Of course, there have been rumors.
Rumors?
The lower house has been frantic with gossip for weeks now. Eventually, a moment was reached when I could not sensibly ignore them any longer. I sent a note to the Prime Minister not a fortnight ago requesting a meeting with him at Downing Street.
George? What is the urgency?
The rumors of your imminent resignation are flying thick and fast. I felt it was time to squash them.
Rumors? Where are they coming from?
From both sides of the house, Bonar.
You believe them yourself?
My one concern is to impose tranquility upon an excited cabinet. I think a statement should be made.
They need to have something to gossip about in the silly season.
You aren't prepared to take it seriously.
Well, there has to be something more than cabinet discipline at stake. You've always been a realist. What precisely is worrying you?
Are you ill? Do you intend to resign?
But if conjecture such as you mentioned had any foundation in truth,
Where would it leave you?
Prime Minister, 3 times recently I've publicly repudiated canards such as this. If I'm to go on repudiating it, I should like to do so with your full knowledge and approval.
Yes, do sit down, Georgie. Take a glass of Madeira.
Is this a propitiation?
It's an offer of a glass of Madeira. Winston gave me a dozen bottles recently, and I rarely touch the stuff.
Winston sees himself as the next foreign secretary.
You've come with a perfect hamper full of rumors, haven't you?
Oh, thank you. I can enjoy this. You are drinking?
Later, perhaps.
Winston is only one of several who claim to have their ears to the ground. I really don't believe we can dismiss it all with a glass of Malmsey.
Let me ask you this. Now, if the chair were left vacant quite suddenly, what would your attitude be?
For you to retire now would be a national calamity. I mean it, Bonner.
Yes, I respect your sincerity. Mr. Graham, would you stand? I should like to know. I should be interested in your blueprint for the future.
Is it necessary for me at this stage in my career to trot out yet another curriculum by case?
George. George, you're a senior and valued servant of the state. His contribution to post-war diplomacy has been incalculable. Why are you so on edge?
The king must know. Our colleagues must know. The nation must know. I must be allowed to know if there's any foundation in these rumors or not. Either way, we can no longer appear to be whistling in the dark. It would be, forgive me, but it would be irresponsible to affect that no such gossip is current.
I can always trust you to draw the line whereon my toes must rest.
I hope I have your trust, as you have my loyalty.
Was your loyalty ever in doubt?
You haven't answered my question.
Nor you mine.
Very well, then. If, in the unlikely and tragic event that you were obliged to stand down, I should hope and believe that when the time came for you to recommend to the king your successor in office, your choice would be me.
Yes, but would you be willing to serve once more under another leader and give to him the diligence and devotion you've given me?
Such claims as I might have to the office of Prime Minister, I could not and would not surrender. Nor should I consent to serve under any of my present colleagues. As to this, I'm quite clear, quite resolved. I'm your senior colleague, Bonner. I'm the only member of the cabinet who has served continuously since 1915. Is it true, then? You are intending to resign?
The rumors are no more than that. Oh, as you know, I haven't held up to the mark for a month or so. But a relaxed throat and a weary body are the occupational hazards of any politician. Mr. Thomas Horder has advised a short cruise, and in this instance I shall take his advice. And when the time comes for me to sail, Baldwin must lead in the Commons, and I shall expect you to preside cabinet meetings. So God knows you could do with a rest yourself.
So, I may repudiate the gossip immediately.
Repudiate? Denounce it, George. Denounce it with all the vigor at your disposal.
But you didn't believe him. You didn't entirely believe him.
It was far from well. That much was evident. But I'd no idea matters were so serious with him.
Beaverbrook certainly thought so. He shunted Bonner off to Paris where Tommy Horder examined him. He told Beaverbrook privately that the trouble in the throat was malignant. He's unlikely to see the year out.
This is a terrible thing. Terrible.
I have the greatest sympathy for him, but sympathy isn't going to produce his successors.
But Beaverbrook, what's he up to now? What candidate can he be lobbying for? It certainly won't be me.
I know this much. Beaverbrook had a private audience with Lord Crewe in Paris only yesterday.
Of what use can the ambassador be? He carries no weight in home affairs, nor would he expect to.
Oh, I appreciate that. I also know that Beaverbrook does nothing without a very good reason for it. He saw Crewe, and they discussed the situation very thoroughly.
How can you conceivably know what they discussed at a private interview?
You forget my friends at court. Lady Crewe herself told me the substance of the entire discussion.
My dear Max, what can I say? Does Sir Thomas hold out no hope whatsoever? I mean, is surgery not possible?
Sir Thomas is as anxious as I am to keep Bonner in office. But he feels now that it would be cruel to expect him to continue working any longer.
So what will the Prime Minister do?
He means to return to London, set his house in order before tendering his resignation to the King.
Yes, of course. Poor man. Poor man. But if ever we needed his courage and integrity, we need it now.
But since he's been persuaded to give up office, I want to believe he can renounce the cares of office as well. And at present, it's not feasible.
I don't follow you. Surely he can't mean to sit in the house as a backbencher.
Lord Crewe, I haven't come here to indulge in mutual commiseration over Bonner. We both know what we feel on that score. I've come about something more immediate. There still remains an intolerable burden on his shoulders. And if it's to be lifted, I need all the advice I can get.
I'm at your disposal, naturally.
It's no exaggeration to say that Bonner is obsessed with the need, as retiring Prime Minister, to recommend to the King his successor in office.
I fail to appreciate his quandary. There's only one possibility, Lord Curzon.
And that's the burden on Bonner Law's shoulders. He has no wish to recommend George Curzon to His Majesty.
But what alternative is there?
Baldwin's leading the Commons at present. He must be regarded as a serious contender by some, not by me.
Baldwin? Well, I know so little about the fellow.
He's a Johnny-come-lately to higher politics in comparison with Curzon. He completely mismanaged the American debt settlement.
Then what is the objection to Curzon? He's been leader of the Lords for 6 years. He's held high offices of state for over 30 years. He's a considerable administrator.
But no one likes him, and no one trusts him.
I take exception to that. When was Curzon ever untrustworthy?
I'm not talking about his morals. I'm talking about his political expediency. The man's a trimmer. He'll stop at nothing to gain power and keep it.
It's not my place or wish to argue Lord Curzon's merits. It's my belief he's the man for the job. But if Bonner Law cannot find it in his heart to recommend him, then there's nothing I can say that will alter his intention.
Curzon and Baldwin. Scylla and Charybdis. Which way is Bonner to direct his sails?
You believe there is no one, absolutely no one else, who might fill the bill?
Non-entities, mediocrities, and charlatans.
Take a poor view of our politics, Lord Beaverbrook.
The nation lacks a leader.
Curzon is the leader.
But what does he know? What can he know of the wishes of the electorate? The man's lived in marble mansions all his life. He's an autocrat and a proven megalomaniac.
You're overstating your case quite preposterously. Without Curzon's fantastic application and diplomacy during the Lausanne Conference, we might well be fighting a war in the Balkans even now. It does no credit your grasp of history to belittle his many achievements.
Crewe, at this moment, it doesn't matter a tinker's damn what you and I may think of Curzon or Baldwin. Bonner Law doesn't want either of them to succeed him. So, how is he to advise King George? He needs help.
As to that, recent history has shown that the retiring Prime Minister is under no specific obligation to name his successor. When Gladstone retired, Queen Victoria chose my own father-in-law to follow him in office, even though Mr. Gladstone, had he been consulted, would most certainly have chosen someone else. And more recently, Herbert Asquith was named as Prime Minister by King Edward, without reference to Campbell Bannerman.
No. Is that so? Is that so? You've reassured me enormously. So long as Bonner knows we're a precedent, he'll accept the situation more readily.
And the responsibility will rest with the King. When will he choose?
I think we may assume that His Majesty will seek informed opinion first.
And the choice must inevitably be Lord Curzon.
In politics, nothing is inevitable, except
ultimate disillusion.
And you had this direct from Lady Crewe?
She is my ally, George, and therefore yours. As is Crewe himself, so far as he's able to indulge in corket hunting. They both believe you must attempt by every means at your disposal to win Beaverbrook to your cause. It's far and away the most influential voice in Bonalaw's ear.
Can you imagine me grovelling before Beaverbrook, that irrational colonial adventurer? How ghastly, how absolutely ghastly.
For once we're in total agreement. You don't need Beaverbrook. As far as the diplomatic service is concerned, you are the only contender.
Well. And so you come back, prepared to play the active wife of a prime minister, if not of a foreign secretary.
Now, George, you must never confuse me with the First Lady Curzon, as you're sometimes in danger of doing. True, Mary was American, and so am I. True, Mary was extremely wealthy, and so am I. True, we were both by no means reluctant to marry into the British peerage. True, we both brought impressive dowries to the Curzon exchequer. But there, the resemblance ends. Mary tasted power with you. She was Viceroy of India at 27. I could have settled for Viceroy, but nothing less. And since to be Viceroy is now impossible, I must set my sights higher. Within the next few days, I think it more than likely that you will become Prime Minister of Great Britain. You will be, in effect, the most influential man in the world. And believe me, George, I shall be at your side every step of the way.
You've never shrunk from the blatant truth, have you? Your ambition is as naked as mine. Your determination as unyielding.
How very vice-regal you can be. Did you know that?
Come here, Gracie. Give your poor old husband a kiss. I've missed you. I've missed you.
And what shall we do for Whitsuntide?
Oh, Montacute. I thought Montacute. I have already made the arrangements.
Well, I suppose Somerset in May should be quite relaxing.
Loveliest time of the year by far.
I'm inclined to agree. But couldn't it be dangerous?
Well, Somerset isn't renowned for breeding political assassins.
Well, careers can be assassinated as well as lives. London will be the battleground, not Somerset.
But what's going to happen? What can happen over Whitsuntide? Every politician I know will be house partying. London will be a wilderness. Even the tradesmen have a day off on Monday. I can hardly imagine that either Beaverbrook or Baldwin will attempt to lobby in an empty citadel.
No, I'm not so sure London will be entirely without activity this weekend. I hear, for example, that John Davidson is out and about and building a case for Baldwin.
Davidson? That's a smug little backbench pipsqueak.
Be careful. I know you despise Davidson, and he knows it too, and that could make him a formidable enemy.
Davidson can no more dislodge me from the path to premiership than a mouse can kick an elephant over the Hindu Kush.
If anything's to be done, Mr. Baldwin, it must be done this weekend. The King will expect constructive advice within a very few days, and we must be on hand to prepare that advice. What time is the Prime Minister expecting you?
At 6.
I'll have my man run you round there.
No, I'd rather you didn't. It would be more politic if I were to take a cab. I have the highest regard for Bonalaw. I wouldn't want him to think his party was splitting into factions the moment he laid down office.
He knows politics. He knows perfectly well that vultures gather whenever there's a prospect of carrion. We can't allow the party to be seen to be leaderless.
I appreciate your concern, Davidson. Nevertheless, I shall take a cab to Onslow Gardens.
Very well, as you wish. But promise me one thing. Promise me two things.
Tell me what they are.
One, that you'll use your best endeavors to discover whom the Prime Minister intends to name as his successor, whether it's embarrassing or not. Two, that you'll join me at the Argentine Club immediately after your meeting with him. Whatever he says, whatever he intends, we have 3 days in which to find an acceptable leader. In any event, Sir Ronald Waterhouse is at Onslow Gardens at the moment, attempting to take some of the strain from Bonalaw. I should pay close attention to what he has to say. He has the Prime Minister's confidence more than ever during this time of crisis.
Mr. Ball, come in, come in. Here, let me help you. Glad you arrived so promptly. Prime Minister is waiting to see you.
How is he, Sir Ronald?
He is under the weather, as you can imagine, but full of courage. He'll be pleased to see you, I know.
Yes, we've heard nothing but rumors at the house. It's been unpleasant and, well, unsettling.
And I think you should hear the news from Mr. Bonalaw himself.
I see. He's in the study?
I'll take you in directly. But, Mr. Baldwin, if you can spare the time, I should be grateful for a few minutes after your interview.
You too? Suddenly I appear to be in demand. Has Lord Curzon seen the Prime Minister yet?
Lord Curzon has not been invited.
Is he expected?
I think it improbable. Come, let me take you in. Before we go to Montacute, before we do anything, I must talk to you about money. Grace, you're living beyond my means. I lie awake at nights worrying myself half to death. Have you any idea what running this house in Hackwood alone cost last year?
No, my dear, I haven't, but I'm perfectly certain you'll enlighten me.
I have it to hand. I have the exact figure to hand. I spent a wretched weekend casting the accounts, and, Grace, they terrify me. £20,389.15 I simply cannot sustain this level of spending. I shall be destitute by summer if we carry on like this.
George, has it ever occurred to you that one reason why you see so little of me is that when I am with you, you insist on talking of nothing but money and the state of your health?
Because money and the state of my health go hand in glove. Flowers, Grace. Look what you spent on flowers alone. Stevens' bill for the floral arrangements for 3 small luncheon parties was £75. We could buy an interest in Kew Gardens for that kind of money.
Well, Stanley, here it is. Not the easiest of situations for any of us. But I must be frank. It would be impertinent and irresolute of me to be anything less.
You're determined, then, to make no recommendation as to your successor?
I cannot undertake that responsibility.
Yet within a few days the Conservative Party must have a new leader, and the country must have a new Prime Minister. Is His Majesty to draw lot?
I appreciate your concern. I understand your dilemma.
But where is the choice to fall? I mean, we must absolutely know.
You're learning aggression, Stanley. And that's not a bad thing for a rising star in the political firmament. Yes, so you forced me against the ropes.
All I want is the truth. The simple truth.
Very well. There are no rabbits in my hat, no aces up my sleeve, no dark horses in my stable.
I admire your fund of metaphors.
I'm glad you can smile. I'm glad you can still smile. Yes, the contenders are clearly George Curzon and yourself. Now, since you press me, I must tell you that I believe you are too inexperienced for the post.
As I do. Believe me, as I do.
Ah, you acknowledge that? Yes, but on the other hand, I believe Curzon's too autocratic to command the loyalty of the Tory party. How can I, then, truthfully, recommend either of you to King George?
Well, Bonner, I asked for it and I got it. Thank you for frankness, at least.
Oh, my dear boy, time plays pranks on us all. Learn patience, learn fortitude. You still have a lot of years to run.
I have an insatiable curiosity. How do you imagine that the king will decide?
Well, we cannot evade the fact of George Curzon's intellectual supremacy, nor his unparalleled grasp of international affairs, nor his legendary, I must say, his fantastic industry. He is a most superior person. And it wouldn't come amiss if his lifetime's dedication to the country and to the empire were recognized. Yes, provided the recognition doesn't come from me.
Oh, I'll concede that George is a great man. He has us all in awe.
But...
Yes.
But set aside, if you will, your prejudices for one moment. You have a duty to the party which must outweigh all other considerations. Now, I believe the King will appoint Lord Curzon. Would you be prepared to serve under him?
You may rely on me to act correctly.
Lavery, sir.
Who?
Sir John Lavery.
How dare he come here after that travesty?
I was half expecting him. I want to talk to him alone. I want to talk finance with him alone. Would you please go upstairs and superintend the packing? My man's sure to include all manner of unlikely clothing unless you're there.
All right. Just so long as you promise to convey to Sir John in no uncertain terms my unqualified displeasure with that picture.
That is the reason for our meeting this evening. But he can cool his heels in the library for 5 minutes. It may give him time to arrive at a more reasonable attitude to his work.
I understand from outside sources that my portrait of Lady Curzon does not meet with your approval.
In my evidently jejune folly, I had imagined that a prerequisite of the portrait would be that the artist produce a creditable likeness of the subject. There is the portrait, Sir John. Does it in any particular resemble my wife?
Resemble? It is Lady Curzon.
Strange, then, that the entire household staff and a wide circle of friends should fail to share your discrimination.
A portrait such as this was never meant to be the apotheosis of some motion picture heroine in which accuracy is subordinated to glamour and reality to fantasy.
It displeases me, sir. It has mortally offended my wife. It cannot be allowed to hang in the staterooms at Chesterton along with more recognizable portraits of the Curzons and their wives.
Yet you were willing enough to allow it to appear on display at both the Glasgow and Liverpool art galleries, were you not? Bearing its full description and ownership. Or can it be possible that the likeness was altered in transit?
The flippancy is the last reaction I should have expected.
And your dissatisfaction is not what I had anticipated when I accepted the commission. The portrait has been in your possession for some time now, Lord Curzon, and I must remind you that you owe me £1,200 for it.
The discussion of that fee is the purpose of this interview.
Are you intending to revoke an already completed commission? If you do, I shall see you answer for it in a court of law.
I have no intention of paying the full fee for a portrait of my wife that I shall never display.
I see. How much am I expected to lose as a result of your displeasure?
I should find it seemly in you to make some offer yourself.
But I am not a seemly man in matters of this nature. I have a living to earn, and it isn't done by taking involuntary cuts in my feet.
Sir John, I'm leaving for Somerset directly. I want this matter settled at once.
Then tell me what you have in mind.
A 50% reduction, since the portrait is of no earthly use to me.
£600? That's an affront that I'm not prepared to tolerate.
Very well, then. A third. Reduce it by a third, and let's have done.
With extreme reluctance. And only because if I stay here a moment longer, I may offer physical injury to you, I shall accept a fee of £800, on condition that you reveal this to no one. No one! And now, good evening to you, sir. Have the portrait sent to my studio next week.
Sir John.
Yes?
I shall want the frame back.
I beg your pardon.
The frame is mine. I had it made for that specific painting, and it was costly. I shall want it back.
Damn your impertinence, Curzon!
Is the fish to your liking, Mr. Baldwin? The fish may be a paragon of its kind, Davidson, but to me at the moment everything tastes of boiled spring. It's a mistake, however, to invite me to the club this evening. Nonsense. A good dinner and a few glasses of wine will send you to rights quickly enough. You're on edge, that's all. This is no mere edginess. I'm frankly appalled at the prospect before the party and the lecture. It has no leader. And do try a little sauce with your fish. They prepare it particularly well here. Of course, we have a leader in you.
I must make myself irrevocably clear. I'm unready for the total responsibility of this kingdom and the empire. I'm inexperienced in the overall framing of national and international policy. Within Cabinet, within Commons, our party is divided, and I am not the person to act as coalescing force. Not yet.
I've never seen a man so reluctant for ultimate office. Curzon must be straining in the slips now for the very prize you have no wish to compete for.
But Curzon's no stranger to power, to authority, to dominion. He has no reservation about governing the entire world tomorrow morning, with a position open to him. Oh, to you it's amusing, no doubt. Can you believe I'm protesting in order to be further reassured? Well, I'll have some more wine now, waiter, if you please.
Sir.
Thank you. What can I say to you, Davidson? What message can I give to you and to Ronald Waterhouse and the rest of your cabal, bent so assiduously on propelling me onto that terrifying eminence, that peak of loneliness on which I have no present desire to dwell? Well, tell them this, and tell them I mean it with all my heart and soul. I would rather take a single ticket to Siberia than become Prime Minister of Great Britain.
So, Parsley, champion, the white ash of the hawthorn.
Cuckoos and greenspanches.
Why do we stay away from Montacute so long?
Oh, look at that little thing.
Oh, yes. Yes, a white folk. Poor little beggar.
What?
He always seems to me the tatterdemalion of the hedgerows. So starved, so precarious.
I prefer you like this.
Like what?
Oh, you know, knowledgeable squire.
At times like this, on mornings like this, I truly pity he who was not born an Englishman.
You are so unbelievably pompous.
Because I love the country. My country.
Ah, thank God you can still occasionally surprise me.
Have you seen the wood? Have you looked into the wood? The mist of bluebells.
I was never really aware till now how much of a naturalist you are.
The colonel of a regiment should know the name of every soldier he commands. His face, his dialect, his hometown, his domestic situation, his military abilities, his private longings. Even so should we, as landowners, respect and know the earth we occupy. Otherwise, we're simply parvenu, and should be whipped at the cartwheel.
Why are you so demoralizingly clever?
Clever? I'm not clever at all. Merely knowledgeable. If I were clever, I should be writing a poem about this past and these birds. Those ringing cries, echoing from a green world full of shifting images, would be my benison on an antique world whose beauty we can never fully comprehend.
Only be grateful for.
Only be grateful for.
What in heaven's name is that noise?
It must have been a stag. He's heard our approach. He's frightened.
Oh, please. Let's go back. Let's not disturb him. He must be terrified.
I wonder if Rutledge knows we have strayed deer on these things. He can mention them to me.
Perhaps he keeps them for the pot.
Rutledge has no killer's instinct.
Unlike the rest of your acquaintances.
What do you want about now?
I was thinking of Davidson and Colonel Waterhouse.
Morning, Sir Ronald. See you, Davidson. Come, sit you down. Sit you down. Yes.
Thank you.
I beg your pardon, my dear fellow. No, I was going to ask how your meeting with Baldwin went last evening.
Chap's an enigma. He absolutely wishes not to be Prime Minister.
And he's going to have greatness thrust upon him, isn't he?
And Beverly certainly won't accept any form of dragooning.
I tried to persuade him to come round here this morning and have another word with Bonner Law, but he's gone back to the country.
Curzon's at Montacute.
Extraordinary, isn't it? The contenders, far from scrapping it out in the ring, refuse even to come near the stadium. Curzon, because he acknowledges no competition at all, and Baldwin, because he has no interest in the trophy.
I think it would be extremely dangerous if the king should learn of the full extent of Baldwin's reluctance. It might just tip the scales in favor of Curzon.
Now, look, Sir Ronald, however little we care for Curzon, we cannot deliberately hoodwink His Majesty. His private secretary, Lord Stamfordham, has specifically asked me to set down my views, as I suppose a well-informed backbencher. In the circumstances, how can I possibly tell him that Baldwin is willing and eager to succeed Bonner Law when I know it's the last thing he wants to do?
But have you thought of the consequences if you fail to push for Baldwin?
Where's the Prime Minister now?
He's in the study, preparing his letter of resignation to the king.
Do you think he might be able to draw up any generalized advice on a number of candidates?
Oh, my dear Davidson, the one letter is taxing him sufficiently. We can't add to his anxieties.
Well, then, I shall have to prepare a memorandum of my own. It can go to Lord Stamfordham along with Bonner's letter of resignation. Is King George in London today?
At Aldershot. Stamfordham's with him and waiting to hear from us.
Then I'd better begin at once.
You're absolutely clear, aren't you, as to what you're going to say?
The unquestionable facts. The resignation of the Prime Minister makes it necessary for the Crown to exercise its prerogative in the choice of Mr. Bonner Law's successor. There appear to be only two possible alternatives, Mr. Stanley Baldwin and Lord Curzon. Well, the case for each is very strong, and for this very reason the King is being presented with an extraordinarily sensitive choice, the resolution of which could radically affect the future of British democracy.
Get it done. Draw up the memorandum, and Sykes and I will take it to His Majesty and Lord Stamfordham at Aldershot directly.
Your Majesty?
This memorandum is the work of Mr. Davidson, I take it?
He submitted it at my invitation, perhaps.
And it's a very cogently argued document. It was, as I understand, prepared at Mr. Bonner Law's home.
Yes, that is the case.
Solely by Mr. Davidson?
Mr. Davidson's signature is appended.
Yes, but did he ever consult with the Prime Minister, before, or during, or even after the composition of this memorandum?
I'm afraid I have no idea, sir. All the information I have was furnished by Colonel Waterhouse this afternoon. He and Sir Frederick Sykes both assured me that the Davidson memorandum practically expressed the views of Mr. Bonner Law.
Yes, practically. I should like to have had that assurance from Mr. Bonner Law himself.
Well, shall I arrange to see him? I can leave immediately.
No, it would be wrong to exert any sort of pressure on the Prime Minister now. He's in great distress. We must shift for ourselves. Can we then abstract the chief points from the memorandum?
The case against Lord Curzon is interesting, I think, and a very significant one for the House of Commons.
The Conservative Party can't fail to be embarrassed already by the fact that of the 5 Secretaries of State, 4 are from the House of Lords.
They are beginning to regret that composition, sir.
So that if Lord Curzon were to become Prime Minister, the embarrassment would be greater than ever.
Absolutely.
Then what about the nuts and bolts of the operation as itemized by Mr. Davidson? He's suggesting that Lord Curzon would find it difficult to form a government without Mr. Baldwin continuing as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Are we to understand by this that Mr. Baldwin would refuse to serve under Lord Curzon?
I think the wording is ambiguous.
There's an air of ambiguity about the whole provenance of this memorandum. However, Mr. Davidson sees it as quite feasible for Mr. Baldwin to form a government with or without Lord Curzon.
Well, there's clearly no doubt in Mr. Davidson's mind that despite his careful tribute for Lord Curzon's brilliance, that Mr. Baldwin can be the only satisfactory choice.
It's an intelligent yet partisan appraisal, and in that context alone is not without its uses. But we can't depend upon this entirely. We must invite further opinion. Arthur, would you mind?
Of course not, sir.
The electric telephone has never been a favorite device with me.
Yes? This is Chesterton. Yes, Colonel Waterhouse, right? Would you thank the Prime Minister on behalf of His Majesty? Good afternoon, Sir Ronald. Apparently the Prime Minister has undertaken to summon Lord Salisbury to London to add an impartial voice in the matter.
It's very civil of him to arrange this. I only hope he isn't overtaxing his resources. But Lord Salisbury, impartial?
Oh, I think he's aware of the peculiar difficulties of the situation, sir. We can count on good sense from him.
Well, that I have no doubts at all. But we can't be unaware that Lord Salisbury's father was a major architect in Lord Curzon's early political career, and that Lord Salisbury himself is, allegedly, a close friend of his.
It can't be much longer, surely, before you hear.
A day or two at most.
I suppose nothing could go wrong now, could it?
There's nobody else. There is nobody else.
Well, I'm sure you're right. I just keep just waiting, that's all.
We might both do worse in the meantime than to occupy our minds with the problem of how we intend to make use of number 10.
I've been thinking about that already. How successful the redecorations will be depends entirely on what you're prepared to spend on them.
We can't be miserly, Grace. Not in this matter.
I'm glad about that.
In any event, we could always take some of the furniture from Carlton House Terrace to Downing Street. Anything would be more acceptable than the Gothic horrors cluttering the place at present.
I think if we're going to talk seriously about this, then we should get it all down on paper. I want to be certain that you don't conveniently forget however much you're talking of spending now.
Lady Curzon, difficult little creature that you are, this is the crowning achievement of our lives. Shall we work together for once, instead of being constantly in opposition?
I'm very grateful to you, Lord Salisbury, for interrupting your weekend like this. I hope it hasn't caused too many difficulties.
My one concern is to be of assistance, Lord Stamford. I had a long talk with the Prime Minister this morning.
Ah, yes. I gather from Colonel Waterhouse that you were at Onslow Gardens by 8 o'clock.
I took the milk train.
Oh, very uncomfortable for you. How was Mr. Bonalaw?
The change since I last saw him is very apparent.
This illness of his is catastrophic.
I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid it is.
May I ask, what was the substance of your conversation?
I could understand, and to a considerable extent share in, his misgivings as to a successor. But I pointed out to him that I could see no way in which Lord Curzon could be rejected in favor of Mr. Baldwin.
You did?
One needs an enormous backlog of experience on which to rely when one becomes Prime Minister. And that experience Mr. Baldwin simply does not possess.
And what was Mr. Bonalaw's reply to that?
We discussed the matter at length, despite his evident discomfort. Ultimately, he gave me the impression that in this very grave and complex situation, he would, on the whole, be disinclined to pass over Lord Curzon.
He gave you the impression? Now, forgive me, but for His Majesty's sake, I need something more reliable. Is that an impression? Did he tell you, in those many words, on what you've just rehearsed to me?
I'm in a quandary, Stamford. In all honesty, I must report that Bonalaw felt about to realize that Curzon was the final choice, be he a pis-aller or not. Equally, I must say that the Prime Minister was in some distress, and his opinions were necessarily those of a very sick man. I should hesitate to have those opinions passed on to the King as Bonalaw's unclouded last word in the matter.
I greatly appreciate your candor, thank you. Now, how do you feel about it all?
George Curzon is a very great man. Of course, he has faults, many of them. But who in high places hasn't? Yet I'm also bound to add that George has bellowed over the years, and his work, both in cabinet and abroad, over the past 6 years in particular, has commanded a very wide respect.
Indeed it has.
He's less authoritarian now. He's better able to rally the recalcitrant to his side. For my part, he's the only acceptable Prime Minister in the present situation. And I most strongly recommend that the king should send for him.
George! Oh, George, do hurry up.
Shan't be a moment.
Now, George, now. There's a letter for you.
Oh, Miss Monday. Where is it?
Here. Oh, I've been dying to open it for 5 minutes.
Postmark London. Typewritten. One has some mystery from.
Open it and find out or I'll box your ears. Well,
It's from Bonalaw.
My dear George, I'm sorry to say that I find it necessary to resign. I understand that it is not customary for the king to ask the Prime Minister to recommend his successor in circumstances like the present, and I presume that he will not do so. But if, as I hope, he accepts my resignation at once, he will have to take immediate steps about my successor.
It's extraordinary.
what did I tell you? Beaverbrook's behind this. You must go back to London at once and talk to Bonalaw.
I shall do nothing so intemperate.
Intemperate. To fight for what's rightfully yours.
Grace, had Bonner wished to see me, he would have said so in the letter. But he quite evidently wants to be left alone.
How can he let you down like this?
He's behaving according to his lights. He has no intention of being involved in a wrangle over the succession. But he could perfectly well have put in a word for me to the king. Is that too much to expect? I'm utterly bewildered.
So what happens now?
The king will be taking advice.
But the king must surely know that you're the only candidate.
I'm perfectly certain that His Majesty will not forget my record of public service.
But he can't be swayed by personal preference in an issue of this nature.
Nor can he entrust an inexperienced politician like Baldwin with the full weight of office.
But the king has always been aware of the public temper. Eton, Balliol, and all souls cut less ice now than they did at the start of your career. Asquith and King George between them have already curbed the power of the Lords. It seems to me, it very much seems to me, that the king has the makings of another constitutional crisis here.
I don't begin to follow you.
Oh, yes, you do, George. You're much too clever not to. I'm talking about privilege and lack of privilege. I'm talking about inherited control, and I'm talking about elected control. Sooner or later, one of these has finally to yield to the other. It could be next week. The king's choice of a new prime minister could radically affect the balance of power as between upper and lower house.
You do realize what you're implying, don't you?
I do. And it begins to frighten me. Because I think it will come to this. That if you aren't summoned to the palace next week, no member of the House of Lords will ever again serve as Prime Minister of this country. The king is in an intolerable position.
I imagine Lord Curzon must be waiting to be called.
I imagine so. And very reasonably. He's given a lifetime of devotion to the Empire.
Would he be a successful Prime Minister?
He'd be a greatly ambitious one. In the interest of the state.
Is that any kind of drawback, George?
Curzon's a dedicated imperialist, but to be such in 1923 is no easy matter. I've no doubt he'd propose the annexation of China if he thought she offered the remotest threat to India.
I think the people, at present, are more concerned with setting Britain to rights than in extending the empire. Do you think Lord Curzon could command their loyalty in the way that Mr. Lloyd George did? Or Mr. Bonalaw?
If I could answer that, May, I should no longer be in this dilemma. I need further opinion, and quickly. We can't admit of any sort of hiatus before a successor is appointed. Oh, Daniel.
Your Majesty?
Would you see if you can reach Lord Stamford by telephone? I should like to speak to him immediately.
Yes, of course.
Must be nerve-wracking for Curzon and Baldwin, having to wait it out like this.
It must be dreadful, but they chose to enter public life. They're aware of its tensions, I'm sure.
In general, yes. That's not entirely appropriate in this case.
They aren't competing in an open election. They are waiting to be chosen by a single judge on the results of past performance and future possibilities. That's a very different, very special situation.
Sir, I have Lord Stamford for you.
No, thank you, Daniel. I shall come at once. Arthur?
Yes, sir.
You had an opportunity to talk to Lord Salisbury?
At some length. He saw the Prime Minister first, who felt disinclined to ignore Lord Curzon's claim. Though Salisbury did insist that Mr. Bonneloy is a sick man, and that the sentiment must be judged in that context.
I understand. And what of Lord Salisbury himself?
He goes strong for Curzon, sir.
I suppose that was inevitable.
He made out a persuasive case for his choice.
I'm sure he would. Lord Salisbury is nothing if not persuasive.
If it's any help, sir.
Yes, Arthur?
I'm very much inclined to favor Lord Curzon myself.
And as always, your opinion is of the highest value to me. Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do, sir? I realize how appallingly difficult the situation is becoming.
I'm inclined to think I should talk to one more conservative. Someone with considerable experience of practical government and someone beyond the pale of the present lobbying.
Lord Balfour?
I think he's our man, don't you? Would you ask him to call on you tomorrow without delay, if his health permits? Otherwise, dear old boy, I'm going to have to ask you to call on him yourself.
I'll be in touch with him directly, sir.
Thank you. As I see it now, the choice must be made within 48 hours. Lord Balfour must be our last point of reference.
I'm glad we have the fire lit. It's warm enough by day, but evenings are still damp. Oh, George, do stop prowling around and sit down.
I wish I could settle. I wish I could enjoy anything at the moment.
But you can't be worried, can't you? Not seriously.
There's no logical reason why I should be worried, but I can't help it. I've waited so long for this moment. I think I've been waiting for it ever since Oxford.
You're the only one who is worrying. No one else is.
But no one else in British history has ever pulled it off. The Grand Slam, Viceroy of India, and Prime Minister of Great Britain. It's what I've worked for all my life. The crowning achievement. I'm 64 now. And if it goes wrong this time, the opportunity will never come again. Will you pour me a brandy, darling?
Oh, yes, of course. I've never known you so apprehensive. In the past, you've accepted every new honor, every new responsibility as your right. George, there is no one else. Your place is secure.
Thank you. Oh. No. I suppose you're right. My only concern is this, that since Bonner has refused to name a successor, the king will have to search around for advice.
Is there anyone you know who won't come down on your side?
Beaverbrook. And Rothermere, to begin with.
But the king would never consult with newspaper men. Not in a matter as important as this.
Well, then who?
Arthur Balfour, perhaps?
My God, I hope not.
Oh, why do you say that? Arthur may be unpremeditated, but you've known him all your professional lives. He would never advise that the Tory party be controlled by a tyrant like Baldwin.
Balfour has always been, and still is, the most unreliable figure on the English political scene.
Oh, sure. Really? You're prejudiced and you know it.
Of course I'm prejudiced, and of course I know it. I've had a quarter of a century's experience of his methods, and I detest them.
Nevertheless, he has an added tutoring, still.
He has immense personal charm, and he's used it quite unscrupulously all his life. Of course he has a following. He has this extraordinary magnetism. But as a servant of the state, he's the most spectacular failure I know.
You're jealous, aren't you? That he made Prime Minister sooner than you might. But don't you see, whether you admire him or not, he's of your breed. Whatever differences there may have been between you, Arthur will never betray his caste. He is peerage now just as you are, and he has all the passion of the newly converted.
If only you knew him as I do. Grace, when I was appointed Viceroy of India at the age of 39, the youngest man ever to assume that responsibility, the world was totally at my feet. And so long as Salisbury remained Prime Minister, I was given virtually a free hand in India. The moment Balfour succeeded Salisbury, the pinpricks and the naggings began. When my first term of office ended and I returned to England, Balfour made it very clear to me that he did not wish me to become Viceroy a second time. He became closely involved in my struggle with Kitchener, and mine was not the side he took. Thereafter, during my second term of office, he lost no opportunity to clash with my policies, to interfere with my appointments, and to widen the rift between the army and myself.
You must clearly understand, George, that your prolonged quarrel with Kitchener over this irritating situation of the military member is becoming a matter of scandal and concern within the cabinet. Should I need to remind you that it was entirely on your insistence that Kitchener was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Army in India, against the wishes and advice of your friends and colleagues? Very well, you got him. You knew his reputation, you knew of his extraordinary influence at the highest levels in England, but you got him. And now you must come to an accommodation with it, before this bickering of yours threatens the entire administrative morale of the Indian Empire.
Kitchener appears to believe that his authority in India is as great as mine, if not greater. Would you, as Prime Minister, allow yourself to be bullied into an untenable situation by the Commander-in-Chief of the Army in Great Britain? Arthur, I must make this quite clear to you. Unless you concur with me that the military arm is subservient to the civil arm, we are heading on a direct course for anarchy.
He is Kitchener of Khartoum, and you are Curzon of Kettleston. Don't you understand the implications of those titles? Kitchener's successes in Egypt and the Sudan have made him well-nigh unassailable in the affections of the British people. He's a myth, a legend. And you, George, are a civilian administrator. Don't, I beg you, provoke a final head-on conflict, because Kitchener, de facto, carries all the guns.
For which you provide him with all the ammunition.
As Prime Minister, my responsibility is both to Britain and the Empire. India is part of that responsibility. How can I possibly stand by and watch with amusement the growing disaffection of the army in India?
Then I may take it that in a final show of strength, you support Kitchener.
You may take it, George, but I want tranquility in India, not turbulence.
Then allow me to observe that your dedication to the quiet life, your passion for laissez-faire, your preoccupation with compromise will threaten the very foundations of civil rule in India. And if Kitchener is allowed any further concessions, I shall have no hesitation in offering my resignation to King Edward.
That must remain a matter for your own political conscience.
And you're aware what happened, Grace. I was obliged, on principle, to tender my resignation. And the King, clearly acting on Balfour's advice, accepted it. All the effort, all the journeys, all the problems solved, and the frontier crises overcome, all the ill health that Mary suffered, and the difficulties of my own illness, all those years of selfless administration gone for nothing. A defeat, a blemish, a disgrace. And when Mary died, shortly after our return to a shoddy reception in England, I believed the time had come to put an end to my political ambition.
Oh, not for you, George, never for you. Ambition you could never escape from.
Perhaps not. But I re-entered the arena a different man. I determined that never again would I resign high office. Never again would I voluntarily surrender the power it took me so long to re-establish. I'm within days of ultimate office now, and I hope and pray that Arthur Balfour is not formally canvassed for his opinion as to the future leadership of this country, because a man more unreliable and time-serving this country has never seen.
I don't think you need have any words on that score. I understand that Arthur's far from well and far away from any politicking with the Davenants in Sheridan.
Yes, what is it? Arthur, rouse yourself, old soldier. A telegram for you.
Balfour is the worst, the most dangerous of British foreign ministers with whom I've been brought into contact in my entire public life.
It's from Stamford.
What the devil does he want?
My advice, Edgar, my advice.
Balfour may appear the most scintillating of men, that he has no depth of feeling, no profound convictions, and, strange to say, no real affection for anyone at all.
But if Bonner openly spoke in the town, then who's to follow him? I hear what Stamford has to say, then I'll tell you what he ought to be thinking. Surely George Curzon is the only possibility. Is that what you believe?
The characteristics that made him a failure as a foreign minister made him a failure as prime minister. The man was and is intellectually indolent.
Have I time for a kipper before the Norwich train leaves? I think we might rustle up a kipper for you, Arthur. Would you prefer coffee or champagne?
Balfour would drop or sacrifice anyone without a pang. And I know. He destroyed me in India.
Bye, Arthur. Hurry back, would you? Snooker tomorrow, if not today. All right, station master, I think we can go now.
Goodbye, Arthur. And keep away from the pond.
Were any one of his intimates to die suddenly, Arthur Balfour would dine out that night with undisguised complacency, and in the intervals of conversation or bridge, he'd be heard to murmur, "Poor old George."
So you begin to appreciate the difficulties with which the king is faced.
Indeed. And for that very reason, I think we must therefore confine ourselves to consideration of the problems that a Prime Minister, who is also a member of the House of Lords, would encounter.
We are aware, of course, of the high proportion of peers already holding cabinet appointments.
Yes, that's the first of the problems, and the second naturally follows from it. Can you begin to imagine the resentment that the House of Commons would feel if a peer were also to be made Prime Minister? In effect, the Commons would be entirely controlled by the Lords. And this in 1923 is a ludicrous proposition.
These considerations have naturally been reviewed, but I'm grateful for your estimation of the Commons' likely temper in that event.
Thirdly, and I think most important of all, would be the situation vis-à-vis the Labour Party. Labour presently holds the majority of opposition seats in the Commons, but it's scarcely represented in the Lords at all. It would therefore be unable to challenge or to question a Prime Minister who sat in the Lords. And that, Stamford, would be the final affront to a supposedly democratic system of government.
Yes. And of the two gentlemen in question, have you any observations to make as to their capabilities for Prime Ministership?
I should prefer to deal solely with the constitutional situation, which I've done already. To comment on the respective merits of the individuals in question would be invidious. On the one hand, my knowledge of Lord Curzon is based on an intimate and lifelong friendship, and a recognition of his quite exceptional qualifications. On the other hand, my knowledge of Mr. Baldwin is slight, and so far his public career has been more or less uneventful, with no signs of special gifts or outstanding ability.
It comes to this, then. You feel that Lord Curzon is the more capable candidate, but that his nomination would grossly affront the Commons.
Lord Stamford, I believe I've said enough already. The unpleasant dotting of I's and crossing of T's I must regretfully leave to you. In this affair, I can only act as an advisor, not as a sponsor.
Arthur, you're back! What's the gossip from London?
What I should like now, Edgar, what I should very much appreciate, would be a glass of extremely cold Chablis.
Don't be so provoking, Arthur, and tell us what happened. Will dear George be chosen?
No, my pet, dear George will not.
It's Stamford, Your Majesty. Lord Balfour did call on me. I'm afraid the quandary is deeper than ever.
George? I do believe there's a policeman bicycling up the path.
Policeman? Good God, you're right.
But what can he be wanting so late in the evening?
This is something I must attend to myself. The constable. Good evening.
Yes, evening, my lord. I got a telegram for you, I have. Postmistress just wrote to my house not 10 minutes ago.
Telegram?
Lord, from London.
Thank you. Would you wait a moment? It may be necessary for me to reply.
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible for me to see you tomorrow? Stamfordham.
Pardon me, Lord?
Constable, there is a reply. That is indeed a reply, an immediate reply. Have you pencil and paper about you?
Notebook, huh? Somewhere. Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. What is the reply to be?
The addressee, the person to whom I'm replying, is Lord Stamfordham at Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace? I know, sir. And the message?
I will be at Carlton House Terrace at 1:20. Signed, Curzon.
I will be at Carlton House Terrace at 1:20. Signature, Curzon.
Splendid accuracy, Constable. I thank you. And will you ensure it goes off immediately?
Oh, I'll rouse him, my lord. I'll rouse him.
A florin should cover the cost. No. Look here, there's half a crown. And I hope you'll drink my health when your duties are completed.
What is it, George? What's happened?
The summons to London. It's come at last.
Newspapers are entirely in your favor, George.
Except for the Times, as you might expect. The Times never ceases to snipe at me, and purely because I'm a member of the House of Lords.
But the telegram, have you seen the editorial?
It's very comforting.
Oh, comforting. George, this is the most exciting journey of our lives. Within 6 hours at most, you'll be Prime Minister.
And you will be first hostess of the land.
I didn't mean to do it, you know. I thought the opportunity would never present itself.
The trouble is that throughout our married life, you've always had less faith in my political future than I possess.
No quarrel. Now we can begin to plan in earnest.
I think we should visit number 10 once I've been to the palace. The press will expect it, and I should like you to have a good look round.
Oh, yes, of course. It would be marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Oh, but George, we shan't live there, shall we? It's such a boring house.
I think the answer is to use number 10 for official purposes only. We shall continue to live at Carlton House Terrace and do our entertaining from there.
Oh, entertaining, can you imagine? But the food of office will be very expensive. Have you thought of that?
I've thought of little else this weekend. But I've no intention of letting my term of office go down in history as a niggardly one. If necessary, I shall sell Montacute and taxes. So long as we have Kettleston and Carlton House Terrace, we can manage perfectly successfully.
Well, I think there's room for discussion there, but the most immediate question is this. When shall we hold the celebratory dinner, and whom shall we invite?
Even more entertaining, Gracie. Whom shall we not invite?
Thank you for coming to town so early, Mr. Baldwin. Today is going to be enormously difficult. And His Majesty hopes you'll understand the nature of these difficulties and bear with him a little longer.
Yes, of course.
Now then, all the advice we've so far taken results in carry on the government. Carry on the government. Would you be prepared to retain Lord Curzon as Foreign Minister?
I would welcome the notion, believe me. But I've been given to understand by Mr. Bonalaw's private secretary that in the event of Lord Curzon's not being offered the premiership, he would feel unable to serve under anyone else.
But suppose Lord Curzon were persuaded to remain in office as Foreign Minister, what then?
I should be delighted to work with him. His experience would be invaluable. Hypothetically speaking, of course.
Thank you.
But I must reaffirm what I've maintained from the start. I have no ambition to become Prime Minister of this country. If Lord Curzon is offered the post, I shall gladly continue as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Lord Stamfordham,
This is the work I love. This is the work I feel competent to deal with.
Today, even Paddington looks terrific.
The express has gained half a minute on the overall journey. A good omen, I fancy.
George, you have a reception committee on your hands.
The press is quick off the mark today.
This really clinches it, doesn't it?
I should have thought so. They wouldn't be wasting their time on an also-ran. Shall we meet them, Gracie? All smiles for the photograph you out. Come in, Lord Stamford. You've met my wife, haven't you?
Good afternoon, Lady Curtin.
Lord Stamford, how good to see you again.
Very kind.
You won't object if Grace remains with us. I'd like her to hear the news along with me.
Well, of course, that's entirely up to you, Lord Curtin.
Well, then do sit down, please.
Thank you so much.
I imagine you've had a busy weekend of it.
I've known quieter times, certainly.
Oh, the news is good, isn't it?
His Majesty has been faced with a situation of, well, I think I may say a situation of almost unparalleled difficulty. Let me say first that the King was most offended at not being informed of Mr. Bonnerlaw's hasty return to England, nor of his intention to resign, nor of his resignation itself.
I fully sympathize with His Majesty. Shortly before the Prime Minister left for his cruise, he categorically denied that he would resign. I was not made aware of it myself, officially, until yesterday morning when I received his letter at Montacute.
The King had no idea whatsoever that anything was amiss, until he read about it in the newspapers at Aldershot. What further exacerbated the situation was Mr. Bonnerlaw's refusal to give any advices to his successor, despite a request from His Majesty. The upshot of all this is that I've been in London since yesterday morning seeing Lord Salisbury and other politicians.
Amongst them Lord Belfer, perhaps?
Lord Salisbury and other politicians. In any event, the King fully recognizes your preeminent claims, immeasurably superior, were his words, to those of any other candidate. These claims are such as to entitle you to expect the succession for which His Majesty regards you as in every way qualified.
I'm deeply grateful for His Majesty's kindness.
And we both are, Lord Stamford.
Nevertheless,
I beg your pardon.
Nevertheless, the largest section of opposition to the present government is the Labour opposition, and as that party is not represented in the House of Lords, it seems judicious to His Majesty that the future leader of the government must be in the House of Commons, where he may answer the Labour leader with full authority.
What are you trying to tell me?
The situation being what it is, I regret that of necessity His Majesty has decided to appoint Mr. Stanley Baldwin.
It can't be true.
Wait.
I'm sorry, but it can't be true.
Lord Stamford, I'm indebted to His Majesty for the honor he has done me in sending me a personal explanation. I presume I may be allowed to comment on it.
Of course. Yes.
Since the King has expressed such high compliments as to my career and service, surely he must realize that the slur implied in Mr. Baldwin's supersession will be all the greater. There is another factor. If His Majesty excludes me from this office, he will in effect be laying down the doctrine for the first time in British history that a peer can never again be Prime Minister. I must earnestly protest against this. It involves an additional and a perpetual and a cruel disability on the order of the House to which I belong.
Circumstances may change, Lord Curtin. They may also...
There's a further consideration. The King's decision, if it obtains, will render my position in the government difficult, if not impossible. My retirement at this moment will not strengthen the government at home or abroad, where so many critical negotiations are in my hands.
That the King must, of course, assume full responsibility, though His Majesty has expressed a desire that your services should be retained.
But all these considerations, have they, I wonder, been present in the mind of the King when he made his decision? May I respectfully ask you to bring them to his attention before he finally acts?
Oh, I shall see that the king is informed.
It is just after 3:15. What time did His Majesty propose to send for Mr. Baldwin?
In the course of the afternoon, I imagine, before he returned to Aldershot this evening.
So, my views may still carry weight.
Your views will never go disregarded. Good afternoon, Lady Curzon. Lord Curzon.
Oh. So great. How ghastly. How absolutely ghastly.
It is at once our necessity, our prerogative, and our pleasure, Mr. Baldwin, to desire you to act as the head of the government, led until recently by Mr. Bonelaw.
I am deeply honored, Your Majesty, but still totally apprehensive. The position of leader has been offered to me when I am inexperienced, before I am really fitted for it, by a succession of curious chances that could never have been foreseen. I have never expected it. I am in no way trained for it.
I understand your misgivings, and I appreciate your honesty. But will you accept the post?
Oh, with respect, sir, Lord Curzon is in every way more qualified to lead them than I am.
Lord Curzon is an unparry. But you must be aware of the problems inherent in our inviting a member of the House of Lords to become Prime Minister.
They're immense, sir, it's true, but Lord Curzon is your man. I'm sure of it.
The thing is this, Mr. Baldwin. I'm convinced that my responsibility to the country, to my people, makes it imperative that the new Prime Minister should be chosen from the House of Commons. Were Lord Curzon to be appointed, and the experiment failed, the Crown would be regarded as being completely out of touch with public feelings. And rightly. I hope you will understand my dilemma, as I understand yours.
Then I can only promise Your Majesty that I shall do all in my power to justify the privilege and the responsibility you have so graciously offered me.
You have our prayers, as well as our congratulations, Mr. Baldwin.
You see, Ray, virtually every newspaper carries the same story. Utter bewilderment that Baldwin should have been chosen.
I've seen something else. The king saw Mr. Baldwin at 3:15 yesterday afternoon.
But that's impossible.
See for yourself.
And it was at 3:15 p.m. that Mr. Baldwin was received by His Majesty. So, while Stamford was still here.
Exactly.
While he was still assuring me that my observations would be presented to the king, Baldwin was accepting office. Oh, Grace, when Balfour and Kitchener between them destroyed my tenure as Viceroy of India, I thought my heart would break. When poor Mary died so soon afterwards, I believed that life could hold no greater misery for me. But this surpasses them all.
Georgie! Georgie! Are you there?
Yes, I'm just taking the air.
You must try to stop worrying. The decision has been made, and I'm sure it was for the best.
I hope so. Indeed, I hope so.
Come inside. It's quite chilly in the garden now the sun's gone down.
In a moment. I keep thinking of those two men, May. What they must be feeling now. Mr. Baldwin, worried and bewildered. Lord Curzon, utterly wretched.
I've already said this once, darling. But I'll say it again because I'm not going to let you have any more sleepless nights. Mr. Baldwin and Lord Curzon chose to be statesmen.
They knew the risks involved. They knew all about the frustrations and miseries of high office. They've known all along that this country must have a prime minister, and that we can only have one prime minister at a time. But they chose to lead this life of theirs. Oh, what is it that dear old dog Briss says in Much Ado? Can you remember? Yes, I've got it. God's a good man. When two men ride a horse, one must ride behind.
I've forgotten. How right he was.
Well then, you were the one who had to decide who should sit in front, not them. You had no choice in the matter of being king. They had every choice in the matter of being politicians. Yours is the loneliest and hardest task, Georgie.
Dear Meg, you're a great comfort to me. Did you know that? What keeps occurring to me is irony of the situation. I've had to pass over a great man in favor of a reluctant, if capable man. And what the loss could be to the nation, I can only begin to imagine.
There's a letter from Stanley Baldwin.
Oh, what can that man possibly have to say to you?
He wants me to take luncheon with him tomorrow.
Oh, you'll refuse, of course. No, you will, won't you?
I'm intrigued to know what he has to say.
Well, it's quite obvious what he'll have to say. And it's equally obvious what you'll have to reply.
Well, there's nothing to be lost by meeting him.
Oh, there's everything. There's your self-respect. You made it clear to Bonner that you could not accept office under a prime minister other than himself. That prime minister has been appointed, and he can only wish to see you to beg you to continue as foreign minister under him.
The problem is that so many negotiations are in progress under my direction that it would be dangerous to discontinue my control now.
You see what I mean? Already you're preparing to act as a subordinate again.
No use our wasting time, George. His Majesty wishes you to continue as foreign minister. And it's my wish also. We need your experience and diplomacy more than ever before.
I have every desire to stand down. I feel my work is done.
It's scarcely started in international affairs at any rate. We both know you should have become prime minister. We both know why I was chosen instead. I realize it's an absurd and cruel situation for you. I can only appeal to you as a conservative and as a patriot. If you should choose to resign, I shall perfectly understand. But I hope it won't come to that. I hope for you. The king requests you. The nation wants you. The empire needs you.
George!
In the study. Hello, darling. You're looking very bright about the eyes. What have you been up to?
I'm just been down to Thomas Cook's. We can have a stateroom on the next suitable cruiser that's sailing for Buenos Aires.
But when would that be?
10 days' time.
But why so soon? Your Argentine affairs have waited for months. Couldn't they wait a few months more?
But what's to keep us here now?
I shall be back in Lausanne in 10 days' time.
I don't believe it.
You'd better see what I've written to Baldwin.
Baldwin? He has you dancing to his tune already.
That's very far from the case. He's dancing to mine.
Oh, George, let me see. As my retirement at this moment might be thought to involve distrust in your administration, I will for the present continue as a foreigner. And you're going to send this?
I have no real option. Now, you must see it, surely.
You can turn him down flat and let him sort out Lausanne himself.
It's not as straightforward as that.
It's totally straightforward. You swore that if anyone else became prime minister, you'd never work under him. Yet only 2 days after your ultimate humiliation, you're sitting up at Baldwin's table on your hind legs begging for a bowl.
That's unjust and untrue.
It's entirely true. You've gone back on your word, and everyone will know it. You're a trimmer, George. You'd rather hang on as a messenger boy than surrender office completely.
I'm not thinking of Baldwin, I'm thinking of the country.
You're thinking of yourself. You need to feel you're at the center of things. You like to believe you're running the empire. But all you're doing is to play the elderly nursemaid to an ironmaster's son.
That's enough, Grace.
It's more than enough. I could live with you in victory. I could stand by you in honorable defeat. But this Cap in hand, appeasement is more than I can take. I shall go to Hackwood tomorrow. You can reach me there if you can find any reason to.
Have you no conception of the meaning of duty?
In your vocabulary, duty is a very elastic word. The only duty you recognize is your own presence in the hierarchy of power. How you know doesn't matter so long as you're in there somewhere. You won't miss me, George. Not really. There'll be plenty to occupy you while I'm away. There always is.
Grace!
You better finish that letter, if it's to reach Baldwin in good time.
I will, for the present, continue at the Foreign Office. Yours sincerely, Curzon. Oh, Anderson.
My lord?
I'd like this letter to go to number 10. Downing Street, you understand?
My lord.
There's no need to send it through post. You can take it yourself.
Directly, sir.
On the instant. Oh, Anderson, don't take a cab. They're ruinously expensive. It's just as fast to walk from here.
Very good, my lord.
Thank you, Anderson.
My name is George Nathaniel Curzon. I am a most superior person. My cheek is pink, my hair is sleek. I dine at Blenheim once a week.
In Weekend at Montacute, by Michael Robson, the part of Lord Curzon was played by Paul Rogers, Grace Curzon by Mary Wimbush, and Stanley Baldwin by Alan Rowe. King George V, John Westbrook, Queen Mary, Margaret Robertson, Andrew Bonner Law, Malcolm Hayes, Lord Stamfordham, Hayden Jones, Lord Balfour, William Fox, Lord Beaverbrook, Peter Marinka, Lord Crewe, Noel Iliff, Lord Salisbury, James Thomason, John Davidson, John Rowe, Colonel Sir Ronald Waterhouse, Garrard Green, Sir John Lavery, David Graham, and a police constable, William Eagle. The play was produced and directed by David Spencer.
A Piece of Cake, adapted for radio by Josephine Bruce, from the novel by Charles Anthony. Marpleton is an unspoilt little village on the Hampshire coast, between Lymington and Christchurch, looking south towards the Needles, which gleam when the sun catches the three great razorbacks against the sky. In his retirement from the Navy, Lieutenant Commander Peter Wilson, R.N., has found a home in this country backwater for himself, his wife Margaret, his daughter Elizabeth, and his factotum, leading able seaman Tego Strip, also ex-R.N. Marpleton, as Peter says, is one of those places where the elephants come to die, if they can afford it. A Piece of Cake.
Morning, Strip.
Oh, morning, Matt.
Oh, dear, she's left her gym shoes out. Dirty, too.
Oh, I'll give him a quick clean-up, ma'am.
Yes, do.
Liz, darling, turn off that thing and come down to breakfast. It's nearly 8 and the bus goes at 9, you know.
Really? Hello, you puss. Here's your milk.
2 eggs each I done for Miss Liz and the commander, ma'am.
Oh, God. Oh, thank heavens they're laying well. The hens, I mean.
Oh, yes, and they wind out his less for their own pleasure. Commander's down feeding of them now. Shall I fetch him in?
Oh, yes, do, please, Strip.
Liz!
Sorry, Mother. My suitcase wouldn't zip. Oh. Where's Pa?
Oh, he'll be in a minute. Start, do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's your coffee. There's not too much time.
Thanks. Oh, morning, you puss. 4 letters for Pa. Lucky doll.
Yes. Only one looks openable, though.
Bills, you mean? Oh, Lord.
Not to worry, darling. Toast. He's going up about a job on Monday.
Oh, grand. Oh, that reminds me. You're going over to the Kemp's drink party tonight, aren't you?
Consolation for your going back to school.
Well, give my love to Natalie Kemp and to Larry Kemp. I think he's rather cool.
Do you, Liz? Yes, he's quite cool, I agree.
Well, even though he is middle-aged, he's got something.
Talking about me?
Naturally, Peter. Coffee, love.
Oh, thanks. Well, those'll keep. Oh, blast. Liz, darling, I can't drive you to the bus. Carrington's ringing me at 9. He says be sure to be here. He won't be at his office today.
Oh, Pa!
I'll drive you instead.
Right. Goodbye, my dearest you-puss. Now, be good. And don't have kittens till the Christmas halls. Oh, Pa, darling. Goodbye. Fabulous holidays. Oh, good luck on Monday.
Bless you, Liz. Don't murder Mademoiselle Labouche this term. They don't like it in the best schools.
I'll try to restrain myself for your sake. Bye, Pa, darling. See you.
Good term, Liz, darling. Bye.
A light, sir?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, we'll be missing Miss Liz.
Yes, we shall.
Still, Christmas be along for you knowing.
Yes, so it will. Yes, Strip, it will.
Commander Wilson's residence? Oh, yes, sir, he's here. Hold on a minute. He may be in his study. Oh, no, here he is. Commander Carrington, sir.
Steady my foot. Thanks, Strip. Hello? Oh, Carrington, hello. Oh. Yes, I see, it's off. No, of course, naturally. I see. Yes, well, I was coming up anyway. Oh, you do? Right, I'll ring you Monday. Can do. Okay, goodbye.
Oh, some more coffee, sir?
Thanks, Strip.
Well, sir, I'll go and get some taters in.
Right. Oh, damn.
She's off, darling. Just caught it. Oh, dear. I do hate these parties.
Know.
What about Carrington? Has he run?
Yes, but no go, this one. New line.
Oh.
But I'm seeing him on Monday anyway.
Oh, God. And you sent her love. Well, tonight, gins with Larry and Natalie, yes? It'll help. I can wear my little black number with the cultured pearls.
Yes, rather, darling. Keeping up with the Kemps. Oh, Daddy's showing us over the yacht on Sunday, don't forget, at Hurst.
Well, here's Pomona.
By Jove, you've got something here, Rocky fella. She's a beauty. And a fast beauty at that. What, 18 knots or so, isn't she?
Oh, good heavens, no. 13, perhaps, at a pinch. Well, that's a good deal faster than most. She's diesel, of course.
Come and have a look round.
I do envy you both, Natalie.
You won't have to for long, we hope.
Well, this way, ladies and gents, and mind your heads, please. She steers easily, and she'll turn on her heel if you want her to.
Very tidy job, sir. Very tidy.
Glad you approve, Strip. You and the commander are the experts.
Come on, Margaret. I want you to see the saloon. Natalie, it's lovely. So cozy, armchairs and everything. I love the duck egg blue. And your chintz is all your own work.
Yes, she spared me nothing but the best.
I say.
Then further aft, owner's cabin and bath.
Very swish. All the comforts of home.
And up far there's the galley.
Oh, and the cooker, too.
That's what sold it to me.
I can't afford to take her out often, of course, but we might once before I sell her. You like to come?
I'll see if I can hold you to that.
Where will we go?
Oh, anywhere you like. There's plenty of fuel. Take you over the other side if the weather holds.
Done.
Look, I've got a few charts here. Perhaps you'd like to take a glance. Here you are.
Oh, Admiralty chart, I see.
Yeah. Look, Flamanville to Saint-Marcouf. That shows Barfleur. Cherbourg there in the middle. There's Barfleur and Saint-Vaast over on the east of the peninsula. Aumonville here to the west of Cherbourg.
Yes, I see. Almost due south of this coast.
Yeah. You know, I always thought Aumonville would be a good place to do a bit of racketeering from if one were interested in defrauding the revenue.
Smuggling?
I thought you yachtsmen fluttered your eyelashes and came all over queer if anyone so much as mentioned such a thing as smuggling.
Oh, good heavens, man, I'm not thinking of trying it. But it's the nearest place from this part of the world. Just where we are now, in fact. As you said, almost due south of the Gulf lies. It's about 60 miles.
Well, I think there must have been a lot of smuggling around about in the old days.
Yes, in the old days there must.
Of course, nowadays, with a fast boat, it'd be an easy run, in the dark.
Oh, but no one could get away with it nowadays. Except by a colossal fluke.
Yes.
Well, who's for the shore?
Well, the wind's getting up a bit.
Oh, yes, it is getting a bit chilly.
Poor old Pomona. It's a shame to have to keep her here. Well, we'll take her on one last little farewell trip. How about tomorrow?
Sorry, got to go to London.
Hello, Peter. What are you doing in these parts?
Going for a drink at my club. Join me?
Fine. As a matter of fact, you're just the fellow I wanted to see.
Oh? Well, come in, do. Here are a couple of chairs. Now, what'll you have?
Pink gin, please.
2 pink gins.
Sir. You know, I was thinking of ringing you tonight. How about the bread line?
Denuded of crust.
I was just talking about you.
Oh?
Well, I'll tell you. This chap, Bryce Jones.
Who?
Bryce Jones. I ran across him in Cornwall last summer. Very nicely placed. Large Bentley, expensive-looking wife. I ran into him again today.
Your drink, sir.
Oh, thank you, Collins.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I told Bryce Jones I was ploughing the field and scattering, and he said, what a pity we hadn't met up again before I got bogged down, so to speak.
Oh, yes.
Well, it appears he's looking for a really trustworthy type. That's me, Peter. Or you. Ex-officer type, to help him with his show. Says the possibilities are unlimited for the right chap. Thousands, if you play it right. Expense sheets and all.
It sounds too good to be true, but where do I come in?
Well, I'm too involved myself, as you know. So it occurred to me, what about old Peter, just up his street? So I mentioned your name, and he's interested. Just the type, he thinks.
Well, I don't know much about his line of business. Would I qualify?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. He just wants a few details of your life and loves to date. That is, if you like the idea.
My dear Larry, I'd take anything on at this moment. Doorman at a nightclub, if necessary. Can I see him today?
No, not today. He's off to Paris this afternoon, but I'll send him your dossier and say Wilson is willing. That'll be it. No worry, it's on.
Your order, sir?
2 double pink gins, please, Collins.
Very good, sir.
More coffee, ma'am?
Oh, yes, please, Drew. A letter from Liz, Peter. She says Mademoiselle Labouche has grown a beard and will we send 2 rolling stones. Here, you read it.
Thanks. Dear Liz.
Coffee, sir, and the other post.
Oh, thanks. Put it there, will you?
Now, Peter, this Bryce Jones, it sounds a bit fishy to me. Bentleys and whatnot, expensive-looking wife. I shouldn't set too much store on it, darling. I'm sure Larry has any number of slick friends.
No, but...
Still, you never know. It's high time your luck turned.
Oh, true.
This is just the sort of way things do bob up. Would we have to move, do you think?
No, that's the great beauty of it. I'd be able to do it all from here. Well, not a car, probably, but that's expenses. That's the way to live nowadays, on an expense sheet. So Larry says.
Couldn't put me on it, I suppose.
Well, of course, darling. From now on, you're an overhead, and a highly presentable one, too. Very overhead.
So long as I'm not an overdraft.
Commander Wilson here. Oh, Mr. Bryce Jones, yes. Oh, would you not like to... Oh, I see. Of course. Certainly, of course I can. You'll send them before you go to the States. Fine, then I'll work them over. Of course. For Paris and Brussels. Right, I'll work on them. See you when you get back. I'll expect that, then. Yes. Fine. Goodbye.
Oh, Peter. Perhaps this is it at last, do you think?
I think so.
Oh, come in, Peter.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Larry's up in town on some mysterious business of his. I ought to have told you, but perhaps then you wouldn't have come.
Why not?
Oh, yes, why not? Larry's worried about Pomona. The buyer's fallen through, probably.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, since you're here, what about a drink? You must have something.
You know I never can resist a drink.
Pig. Here you are.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
As a matter of fact, I did really want to have a word with you on your own, Peter.
Well, that's nice. What word?
I'm serious. To start with, how goes it with Bryce Jones?
Oh, on the whole, fine. He's in the States for a week or so, but I've got stuff to do for him already. No salary yet, but that's due any day now.
Oh, good. Because I just wanted to warn you. Don't go getting mixed up with any of Larry's wildcat schemes, Peter. I mean it.
But he has...
Larry's burnt himself badly once or twice. I should know. Leave us to our gardening and you stick to your advertising. We'll all be happier then.
Has Larry got something brewing then?
I don't know. But then even I never know with him. And I'm too fond of you not to say this just in case. You know I am, don't you, Peter?
It's decent of you, Natalie.
I don't know about that. Does the gypsy's warning rate a reward? Like this?
Natalie.
Larry!
What fun. I suppose I should chuck you out, Peter. But I'm not risking any damage. Just go, will you? And don't bother to come back.
Larry. Natalie.
For God's sake, Larry, take that silly green hat off and explain what you mean by pouncing in like this. You must have seen Peter's car. I don't like being spied on.
You'd better go, Peter. It wouldn't take me half a minute to turn you into a jam omelette. One of these days I will, when it suits me. Now go away and keep away.
I'm extremely sorry, Larry. It's inadequate, but that's all I can say. Good night, Natalie.
Don't go. Let's try and be sensible about this. There's no need for all this drama.
No.
Get out!
Goodbye, Natalie. I beg your pardon, Larry. Both of you.
Peter, here you are.
Yo-ho. Letters.
Coffee, darling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Bank.
Perhaps something's been paid in.
No, afraid not.
Hmm?
Well, now for Bryce Jones. Good.
Oh, not good?
Not. Bryce Jones, full of apologies, but he's been talking things over with his principals in Paris. And they've decided it's not quite the time for expanding their activities. Will, of course, contact me if things improve.
Oh, Peter.
Well, of course, I was a fool to pin my faith to a man I've never even met. And it seemed so absolutely on. I've banked on it.
I know, darling.
I'm worried about Strip. He won't go. But how can we pay him? Oh, I'll have to get a job on the roads. It pays quite well, they tell me.
With me on the streets, all our problems will be solved. Larry Kemp? Hello? Yes, we're just back. Yes, he's here. Peter, it's Larry.
Yes? No. This evening. Oh, Natalie's away. Oh, no. Sorry. Well, yes, if you really mean it. All right, see you then.
Well, what goes?
Larry wants a chat. His buyers finally let him down about Pomona. Natalie's away. I'd better go over, I suppose.
It seems to be the mutual let-down day. Yes, you go along and comfort him, darling. Perhaps he may have a slant on Bryce Jones.
Ah, he might at that. Au revoir, darling.
Look here, Peter. I'm in a hell of a mess.
Oh, who isn't?
Oh, things are coming to the boil, Peter. I shall want some help.
Well, go ahead.
Drink?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. You may have wondered when I rang you this morning, but Pomona's sale falling through. Well, one moment I had 15,000 and the next damn all. And nothing else negotiable at the moment. Now, I've got to have some cash to tide me over, so I'm thinking of using her for a little free trade.
Oh, smuggling, in other words.
Yes.
Cheers. Cheers. How do you propose to go about it?
Well, I shall run Pomona over to France and back here in the dark. We shan't get nabbed. She'll be back in her moorings before dawn. Now,
before you go on, laddie, I am not playing at smugglers. I'm still supposed to be a naval officer. I've got to go broke like a little gent, hearts of oak and all that sort of thing, you know what I mean.
I'm dead serious about this, Peter. Look here. Now, here's Hurst and the dear old shingle bank to Westford.
Yeah?
You know the place. Now, all we have to do is to bring the dinghy in and unload into the car. So someone would just have to be there at the crucial moment, that's all.
And that someone is me.
Oh, no. I want you in the Pomona. No, there'll be someone to load us the goods at Ormonville, which is the perfect spot for the job. It's a nice, secluded little cove. Deep water right up to the rocks at high tide.
Well, what is it you're thinking of bringing over? If it's booze, it's going to be damn bulky and heavy to handle.
You've got booze on the brain. Oh, no. Now, the cargo I'm interested in is nice and handy. What's more, it should bring in a cool 20,000 or so profit.
20,000? What's it all about? Uranium or drugs?
Watches, dear boy. Lovely gold watches. 1,000 in each suitcase. 200 to a tray.
Good Lord. Well, who's big brother in this? The bird who's going to provide the goods and dispose of them.
Well, let's call him the chief, shall we?
Not in Chicago, laddie, yet.
What name would you prefer?
Oh, I don't give a brass farthing. Call him Snodgrass if he's so coy. I once knew a parson of that name. Very upright character.
This chap is perfectly normal, like you and me. He's a bit unorthodox, perhaps, but in the money. Well, here's to Snodgrass, then.
It's sheer madness, Larry.
Look, wait a minute. After all, playing hide-and-seek with the customs has always been a comparatively gentlemanly kind of game on a small scale. Tiny chip off the revenue, a tiny piece of cake for us. Or have you got cold feet? Too cold to think of home comforts?
Oh, of course not. No. I'm on, laddie. I've got to be.
That's what I thought, good man.
But Margaret must not know. She'd have kittens.
Well, you could resurrect Bryce Jones. He telephoned me and you were here.
Could be. Yes.
He wants to see you in Paris for a few days. Simple. Piece of...
As you said, laddie, a piece of cake. Seed cake, as far as I'm concerned.
You haven't been sleeping at all well lately, Peter. You're worried about something, aren't you?
Oh, no, not really. Just the delay over Bryce Jones.
But he's come up with some cash, after all. I did think he might be a bit of a phony, but I hope now, for both our sakes, I'm wrong.
Oh, it seems like it. He wants me to go over to Paris to meet his principals.
Oh, good. When?
Well, he's going to let me know. And send the funds for expenses.
Well, I just hope it's soon, so you really know where you are and stop this high-tension stuff. Oh, I know. It's been a ghastly year for you, darling.
Oh, for you too, Margaret. I do realize that, you know.
I know, darling. But I'm okay as long as you are, always.
Hello? Oh, Larry. Yes? Yes, sure. I'll come right away.
Have a drink.
Thank you.
As I said, complications. Snodgrass is out. He's ill. So I'm afraid it'll have to be you to collect in Paris and take the stuff to Cherbourg. You and Strip. 2 heavy cases.
What? But good Lord.
It's the only answer you don't.
It will not be us. I can't let Strip in for this lark in case anything went wrong. And anyway, who's going to take my place in Pomona?
That's all lined up.
Oh? Who's the new member of the club?
As a matter of fact, Peter, dear, it's me.
You infernal twister, Larry. You have had me for a mug between you, haven't you? Now, look, about Strip...
Strip will have gone off by the time you get back. Urgent message from Cornwall. A relative seriously ill. I had a quiet word with him yesterday.
Yesterday? Then you knew then?
Well, we thought it better to let Strip in on it, knowing what your views might be. He's delighted. Anything you're concerned in, you know. You see?
Oh, I see. Yes, I see.
And you can't get in touch with him. I've given him some cash. He'll be on your plane.
Blast you, Larry. But, Margaret...
Oh, Mrs. Plum will go over and stay with her while Strip's away.
You have got me nicely ditched, haven't you?
And I'm glad you see sense. Now, cash. Snodgrass has sent it. 100 should see you safely through, I think. And, here's your plane reservation. Now, you pick up the bags in Paris. Here's the left luggage ticket. Very valuable document. Gare de Lyon. Might cause a lot of trouble in the wrong hands. Now, you'll have to go tomorrow. Can't let the cases be left in the left luggage a minute longer than necessary. And get to Cherbourg as soon as you can, will you? I've booked a room at the De La Mer Hotel.
Oh, you couple of crooks.
We'll come over the following night. ETA, 11 o'clock.
I'll have to switch Bryce Jones to Cherbourg for Margaret's benefit, damn you. Fortunately, she thinks him a bit funny in his ways already.
Well, that's that. Jolly good luck to us all.
Here's to crime.
Yes. I shall now return and tell me lies to Margaret. And I wish both of you a thoroughly sleepless night. Ah, Gare de Lyon. That was quick. We'll ask the taxi to wait. Come on, Strip. Two cases. Voici les billets.
Si, monsieur. 250 francs.
Oh. Je vois. Voilà. 500 francs.
Merci, monsieur. Mille remerciements. Voilà les deux valises. Oh, mon Dieu, sont assez lourdes, vous savez.
Oui. Oh, elles sont. Here, Strip. Merci mille fois.
De quoi, monsieur?
You take one, I'll take the other.
Yes.
Saint-Lazare, et vite.
Saint-Lazare, et vite. Oui, monsieur.
Oh, large smell of garlic. No gendarme on the scent, I think?
No, sir, not that I can see.
Blue car just behind us. Seems to be tagging on rather.
No reason he should, really.
No, only... Oh, I think we'll make it with a few minutes in hand.
Mastering morceau. Oh, very quick him. 15 francs. Merci, monsieur.
Yes, and mercy to you. Come on, Strip. Le 5 o'clock, 5 heures p.m., Cherbourg.
Par là, monsieur.
Merci. Strip, was that blue car behind us?
Yes, sir. I think he were.
Come on. That's it. Thanks, Strip. Oh, just made it. We'll stick here, Strip, and have our consommation à l'anglais.
Yes, sir. Well, here we are. Sherry, sandwiches and boiled eggs, coffee in the thermos, and a half of rum. Thought that might come in helpful.
Mm-hmm. Good man, Strip. Let's have it. Let's look at the cliffs of Aumobile. One of these railway photographs is of the Cap de la Hague.
Oh, will the weather keep up, sir?
Who's this chap? Looks like James Cagney.
Oh, wandering up and down. Yeah, he has been. I've seen him. Yeah.
I wonder.
This place not taken?
No, I don't think so. Let's have another sandwich, Strip.
Yes, sir. Been a bit peckish myself.
If you eat here, I will leave my papers to reserve my seat. Yes? While I go to the dining car.
By all means. Strip, he was staring at the reflection of our suitcases. He is following us.
He's a nasty-looking piece of work, I do say.
You know what I think? He's no detective. He's Snodgrass. Come to keep his eye on us. Nasty, pale green eyes, too, like peeled grapes. Of course he wouldn't trust us to play fair. Ill, my foot. It's Snodgrass, or one of his minions.
You've got the right of it, sir. This way he gets his job done for him. No risk to himself, but sees to it we're playing the game with him.
Well, exactly. Rather ingenious. I'll give Mr. Kemp a piece of my mind when I see him next. He must have known.
Pour Cherbourg. Arrêt prochain, Caen, Séville, Leclerc, 45 pour Caen et Cherbourg.
vous me permettez, monsieur?
Ah, mademoiselle, permettez-moi vos bagages.
Merci bien, monsieur. Merci bien.
Quite a lolly. I prefer to Snodgrass. She got that.
Si, monsieur. I speak English. Vous êtes anglais, hein?
Yes. Nous allons passer quelques jours à Cherbourg. Nous avons... we're on a business visit, mademoiselle. Madame.
Oh, business, eh? I hope you will be very successful and have good weather.
Yes. Merci. Bit cold at present.
You stay in an hotel in Cherbourg, monsieur?
Yes, Hotel de Casino.
Ah, oui, le casino. C'est bon.
Oh, bon.
I hope you will like Cherbourg. Myself, I am from Perpignan. I find the people up here not so sympathetic.
Oh, well, why do you come here then? Is your husband perhaps in the Navy?
You're very nearly right. He is a radio operator in the merchant marine. His ship has been at Le Havre. So now I pay a visit to my parents at Cherbourg. My father is Capitaine de Douane there, Captain of Customs.
Sorry, sir. Rum went down the wrong way.
Perhaps I alarmed your friend.
Oh, no, ma'am, no. Just a rum go, that's all it were.
My papa will not be on duty when he meets the train. He will not search your cases.
Cherbourg. Here we are. Let me help you with your case.
Thank you. Merci mille fois. Oh, ma parapluie. It is caught under your case.
Yeah, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Yours looks heavy to move.
Books, you know, books. Traveling in Bibles and religious works, solid weight.
Ah, yes, bien sûr. Ah, the good books. Ah, there is Papa. Papa, par ici. Au revoir, monsieur. Perhaps we can give you a lift to the casino.
No. No. Very kind of you. We have to meet a chap. I mean, he's meeting us. I mean, mustn't keep you. Do hope to see you again. Au revoir, madame.
À tout à l'heure, alors.
She would have to be the daughter of the customs man. And as you said, Strim, quite a lolly. But I hope we don't see her again. Oh, no porters. Well, let's hump these and find a taxi.
Bagage, monsieur. Ça y est. Vous désirez?
Hôtel de la Mer, s'il vous plaît. Snodgrass, or wherever he is, didn't come back?
No, sir. Oh, maybe he isn't Snodgrass. Saw him pass, though. Look this way, then he dodged off to the car park after the French lady.
Did he now? Car behind us. That's him, I think. Anyway, that should have thrown him. Yes, he's gone past the turning. Thank goodness. It's a gully little pub, I must say. As gay as a morgue. Tourism, bar, buffet froid. Oh, it's cold enough without that. Oh, shades of the Hotel de Casino, eh, Strip?
Just so, sir. Shades is right.
Carte franc, monsieur.
Yes, of course. Voilà. Et pour vous.
Bien, monsieur.
Oui, monsieur.
Reservations pour Wilson?
Ah, monsieur Wilson. Je me donne les fiches. Fill in these cards, please, monsieur, and bring them back, will you, please. Merci. Les clés.
Oh, bien
It is
sûr.
here. It is this door here. Garçon, numéro 28. Portez le bagage.
Oui, monsieur.
What a little home from home.
Yes, sir.
Well, here we are, aren't we? You take that bed strip. You better get a kip. We must be up early.
What did you say, sir?
I said we must make an early start. Lock the cases in the wardrobe and give me the key.
Yes, sir.
I'll set the alarm for 6:30. If we shall ever hear it above this din. Oh, well, Dante's Inferno, oh, Lord. Oh. Strip. Show a leg.
Huh?
We've got to get to Omonville and get the lay of the land. Tonight's the night. Or tomorrow. Or should be.
Weather's not too bad.
Suitcases all right. The ones, I mean.
Oh, all safely stowed, sir. In the wardrobe. And locked.
Right, I'll take the key. Now get the fodder. We may need some time to recce at Omonville.
Yes, sir.
Strip. There's a gendarme. KP, blue overcoat, pistol and all. Wait.
Bonjour, Monsieur Wilson.
Nothing for it. Come on.
The copper's going.
J'espère. I hope you have slept well, you and your friend.
Oh, comme si, comme ça, as you say. Have you some trouble? The gendarme.
He collects these, les fiches. Registration form. Mm-hmm. They have nothing else to do at the sous-prefecture. It is out of season, you see.
Yes, I see. Yeah, come on, Strip. Pretty nippy.
Bit of a nor'easter, sir. Still, 'tis a clear sky.
Yes, well, we'll make for the inner harbor. There's a bridge there, and we should find a bus for Omonville. Police station. And the customs offices will pass by on the other side, I think.
Do look healthier on t'other bank, and no mistake, sir.
Here's the weather forecast on this board. Temps clair. Yes. Sea beautiful but unagitated. Wind 15 knots. Yes, but weather slowly worsening.
Oh, that ain't so good.
High tide 13:55 hours. Must try to get Larry, Mr. Kemp, over tonight.
Oh, ain't that the bus stop, sir? Oh, but no buses.
Well, there's a taxi on the rank. We'll ask him. Excusez-moi. À quelle heure vont les autobus vers Omonville? Omonville.
Vous êtes anglais, non?
Ah oui.
There are only two a day, monsieur. One into Sherbrooke in the morning, one back to Omonville in the evening. The summer it is different, but now, monsieur will have to take a taxi.
Yes. Combien alors?
20 francs, monsieur. And for waiting, 5 francs the hour.
Right, must do. Expensive, but it can't be helped. Time is of the essence.
What's he charging, sir?
About £2 to £3. Double that if we have to do it twice.
But, look, Mr. Kemp, give me a tenner, like. There's that to fall back on, sir.
Strip, you're Oh, this chap's another sterling mass.
Le pont tournant was blown up by the Allemands. They have destroyed everything not already bombed.
You must have had a terrible time here in Cherbourg.
But yes, it was terrible. Boom, boom. Oh, my wife, she could not stand it. All the time. Boom, boom. À droite, monsieur. L'Arsenal de Cherbourg.
L'Arsenal de... the dockyard. Yes, I see. Je vois. The sea looks calm.
Today, yes. Not always. And the current's very strong. You walk along the path further along, you will see for yourself. When you dismount, it is the Sentier des Douaniers.
The customs officer's path.
There used to be contrebandier, just smuggling. Not now, of course. One has other things to do.
Oh, of course. Strip, I think we'll get off now and sniff out any customs lookouts.
Good thing to take it, Daniel.
Alors, we will stop, please.
Yes, monsieur. This is Graville.
Here, mon brave. Take this for now. Fine day, we'll hike. And have another trip with you tomorrow, maybe?
Merci bien, monsieur, merci bien. Follow that lane down there. À demain.
Well, now for the customs path. and Aumonville at last.
Seems pretty quiet, like. It's gone like a dove in some parts.
I hope that dog sleeps well at night. Rather an abusive type.
Well, maybe there's another way up out of Aumonville, sir.
I should think. We must try and find one. Maybe back of the farm we'd hit the Beaumont Road. Écouleville. Nice little village.
Signpost there says La Plage. That do mean the beach, don't it?
Yes. To the right. Come on. Seem to be more dogs than inhabitants. Mind. Here's an electrified fence to keep the cattle in.
Oh, fine thing to run into it now. Good thing you spotted it, sir.
Down this goat track. Ah, here's Mr. Kemp's cove. Well, it looks ideal.
Aye. Deep water right in the way it looks.
Natural breakwater, those rocks. Pomona will be able to nose right in.
Barbed wire. And there'll be a pillbox there, too.
Old defense stuff. I hope the beach hasn't any unexploded mines.
Look, we could get the cases to that there ledge of rocks, sir, not touching the beach. Further to seaward.
Good strip. Yes, and no need to use the dinghy. And look, that concrete bunker there. Nearly covered with brambles.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, let's have a look. Below ground level, good. Pretty dark. Nothing but dry bracken in it.
Good cover for the cases, sir, maybe.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. Pretty strong flood tide. Those boats are having quite a fight of it.
Mr. Kemp will have to be bang on time.
Yes. Now, if there's a coast guard up at Aumonville Fort, he's got a pretty good view of this cove. You have to be very careful with the torch.
Those rocks there be fair cover on the breakwater.
Let's hope. Where's the Basse Brefort? I can't see it.
Sir?
The Brefort buoy.
Oh.
Mr. Kemp's got to get a good range on it if he's not going to pile up on the reefs coming in. Ah, there it is. Now, thank heaven for that.
The fort, sir, would it be manned? Radar, so on?
I don't know, in peacetime. I'd certainly rather it wasn't precisely there. Look, there's a cafe open on the front. We'll have a drink, and I'll put a call through to Mr. Kemp, if they've a phone here. Deux calvados, s'il vous plaît, madame.
Bien sûr, monsieur.
Je puis téléphone?
Mais certainement, monsieur, si vous voulez.
Merci bien. Hello. This is Aumonville 035. I want to make a phone call to England. Yes. Pill. P-I-double-L. It's near Southampton. Yes, number 118.
Hello? Bill 118?
Larry? Peter.
What's up, Peter? You're early on it?
Look, can't you make it any sooner? Tonight, lovely this end.
What's the panic?
There are other reasons.
Well, can't we stick to the original arrangement? Forecast's good enough.
Not this end. You'd be a damn fool, I mean it.
Right, if you insist. I'll have to get cracking. That all?
No change. Not to bother with the pram, though. We can handle the baby without it. Get me? Goodbye.
Okay, goodbye.
Sir, think we ought to be getting back.
What? Oh, yes, I see. Well, I must pay for our drinks.
Monsieur, but of course, we have met somewhere on the train, was it? Not from Paris. This is my friend Marcel.
Oh, enchanté, monsieur.
Oh, delighted. Yes, I remember. But didn't you get out on the way?
Just to take a little walk. That was all.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Here in the summer, you know, there are many English yachts, but in winter, no one comes.
Perhaps monsieur is on holiday. Perhaps here is a warmer climate than England.
My friend and I have some business in Cherbourg, but not until tomorrow, I think. So we are taking a little look at the country. The weather is so good, Marcel.
It seems to have improved.
Ça fait 5 francs, monsieur. Avec le Calvados. 8 francs, 20 centimes, monsieur.
Voila, 100, 100. I've just been telephoning my wife. She's ill.
Oh, too bad. But she will be coming over here, I think I heard you say on the phone.
Oh, yes, I hope so. To Paris, if the weather keeps fine. The, baby is not a good sailor.
Ah, pauvre Pepe.
Yes, well, we must be off, Strip.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye. They are on our track, damn it.
Looks flipping like it, sir. See, there's the same blue car.
They've been on to us from the moment we left the Gare de Lyon. James Kegney kept the eye on us while Marcel drove to Cherbourg.
Cripes, they've stowed their car right alongside the door.
Yes, but they certainly don't seem like customs men. We've got to dodge them anyway. No panic, but PDQ. Thank heaven, here's a lorry. They can't see us from the cafe. Monsieur,
Hein?
Vous allez à Cherbourg?
Oui, monsieur.
Pouvez-vous nous prendre dans votre voiture?
Volontiers. Pas d'autre place.
Ça ne fait rien. We are... nous sommes pressés.
Entrez, si vous aimez tant des poissons.
If we like fish. Pooh, what a stink. Mind, you're sitting on some conger eels or something.
Oh, so happy. Hey, you don't come out to the cafe, sir. That's funny.
No. Of course. They're checking up on my phone call. Ye gods, what an ass I am. Now, they've got Larry's address in England. They'll have got mine from the police, our registration cards from the hotel.
Fred, it looks like it, sir.
They must be customs men. Now what are we going to do?
Oh, maybe they're bound, sir. Look more like spivs to me. That way they mayn't have tracked us to the hotel yet.
Maybe not. I must phone Mr. Kemp again the minute we arrive and put him wise. We may have to chuck the whole thing.
Oh, do seem a pity, sir. Having got this far.
Yes, but if they are customs, Pomona mustn't be within 5 miles of the French coast, or the Kemps will be for it and we'll all be in the soup. I must reach him before he leaves Pill.
That'll be almost any minute now, sir. Just past 2 o'clock.
Blast it. Merci bien. Et voilà pour vous.
Ah, ça ne donne pas exemple de plaisir.
Kindly so. Now.
Bonjour, monsieur.
Oh, Monsieur Madame.
I hope you have recovered from the train journey. Papa, these are the English gentlemen who traveled with me that I have told you about.
Monsieur. I fancy meeting you here.
Yes. I hardly expected to see you emerge from such a conveyance. Whew. What a fishy smell.
I hope you are being successful with your business here in Cherbourg. We do not have many English visitors in the winter. Are you concerned with fish, monsieur?
No. No. We found we can't, after all, do our business till tomorrow. So we took a walk along the coast, as it was so fine, and went rather too far, didn't we, Strip?
Ah, great deal too far.
And there were no cars, so we returned with the fish, and quite near our hotel.
We are just waiting for the bridge. They are doing the Touet. That ship over there.
Ah, I see. Warping her out of the Bassin de Commerce, of course.
I am on my way back to my office, the douane.
Oh, yes. Interesting work, yours.
Look, we can cross now. The bridge is down.
Yes, come on, Strip.
I hope you found your hotel comfortable. A bit empty, I expect, at this time of the year. But it is good, le casino.
But the casino is this side, monsieur. You do not need to cross.
We went, after all, to the Hotel de la Mer. It was less expensive.
Oh, I see. Not so convenient, though, for men of business. Unless it is fish.
No, just for a night or so, not too bad. Mm-hmm. Well, we go this way. I hope we shall meet again.
We shall look out for you, monsieur. We shall look out for you with the fish, n'est-ce pas?
Yes. Au revoir, madame.
I shall send you a large bottle of eau de cologne to the Hôtel de la Mer. Au revoir, monsieur.
Oh, I hope not. Though she is a lolly.
Maybe it is a good thing she is a customs officer's daughter.
Aha, you may have something there, my dear Strip.
Monsieur, there were two gentlemen here this morning after Monsieur left.
Oh? Did they want me?
They told me some friends of theirs, Englishmen, had arrived in Cherbourg last night, but they did not know at which hotel they were staying. They thought it might be here. They asked to see the register.
Oh, yes?
I did not like their manner, so I did not show it to them. I asked them the name of their friends.
Did they tell you?
No, monsieur, they did not. They became angry. And I was forced to ask them to leave and to go to the police if they wanted information. And I thought it best to tell you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, very strange. I can't think who they can have been. Perhaps if they call again, you will be equally discreet.
They will not call again, monsieur. You may depend on that.
Ah, you are evidently most efficient.
Monsieur.
I find we shall have to leave this evening. May I have the bill?
Do you wish to catch the train for Paris? It goes about 5.
No. We shall not be leaving till later. Would you be good enough to send up some cold food for us and some beer while we pack? We have a business call to make en route.
But certainly, monsieur. Voila your bill. To include this buffet foie.
Merci. Voila. And this for yourself.
Merci infiniment, monsieur.
We've got to get a smart move on. I've paid the bill. Food coming up. Suitcases intact?
Oh, yes, sir, I think so. Use the key.
Yes. All correct. Plus smell of mothballs.
What may be your plan, sir?
Well, no answer from Pill. They've started. So?
We go full steam ahead.
Well, must, I think. So we're moving to the Hotel Casino. Cagney and Marcel have been inquiring here. The clerk turfed them out.
Oh, nosy frogs.
Somehow they know quite a lot. They want those cases.
Well, murder has been done for less. £30,000, Bennett?
Possibly more. No, they don't love the customs either. They've got on to Operation Snodgrass somehow.
Maybe. That's why he's ill, sir.
Good heavens.